Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possess Ancient Magic? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There had always been something strange about Hisashi. Inko could brush off the small things at first. If he smelled like smoke and burning ashes, it was just a side effect of his quirk. The way he seemed to glow at night was just the moon reflecting off his curly white hair. That cut was gone already because he was a naturally quick healer. His eyes changed color? Oh, just a trick of the light. His overly polite manners and sharp smile were understandable, given his occupation. He didn't have many friends because he was a loner. If, once in a while, he would be strangely insistent on being the one to answer the door only to merely open it a crack and shoo away whoever was outside, who was she to judge? And was it really so strange that every full moon there would be salt piled in the corners of the apartment, a candle burning all night, and strong-smelling herbs scattered atop the doorframe? Even if, 2 of those times, Hisashi had been away on a business trip? At one point he had a rather loud argument out on the balcony. He was not carrying his phone. There was a rather sheepish-looking bird perched on the railing. Quietly, Inko closed the door and resolved to hang the laundry up later. But the night Izuku was born was so bizarre that Inko finally, politely, demanded the truth. Somehow, things only got stranger after that. Izuku had school today. At 7:38 a.m. in a stranger's apartment, he had less than an hour to finish up, switch outfits, and run across Muzutofo like his life depended on it. In his hands a pot rattled, a vicious shrieking noise emitting from it as its 2 unwilling inhabitants struggled to break free. The aftermath of the frankly ridiculous 43-minute-long battle he had been part of was very visible on the tiled floor in the form of a puddle of formerly boiling water, smeared kitchen ingredients, and scorch marks. Izuku's still not sure where those came from. The apartment's inhabitant was still staring at the pot in his hands with a traumatized look on her face. Maybe she had a fire quirk? Izuku wished he had a fire quirk, or fire magic, then he wouldn't have to tote a pack of matches around everywhere he went. Speaking of that, you might want to leave the room, he suggested, voice only partially muffled through his wooden mask. At some point during the scuffle, it had been knocked askew, so one eye showed. Not that it mattered. He had a minor transformation spell on his face as a precaution. I have to take the lid off to light these guys on fire. Sorry for the mess. The woman nodded mutely and shuffled out in a daze. Izuku carefully rested the pot on the floor and held it shut with one foot while he lit one of his specially made matchsticks. With carefully timed precision, he lifted the pot's lid and tossed the flame in. He caught a brief glimpse of the rabbit corn cobs trying to escape before he slammed the lid back down. A few moments later, all struggles ceased. He checked inside the pot, levitated the remains of the matchstick into his pocket, no need to leave evidence, and adjusted his mask. It's okay now. They won't bother you again. He called out the kitchen door. The woman didn't reply, but he hardly expected her to. She'd nearly been mauled by sentient vegetables, was saved by a weirdo in a mask, and now had to find something else to eat, preferably a meal that wouldn't spontaneously develop eyes, teeth, and murderous tendencies. She was probably trying to pretend the whole event was a fever dream. That's what most of them tend to use as a coping mechanism. He glanced at the clock. 7:42 a.m. How far away was the school from this neighborhood, again? Izuku was late by 14 minutes. He slunk into class with a nervous smile and mumbled that he was delayed by MT Lady's debut, which wouldn't be a lie if he had taken his usual route. Kaken glowered at him, smoke rising from his palms, and their teacher waved him in with an irritated expression. School was not Izuku's favorite part of the day. As the top dog of the class, Kaken had set a precedent for the other students to either ignore or be outright nasty to Izuku. It wasn't as bad as the few years between his quirkless diagnosis and the miraculous development of his minor telekinesis quirk, but even a quirk was not enough to get back into Kaken's good graces. Izuku was still Deku, and he was still ostracized by his classmates. Which was why when the teacher offhandedly mentioned Izuku's desire to get into UA, he knew the day was still following the trend that had been set the moment he started whacking vicious cobs of corn across tabletops. The second the bell rang, Kaken towered over his desk. Izuku was just a second too slow in grabbing his hero analysis notebook. Kaken waved the book in his hands smugly. Where do you think you're going, Deku? Katsuki, what's that? One of Kaken's friends asked, a hint of a snicker in his voice. Hero analysis for the future? Seriously? It's nothing. Give it back. Izuku pleaded. Kaken raised an eyebrow, then quite literally blasted the book out the window. Before he knew it, it was too far to catch with his telekinesis. Hey, why would you do that? Kaken scoffed. Most top heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want the shine of being the only student from this school to make it into UA. He leaned forward, resting a burning hand onto Izuku's shoulder. So anyway, don't apply to UA, nerd. Izuku had a quirk as far as they knew. He could fight back if he really wanted to. But all he did was duck his head. Such a pushover, the other friend remarked as they strode away. He'll never be able to take a villain down with such a weak quirk. At that, Kaken paused and addressed Izuku again. Oh, and here's some friendly advice. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a better quirk in your next life and take a dive off the roof. Izuku's whipped his head up, a mixture of shocked and livid. Kaken met his eyes with a smile, popping a few explosions on his palms. What? In a flash his resolve faded. There was nothing he could do. Fighting back had backfired one too many times in the past. Besides, the faster he gave up the faster Kaken would leave. Case in point. What does he think he's doing, telling someone to go kill themselves like that? Izuku mumbled as he left the school, having waited a solid 5 minutes to ensure the hallways would be clear. If I followed through, his hero career would be in big trouble. But did Kaken hate him that much? Oi, broccoli head, a voice warbled from the direction of the fish ponds. Izuku slowed to a stop. He'd had yokai address him as such too many times to even hope it was a normal human trying to catch his attention. Is this your notebook in my water? Walking over to the pond where he could sense magic, Izuku indeed found his hero analysis floating in the water. A koi fish with spots resembling eyes hovered near the surface. Because those eye spots were blinking sluggishly at him, Izuku assumed this was the yokai. Right, sorry. Kaken sort of. Do I look like I care? The yokai asked. Just get your junk out of my pond. It was a fish, so it wasn't like it had expressions anyways, but Izuku did not mention this. Sorry. He yelped again before retrieving the book and hurrying away. It's soaking wet and burnt to a crisp, he observed glumly. I'll probably have to copy the notes over. At least I didn't write anything down about MT Lady yet. Sighing, he tried to air the book out as he walked. What was Kaken's problem? When he was 4, it was obvious that Kaken had turned on him because he didn't have a quirk. At the time Izuku had thought all his problems would be solved when he finally mastered his magic enough to pass as a quirk, but the only thing that changed was the excuses behind the bullying. He hadn't understood then, and he didn't understand now. But Izuku didn't need Kaken's approval to become a hero, he had power. He's been saving people for most of his life with his power and knowledge. That's right, don't worry about what other people think. Hold your head high and plunge forward. And then, because the day hadn't been long enough already, a presence loomed behind him. Izuku glanced back sharply. He'd been so lost in thought that he didn't notice the sewer smell suddenly spike. An oozing mountain of sludge had blocked off the part of the underpass Izuku had just walked through, its bulbous eyes swiveling to stare at Izuku. He would have thought it was a yokai, but he couldn't sense any magic. A mutation quirk? Not just that a villain? A medium-sized invisibility cloak. He should move. He should probably run, right? Sorry, hero analysis for the future number 13, he thought as he flung it bodily into one of the rapidly approaching eyeballs. But hey, at least you're good for something. Izuku spun and sprinted as the monstrous villain flinched backwards, calling upon the speed he'd honed from years of intentionally and unintentionally ticking off yokai. The villain was faster than Izuku would have thought, though, and it managed to catch him by the ankle. He hit the ground hard. Now, don't make this difficult for me, the villain said. Izuku lurched to his feet, yanking at the tendrils of slime as they engulfed his body. His telekinesis was more effective than his bare hands, but he could only grab a couple handfuls of liquid with it at a time. The sludge was shoving down his throat faster than he could pull it away. I just need to take over your body. Calm down, it will only hurt for 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon. Choking on sewer filth, eyes watering from the pain and black dots filling his vision, Izuku had the feeling that better meant dead. Dead did I ask this it, then? Am I going to die? Something metallic clattered in the tunnel. It's all right now, young man. I am here. No way, is that Texas smash. All Might? It was like a hurricane had ripped through the underpass. As Izuku fell to the ground, he could suddenly breathe air again. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was a pair of steadily approaching shoes. Someone was slapping him. Hey, Hio good. All Might backed away. All Might? I'm glad you're okay. Was Izuku having a fever dream? He'd never been on this side of denying reality. Is this how that lady felt earlier when her food sprouted teeth and tried to bite her? Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, All Might was saying. But I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place. All Might saved him. Izuku will gladly embrace this fever dream. Alternatively, he was dead and this was heaven. He would be fine with that too. But you were a big help. Thank you. All Might held out 2 soda bottles filled to the brim with the sludgy substance of the villain. I captured him safely. The number 1 hero, All Might, looks completely different in person. Actually, there was something off. It wasn't that he looked different, it was that he felt different. Why did All Might reek of so much magic? All Might. Izuku was just going to ask him after all. Nobody with that much magic could possibly be ignorant to yokai and the like, but suddenly something floated into view from behind the hero's head. It was a bright ball of burning light. Was that an anabi? All Might didn't even notice it lazily drift in front of his eyes. Izuku spluttered, changing track quickly. An autograph. Where should I? Spotting his notebook, he dove for it, wrinkly pages be demad. As he flipped to what should have been a blank page, All Might's bold signature stared back at him. He already signed it. Thank you very much. Izuku blurted, bowing perhaps a few times too many. It'll be an heirloom. A family treasure. Why did I say that? Gah. Stop embarrassing yourself. Okay. All Might laughed. Well, I need to take this guy to the police. The anabi twirled around his hand when he raised it in farewell. See you again on the other side of the screen. I'm counting on your continued support. With that, the number one hero leapt away, his incredible strength propelling him into the sky. Izuku watched in baffled fascination as the anabi hurriedly darted after him. Was that anabi haunting All Might? Was that the magic Izuku had sensed? But no anabi had ever felt that strong. The magic probably belonged to All Might and the anabi was attracted to it enough to stick around even in daylight. But that didn't make sense either. If it was All Might's magic, he definitely would have noticed the anabi and that Izuku had magic as well. Izuku's increasingly frustrating train of thought, and muttering, not that he noticed, was interrupted by the ring of his phone. Startling, he pulled it out of his pocket. It was covered in slime. All of him was, actually, but his phone was going near his face so he quickly shook the worst of it off before he answered. Izuku, honey, do you think you could pick up some milk on your way home? It was Mom. He looked at the slime. Dribbling off his clothes, the stiff and scorched book in his hands. His backpack was strewn on the ground a few meters away. A laugh bubbled out of his throat, but it quickly devolved into a coughing fit. His mouth tasted horrible. Izuku? Are you okay? Did you run into trouble? Yeah, I think I need to take a shower, was Izuku's only excuse. It was either that or giggle hysterically, and he didn't need to make Mom suffer that again. She probably thought he ran into another yokai literally, that was his whole life at this point. It wouldn't even occur to her that he could have gotten into trouble as normal as a villain attack. He'd tell her when he got home. Probably. I'm on my way home. Maybe next time. See you soon. Love you. I will be careful. Love you. Izuku ended the call and picked up his backpack, wondering. All Might was in town, bringing a mystery with him. Izuku's power hadn't been enough to fight off the sludge villain. He would have to get stronger if he hoped to get into the hero course. There were 10 months left until UA's entrance exams. He's going to make them count. The first thing Izuku did was scout out a place to train. Yokai magic tended to grow with age rather than practice, but Izuku was human enough that it essentially worked like a quirk. Finding a legal method of practice involved too much time, money, or both, so he just asked the local birds to keep an eye out for cluttered places with a low rate of human traffic. While waiting for any positive reports, Izuku wrote down his thoughts about All Might's anabi into his yokai notebook and left a voicemail for his go-to mythology expert, his father. Hisashi had a normal human job, but his business trips also secretly involved dealing with disputes between the various mythological creatures in America, so there was no telling when he would get the chance to call back. In the meantime, Izuku planned what aspects of his quirk he'd be working on and obsessively watch the news whenever All Might was on. The latter was strictly so he could research how All Might acted to see if he gave any indication of noticing the anabi following him around, even if Izuku couldn't see the anabi on TV. Totally not for any other reason. In the end, he hadn't even needed to send birds out. A week after the sludge villain, he had been trying to look casual while fleeing from a particularly insistent tofu kozo when he passed by Dagoba Beach. Oh duh, his brain went, before the tofu kozo took advantage of his distraction to shove a plate of tofu in his hands and run off like a schoolgirl with a crush. I don't want your moldy tofu. Izuku yelled after it, gaining odd looks from the few passerby in the area. The tofu wasn't moldy yet, but Izuku knew, he knew. Izuku used the tofu to bribe the birds into the more time-consuming duty of surveilling Dagoba Beach for a few days. Once he verified the place was pretty much abandoned, he garbed his phoenix mask outfit and set out. There were 2 reasons for Izuku to wear this outfit. 1. It was made for anonymity. If he was caught in the act, he could escape identity intact without having to waste magic on a disguise spell. 2. Dagoba Beach was a minefield. It was one thing to be aware that a junkyard like the beach was bound to be full of old mistreated objects perfect for the manifestation of your average yokai, but it was another to actually step onto the beach and feel the buzz of magic in the air. He could easily be snuck up on in here, and if a yokai's mutations were subtle he might not notice it immediately. Most of the yokai in here were probably malicious, and of course more active at night when he'd be visiting. But what better way to train was there than to immerse himself into a life-threatening environment? Izuku walked only a few trash heaps in before he tested out lifting some of the junk with his magic. small stuff about half his weight limit. When nothing immediately sought his death, he started sorting out the pile in front of him. Sometimes he would physically lift stuff that was over his magic's limit, taking off as much weight as he could with telekinesis to help maneuver it. While keeping alert for any attacks, it was slow going. Naturally, it was when he tried to exercise the weight distance limit with a lamp a meter away that he messed up. The movement of the lamp dislodged something else in the pile, which in turn sent a bunch of objects tumbling and several yokai, and possibly a regular cat, fleeing. Izuku hopped out of the way, then flinched as the miniature landslide apparently instigated a long, shrill screech from inside the hill of scraps. After a moment of no immediate repercussions from whatever had screamed, Izuku like an idiot peered into the abyss. Instead of the abyss peering back, a frilly and colorful scarf launched itself onto his face. Izuku was wearing his mask, so the scarf wasn't quite wide enough to cover all the cracks and start suffocating him. Seemingly taking this fact as a challenge, frilly scarf yokai slithered around his throat and began choking him. Heck no, not this again, Izuku thought, and sharpened his fingers into talons. He tore off a glove and slashed at the fabric that was still over his mask, confident the wood would be fine under the protective spells he and his father had layered onto it. The yokai screeched and thrashed and receded, writhing in the air like a small floral dragon. You did it. I know you did it. Frilly scarf yokai howled, before a surprisingly large translucent body phased out of the tatters of the scarf, sending the fabric to the sand. Look at what you did. You ruined my home. It then, rather pitifully, broke down into sobs. The actual body of the yokai revealed something Izuku recognized. It had the appearance of a long white strip of cloth, with wrinkled yellow eyes and no other features to speak of. Looking at the long rip on the fallen scarf that definitely hadn't been caused by his improvised claws, Izuku had the sudden feeling that there was a bit of a misunderstanding going on. I'm terribly sorry, he told the Itenmomin cautiously, but I only purposefully harmed you in self-defense. Did you come out because your scarf got torn? Yes, the Itenmomin hissed vehemently, eyes narrowing at Izuku. How could you attack me like that? I was minding my own business. Izuku flushed guiltily. It was an accident? I was trying to sort this pile, and I didn't know you were in there and then I tried to move the wrong thing and just sent everything falling. I'm really sorry. That must have torn you the first time and then I just made it worse when you tried to kill me. It was an accident? The Itenmomin asked, somehow giving the impression of a severe frown with only eyes to work with. Izuku nodded his head vigorously. Fix it. What? I need a new home. Find me one. Or I'll kill you. The Itenmomin wasn't exactly corporeal enough to go about killing Izuku, but he would rather not push his luck. He readily agreed, and before he knew it his night of training had turned into an impromptu fabric scavenging session. By the time Izuku needed to leave the beach he had discovered that the Itenmomin was extraordinarily picky, and got the feeling that it had been looking for an excuse to leave its scarf anyways. When he explained it was time to go home, the Itenmomin had grumbled and insisted that it needed to sleep somewhere during the day. That's how Izuku convinced it to take temporary residence in one of his shoelaces. Yes, a shoelace. He would have to make an adjustment to the house wards if he didn't want his foot to catch on fire. On the way to school the next morning, Izuku tripped an unprecedented amount of times. This is your doing, isn't it? Izuku grumbled into the cement sidewalk. I only give good luck to people I'll be staying with permanently, the Itenmomin said prissily. That means you get bad luck. What about neutral luck? Can't I just have neutral luck? It's an incentive to find me a home faster, the yokai said, as if threatening Izuku's life wasn't incentive enough. Shoelaces were definitely something you could strangle people with, after all. A few days later, Hisashi returned Izuku's call. Hello, Izuku. His father's voice chirped when he picked up. What was it you wanted me for? Izuku filled him in on his encounter with All Might and the Anabi, and after some brief superhero fanboying on both ends of the phone, his dad shared his thoughts. Well, my best guess is that you were sensing the magic from the Anabi. It's not normal behavior for them to haunt specific people, but if it's an old enough spirit it might have gained back its individuality. All Might's not quite old enough for the Anabi to have reached that level normally, so it was probably someone with an exceptionally strong or magical quirk. Or maybe it was a distant relative. Just how powerful was the magic? Dad, Izuku said seriously, it felt like it had as much magic as you. Hisashi spluttered over the line. Well then, it would have to be at least 160 years old then. Maybe older, nearly from the dawn of quirks. Aren't you only, what was it, 80? Well yes, but Anabi are fairly weak spirits. They gain power at a slower rate than I do. I can't fathom how one was remembered long enough to last so many years. I wonder why it's following All Might. Yeah, Izuku was wondering that too. But the conversation wound down from there, devolving into other topics, until Izuku handed it off to his mom and a whole new conversation erupted between his parents. He plopped into bed, staring at an open All Might video on his phone. Just who are you? Izuku thought, pretending for a moment he could see the Anabi trailing behind the on-screen hero. And why does it bother me so much? Do you have a name? Izuku asked a month later, watching a bicycle missing a seat roll itself away. He couldn't lift it with his magic alone, but he could manipulate it to move by keeping it upright and pushing it. He was working on fine-tuning it so that he could move the pedals themselves as well, but for now they only moved in response to the tires turning. No, the Itenmomin was curled in the air behind Izuku. It typically left its shoelace at night, apparently because it was cramped in there. Why? Well, I want to call you something other than the Itenmomin, Izuku said. They both watched in disappointment as the bicycle reached Izuku's distance limit and flopped over. But hey, that was a meter farther than 3 weeks ago. I'm not a pet. I'll come up with a name myself. Alright, Izuku agreed amiably. As the Itenmomin pondered a name, he retrieved the bicycle and moved it to the pile of objects he'd been reusing. That pile consisted of but was not limited to objects such as a collection of paint buckets he'd filled with seawater and a slinky he tried to bend into the shape of a dog, but looked more like the three-dimensional interpretation of a scribble. Precision with his magic was harder than he'd thought it would be. I got it. His companion cried. It swooped in front of Izuku. Call me Kutsahimo. Izuku probably should have expected something like this. How original. Kutsahimo chortled in response, as if naming itself after its current place of residence was the best joke in the world. There you are, a voice said. Izuku turned, and after a moment located a large calico cat sitting on the path he'd carved out. At first he tensed, but after noting there was only one tail he realized it was just a Bakaniko. Those were far less likely to bite your face off than their two-tailed counterparts. Some Bakaniko could be downright helpful. Can I help you? Izuku asked. Kutsahimo was silent, observing the newcomer for a moment before deeming it uninteresting and dancing through the air once more. There's a problem in the forest, the Bakaniko said matter-of-factly. A human's quirk has gone out of control and it's blocking a shrine. No yokai can get in or out. Is the forest on fire? Izuku asked in alarm. Usually only fire quirks had an effect on yokai. If a fire quirk had gone wild in the forest, that was bad news. It isn't a fire quirk. It can't hurt us but it can toss us away. It's annoying, the Bakaniko told him in that same drab tone. Some of the yokai might get worked up and violent if they're trapped inside the shrine all night. I want the shrine to be in one piece in the morning. Not to mention violent yokai can hurt each other. And whatever had happened in the first place to make the quirk to go out of control, Izuku drew himself out of wondering what a human was doing in the woods so close to midnight and motioned to Kutsahimo. Okay, I'll deal with it. Somehow. He'd never fought an actual person before. Show me the way. Kutsahimo, are you coming with me? Sure, the Itenmomin agreed. The Bakaniko took off, Izuku close behind. He mentally reviewed what he had with him. The Sakaki wood matches, an iron dagger, his mask, that was it. None of them were currently under transformation spells, so he didn't have to worry about that. Although at that thought, he did quickly change his red sneakers to a more discreet black. If there was one person there, who knows how many more were. Once they were 20 minutes into the forest, the Bakaniko stopped running. They should be a minute or two ahead, it told them. I'm not getting any closer. Izuku nodded and kept going. Barely 30 seconds passed before Kutsahimo took the cat's absence as an invitation to fill the silence. I've never liked cats, it commented. They get their fur everywhere. Izuku had never owned a cat to speak of, but his childhood doctor had often complained of the same problem, so he opened his mouth to half-heartedly agree. That's when the giant shadowy hand smacked Kutsahimo out of the air. The Itenmomin screeched in surprise, and Izuku gaped as the incorporeal cloth disappeared into the trees. The shadow hand dug itself into a tree and pulled the rest of its monstrous body into view with a low growl. It practically radiated human magic, the out-of-control quirk, which appeared to be a giant living bird shadow monster. Izuku itched for his quirk analysis notebook. Was it an emitter, transformation, or mutation type? If emitter, was it attached or separate from the quirk holder? How intelligent was it? It looked like it was made of shadows. Was it stronger in the dark? Obviously it could see yokai, could its wielder as well? But could it sense magic? The quirk focused its narrowed stare on Izuku next, so there was a possibility the answer to the last question was yes. Or maybe he'd been mumbling again. A clawed hand lashed out, sending Izuku to the ground as he ducked. There was a creaking noise and Izuku looked behind himself in awe as a tree toppled over away from him, having been sliced in half. That was one powerful quirk. How the heck was he supposed to fight this thing? The arm snapped back to what was probably its normal length. Red, glowing eyes burned as the quirk screeched loudly and thrashed wildly, not even aiming for Izuku this time but tearing another few trees apart. Izuku dimly registered Kutsahimo funneling back into his shoelaces as he scrambled to his feet, thinking hard. The quirk was acting just like how Kutsahimo had when Izuku had torn up the scarf. Maybe he could take the same approach, talk it down. As Izuku gulped in anticipation, getting ready to move in case he only attracted the quirk's wrath, he wished he had his father's ability to control birds. It would probably have worked on this quirk. Excuse me. It's okay. You can calm down. What are you doing? Kutsuhimo hissed from his foot. The quirk swiveled to face Izuku again, lunging forward. He dove for cover, needing to yank his clothes with his telekinesis in order to evade the bite that scooped a boulder's worth of dirt from the ground. Who's there? A hoarse voice yelled. Get away. I can't control him. It's an emitter, then, Izuku thought, not sure how to handle that revelation. On one hand, attacking the quirk directly wouldn't hurt the human unless they shared pain. On the other hand, the quirk might be able to hurt its own wielder. How does your quirk work? Izuku hollered back, tugging himself along with telekinesis once more as another swathe of land was assaulted. He was accumulating minor scratches and bruises from flying debris, but so far had successfully avoided any direct hits. Will it hurt you? There was a moment of hesitation, but the voice finally replied. He's weak to light. He won't hurt me, but someone attacked me and he went wild. Someone attacked them? Izuku didn't reply in order to catch a breath in the dip of a ravine. From his new position, he could feel the magic of what he assumed was the shrine. Cautiously raising his head above the ditch's edge, he could see a simple torii gate opposite of the quirk raging behind him. A few trees had been knocked over beside it, and no yokai were in sight. Izuku realized the ditch he was in probably the quirk's doing. Had a yokai attacked the human? It was unlikely because of the shrine's pacifying effect, but it would explain the way that anything magical was being targeted, and it definitely wasn't impossible. Or was it just because the attacker had fled, leaving the quirk to lash out at anything that moved, namely yokai that woke up and tried to leave the shrine for the night? The quirk screeched again and there was the distinct sound of more trees tumbling down. Izuku winced, checked the creature's position, then crept out of the ravine to sneak over to the torii gate. With any luck, there would be a yokai capable of light or fire willing to help him. After only a few steps he paused. It was hard to tell with the mixture of human and yokai magic, but there seemed to be a third magic in the air. He'd never felt this type of magic before. It was like rotten eggs. As if summoned by his thoughts, a hulking figure lumbered out of the undergrowth to block the shrine's entrance. Its blood-red skin was bulging with muscles, its form grotesque and hunched even at a height almost twice that of a full-grown man. The creature's oversized fangs were bared in a satisfied smile, both them and its acid-yellow eyes glinting in what little moonlight filtered through the canopy. A studded iron club as big as Izuku was clenched in one of its warty hands. For a moment all Izuku could do was gape in horror. Was he cursed? Had all the forces of the universe unanimously decided he shouldn't reach adulthood? Was that why he was stuck between a rampaging quirk and a freaking oni? He hadn't even reached high school yet. The very small part of him that wasn't freaking out told him this was what had attacked the quirk user, but it quickly joined the rest of him in panicking when the oni hefted its club up and tried to batter him into the ground. What is that? Kutsuhimo yelled as Izuku tripped backwards into the ditch. The ground vibrated under the force of the weapon's blow, dirt and rocks spraying over top of him. The quirk screeched in the distance, and from the sound of it was making its way back to them very quickly. Its loincloth is hideous. It's an oni, Izuku breathed out. He wasted no time as he scrambled further down the trench, and carefully refrained from commenting on the Itmomin's concern over the demon's fashion sense. I don't know what it's doing in Mizudafu, though. That was the only good thing about oni, the lack of them, especially in civilized areas. This was a forest, but still, Izuku had never seen one before. He didn't think his dad had even seen one before. There was a groaning noise, and Izuku hastily jumped forward as a tree fell behind him. Looking back, he saw the quirk howl as the oni smacked it out of sight before turning to Izuku with that eerie grin still plastered to its face. This is way over my pay grade, Izuku lamented. He clambered out of the trench using the fallen tree, although he was loath to even look in the direction of his imminent death. The oni was taking its time stalking over to him menacingly. Izuku trekked through the trees at an equally slow pace, not caring to waste any energy. He took stock of his options. The matches wouldn't do anything against a yokai that was this physical and possibly magic-resistant if tales of oni being sorcerers were true. His telekinesis wasn't strong enough to move the club. It was iron and huge. His dagger was the best choice, especially if he made it bigger or into a sword with a transformation spell. The only problem there was his arm strength, but maybe if he used his telekinesis. Whoosh! Look out! Kutsuhimo cried. At some point Izuku had taken his eyes off the oni. Staring at the ghostly blue fireball barreling at him, he reflected that had been a big mistake. His quick reflexes saved him once again, but he had to bite back a cry of pain as the fire scorched his leg. There was a loud crack as the fireball collided with the tree that had been behind him, and the resulting shockwave threw Izuku even farther than his initial magic-aided leap would have taken him. He was winded momentarily as he slammed into a tree. That's not fair at all, Izuku thought, pulling himself upright and trying to locate the Oni by the trail the fireball had created. He pulled out his knife, but didn't apply the transformation to it yet in order to preserve his magic and maneuverability. It knows a fire spell? Because his eyes were where the fireball had come from, it was a sheer miracle that the Oni's swing of the club landed square on Izuku's mask. His whole body was thrown backwards, but the mask's protective charms absorbed the worst of the force and momentum. Izuku's heart might have skipped an unhealthy amount of beats from the shock of seeing such a large object racing towards his face. It's fast. Was the fireball just a diversion? He winced as he used his injured leg to help right himself, and sent a pulse of magic to help speed up the healing. An effective diversion. My mask won't take another hit like that. Something was missing. Fire magic? Kutsahimo? Izuku yelled in sudden alarm, trying to catch a glimpse of his shoes as he stumbled away from the Oni, thankfully still gripping his dagger. But his laces were scorched black along with the rest of his shoes. He shuddered. If Kutsahimo had still been in one of them, the yokai would have been burnt out of existence. Kutsahimo, where are you? From the corner of his eye he spotted another azure fireball speeding towards him from where he'd last seen the Oni. He sprinted out of the way as best he could with his leg, but this time kept a vigilant guard. As the fireball passed and hit another tree, Izuku heard the rustle of leaves behind him. He turned around with a swipe of his weapon, but seeing the iron club inches away from his chest had him yanking himself backwards instead. Kutsahimo's familiar translucent form suddenly flew between him and the Oni. Kutsahimo! Izuku exclaimed in relief. Incoming! Was the Itmomin's only reply. What? Izuku was cut off by the reappearance of the wild quirk. A shadowy hand clashed with the Oni's weapon, grating against it before sliding off. Did you lead it here? Izuku asked in disbelief, before turning tail and running for his life. He was glad the fireballs hadn't actually caught stuff on fire, otherwise they'd really be in trouble. Not that he wasn't 90% sure his parents would soon be attending his funeral. It can take down the Oni, can't it? Kutsahimo said, flying beside Izuku. No. Izuku said. It very much can't. Didn't you see the Oni send that thing flying? Even if it beats the Oni, how am I supposed to take the quirk out? But the Itmomin had the right idea. The Oni had fireballs. He could at least wait for the Oni to knock the quirk out of commission, and figure the rest out from there. With a quick word to Kutsahimo, Izuku put away his knife and made his way back to the large tussling creatures. Observing them, Izuku had the realization that the Oni wasn't using the fireball spell against the quirk, instead using its club as its only form of attack. Was it a distance thing, or had it run out of magic? Only one way to find out. Oi, stinkface! Izuku yelled. The Oni turned its head, smile twisted into a grimace, but the quirk kept swiping away at its opponent. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Come and get me. It wasn't particularly insulting, but it did the trick. The Oni lost interest in the quirk and lunged at Izuku, and they quickly fell back into the chase. As soon as Izuku looked away, he heard a fireball coming towards him. Kutsahimo fled to the treetops, probably not to be seen again until magical fire was no longer running rampant. Izuku dodged, looked for the Oni, and dodged the club attack. It continued in this manner as he ran in a large circle back to where the quirk was. Every time he lost sight of the Oni, a fireball would come escalating towards him and the demon would sneak up on him as he avoided it. It was a hard process. Izuku had a sprained ankle and bruised ribs now to replace the burned leg that his magic had healed. But eventually it paid off. Izuku saw the quirk thrashing in front of him and heard the fireball raging behind him. He darted out of the way, pulling his dagger in anticipation of the Oni making an appearance, and watched in satisfaction as the quirk took the fireball straight to its shadowy feathers. It rapidly shrunk, revealing the bird-headed semi-conscious teenager now kneeling on the ground. Surprisingly, the Oni was now lumbering towards the quirk user. Izuku realized with a flash of alarm that it intended to finish him off while he was vulnerable. But then icy cold determination filled him. Now was the perfect moment after all. He used the last of his magic to change the dagger into a sword. It was unwieldy and unfamiliar in his hands. He didn't have enough magic to use telekinesis to add extra force to his swing. But adrenaline did that job for him. The Oni towered over the other teenager. Izuku plunged his sword straight through its midsection. Just like that, it was over. The Oni dropped the club, and its body soon followed. Both teenagers watched in morbid fascination as it slowly went through its death throes, stilled, then crumbled into a pile of ashes. The only sounds filling the wrecked forest were their harsh breaths. Thank you, the bird-headed teenager said. That thing wasn't a person, was it? It wasn't even a question. No, Izuku glanced around. He could make out the red of the torii gate through the open air caused by demolished trees. A small white figure trotted their way, and as it came closer Izuku recognized it as the calico Bakaniko. Seems you dealt with it, was all the cat said once it reached them. It cast the scene a disdainful look, then flicked its tail and disappeared into the shadows. Not even a thank you? Izuku muttered. Did it even realize an Oni caused the problem? I assume you are referring to the cat, the other boy said, seemingly unaware of Kutsuhimo returning from the sky. Was it another demon? Yokai, Izuku corrected absent-mindedly. He bent down to pick up his sword. His hand didn't make it that far. Something very scarf-like wrapped around his wrist, tossing him to the ground and snaking away. There was a scuffle as the bird-headed teenager leapt to his feet. Izuku dodged another whip-like tendril by rolling over his sword. He grabbed his weapon and sprung upwards in one unsteady movement, just in time to whack away another attack. Eraserhead perched on one of the trees at the border of the freshly created clearing, his capture weapon floating around him and quirk active. It seemed the clamor in the forest had drawn some attention. There were probably reinforcements coming to deal with something strong enough to bring down so many trees. Izuku needed out of there, fast. The capture weapon snagged his sword next, creating a tangle that trapped both the blade and his wrist. He struggled against it, eyeing another rapidly approaching fold with fear. Without warning, the hold on his wrist loosened as something tore at the taut fabric. Izuku staggered backwards and stared in surprise at the reemergence of the other boy's quirk, which had cleanly sliced the tough capture weapon in two. I'm sorry, the bird-headed teen cried. I don't have control of my quirk under extreme stress. The quirk itself made a token effort at appearing to be out of control, but it wasn't anywhere near the size it had been when it was actually rampaging. Eraserhead didn't know the difference though, and he snapped his gaze over to erase the quirk seemingly without thinking. Kutsuhimo, help me out. Izuku whispered in the pro's moment of negligence, indicating the torn part of the capture weapon still dangling from his arm. He took off in a run and the Itenmomin caught on quickly. It dived into the severed scarf and tugged Izuku along the same way he had been using his telekinesis earlier. Behind them, Eraserhead cursed and presumably tried to disable Izuku's non-existent quirk. There was a moment of silence, another curse, and then movement and a piercing war cry from the shadowy quirk. It seemed the bird-headed teenager wasn't letting Eraserhead chase after him. If they ever crossed paths again, Izuku would have to thank him. Are they out of sight yet? Izuku asked Kutsuhimo as they raced through the forest. Now they are, the yokai said. Right. Keep going. I'll stop at the edge of the forest to clean up, but we're basically heading straight home. By clean up, Izuku meant take his mask off and stuff the capture weapon out of sight. He couldn't even hide the mask or mix up his appearance like he normally did because what little magic he had left was being used to take the edge off his injuries. He was glad the worst of it was just a sprain, because no healing was actually getting done. Then another thought occurred to him, a bit out of the blue but a welcome distraction from tonight's events. Say Kutsuhimo, Izuku said. How would you feel about living with Eraserhead? Boy, what a night it had been. Despite the original troublesome string of events, the remaining months passed without much excitement. Izuku checked in on the shrine once the police presence died down, but in true yokai fashion none of the residents had anything to offer other than complaints about the quirk user's disturbance. Izuku tried and failed to track down the Bakeneko and interrogate it on the Oni, because it didn't visit the shrine enough for any of the other yokai to know who he was looking for. After that first visit, he only returned to rehome the occasional benevolent or neutral yokai he came across at Dagoba. The rest of the time at Dagoba he spent continuing to build up his magic and hone his skills, although between fending off yokai, school and its related issues, trying to locate Eraserhead, and adding in some genuine physical training he didn't progress as much as he would have liked. He only saw All Might once more in the aftermath of a villain attack at the shopping center. He'd been hit by the intense magical signature before he even noticed the police lights, and quickly spotted the hero amidst a gaggle of reporters. The Anabi almost blended in with the flashing lights and cameras, and waving frantically at it to get its attention didn't yield results. He did get All Might to wave back though. That was a win. And now, it was the morning of the UA entrance exams. Izuku was already shaking from nerves just being on the UA campus. It wasn't irrational, the written exam was tough and the physical exam was on an entirely different level by reputation alone. Would telekinesis be enough? Somebody brushed past him harshly. Izuku wasn't surprised to see the perpetrator was Kaken. The blonde had been ridiculously adamant in bothering Izuku leading up the exams, even if after-school incidents had dwindled as he focused instead on his own preparations for the exams. What are you doing in my way, Deku? Kaken sneered on his way past. You're going to regret not taking my advice. Wanted UA's rejection in writing, did you? You know I have a quirk, Izuku mumbled, as if that had ever made any difference. Izuku didn't blame him for thinking he was weak, considering the last time he'd bothered showing off his magic was when he was 7 and still struggling with lifting a cup. But had it ever crossed Kaken's mind that he could get stronger? I stand just as much a chance as you do. Kaken paused, his eyebrow twitching. For a second Izuku thought he would turn and blow up at him as usual, but he simply turned his nose up at him and continued on. It seemed Kaken had decided he wasn't even worth it. Izuku wondered if his former friend was under the impression that they wouldn't be seeing each other during high school. He's wrong, Izuku reminded himself. He has the power to make it in. But I have the will. He took a few steps forward. Then he tripped. Kutsuhimo, this is your fault. Izuku had the presence of mind to cast blame as he prepared for death via slow fake quirk activation. The Itenmomin residing in his red shoes gave no indication it knew of his predicament, considering it was asleep and not actually responsible for his natural clumsiness. Surprisingly, his face did not meet the ground and he took the opportunity to belatedly tug himself back into a standing position. He didn't even need to use his clothes to do it. It felt like his body weight had been completely negated. Sorry. A voice chirped from beside him. His sudden weightlessness disappeared. There was a girl talking to him. That was my quirk. Please forgive me for using it without asking first. But I saw you trip and thought I'd help. Izuku gaped, but that was okay, because she didn't seem to expect a response. Let's do our best. See ya. With a wave, the cheerful brunette continued on. I talked to a girl. Izuku thought, clearly still suffering from emotional whiplash. Then, I didn't get to ask about her quirk. And finally, shoot, it's about to start. Once the written exam was complete, the hero course applicants were directed to the physical exam orientation, which was in an auditorium and apparently delivered by present Mike. Trying to ignore the fact that Kaken was seated next to him, Izuku focused on the orientation. As much as he could while simultaneously geeking out over present Mick's mere existence. Kaken threatened to blow his face off if he didn't stop, and then another attendee reprimanded both of them, and eventually after the whole debacle of Kaken also threatening that boy's facial integrity, the crowd of examinees was split up and directed to the various testing grounds. Battle Center B, 10 minutes to get as many points as possible versus robotic foes. Considering how bulky they looked during the presentation, he only had a few ways to deal with them. He was sure he could rip out the wires inside or destroy some of the weaker joints with compressive force, although both methods required physical contact to be most effective. He doubted being able to divert the smaller limbs would be helpful for anything but dodging, but he was optimistic. He just had to be quick. And if anything, Izuku was quick. The waiting student hopefuls milled around as they waited to start. Izuku spotted the nice girl from earlier through the crowd and perked up. Since they hadn't started yet, it couldn't hurt to go thank her for earlier. Deciding to do just that, he took a step forward but was immediately halted by a hand to his shoulder. Flinching at the tight grip, Izuku turned to see the outspoken boy from the orientation. That girl appears to be trying to focus, the dark-haired teen said sternly. What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? What? Izuku squeaked, mortified at the accusation. No, of course not. This did nothing to prevent the murmur rippling through the crowd. Was the stutter really enough to label himself an opponent not to worry about? Okay, start. What's wrong? Present Mike cried from above. There are no countdowns in real fights. The die has been cast, you know. By the time Izuku turned to look at the open gate, the entirety of the crowd was already halfway into the battle center. Izuku hurried after them, ducking his head as he surveyed the lifelike urban environment. There weren't any robots near the entrance. After a few moments of peering into alleys, he broke off from the main group. Just in time, it seemed, as the sounds of destruction emitted from the central road. He'd like not to deal with that much wayward debris, thank you very much. He slipped out of the alley onto one of the side roads and found himself face to monitor with a one-pointer. Target acquired. I'll kill you. It bleeped menacingly with a swipe of its arm. He leapt backwards and got a good view of the extendable part that the rest of the arm was mounted on, the same mechanism that made up its neck. I can tear those apart if I stick my hands between the plates, but that's too risky. But the neck is only connected to the head by a small piece that I can definitely crush. I just have to get up there. Before he could do anything, though, the robot was blasted apart by a glittering laser. Thanks for distracting it. A flamboyant blonde boy said with a wink, at the same time Izuku was yanking a piece of the resulting shrapnel away from a passing examinee. Merci. We make a good team. But I don't think we'll meet again. Adieu. The laser boy dashed away after delivering that less than uplifting comment. Izuku shook his head and looked for other foe villains. He located a free two-pointer just as the remaining 7 minutes were announced. Its head didn't have the same weakness as the one-pointer did, but he managed to climb onto its back where he would be able to mess with the wires inside the main body. He gripped the tail first and broke the tip off with the extra pressure his telekinesis allowed for the crushing trick, then put his palm on the metal frame beneath him and tore blindly at the inside. He did something right, considering the villain shuddered and collapsed to the ground. From then on, Izuku made progress slowly. He could deal with 1- and 2-pointers at a decent rate, but 3-pointers weren't efficient because there were no easy weak points to tear and the large body made it impossible to tear out wires without time-wasting trial and error. Whenever he ended up in a crowded area, he kept getting distracted with making sure other examinees weren't hit by the abundant debris that seemed to be flying everywhere. Izuku only just earned his 20th point when the entire cityscape shook. He had to use his magic to land off of the one-pointer on both feet. Down the street, dust clouds erupted as the corner of a building fragmented. A large shadow was cast over the teenagers fleeing past Izuku. Craning his head up with dread, he realized this was what Present Mike had called the zero-pointer. It was taller than even the fake buildings. No wonder they don't expect us to fight it, Izuku thought in horror. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Mike announced. 20 isn't going to be enough. I need to find more points even in this chaos. Izuku moved to follow the others. The zero-pointer was huge, but it would be moving slowly. He could dispatch another few robots in the remaining time without worrying about it. That is, he didn't need to worry about it until he heard the yell. That was all it took for Izuku to switch track against the flow of the crowd. He swept away as much dust as he could until he could see the fallen applicant who, surprisingly enough, was a familiar bubbly brunette. Her foot was trapped under a pile of fresh rubble that she was straining to escape. Izuku had noted earlier in the test that her floating quirk relied on 5-point contact, but it would be hard for her to twist around to touch what was pinning her down without aggravating her foot. And she'd been using her quirk a lot. She was probably close to or past whatever her limit was. No relying on that. He skidded to a stop next to her, examining the various concrete chunks layered over her foot and mindful of the dangerously close zero-pointer. There were too many to just try to lift with telekinetically aided strength. He had to do them one at a time. That in mind, he set to work. The instant you can get your foot out of there, he told her. Right. Strained. He pulled away 3 layers before only the one on her foot was left, and from there was simple enough to lift it enough for her foot to get out. He quickly helped her up, just as the zero-pointer slammed a fist into the closest building. Look out! The girl cried, sending them straight back down to avoid a piece of concrete riddled with rebar. His teeth slammed together painfully as his chin collided with the ground and his head rattled with exhaustion. We need to get up fast, he thought. The zero-pointer's too close, and I still need. Time's up. This announcement was made in conjunction with the loud mechanical screeching of the zero-pointer slowing to a complete stop. A few more bits of building crumbled to the ground. Izuku's hastened scramble upward accumulated into simply sitting on the ground panting. There was frustration but also relief. His dangerous situation standards had been met. No one was dead. Well, as far as he knew. It was a surprisingly hazardous exam. Okay, good work, a voice called. With the tapping of a cane, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl hobbled through the crowd handing out gummy bears. Was everyone at UA a pro hero? Not that Izuku was complaining. And it was smart to have her quirk on staff. Especially since it was painfully clear there was no failsafe to prevent blunt force trauma to vital places. Here we are, dearie. The brunette he'd helped was treated to a kiss to the cheek and gummies deposited in her hands before Recovery Girl moved onto Izuku. The stars in his eyes quickly faded into embarrassment when she tooted at him. You have a nasty gash there, she said with a sigh. I do, Izuku said, glancing at himself, not helping his case. His hands were battered from the jagged shrapnel that resulting from crushing metal, his clothes were littered with rips, and his left leg had a long bleeding wound visible through the corresponding tear in his pants. Naturally, his body chose that moment to send pain signals to his brain again. Ah, right, he finished through gritted teeth. He reluctantly bore through receiving a kiss as well and had to wait out the extra wave of exhaustion that followed before standing up. Recovery Girl checked over his leg, informed him that it was perfectly healed and shoved some gummies onto him before continuing on. There were a few other kids with similar injuries around and the medical hero was thorough in treating everyone before herding them out of the testing center, clearly in a hurry to visit the other exam groups. Thank you for helping me out back there. The brunette chirped as she plopped down next to him on the bus. I thought I was gonna get stepped on for sure. I'm Achiko Uraraka, nice to meet you. She gave a little wave. Izuku spluttered, Izuku Midoriya. It's fine. It's not like I could have just left you there today and you helped me out too. He pointedly ignored the intense gaze of the glasses-wearing boy sitting not far from them. Gosh, it would be great if we were in the same class, wouldn't it? Your quirk looks a lot like mine. Choosing not to comment on how unlikely he was to get in with only 20 points, Izuku happily engaged in an intense conversation about the differences between his telekinesis and Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk. When he went home that night he was torn between telling his mom he had a new, actual, human friend, despairing over his flunked exam, and pretending a girl hadn't just given him her phone number. So it looks like Eraserhead only patrols over here a few days every other week, so our best is to catch him here where we know he always goes on Friday evenings. Izuku punctuated his muttering by circling the areas in question on the judiciously marked maps spilling off his desk. Kutsuhimo's lengthy intangible form was sprawled over the floor and the yokai's face was inches from the paper. Was it dishonorable ambush a hero at a cat cafe? Maybe. It's not like Eraserhead would even notice them. Izuku just had to get close enough for Kutsahimo to get into Eraserhead's scarf. Apparently, there was a distance limit from any intact current object of residence, which had made getting close enough while donned in pseudo-vigilante gear tricky, and then everyone would be happy. Izuku gets rid of the yokai setting off the window wards in the middle of the night, Kutsahimo gets the ideal host home, and Eraserhead gets a guardian spirit? Izuku wasn't really sure how actively helpful Itenmomin were to their host's owners. Kutsahimo's perpetual irritation manifested in minor if annoying bad luck. Would good luck mean Eraserhead's capture weapon would never tangle, or something? Anyways, in civilian clothes Izuku wouldn't stand out at all. He would walk past the cafe while the underground hero was inside and then head home. Simple as that. That Baku is looking at me funny, Kutsahimo scowled before engaging in a staring contest with the droopy-faced, taper-like yokai that had been following Izuku for the past half hour as they hovered around the cat cafe. The speed at which the Baku burst into tears could have given Izuku a run for his money. Darn it. Eraserhead had yet to show his face. He always came sometime during the evening but never with a set schedule. Izuku could just ignore the Bakuda, but the poor thing looked miserable. Was he being a sucker? Yes he was. Hey. He approached the cat-sized creature with a modicum of caution and a whole lot of concern. I know Kutsahimo's mean, but it won't hurt you. Debatable. I know you've been following me. Do you need help with something? The Baku nodded its furry head eagerly but didn't elucidate. Can you tell me so I can help you? The Baku began to trot away. It paused and looked back at Izuku as if asking him to follow. Fantastic. There's always next week, Izuku defended at the deadpan look Kutsahimo gave him when he started walking. Don't expect to be able to unknot your shoes tomorrow, the yokai grumbled ominously. Izuku was led all the way back to the point where the Baku had begun following him before they turned into an alleyway. Kutsahimo began a running commentary, seemingly determined to hurt the Baku's feelings. You're not as big as the other Baku I've met. Why is your face so ugly? As they scrambled up the fire escape, you can't even float? What are you, a baby? This is the Bakuniko all over again, Izuku muttered. On that note, he was on the roofs now. Eraserhead was probably in the area, so he slipped on the mask that he'd brought just in case and applied the other precautions he'd been taking since that night with the Oni. He'd been practicing with his natural shape-shifting ability so he could use that in place of a spell. His hair went inky black and some of the bones in his face shifted. It always caused an unpleasant itchy feeling for the duration that he left his face like that, but at least it preserved his magic for combat and lessened the chances of him being identified for assumed vigilante activities. His mask had been completely knocked off at least 3 times since the Oni attack, once in the presence of heroes that had been responding to yokai-induced commotion. If he hadn't been disguising his face well. He wasn't technically labeled a vigilante yet because nobody had proof of the criminals he'd been fighting, but it was only a matter of time before he was labeled a vigilante or outright villain. It only took 15 minutes with 45 minutes left until the cafe would close for the Baku to come to a stop in a more residential area with less apartments. Actually, it came to a stop in someone's backyard. Izuku lingered on the street. You look like someone tossed the animal kingdom in a blender and then threw the result up, Kutsahimo was saying. That's very rude, Izuku said. It sort of looks like a puppy. Albeit with the snout of a tapir and coarse stringy fur, but the miniature elephant ears really sold the puppy look. It stuck cute. That didn't work. It was still crying. Please tell me what we're doing here. The Baku blew snot out of its nose. Kutsahimo, what do Baku do? How am I supposed to know? You've obviously met a few before. Izuku rummaged around in his jacket, pulling out his phone and looking up what a Baku was. Okay, so they eat dreams. Is that right? The Baku nodded. No wonder I've never met one of you guys before. There's not really any other yokai that would make problems for you, except maybe that one that steals pillows. Is that what's wrong? It shook its head. Izuku frowned and started googling the heck out of sleep-related yokai, but every question he threw at the Baku was the wrong one. Oh, whatever. He threw his hands to the air in surrender. Kutsahimo, go look and see if anything is going on in there. Please. Fine. All of the lights were off, so the residents must have gone to bed already. If Kutsahimo didn't find anything, Izuku would have to get the Baku to show him exactly where the problem was, which meant breaking and entering at the same time as entering an unknown situation. The Itenmomin swooped back through a window. Some foreign demon is trying to strangle a human in there, it reported, casually. What? Izuku exclaimed. He moved for the window so fast he nearly tripped. The Baku skittered away. Show me. He was so jittery it took him 5 seconds longer than it should have to remotely open the window, and then he was diving into a homey kitchen and sensing the foreign magic for himself. Kutsahimo led him up a flight of stairs which he took at the speed of light while praying that he wasn't being as loud as he thought he was being and bursting into a drab bedroom. The occupant, who looked to have fallen asleep at the desk rather than in the bed, was rigid in the grip of a goblin-like creature. His eyes were open, so Izuku assumed he was awake, but he didn't so much as twitch despite his terror-filled expression saying he very much wanted to. Not a yokai? Perfect. It was with great satisfaction that Izuku didn't even have to move from the doorway to yank the unknown mythical creature right off the boy's chest. There was a loud gasp and coughing as the purple-haired teenager regained the ability to breathe. The goblin creature struggled in the air until it slipped right out from the hold of his magic. It snarled at Izuku and Kutsuhimo and scurried toward them with sharp claws. Since physical contact was probably what caused the paralysis, Izuku grabbed it with telekinesis again and bashed it against the wall above the bed hard enough to shake the window. The former victim watched all of this with what Izuku had long ago labeled the "WTF is happening" expression. The goblin continued screeching. "You don't happen to know what this is, do you?" Izuku asked. The boy startled, then pointed at himself. "Yes, I'm talking to you." It's not like he could see Kutsuhimo outside of its shoelace. "I can't even see whatever the thing is." Wow, full invisibility even when directly attacking someone? He'd thought it was too physical for that. Would fire be more effective than the knife? Well, Izuku would rather not commit arson again. You never knew what worked with foreign magic. He'd try the knife first. The look the purple-haired boy made when he pulled out his dagger and stabbed the goblin was priceless. It was made even better by how anticlimactically the creature keeled over and died. Izuku holstered his knife without wiping the gore off it and looked at the body slumped on the floor. What was he supposed to do with it now? It wasn't disintegrating. He kicked it. Apparently that was effective enough, because the body promptly faded out of existence. Shrugging, he turned to leave. "Hey, who are you?" the boy yelled. Then the hallway light turned on, accompanied by the shouts of people who were presumably his parents. Izuku shamelessly chose to turn back around, ignore the boy, open the window, and hop out. Phoenix, Eraserhead greeted him, leaning on the fence and slurping his cat-themed cup of coffee. "They gave me a name already?" Izuku thought. Heedless of Izuku's inner denial of vigilantism, Eraserhead set down his coffee and flung his capture weapon at him. Kutsuhimo let out a shriek of joy and promptly disappeared into it, which caused the scarf to immediately falter in its path to Izuku. He was glad he'd hardly had to use any magic, because that meant his escape was ridiculously more clean than last time. With Eraserhead's scarf attempting to turn the underground hero into a mummy, Izuku moved himself so fast his feet barely touched the ground. He saw the Baku watching in bewilderment from the backyard and police cars turning into view from the other end of the street, which caused him to immediately cut into the nearest alley. It was almost an exact echo of the Oni incident. He wove through the suburbs until he reached the more populated city areas and shed his disguise at first opportunity. Mission complete. Even if it wasn't exactly how he planned to do it. Now, the next thing to worry about, UA entrance exam results. Uraraka, Izuku had found, was a texter. She used an excessive amount of emojis and the only use of punctuation to speak of was typically in the form of exclamation marks. It was not much of a surprise that she was also a relentless optimist. The day after the exams, Izuku had informed her of his chances at getting in, and all she had done was tell him not to worry about it. She had then proceeded to go radio silent for the next hour or so, but Izuku was sure that was unrelated. Probably. She hadn't done anything extreme, right? Anyways, with her being an avid texter, he was surprised to find that she was calling him on Saturday morning. He stared at the phone as if it were a foreign object. He should probably answer. Uraraka? The soul-piercing screeching on the other end made him drop the phone. He scrambled to retrieve it, but did not hold it up to his ear again. "Are you in trouble?" he exclaimed. "Do you need help?" "I got in," was the only explanation he got before she devolved into an unintelligible blend of words, laughter, and sobs. "You what?" He then tried to leave his room, but slammed into the door frame. "Your letter came?" Walking out properly, he called, "Mom, do we have mail?" The ensuing loud gasp answered that question. "Did you get in?" He managed to hear through his pounding heart as Inko eagerly handed him the sealed envelope. "I don't know. I haven't opened it yet," he hissed, voice raised to an unnatural pitch. He was ushered into his room. "I'm going to open it and call you back, okay?" This was, as he soon found out, a terrible idea because watching All Might declare him a UA freshman did not leave him in any state to dial Uraraka back until over half an hour later. "Midori, wait up." Uraraka skipped her way up the stairs, meeting him right outside the doors of their class building. He flushed at the nickname. "You Uraraka. Oh geez, she looks good in a uniform." Izuku self-consciously readjusted his tie. If he didn't know any better, he'd think Kutsuhimo was still hanging around. But no, he was just terrible at tying ties. "Let's head to class together," she suggested, as if Izuku would have just ignored her and gone ahead. "Sure. You don't happen to have a map, do you? This place looks big." "Nope." Regardless of their combined incorrect senses of direction, the duo found the large door to Class 1A with a few minutes to spare. Uraraka didn't hesitate to slide it wide open, striding in with a confidence Izuku could only hope to gain. I hope we're not in the same class as Kaken and that scary person, he thought, sidling in after her. Don't put your feet on the desk. Scary person was demanding in front of a nearly full classroom. Huh. Kaken, naturally being the perpetrator, goaded the intense blue-haired boy with a smirk. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Kaken spat an insult back and the two went back and forth, a bizarre conversation split evenly between rudeness and politeness, until both of them noticed the newcomer's entrance. Kaken seethed as he laid eyes on Izuku, doubtless remembering their confrontation after he'd learned that Izuku had made it into UA. Scary person, Tenya Ida, apparently, straightened up. Izuku balked as all the teenagers in the classroom swiveled their heads towards him. Good morning. Ida marched towards them. I am from semi-private academy. My name is... We heard. Izuku blurted. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida. And I'm Uraraka. She added. Midoriya, you realize there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Ida asked. For a moment, Izuku was confused. Then he realized he was probably referring to the rescue points. Was that what he was staring at me after the exam for? I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. What a No, it's fine. I didn't know anything. Ignore him. He's totally amazing. Uraraka said, clearly trying to make him spontaneously combust. He was freed from his embarrassment as she began to ramble about what the school day would be like. Then, strangely enough, he felt magic inch its way into range. That's weird. Is there a yokai in the hallway? Before he could look, someone piped up, go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. Outside the doorway was a sleeping bag with a face. Since he had just noticed the magic, Izuku did not deem the accompanying appearance of what looked like a yokai to be particularly surprising. What was surprising, however, was the look of horror Ida and Uraraka shared. This is the hero course. Sleeping bag yokai delivered in deadpan, putting a juice pouch to his mouth and slurping it. It wasn't until he stood up and shed the sleeping bag that Izuku realized what was going on. It took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. Izuku tried very hard not to stare accusingly at the very familiar scarf. As if his despair had woken up the resident, Kutsuhimo briefly lifted its face out to wink at him. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shodaizawa. Nice to meet you. Of all the pros, he had to have Eraserhead as his homeroom teacher? The same underground hero he just assigned Kutsuhimo indefinitely to. What has he done to himself? The underground hero pulled a PE outfit from the sleeping bag and tossed it at Uraraka, who caught it with a yelp. Put these on and go out onto the field, Aizawa ordered, proceeding to distribute the clothes to the rest of the students and then ambled down the hallway without even stepping foot in the classroom. What are you waiting for? Ida said, herding the stunned class out into the hall. We must head to the field. A quirk assessment test? What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka reasoned. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. This will be like those physical assessments you took in junior high, but using your quirks. Bakugu, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Kaken stalked up to the marked area after grabbing the softball. He did a few stretches, then used his quirk to blast the ball into the air with a war cry. Die! Izuku heard a few students echo his word of choice in confusion. Know your own limits first, Aizawa said, checking his handheld device as the ball hit the ground far in the distance. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. The measurer displayed 705.2 meters. Kaken dusted his hands off, viciously grinning at the shocked faces of some of the students. What's this? It actually looks fun. A pink-skinned girl exclaimed. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa's mouth twitched in a way that didn't bode well. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Seriously? That seemed harsh. Weren't the entrance exams enough? Was this an empty threat? Izuku couldn't tell. It was only the first day of school. He had no idea how things worked. The simplest thing to do was assume it would be followed through on. Last place will be expelled? It's the first day of school. That's too unfair. Uraraka cried. Life is unfair. Heroes have to expect the unexpected. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Overcome it with all you've got. Demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. Izuku was surprised by how well he did. Telekinesis had a lot of applications, and there wasn't a single activity he couldn't use a little magic to help bolster his score. Slowly his worry about his progress faded. No, the only thing causing him stress was Aizawa's watchful eye. Telekinesis and related quirks were fairly common, but he couldn't help wondering if Eraserhead would notice the familiarity of his power. To make matters worse, he'd recognized the quirk of one of the other students. It was the bird-headed teenager he'd saved from the Oni, and he'd been staring at Izuku ever since his sentient quirk came out to do the tests. All right, that's it, their teacher announced as the last student finished up. I'll tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. A holographic list of the results flickered into view. Izuku found himself around the top third. Most of the other students had done really well on a couple tests, but couldn't apply their quirk to as many as he, and the top student Momo Yaoyorozu, who just pulls stuff out of her body, what the heck could. Of course, plenty were in better physical shape than Izuku. Kaken shot him a venomous look. It was all he really could do. The sweet security of all your teachers being pro-heroes. What? A short boy with dark purple ball in place of his hair shrieked. There's no way I got last. How'd that invisible girl do better than me? Excuse me? Said invisible girl exclaimed. Mineta, Aizawa stated. Pack your bags. You clearly have no potential as a hero. The boy spluttered in tears, then stomped away. The class watched in awe, fear, and disbelief. You were serious about that? The girl with the spiky ponytail breathed out. Aizawa looked her dead in the eye. This is the hero course. There's no room for messing around. There was nothing the class could say to that. Well, we're done here, Eraserhead continued as if he hadn't just struck utter terror into the hearts of the remaining 19 students. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Izuku let out a tentative sigh of relief. This was going to be just as hard as he thought it would be. The boy with the shadow quirk intercepted him outside school at the end of classes. I believe we have met before, he said bluntly. Well, Izuku did still need to thank him. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He rubbed the back of his head as they kept walking. They were surrounded by other students leaving the building, but nobody was close enough to overhear. Besides, it wasn't like they'd be able to tell what they were talking about. But how did you figure it out? Dark Shadow sensed magic when you entered the class this morning. Your hair is also recognizable. Oh, that's your quirk? So he can do more than see yokai? Izuku asked eagerly. Yes. The mutated teen seemed to hesitate. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. I have been looking to thank you since that night, but the spirits at the shrine refused to speak with Dark Shadow. Izuku snorted despite himself. You didn't bring an offering, did you? Well, don't worry about it. Yokai practically invented grudges, so they probably wouldn't have answered anyways. And, I actually wanted to thank you for helping me get away. It was the least I could do. Tokoyami fell silent again for a moment. I have never met anyone else able to detect those creatures. Is it part of your quirk, like mine? Oh no, I don't actually have. Midori. He twisted around and spotted Uraraka waving from some distance away. Who are you talking to? Izuku waited until she caught up before introducing them. Topic sufficiently muted, Uraraka initiated a conversation about the events of homeroom that morning as well as how the rest of the day had been. Somehow as they began walking, Uraraka being the most likely cause, Ida joined their little group. Dark Shadow even came out and shyly introduced himself. A giddy feeling settled itself in Izuku. It was only the first day, and people already wanted to talk to him? UA was going to be challenging, but it was also going to be worth it. The second day of school brought on a new challenge, hero basic training. It was clearly on the backs of everyone's minds, although they were all still too much in awe of the rest of their classes for it to be the main topic of discussion. On his part, Izuku was surprised he lasted until lunchtime from the sheer anticipation of being taught by All Might, much less from reviewing the facts of every single pro-hero he could identify that he hadn't already noticed the day prior. That's the cook hero, lunch rush. Izuku gushed as Uraraka literally dragged him over to a table that it seemed she and Ida had claimed. He's a master in the culinary arts, and not just because of his quirk. I can't believe I didn't see him yesterday, although he's probably in the kitchen most of the time. Where's Tokoyami? Uraraka asked, glancing around. Isn't he your friend? I don't know, I've only known him for a day, Izuku said. People aren't usually friends that fast, are they? I was your friend after only a day, remember? And Ida's our friend now too, Uraraka said matter-of-factly. Izuku had the feeling Uraraka was a special case, but did not comment. There he is. Tokoyami. Over here. Izuku just barely spotted Tokoyami through the crowd, nodding at Uraraka in response to her wave. He didn't move towards them. Oh, I guess he doesn't want to sit with us? Izuku was a little hurt at that prospect. No, silly, Uraraka said. I know what this is. Huh. He's a total introvert, just like you. But Izuku felt vaguely offended that for absolutely no reason. It was a true statement, after all. Uraraka laughed at his face. Don't worry, I'll get him. Uraraka, if he does not wish to Ida tried, but the bubbly brunette had already unleashed herself upon the bird-headed teen. Ida's affronted expression was actually sort of scary, but not as scary as Uraraka's enthusiastic social skills. My apologies, Tokoyami said as he approached their table with his lunch. I did not realize you were inviting me to sit with you. It's okay, Izuku said. He then stuffed his face with some delicious rice in an effort not to be expected to say anything else. So, aren't you guys excited to see All Might next class? Uraraka squealed. Izuku immediately regretted his tactic and compensated by nodding his head vigorously. It will certainly be interesting, Tokoyami said. It is to be expected of UA that they hire the best of the best, but this is another level of prestige. Ida added. It will be a great honor to learn from the #1 hero. Izuku swallowed, took a breath and said, All Might is just such a great hero. I think it's interesting how UA hired him, like, why is the greatest hero of all time taking on another job? He definitely doesn't need the money. It's true he hasn't been as active recently, so I don't think it will cut into his active hours and he'll totally be able to do both, but there has to be a reason for it, you know? To completely move his operations just to teach here, it can't be that he's preparing for retirement. He can probably continue on for at least another 5 years excluding anything drastic happening. Why did it feel like somebody was staring at him? Izuku blinked, glancing up from his half-finished plate. 3 pairs of eyes stared back. Oh. He blushed. Sorry, I was muttering, wasn't I? Totally. Uraraka said, but in a nice way. You really thought hard about that, didn't you? I can't imagine All Might retiring. Maybe he's doing someone a favor. He is a UA graduate. We don't know how long All Might will be teaching at UA, after all. It could just be a year or 2. Right, I should have considered that, Izuku thought, nodding along. From what he'd seen of him in the news, UA's Principle Nedzu seemed like the type to collect a lot of favors, although, maybe Izuku was just projecting that based on the fact he looked like a yokai. And if you had the means to make it happen, well, who wouldn't want All Might teaching at their school? Ah, we should finish eating before the bell rings, Ida suggested. Right. Izuku squirmed in his seat, already able to feel All Might's presence. He usually had an easier time pinpointing the location of yokai when there was only one, but like most strong magical beings, the Anabi's aura was spread out in a radius. Really, his passive magic detection was so finicky that it was frustrating sometimes. I am coming through the door like a normal person. The effect was somewhat undercut by the Anabi floating through the door shortly beforehand, but it was still startling to see All Might burst into the classroom clad in his amazing Silver Age costume like he was making a grand entrance into a battle zone. Izuku practically vibrated out of his seat. Judging by the exclamations filling the room, his classmates were not faring much better. With All Might hearing that he would be a teacher this year, seeing was believing, despite, or maybe because of, the conversation he and his classmates had earlier. I teach hero basic training, All Might announced, settling at the podium. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today: combat training. Here we go, Izuku thought. And to go with that are these. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. After you change, gather in ground beta. Several wall panels sprung out, filled with bulky and numerically labeled containers. This sent the class into another round of excited muttering. Izuku was smiling so widely his face hurt. His costume was nothing fancy, but he was looking forward to fighting in clothes that were actually fighting material. Not to mention wearing them would probably make him feel like a hero already. Everyone went as fast as they could to the locker rooms. For the most part, Izuku doesn't think anyone so much as glanced at anybody else, so enamored they were with examining their completed costumes. Izuku felt pretty confident in his own, but that was mostly because he took no risks while designing it. And also because his mom reviewed it before he sent the design in. He tried consulting his father on it, but Hisashi had suggested using all of the Hou-ou's traditional colors: red, yellow, green, black and white. Yeah. Izuku was sure that an experienced designer could make such a bold color combination work like how All Might's costumes do, but Izuku? Especially since he used those colors for his phoenix mask, which was both proof how gaudy they could look and was not an association he wanted to hint at so blatantly. Subtlety was key. He'd chosen dark green for the outfit as a whole, although Inko had added some white accents. His shirt was a tight hoodie, something he longed for when he was out saving people from yokai but usually couldn't utilize because his mask had a few annoying feathers that always got caught in the hood fabric, and he had black gloves and shoes. He had a grinning mouthguard that may or may not have been inspired by All Might, but that was okay because Izuku added his own twist by making the teeth sharp. Every cool yokai mask had sharp teeth, except Izuku's just had a beak, so he was making up for that in his hero costume. Even if it did look a little spooky. Attached over his hoodie was a black excursions, so he had something nice and lightweight to pull with his magic. Unfortunately, weapons don't come with the costumes, but he had places for any he might arm himself with, as well as a simple utility belt. Somehow, he was not the last one out of the locker room. That honor went to Ida, who appeared to have a full-blown set of armor. Actually, it sort of reminded Izuku of a different hero outfit, but he couldn't quite remember which one. Maybe he'd look it up later. Ida caught up to Izuku right as they exited the tunnel. "Ah, Midoriya, that costume is certainly striking," he commented. "Although to be honest, I thought you would have something brighter." Izuku shrugged, smiling sheepishly. I'm planning to go into underground heroics, so I didn't want something that stands out too much. And your armor looks great too. It's very sleek." "Thank you. You too look awesome." Uraraka butted in from the crowd of gathered students, wearing a very flattering outfit herself. "I'm sort of embarrassed. I didn't want mine to be skin-tight like this." "Tokoyami's is awesome, too. He's like a vampire." She emphasized this by holding her arm up over her chin like she was pulling a cloak around herself. "Very mysterious." "Thank you, Uraraka," came Tokoyami's voice. The boy was indeed sporting a long black cloak hiding most of his body, and dark shadow. "All the costumes are impressive, including yours. Now, it's time for combat training," All Might announced to the crowd. "Sir." Ida moved a hand into the air. "This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again?" "No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside. But if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles." All Might, sir?" The girl with the spiky ponytail Yaoyorozu asked. "We're an uneven number right now. How are we fighting 2-on-2 battles?" "I'm glad you asked. You're a recommendation student, aren't you? Would either you or Todoroki want to try this exercise without a teammate? For this test it doesn't matter so much that you do well, it is meant to be your first taste of combat, after all." "I'll go alone," the red and white-haired boy offered without hesitation. "Yaoyorozu, is this fine with you?" All Might asked. She gave it a bit of thought but ultimately answered, "Yes, I'm okay with that." Once that was cleared up, the class burst into a round of questions. All Might looked a little overwhelmed but valiantly continued, "I'll answer all your questions. Here's the situation. The villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon the whole time or catch the heroes. The weapon is retrieved if one of the heroes lays a hand on it. You catch someone by binding them with capture tape, which I will hand out at the beginning of each round. Both teams get some time to prepare before the round begins. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots, with the exception of Todoroki and his enemies. Once the class settled down again, All Might began drawing the lots. Izuku immediately ended up on Team A with Tokoyami. Uraraka was on Team G with Azui, the frog-like girl, but poor Ida got stuck with Kaken on Team C. "Fate has decreed we work together again," Tokoyami mused. "Yeah, we already know each other a little, so we should cooperate well." "That's pretty lucky," Izuku noted. "The first teams to fight will be Team A and Team C. Team C will be the heroes and Team A will be the villains," All Might loudly declared. "And that's not so lucky," Izuku sighed, cringing at the expression on Kaken's face. "Everyone else, head toward the monitor room." As the rest of the students walked away, All Might grabbed a box and started handing out rolls of what Izuku assumed was the capture tape to both teams, as well as some communication devices. "Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. You have 15 minutes to win or lose." All Might held out a piece of paper as they approached the building's door, which displayed a blueprint of the building. Their instructor pointed at a red X on one of the floors as he handed it to Izuku. "That's where the weapon currently is. Feel free to move it somewhere else. You two should also learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. If things go too far, I will stop it." "Yes, sir," they responded, hurrying inside. Izuku stuck the map up to his face, trying to quickly memorize the layout. The weapon was on the 5th floor in a large room, so they took to the stairs. "We only have 5 minutes to strategize and set up the base," Izuku muttered. Tokoyami listened carefully, dark shadow already emerging from the cloak. We should start with quirks. I forgot to tell you, but my power is telekinesis. I can move any object from a distance, usually one at a time, but distance and weight factor into this. Humans are too heavy for me to affect directly unless I'm touching them, but clothes are easy enough. Kakener, that is, Bakugo knows my quirk but not my limits, and I don't think Ida knows exactly what it is. Kaken might not tell him either. You know Ida's, right? It's pretty obvious. He took a breath as they entered the weapon room and continued. Kaken's quirk is explosion. He can make explosions from the nitroglycerin sweat on the palms of his hands. It's strong enough to lift him off the ground, as you probably saw yesterday. I've seen your quirk before, but I don't know the details, so I guess it's your turn. Oh, and we need to decide what to do with this weapon? Seeing the strange expressions on Tokoyami and Dark Shadow's faces had Izuku nearly apologizing, but Tokoyami spoke up pointedly. That is very valuable intel. For my quirk, Dark Shadow is stronger in the dark and weaker in the light, but my ability to control him is the opposite. Bakugo would be a poor matchup for me. Wait, so the darker it is the harder Dark Shadow is to control? Izuku cast him an accusatory look. You were in the forest at midnight, and it was pretty dark, he didn't say. Tokoyami understood quite well, however. He managed to pull off a sheepish expression despite having a bird head. Later, please. And as for the weapon, we want to keep it from their reach, but I do not see any way to do that in here aside from guarding it. You're right, those pillars are too far apart to wedge it between them near the ceiling, and it's too big to hide without being obvious. The 5 minutes are up. Let the hero training between teams A and C begin. Those 5 minutes were way too short. Kaken will go after me first, and Ida has an advantage in a big room like this. So Tokoyami, how about you intercept them on one of the lower floors and engage Ida? The 3rd or 4th floor are best. They're like a maze, and don't have much light. Kaken will probably blast ahead looking for me. It's a little risky, so if he doesn't leave just contact me and I'll lure him away. Sounds good to me, Tokoyami replied. As you wish, my lord. Dark Shadow saluted with a mischievous grin. Huh. But Tokoyami was already out the door. Moving on from that, Izuku wished they'd had more time to plan and move things around. One of the downsides of being the first to battle, he supposed. He could still suspend the weapon between the pillars if he used some of the rope laying around, but Kaken could easily reach that height with his explosions. The rope might help with something else. The device in his ear crackled to life. Bakugo is heading your way from the 4th floor. He did not see me, so I will wait here for Ida. Got it. As if on cue, a bellowed Deku could be heard from beyond the room's entrance. Izuku hid the surprisingly light weapon half-heartedly behind one of the pillars and turned to the doorway right as Kaken sprung in, explosions crackling. It was almost reflex for Izuku to fling the plank of wood leaning on that wall at Kaken's back, but the blonde didn't even glance at it as he threw a hand behind himself and blasted it to smithereens. Ida is here, Tokoyami reported. Engaging now. Kaken found me, Izuku replied. There it was. Kaken threw his right hook and Izuku ducked under it, grabbing, twisting, and tossing him to the ground. The rope on the floor snuck closer to Kaken as he forced Izuku away with an explosion in order to give himself time to stand up. It darted between his feet as he lunged forward, and the only thing that saved him from tripping was that he noticed Izuku looking down. Kaken blasted himself backward to regain his footing and snatched up the rope. Izuku attacked with the capture tape as he incinerated it, but took a face full of an explosion from Kaken's other hand. You think your cheap tricks are gonna cut it? Kaken snarled. You're just wasting time. He stood, his breath wavering behind the mouthguard. Kaken dove at him. Izuku pulled his feet out from under him, and as he again stabilized himself with his explosions, Izuku managed to land a punch on his jaw. It was hasty and weak. Izuku pushed harder with his attacks, jittering as he tried to tangle Kaken's limbs with the capture tape. He was blasted away by a particularly good hit and stumbled across the room, only staying upright with telekinetic assistance. He pulled the capture tape back into his hands but backed away further as Kaken approached and used a large chunk of magic to send a barrel flying from the side. His opponent leapt backward, deflecting the edge that would have clipped him with a larger blast. It was out of his comfort zone, fighting something that he wasn't supposed to kill. He felt like he was holding back, but it still felt like his life was in danger. It was strange and it put him on edge. Are you scared now? Izuku asked himself. Or just frustrated? You're winning by stalling. He's not trying to capture you, and he's still nowhere near the weapon. This isn't life or death. He's not going to kill you. Calm down. The grenade-like devices attached to Kaken's arms flashed red. He was no longer scowling, but Izuku still didn't like the look on his face. They're loaded, Kaken said. You're just running away now. You think you can win without even fighting me? Are you underestimating me, Deku? He slowly leveled his fist in Izuku's direction, the device on it dwarfing his hand almost comedically. You already know, I sweat nitroglycerin from the palms of my hands. If they made these gauntlets the way I asked, then they've stored up the nitroglycerin inside them, and his finger hooked the grenade's pin. Never mind. Panic now. Kaken said something else, grinning, but Izuku wasn't listening. He flung his magic out with desperately careful precision. Place the pressure wrong and he could make the situation worse. Dodge or redirect and who knows where the blast would go. Kaken yanked hard on the pin. It didn't budge. Izuku didn't dare lose his laser focus by sighing in relief. Kaken scowled, jerked his hand one more time, switched arms. Izuku snapped his gaze to the other device. Kaken's hand was completely hiding the other pin from view. Crap. No time to focus on the hand, too many factors to fight through. He latched onto the grenade device and shoved. He only had time to cross out 2 possible places to redirect it up and down. Before fire tore the room apart. Heat blasted his face and his ears were deafened from the noise as he was thrown backward, and dust choked the air. Izuku laid there winded, trying to catch his breath. He didn't feel any major injuries. For a second he let himself believe he'd successfully avoided infrastructure disaster. Then the ceiling crumbled down. The pillars. It hit the pillars. Midoriya, what was that? Tokoyami's voice came. He was too frazzled, trying to split his magic up too much to catch the debris. Kaken will be okay with his quirk, so stop trying to. Crap. That one's gonna hurt. Izuku woke up only a few minutes before the last class of the day ended. Are you awake now? A wrinkly face invaded his vision before he had the chance to panic. Good. He cautiously sat up, but was pleased to find Recovery Girl must have already used her quirk on him. His right arm was wrapped up, but it was just a little sore. It felt like some of his magic had been drained in the process too. Oh, the implications about that were interesting. You really should be more careful, she tutored. You had a bad concussion and a fracture in your arm. I completely healed the concussion, but you should leave those bandages on and avoid using that arm until tomorrow. If it still hurts, come see me. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said as if he wasn't considering healing himself the instant he got home. She eyed him dubiously. I can already tell. You're going to be quite troublesome, aren't you? She gave an exasperated shake of her head. To preserve his dignity, Izuku said nothing. Well, you'd better pick up your belongings from your classroom. All Might is waiting with your results from the training exercise in the teacher's lounge. Thank you, Izuku said, sliding off the bed as the last school bell rang and giving her a hasty bow. It would be great to get that feedback. He didn't even know who had won the exercise. But he headed for the classroom first, since he was still in his battered, but completely intact, hero costume. Oh, Midoriya's here. The red-headed boy exclaimed as he slid open the door. Surprisingly, this prompted several more of his classmates to approach him as he entered. Great work. The look on Bakugo's face when his bomb didn't work was priceless. You did do that, didn't you? The boy with the black lightning bolt in his hair added. Yes, Izuku managed to get out before he was swamped with similar comments and a variety of introductions. Midoriya. Tokoyami called from atop a desk, in the process of ignoring a vehement lecture from Ida. I'm glad to see you are well. I was quite worried when the building shook. We all were. Uraraka added. But hey, did you hear? You guys won. Only because we were disqualified. Ida insisted. Had the exercise not been called off, the hero team may have won. Tokoyami captured you, and the timer almost ran out. The villains were totally winning. Wait, disqualified? Izuku asked. This onslaught of information was making him reel. Of course. Ida responded. Bakugo disobeyed a direct order from All Might and you were injured. As a result, the exercise was called off and the hero team disqualified, meaning you and Tokoyami won by default. Speaking of, where is Kaken anyways? He got sent home early after class. And he got chewed out by All Might and Yayorozu so bad during the review. Uraraka had an amused tilt to her lips. It really knocked him down a peg. Didn't All Might go over the results with you? He said, trying to process that Kaken had gotten in trouble for something. Oh no. I need to meet with him in the teacher's lounge actually. Reminded of his purpose for being in the classroom in the first place, he snatched up his bag. Oh, and Tokoyami. Maybe we should discuss that thing over the weekend. Thing? Uraraka echoed, looking dangerously interested. Indeed, Tokoyami agreed as Izuku backed out the door. The weekend would be a good time. What thing? Teacher's lounge. Izuku trekked the maze of the UA building in its general direction, although he wasn't certain he was close until he felt a strong magic nearby. And there was a flash of white at about waist level disappearing around the corner at the far end of the most recent hall. Must be Principle Nedzu, he deduced. Sure enough, by the time he had the lounge in sight, Nedzu and a tall skinny blonde man were at the entrance. The stranger was partially inside the door, mid-conversation with the principal. Midoriya. Nedzu chirped, looking past the blonde man to Izuku and clasping his paws together. To what do we owe the pleasure? Izuku tore his eyes away from the creature's beady-eyed gaze. And he thought some yokai had unnerving expressions. I'm looking for All Might? The stranger opened his mouth as if to say something, but the principal cut him off. Unfortunately, All Might was called out for an emergency. An oddly threatening look was pointed at the skeletal man. You're going to have to wait until your next class with him. Right. Izuku said, internally screaming. If All Might wasn't here, then what was this presence he felt? Was there yet another yokai at UA, and as strong as the Anabi? Thank you. His eyes were drawn once more to Nedzu, whose smile only grew wider as if the creature could sense his inner turmoil. For all he knew, he could. Some yokai could sense emotions. And Nedzu was such a strange mix of creatures. Was his story of being an animal with a quirk just a cover for his strange appearance? There was an easy way to find out, and it wasn't as if there were any hostile yokai on campus to be attracted by the side effect of the spell he was about to use. Before he could talk himself out of it, Izuku cast his detection spell and kissed the last of his magic for the day goodbye. At that very moment, the magic in the corridor disappeared like it had been smothered out of existence. The detection spell continued on, registering a few wards surrounding the teacher's lounge and 2 minor yokai presences elsewhere in the building. Had Izuku been paying attention instead of draining his face of all its blood, he would have noted that that was 1 yokai more than expected. Was there something else you needed? Nedzu asked with deceptive innocence. No, Izuku said. With great effort, he gave a shaky smile and walked away stiffly. You had to be immensely powerful to hide your own magic after all. That weekend, Tokoyami and Izuku had agreed to meet at the Muzutafu Forest Shrine. Izuku had considered inviting Tokoyami to Dagoba Beach, but reconsidered when he remembered that there was still a large amount of yokai there, of unknown intent. He'd only gotten the beach 2/3 of the way clean so far, and the going was even slower now that he was only there on the weekends. Perhaps the shrine wasn't a much better choice when the yokai there still hated Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, but Izuku had an entire batch of yokai that he needed to relocate there from Dagoba. That shrine must be getting quite crowded, Tokoyami commented as Izuku passed back through the Torii Gate, no longer lugging possessed and/or sentient objects. Most of them are incorporeal, Izuku shrugged, setting a trash bag of formerly possessed items down. Sure, it was starting to clutter with some of the more physical yokai, but it wasn't like that bothered the residents. So what were you doing out here past midnight anyways? I was attempting to train my quirk, Tokoyami admitted. Dark Shadow nodded along. It was still early evening, so they had plenty of light, and therefore the quirk was out. I often enjoy the solitude of the forest at night on walks. I took advantage of the isolation to practice my control in anticipation of UA. There were no problems until that demon attacked me. Unfortunately, after that incident my parents temporarily restricted me from coming out here. Even now, I am bound by a curfew. Izuku nodded sympathetically. You weren't hurt too badly, were you? Sometimes he couldn't save the victim of a yokai attack, and he knew there were a lot of attacks that he would never be aware of. He knew even just the victim being alive was something to be grateful for, but he couldn't help but feel guilty for injuries he couldn't prevent. No, the bird-headed teen paused. Do you know what type of creature attacked me? Oh yeah, Izuku said, entering lecture mode. That was an Oni, a physical and malevolent yokai. They're smart enough that you can reason and make deals with them, but only when that caters to their bloodthirst. Some of them are also sorcerers, like the one that attacked you. They tend to stay away from civilization, though, so your encounter was some bad luck. Would you mind telling me how you know so much? Tokoyami asked. I believe Dark Shadow has figured it out, but he won't tell me. The quirk in question muffled a giggle. Well, my dad was a phoenix? He rubbed the back of his neck. The eastern kind, not the one that reincarnates. Although, you never know these days, he added in a mutter. So I have magic, and I can see mythical creatures. There's almost entirely yokai here in Japan, though. And Dark Shadow, what exactly did you find out? Judging by what he had called him during the training exercise, Izuku had a suspicion. I came across this delightful spirit the other day. Using your advice, I got them to tell me all about you. Or rather, the bird snickered, your father. He's the king of all birds, which makes you the prince. That's an unofficial title, Izuku said with no small amount of exasperation. He's not royalty and neither am I. Please, don't call me that. He never thought that rumor would extend to him. The mythical creatures of Japan did not have a monarchy, or even any form of society. But some bird yokai could be such pranksters despite their respect for Hisashi, case in point. Magic? Tokoyami prodded. Yeah, I'm actually quirkless, so I just use my magic instead. I can also shapeshift, cast spells. Using it telekinetically was just more efficient to pass off as a quirk. Now that you actually know about yokai, I should tell you the general rules. If you come across another hostile one, magical fire or an iron weapon can destroy them. Although iron only works on physical yokai. Salt is helpful too. How would I create magical fire? A spell, but I don't think you can do any with your type of magic. Sakiki will turn any fire fueled by it magical, though. He demonstrated by showing his pack of matches, although they were currently transformed into a wooden comb, so he quickly took the spell off. And fire quirks count too. Quirks are magic? You really think things like tape dispensing elbows are an evolutionary development? They're human belief magic, so they don't usually affect regular magical creatures, but fire has purifying properties, so it works out. I still have many questions. Ask away. Tokoyami's curfew arrived unexpectedly quick, although Izuku could probably have talked with him for hours longer. He returned to Dagoba Beach with another phone number added to his growing list, so chances were he would keep talking to him. Oh, actually never mind. He wasn't going to work on Dagoba tonight. He should probably just go home. Good thing he hadn't left any of his stuff over there. Oh, emergency services was already here? He didn't need to call them, then. Mom? Izuku called as he entered the house. She was cleaning up the living room table, which had been set up for tea. Oh, did you have company over this late? Somebody forgot to check under the welcome mat, Inko said. You know how Ms. Isa gets. Her stories are endless. What? Izuku cried, momentarily forgetting his latest brush with disaster. I just put a fresh leaf under last week. She shouldn't be coming over without invitation. Well, I think the janitor came around early, Inko hummed. The rug was crooked and the flower pots were disturbed. Sloppy as usual. I'll put one out again, Izuku sighed. Don't worry about that. I took care of it. Were you going to say something else to me? Oh right. Well, Dagoba Beach is on fire, so I'm not going back there for a while. He wasn't sure why she looked so alarmed at that news. He obviously wasn't hurt, and usually with these types of situations he actually ended up in the middle of them, which was clearly not the case. Maybe I can meet Tokoyami there sometime, if that cleared all the yokai out, or actually he can just come over here, can't he? Izuku thought aloud. Teenagers do that all the time, don't they? Mom, are you okay? What's with that face? Monday of the second week of UA, a crowd of reporters blocked the front gate. I didn't even think about how the public would react to learning All Might is teaching at UA. Well, it was only a matter of time until they found out. Izuku didn't actually know when the public had learned, but he assumed that if it had been any time before the start of UA that the media would have swarmed the place during the first week of. It may have dropped over the weekend, actually. If he'd checked the news for anything other than an explanation on the sudden beach fire, which had been attributed to vandalism but was more likely the outburst of a particularly annoyed or bored yokai, he might have had the foresight to come to school extra early. Hey you! Random reporter lady called out. To Izuku, who was struck with a sudden urge to research invisibility spells. Did those even exist? Maybe it was illusion spells he was thinking about. How are All Might's classes? It was fortunate Izuku found himself momentarily mute, because anything that came out of his mouth when under such attention was bound to be embarrassing. Excuse me, he eventually squeaked out, trying to shuffle past them. As he did so, he noticed yokai magic behind him. With a backwards glance he saw Aizawa drawing the reporter's interest, along with an irate Kutsahimo awake and glaring at the bustle. He watched with amusement as the yokai left the scarf in order to sweep through the closest crowd members, causing a few of them to shiver or drop what they were holding. Aizawa caught his gaze with a raised eyebrow. Izuku quickly hid his smile with a hand and darted inside. If Aizawa was already here, then it must be closer to the start of class than he thought. It wasn't suspicious that a student with a telekinesis quirk was near when people were inexplicably dropping things, right? Homeroom that day was an unexpectedly school-typical event. Today you'll be choosing a class representative, Aizawa said. I understand you've only known each other for a week. I don't care. Pick someone before homeroom is over. The class exploded, but eventually settled down under Ida's influence. It was quickly decided there would be a vote to decide who would take the position. Izuku considered how he felt about it. It would look good academically, but it was also a lot of responsibility. He couldn't handle that on top of school and the need to reserve his free time in anticipation of certain activities. Not to mention it probably involved a lot of public speaking, his mortal enemy. Yaoyorozu or Ida would be the best choices, wouldn't they? They were smart, reasonable, and very responsible people. He would go with Ida. Yaoyorozu didn't speak up often outside of class activities, so it seemed she was less confident or outspoken than Ida, who had proven his skill at corralling the class multiple times. Upon seeing the results of the vote, Izuku let out a noise akin to that of a dying porcupine. 3 votes? Why me? Clearly, 3 people in the room had their heads in the clouds. I should have tried to coordinate votes, he grumbled, staring as venomously as possible at the obvious culprits. It had no effect. They were shameless. Kaken, as usual, attempted to spontaneously develop the power to kill with a single prolonged glare. As surprised as Izuku had been to learn he had been sent home early on Tuesday, it was even more surprising to hear the hero exercise incident had garnered detention for the explosive blonde. Something about a 3-strike policy? Nobody in class was privy to the details, but Kaken seemed irked by the whole thing. The class rep is Midoriya and the deputy class rep is Yaoyorozu, their teacher intoned. It's time for lunch. While Izuku secretly plotted ways to get out of serving as class rep, the group briefly discussed Ida's heroic heritage. He knew that costume design was familiar, among other things. Like nicknames. So Midori, Uraraka started. Why does Bakugo call you Deku? Oh, it's just an insult. We grew up together. He doesn't like me very much. Ida sniffed in disapproval. Uraraka smiled, bright and cheery. Oh, that's too bad. It sort of sounds like Dikairu. As in you can do it? Exactly. Faye thought. Not a bad take on that. And then a sudden, piercing alarm cut through the cafeteria din, startling the whole table. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. What's a level 3 security breach? Ida echoed. An upperclassman who had been sitting next to them replied as he stood up hurriedly, it means someone is trespassing on school grounds. It hasn't happened the whole time I've been here. The entire cafeteria was rising from their seats in a panic. And Izuku had thought squeezing through the reporters that morning had been difficult. There was absolutely no room to move in the hallway that led out of the cafeteria. Where did Ida, Uraraka, and Tokoyami end up? He could have sworn they were right next to him a second ago. Izuku stumbled, slowing his breathing and trying to distract himself by glancing out the windows. He wasn't too worried, but the chaos of the evacuation was getting to him a little. Unexpectedly, he noticed the group of reporters from earlier was now within UA walls, pestering Aizawa and present Mike. He could faintly see Kutsahimo rise up and look around, not retaliating against them like last time. Actually, the yokai was leaving Aizawa entirely. Following somebody, or something. That was all Izuku could observe before Ida dramatically flew out of the crowd, caught everyone's attention, and calmed them down. Great job, Ida. Izuku praised breathlessly when they reunited in front of the classroom. This is why you should be class rep. You were so cool out there, and I did practically nothing. Ida spluttered at the compliment. Even more so when Izuku handed him the pair of glasses he had rescued from falling into the stampede. See? All I did was catch your glasses. Was that a pun? Uraraka laughed. What? No. Thank you for the compliment. But regardless of what you think, you are the class representative, Ida said. We cannot change what has already been decided. Just watch me, Izuku declared, inadvertently drawing another laugh from Uraraka. His bravado, although short-lasting, was still enough for him to grant Ida the class rep position despite the severe chattering of his teeth while at the podium in class. Today's hero basic training is going to have 3 instructors, All Might and me, as well as the Rescue Hero 13. You'll be going to an off-campus facility to do rescue training. Costumes are optional, so you should consider whether or not yours will hinder you in the circumstances of a natural disaster. Get ready, and then we'll take a bus to the facility. Since the previous and first practical exercise, some hero gear had changed. Kaken's was the most notable, still having gloves, but the large grenade portions of his gauntlets were gone. Izuku wasn't sure if that was a side effect of Kaken's punishment, or if his gauntlets had been damaged during the exercise, or both. Aside from that, Yaoyorozu had swapped the shelf on her belt for a more convenient book bag, and Izuku himself had stuffed some knives in his boots. He doubted he'd be using them much during rescue training though. Ida, apparently choosing to go decked out in his armor, blew a whistle to direct everyone inside the bus. Izuku ended up settled between Azui and Sato, and was watching everyone else find their seats when the kid with the odd rock-like mutation let out a screech, which was probably the first ever noise Izuku had heard come from him, and practically plowed Kaken over as he retreated to the back of the bus. Koda! Ida reprimanded harshly. Such conduct is spider. Kaminari interrupted, not quite as terrified as Koda but still unnecessarily alarmed. Izuku peered at the ground between the facing rows, finding an average-sized spider scuttling between the startled students' feet. It's not morning anymore, but I wonder if that's still considered good luck? Somebody kill it. Kaminari said, looking like he was considering doing it himself as it approached him. What? Izuku said. Wait, don't die. Kaken declared, promptly eliminating any salvation for the arachnid with a blast of his quirk. Class 1A stared at the instantly cremated spider in silence. There was the distinct feeling that Aizawa was rolling his eyes at them from the front of the bus. Well, since it's not morning, it probably wasn't bad luck to kill it, Izuku hoped as Ida commanded the class to finish boarding. After the bus started to move, a conversation about quirks and popularity cropped up, courtesy of Azui. Somehow, it was widely agreed that Kaken's sour attitude was detrimental to his image and that Todoroki would have better luck because despite his unapproachable air he wasn't hostile. Izuku surprised everyone with his declaration of wanting to be underground. I'm not good with public speaking, Izuku said, while secretly going over all the reasons having cameras on him would be a bad idea. But you're right. My quirk's good for both combat and rescue, so I probably won't be completely underground. Since most of the class was aiming for spotlight heroism, Aizawa cut off the conversation with the announcement that they'd arrived, and they met the space hero, 13, outside the impressive dome structure of USJ. After a quick introduction, they headed in. The rescue hero started by pointing out the various zones, but was briefly distracted by Aizawa. Izuku couldn't quite hear what they discussed, but he thought it might have something to do with the fact that All Might wasn't present. That didn't seem to bother the teachers though, as 13 continued on with a speech on the use of quirks. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening, 13 finished up. Right as the pro stopped speaking, it felt like a veil had fallen over the building. It wasn't quite magic, more like a foreboding feeling. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Kutsuhimo drowsily lift its face from its host. They traded a look. So you feel that too? And then everyone else caught on as the lights began to flicker. From the clearing where the fountain was, a dark viscous sensation bubbled up into existence in unison with a visible rift in reality. Now that was magic. It felt an awful lot like the Oni had, except less like rotten eggs and more like death. Figures people? Immediately spilled out from the portal. This, Izuku knew with certainty, was not part of rescue training. He hardly needed to see the look on Aizawa's face to figure that out. And since it wasn't planned for, it was an attack. He wasn't sure what his class was seeing, but he assumed the imposters weren't all yokai. There was no way such a large group would be working together. This was an organized villain attack plus magic. Which was bad. Gather together and don't move. 13, protect the students, Aizawa bit out. As more villains fanned out of the portal, a few of his classmates stepped forward cautiously, but were immediately stopped by Aizawa. Don't get any closer. Those are villains. Dark Shadow had slipped out from Tokoyami's cloak, looking to Izuku as if asking if that was what was really happening, only to receive a helpless shrug in reply. The rest of the class burst into murmurs as the teachers speculated on the possibility of an electricity quirk messing with the security system. Aizawa readied his weapon, causing Kutsuhimo to hide back in it, and 13 moved to evacuate the students. Sensei, are you going to fight by yourself? Izuku realized. There's too many. Even if you erase their quirks, your style isn't suited for frontal battles. Eraserhead barely glanced at him. You can't be a hero with just one trick. I'm leaving it to you, 13. With that, the pro leapt down the stairs to the large group of waiting villains. Izuku hesitated at the platform's edge as his class headed for the exit. Should he cast his magic detection spell? He would definitely make a target of himself, and who knew how much magic he would need later on, but he needed to know how many people in here had magic. Gritting his teeth, Izuku cast it and watched for a reaction in case anyone was masking their magic. Immediately, the portal villain's bright yellow eyes narrowed in his direction. Not good, but nobody else was reacting. He sensed Dark Shadow's human magic first, and then the radius reached Kutsuhimo, then the mist villain. The dark magic lingered on him and was, apparently, layered over top a quirk. The combination of Izuku sensing the human magic, just like how Dark Shadow's magic was easily detectable, combined with the villain's reaction made him sure the villain was magic aware, but not sure if he more than a quirk. It felt more like he was under a spell, and there was only one other, affected by the same sickly magic. It was that beaked, humanoid creature. It had multiple quirks. There was no way someone could have multiple quirks and still be alive. That was simply too much magic for the human body, no matter the mutation. But magic that felt like death? Too many quirks for a living person? This was necromancy. Hurry up and take shelter. Ida called to him. Izuku looked away and rushed after his friend. Wait, how did he detect the warp villain first? The beaked one should have been closer. The portal completing its formation ahead of the class answered that question. I won't let you, the villain said as he blocked their way, eyes lingering only briefly on Izuku before sweeping over the rest of the group. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Class 1A was not particularly inclined to answer him. Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. Kirishima and Kaken didn't let another word come out of his misty face before springing at him ahead of 13. An explosion rang out, obscuring the villain with smoke. Oh dear, that's dangerous. The mist of the villain retreated from where it had risen to meet the attacking students. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. No. Move away, you two. 13 commanded. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. The villain's cloud of deep purple surged forward before 13 could use her quirk. Izuku braced himself against the whirlwind of energy, no longer able to see any of his classmates. He reached for his knives, only for the environment to suddenly shift around him. He dropped a short distance from the air into a stiflingly hot atmosphere. All around him, fire crackled. The conflagration zone. Izuku pulled his mouthguard and hood up to help with the smoke and grabbed one of his knives as he assessed the street he was in. There was a haze in the air from the fires, but it wasn't as bad as could have been. None of his classmates or anybody, for that matter, were in sight. Okay, a fair play for the portal villain to isolate the only known magic user. Would he be coming to deal with Izuku once the rest of the class was dropped off? A one-on-one fight would be convenient, if only so that nobody saw something they weren't meant to see. 3 people who looked very much like thugs rounded the corner of one of the buildings. There's one. A man with mummy-like bandages over his face and torso shouted. He was accompanied by 2 other men with weapons in hand, one with a club and the other with 2 daggers. A 3-on-1 fight. Izuku was willing to bet that at least one of them would have a fire-based quirk. The warp villain probably didn't know if he was full yokai or not, but had sent him here to be safe. Thankfully, Izuku was only as flammable as the average human. Double Dagger rushed at him first, knives poised to slash. Behind him, Bandage Face was drawing the fire from his surroundings into his hands, knew it, and Club Guy was just standing there menacingly. Izuku yanked a knife out of Double Dagger's hands, throwing it through the glass of a 3rd-story window. When the criminal paused in surprise, he promptly did the same to the other knife, although he had to twist it around a little to get his grip relent. Seriously? The criminal cried, and then Bandage Face was hurling a ball of fire at Izuku as Club Guy approached with bulked-up muscles and club at the ready. This was a very familiar situation, but this club was far lighter than the Oni's. A quick tug on the weapon, which the villain was clutching rather desperately, and Izuku no longer had to dodge a fireball. Club Guy might need some burn cream, though. He was also the only one out for the count, so the other 2 tried to rush him again. Izuku dodged a punch from Double Dagger while tucking his knife in a way, snatched the club off the ground, then spun around and clout Bandage Face's head. The club was made of rock, so the thug went down pretty hard. Hopefully he wasn't dead, but Izuku really shouldn't be worrying about that right now. Double Dagger was gaping and weaponless, so it was easier than it should have been to knock him out as well. Izuku dropped the club and stared at the trio of unconscious criminals. Huh, he said, a bit nonplussed. I really thought my first time facing villains would be harder than this. A clamor from around the corner the thugs had come from meant Izuku had to think fast. He slipped into one of the nearby buildings and peered through the window to see a group of 6 or so criminals enter the street. They spotted their unconscious friends and approached, so he slunk deeper into the building, completely out of sight in the hallways. Conveniently enough, there was a back door. He peeked out quickly, and once he determined the coast was clear, he exited into an alleyway. It was annoying to maneuver around the fires, but he slowly picked his way through the conflagration zone as he searched for the exit. Clearly Misty wasn't going to come fight him, so he'd just have to see what was going on outside. He wasn't sure if he'd be especially helpful against either of the necromancy puppets, since they were basically humans with quirks, but maybe he could find the necromancer? From what he knows of necromancy, it's like puppeteering. A dead body, the puppet, is revived and controlled by a magical connection, the strings, attached to the necromancer. If the necromancer dies or ends the spell, the strings are cut and the puppets will go back to being corpses. In the case of Misty, Izuku assumed some strings had been cut in order to let him have sentience and free will. Presumably, he'd die when the necromancer did. He would also have to see if the beaked creature was the same or if it was a normal necromancy puppet. Of course, there was no guarantee the necromancer was even in the building. Izuku hadn't sensed anyone else with magic, after all. Oh, there was a villain guarding the exit. He sort of wished he had kept the club with him. Well, an iron club would be a little heavy, but Izuku could pull it off. He took out his knife again and snuck as close to the villain as possible, which turned out to be a few meters away behind a fake car. With a deep breath, Izuku vaulted over at her. She startled badly, bringing up earthen fists to block his swipe. He let his lunge fall short and pulled her feet backwards, sending her face first to the ground, then brought the knife over her head and cast a transformation spell on it. The sudden weight bludgeoned the top of her head, but it shouldn't have been dangerously forceful. Ideally she would just have a nasty concussion. Swiftly he restored his knife, stepped over her crumpled form, and tried the door. Unlocked. It was surprisingly calm in the immediate area outside of the zone. Izuku tugged down his hood and mouthguard, eager for some fresh air. He could see Aizawa still fighting villains in the central plaza, and far in the distance by the exit was a hint of Misty's dark form, but none of the action was near him. The closest zone was the flood zone, where quite a few figures dotted the water around the mountain and waterslide portion. The boat that had been in the lake previously was now sinking in pieces. If he squinted, he could barely make out 2 smaller figures on the mountain. Hopefully, those were his classmates staying safe. He definitely wouldn't be able to help with that situation, so he turned his attention to the central area. The beaked puppet was there, and even if he couldn't find the necromancer, he could help his teacher by tripping up the villains. Decision made, Izuku moved to keep the fountain plaza between him and Aizawa's fight, which was gradually moving from the entrance stairs closer to the flood zone. Aside from the plaza, the only cover was the flood zone, and Izuku didn't want any of the villains in there to sneak up on him, so he crossed closer to the landslide zone and climbed up the stairs of the plaza out of sight. On it, he crouched behind one of the trees to watch Aizawa take on the slowly dwindling group of criminals. He was clearly tired, but still holding his own against the inexperienced villains. Izuku wondered how the villains had planned on taking All Might down if they relied more on numbers than strength or skill. There were a multitude of public fights where All Might demonstrated he could easily take out a large group. None of those had been as large as the one that had warped into USJ, but the villains had split up to deal with the dispersed students, which had obviously been part of their plan. The size of the group Aizawa was fighting wouldn't be much of a match against All Might. It was just a distraction for Eraserhead. Misty was probably a more dangerous villain, and he was facing 13 by himself. Who did that leave to kill All Might? The other necromancy puppet, which was why it had multiple quirks. It was sitting out the fight against Eraserhead, towering silently beside a skinny blue-haired man covered in were those severed hands? Were those real? Eraserhead paused after flinging away another thug, catching his breath. Facepalm broke from his position to charge at him. Izuku thought he heard the villain whisper something, but it wasn't clear. The underground pro quickly retaliated with his capture weapon, only for Facepalm to catch the approaching end without slowing down. Izuku kept an eye on the hovering criminals and particularly the beaked creature, but didn't dare touch the fight Eraserhead was currently in. 20. Once he was close enough, Facepalm began reaching for Eraserhead's face with his bare hand. A 5-point activation quirk like Uraraka's, or one relying on skin contact. 17. Eraserhead twisted his scarf to throw the villain off balance, then elbowed him in the guts. His hair flopped down, which probably wasn't a good sign so close to a villain with a contact quirk. It meant Erase wasn't active, didn't it? It's hard to see because you keep moving around. Facepalm started, shifting enough for Izuku to realize he had a tight grip on Eraserhead's elbow. But there's a moment when your hair falls. That's when you've finished an action. Eraserhead flinched and Izuku leaned forward in worry, trying to see what was happening. The time between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. The capture weapon suddenly convulsed, tearing Facepalm's hand away as Eraserhead gave the villain a bodily shove, hair floating once more. His elbow was cracked with the muscle showing through. Some sort of destruction quirk. Then, as Eraserhead backed away, a few thugs leapt at him. Thinking quickly, Izuku tripped the one closest to himself into the ground and Eraserhead punted the other two away with his capture weapon. As more of the lowlifes swarmed his teacher, Facepalm fell back. "You're so cool, you're so cool," the villain exclaimed, sounding more than a little unhinged. "But hero," he made gesture with his hand. Izuku couldn't even blink before the puppet was looming over Aizawa. He had to clutch onto the tree to stop himself from leaping forward and blowing his cover. "I'm not the last boss." What happened next was something Izuku could not have prevented, but desperately wished he did. Bodies with human magic were difficult enough to grab with his telekinesis. Looking back, with the creature's enhanced strength and the decent distance between them, there was no way he could have held it back. That didn't stop Izuku from hating himself in that moment when the puppet's grotesque hand passed right through his grip and smashed Aizawa's skull into the concrete. Izuku managed to cover only his mouth for the motion that ruptured his teacher's arm, despite how much he wanted to cover his eyes. An unholy shrieking rose up, the capture weapon writhing under Aizawa's body. The monster and villain were unaffected, one mindless and one either uncaring or oblivious. Kutsuhimo's attempts to yank the puppet's feet out from under itself were fruitless, and when the puppet stopped, the capture weapon went eerily still. "I'll tell you, Eraserhead." There was an invisible grin in the villain's voice. "He's the anti-symbol of peace, the specially crafted Nomu. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless." To Izuku's surprise and brief hope, Aizawa managed to lift his head up and use his quirk on the Nomu. That hope quickly faded when the puppet ground his arm into the ground hard enough to crack the concrete, before viciously doing the same to his head. This time Aizawa stayed down. The new silence was broken by the appearance of the warp villain. "Tamura Shigaraki," Misty addressed. "Kurogyri, did you kill 13? The newly dubbed Shigaraki asked. "I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away." Shigaraki began to scratch at his neck in agitation. "Kurogyri, if you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces." He paused. "We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Let's go home." That, Izuku thought frantically, eyes on Aizawa's still form. The instant they left, he could go heal him. If it wasn't too late already? But before we leave, Kurogiri, go find a student for me to kill. I want to smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace. No. Kurogiri nodded and began to make a portal, but it fizzled out unexpectedly. DMN it, Shigaraki scoffed. You really are cool, Eraserhead. The Nomu bashed Aizawa into the ground once more, and Kurogiri warped away. Izuku tensed in place. It was better to get to Aizawa sooner, and now there were only 2 threats. What I need is a distraction. And then capture weapons suddenly burst into motion. It swirled into the air with ease. Had Kutsuhimo been untangling itself this whole time? And went straight for Facebomb's neck. Kutsuhimo, you are the best thing to ever happen to me. Shigaraki was too surprised to dodge, but the yokai stopped strangling him and fled when he tried to use his quirk on its host. At his word, the Nomu left Aizawa to grab at Kutsuhimo, who began a magnificent demonstration of the phrase, as slippery as an eel. As all of this happened, Izuku skidded down the side of the plaza to kneel by Aizawa, trembling hands checking for a pulse. It was so weak, but it was there. He left a hand on Aizawa to trickle magic into his body, directing it towards the head, and used his other to bunch up his gloves and press them against where the blood was coming from. He didn't even try to help the arms at this point. He wished he could just shove a boatload of magic into the wounds, but it was hard enough to get the body to accept unfamiliar magic as it was. He glanced up just in time to see Shigaraki look his way, eyes narrowing. Nam, the villain started. With 2 sharp tugs, Izuku yanked off the hand on his face and slammed his jaw shut, cracking his head up with a force and judging by the enraged shriek catching his tongue between his teeth. He hadn't sensed any magic from Shigaraki with the spell earlier, so regardless of the way he could control the Nomu, Izuku didn't think he was the necromancer. If they were going to hide their magic in the first place, they wouldn't be so obvious about being in control of the puppet. Despite Izuku's interruption of Shigaraki's order, the Nomu ceased its chase of Kutsuhimo to look at its commander. The villain, covering his face with his own hand, pointed with impressive outrage towards Izuku, who was once again wishing for an invisibility spell. This might be surprising news considering Izuku's tendency to pick fights with magical creatures, but he'd never broken a limb before. As the necromancy puppet wrenched him away from Aizawa, Izuku discovered that it hurt a lot more than a fracture. The Nomu tossed him aside afterward, sending him rolling breathlessly across the ground. When he blinked, Eraserhead's capture weapon was prodding his intact arm. Finithga. Finish him off, Shigaraki said, and that's when USJ was rattled to its core. Through teary eyes, Izuku squinted in the direction of the explosion. What? It is fine now, All Might's voice boomed. I am here. Oh, looks like we won't be leaving after all. Izuku winced as something jostled him, before he realized he was close the stairs to USA's entrance, All Might carefully laying Aizawa beside him before taking off once again. A moment later, a dripping wet Ojiro and Azui stumbled as they joined him. All Might's usual smile was more of a grimace. Everyone, go to the entrance. I'm leaving Aizawa and Midoriya to you. Hurry. Hey guys, Izuku said, getting to his feet. Kutsuhimo was trying to wrap up his arm, but clearly had no idea how to deal with the wound and ended up letting Izuku tug the fabric into a makeshift sling. There was a lot of scarf left over, though, which he let settle around his neck. Midoriya, are you okay? Azui asked, both her and Ojiro staring at his arm and the entirety of Aizawa in alarm. I can walk, which was about as okay as he could be right now. We should get moving, his classmates agreed, both taking hold of Aizawa. Izuku glanced back at All Might, then followed. The Anabi is following him even now, huh? The first collision of All Might with the Nomu nearly blew them off their feet. The group faltered but pressed on, occasionally looking back at the battle behind them. He doesn't know the Nomu has multiple quirks, but it doesn't seem to be making a difference. Izuku looked back again, lingering a moment longer than usual. Just as he was about to look away, something caught his attention. During one of its punches, the puppet reached past All Might, as if to grab the Anabi. The yokai darted away and it missed, but for a heart-stopping moment Izuku was certain the Nomu would be successful in whatever it was trying to do. He had stopped walking completely, trying to decipher the panic he'd felt at that moment. Why did it? All Might grabbed the Nomu and dragged it into a suplex, sending the area into an eruption of smoke. Azui and Ojiro paused to watch in wonderment for a few seconds. And then the dust cleared, revealing All Might bent level with the ground, stuck in an odd contortion with the Nomu coming in and out of portals, their owner now present. This isn't right. There was a dark red stain spreading from where the Nomu clutched All Might, who released his grip to try to pry the Nomu's hand off. He's bleeding. Kurogiri was talking, but Izuku couldn't just listen to him describe exactly how they'd planned to kill All Might. Midoriya? Ojiro yelped as he took off. Izuku only made it halfway before Kaken was there, delivering an explosion to Kurogiri's face and pinning him down. A wave of cold announced the arrival of Todoroki, ice crawling up the Nomu and loosening its grip enough for All Might to jump away. Kirishima was warding off Shigaraki. "Nomu," the villain commanded. The ice creaked as the monster pulled itself from the portal, breaking off its arm and lower leg as it tried to stand. The puppet wasn't affected by the loss of its limbs at all, but Izuku was surprised when the ice fell off as muscles burst back into existence and the limbs fully regrew. That must be one of its quirks. "First, we need to get our gate back. Go, Nomu." The Nomu barreled towards Kaken faster than Izuku's eyes could follow. There was a blast that knocked Todoroki and Kirishima as far back as Izuku was. "Kaken! I'm right here, Deku." Kaken shouted into his ear. "You dodged." "No, so shut up." All Might had taken the hit, creating twin trenches in the ground all the way to where he replaced the border wall of one of the zones. "Do you not know how to hold back?" All Might said with a few coughs. "It was to protect my companion. I had no choice. I mean earlier that plain-looking one. He tried to strangle me with his quirk, you know." Izuku made a face at being blamed for Kutsuhimo's murderous tendencies. "Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, hero?" The villain continued on with a long tirade, ending with, "Violence only breeds violence. The world will know this once we kill you." "That's ridiculous," All Might countered. "I recognize that look in your eyes. You don't need an excuse, you enjoy this." "All Might, let us help," Kirishima called. "No, run away. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got." "You're bleeding," Izuku muttered. All Might only smiled wider. He turned to face the villains once more. "Nomu, Kurogiri, get him. I'll deal with the children." All Might and the Nomu met each other in the middle with renewed force. Whatever Shigaraki had said about dealing with the group of boys, he couldn't follow through because of the intense force billowing from the two with every hit, and likewise Kurogiri was unable to help the Nomu attack All Might. They seemed so evenly matched, Izuku noted. But slowly, All Might's winning. All Might even got enough of an advantage to send the Nomu crashing into the ground. "Hey villain, have you ever heard these words?" He reared back his fist. "Go beyond. Plus, ultra." The final punch rocketed the Nomu clean out of USJ, sending a rumble across the facility. "His brute strength is crazy," Kirishima said in admiration. Izuku could only nod in agreement as the others chimed in. "I really have gotten weaker," All Might said with a chuckle, poised amongst a swathe of smoke and illuminated by the glow of the Anabi. "In my prime, 5 hits would have been enough. But that took me more than 300 hits. He settled back. "Now villains, I'm sure we'd all like to end this as soon as possible." At this, Shigaraki devolved into more muttering and anxious scratching. "What's wrong? You're not coming? You were dead set on killing me earlier. Come and get me." The alarm bells that rung in his head at that statement brought Izuku out of his awe. First he'd been bleeding, and now he was trying to goad the villains? Why didn't he just press the advantage he had? Is he bluffing? As Shigaraki backed away, All Might taunted him again. And then the Anabi flashed. For just a moment, its light spiked drastically before snapping back to its original glow. A brief surge of magic practically smacked Izuku in the face at the same time. "Tamura Shigaraki," Kurogiri immediately said, eyes narrowed at All Might, or rather, the Anabi. The rest of what he said was too hushed to be audible, but from the way Shigaraki perked up it didn't mean anything good for All Might. Clattering from behind alerted the group of students to the weaker criminals regaining consciousness. "All Might will do something about the main bad guys. Let's go help the others," Kirishima said. "Midoriya?" Todoroki called to deaf ears. Shigaraki sprinted towards All Might with fresh determination and Kurogiri by his side. The Anabi's light and magic was going haywire now, fluctuating between blinding, normal, and weak. All Might didn't move to defend against the coming threat. Maybe he couldn't move. It was possibly brash, idiotic, and unnecessary, but Izuku was the one who moved. He leapt forward and extended his hand to ensure his magic would reach and threw Kurogiri into Shigaraki. The duo fell in a tangle of bodies, and before they could regain their bearings, several loud cracks rang out in the air. A bullet struck Shigaraki in his leg, and several more landed before Kurogiri could cover and warp them away. Izuku spun around so fast he went dizzy, barely making out the crowd of pro heroes who'd arrived at the top of USJ, but then he turned back at the sound of All Might coughing some more. Confusingly enough, the pro was still mostly obscured by smoke. But there was no time to think about that was blood splattering onto the ground from his coughs. "All Might!" Izuku cried with concern, pushing past the pain of his arm to get a better view of his hero. "Young Midoriya, don't." All Might was interrupted by a sudden burst of steam rolling off his body. "What?" The haze cleared just in time to reveal All Might outright morphing into an oddly familiar emaciated form. At the same time, a blindingly white multi-tailed fox phased out of his body and grabbed the Anabi. "Anabi? No, grab the Hoshi no Tama with its mouth." "Ah," All Might said sheepishly at the same time that the kitsune swallowed its soul back into its body. I can explain. Izuku very much doubted that. Izuku stared blatantly, certain his jaw must have hit the floor. First the villains, then the necromancy, then Aizawa, then this? Izuku was understandably a little overwhelmed. But that explanation will have to wait until later, All Might was saying. The Kitsune of full 9? No, Eight Tails seemed uninterested, glancing away from them. It wasn't as pristine as Izuku had thought it was, white fur ragged and shadows developing under its eyes. It had decorative red marks on its face and gloving its front paws, like one might see on a typical kitsune mask, but they looked more like dried blood than paint. In contrast, its yellow eyes were bright and lively as they scoured a kitsune. Izuku had gotten the impression that they faded out of existence some time before quirks appeared. All Might's mysterious quirk couldn't be a quirk at all if he was able to host such a powerful yokai without consequences. No, scratch the no consequences thing. This freaky emaciated form of his couldn't just be his natural form, it was the result of some sort of toll on his health. So did All Might have a quirk? Was the kitsune protecting him from the effects of its power? But why was the kitsune possessing him in the first place? It was like it was lending All Might its power, but since he was unaware of magic it couldn't possibly be getting anything in return for this. There were just so many questions that Izuku didn't know which ones to try to answer first. And All Might was right now was hardly the time or place to get those questions answered. Midoriya! Someone yelled. Izuku was still gaping at All Might, but they both looked over to see Kirishima swiftly approaching. Are you okay? Izuku broke out of his trance when he realized that All Might was not exactly himself at the moment. They glanced at each other in panic and then frantically tried to assuage Kirishima's worries before he could get any closer. Cementos blocked his classmate's path with a strategically placed wall and redirected him towards the gate. Let's sneak you to the nurse's office, All Might, Cementos said, waving Izuku forward as well. If the pro-hero was surprised to see Izuku had witnessed All Might's alternate form, he didn't show it. Izuku kept pace with All Might as they walked and noted that the kitsune had chosen to keep its host between it and himself. It briefly met his eyes as he looked, expression unreadable. He tore his gaze away. Is Aizawa-sensei okay? He asked Cementos, who not so discreetly glanced at the blood-soaked, Kutsuhimo, and Aizawa. Capture weapon looped around his broken arm before answering. Recovery girl is with him. He was badly hurt, but he will recover. It seems his wounds look worse than they actually are. Good. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. His magic had helped a little. Kutsuhimo's eyes leered out of the wrinkles in the capture weapon for a moment, but the yokai didn't say a word. You seem a little banged up yourself. Does your arm hurt? Oh, it's probably broken. The pain was rushing back now that he thought about it, and he winced. Both teachers ogled him for a second. It's broken? And you're just... Cementos trailed off with a shake of his head. Belatedly, Izuku realized most people weren't used to his, quite literally, magically high pain tolerance. The rest of the trip to the nurse's office was spent in silence, although Izuku kept glancing at All Might and the kitsune. Once there, they were left to wait for Recovery Girl to finish treating Aizawa. Cementos had looked tempted to try to treat Izuku's arm himself but apparently deemed his makeshift sling good enough for the moment. He did, however, pointedly get out a bottle of painkillers for the two patients before he left to help deal with incident cleanup. Looks like now is the perfect time for explanations. All Might said cheerily as they settled onto the beds. The kitsune sat down by the foot of All Might's bed, looking like it was torn between keeping an eye on Izuku and pretending to ignore him. You see, the world views me as indestructible. But there was a fight 6 years ago, and during that fight I got injured. Got a nasty scar. He gestured tiredly to where blood glued his ragged shirt to his chest. Lost my stomach, half of my respiratory organs. These days I can't do hero work for more than 3 hours before my quirk strains my body too much. That was a lot, but also, what about the shape-shifting? Izuku asked, glancing at the kitsune. Is that part of your quirk? Shape-shifting? All Might laughed as if the notion was ridiculous. No, that's just me flexing my muscles. No, that was very clearly shape-shifting, Izuku didn't say. He started in surprise a moment later when he registered a movement from All Might's companion. The kitsune had just rolled its eyes. At All Might. What? Air, right? Izuku said. Sure. Ignore the magical fox. At that moment Recovery Girl bustled in, a whirlwind of movement as she simultaneously checked them over and scolded All Might. Her reprimands continued even after they'd been treated, and the number one hero looked more than a little embarrassed to be spoken to like a naughty child in front of Izuku. Neither adult appeared to mind the awkward silence emanating from him, probably because they thought he was processing. Which he was. Kutsuhimo, that is, Aizawa's scarf disappeared at some point during his treatment and Izuku could only hope it had been returned to his teacher rather than thrown away. With the yokai gone, however, Izuku could properly sense the kitsune's magic, which had depleted to be so weak that even Kutsahimo had drowned out its signature. Though the fox's physical appearance was not nearly as downtrodden as that of its host, its energy level was clearly in bad shape. At some point a detective stopped by to ask All Might some questions about the attack, but decided to postpone upon seeing Izuku and left shortly after. He wasn't sure why, considering All Might's secret at least regarding his different forms had very clearly been revealed to him, but he supposed the superhero might have other secrets Izuku wasn't privy to. What exactly was going on with his quirk, for example? No sooner had Detective Tsukachi left than a yokai burst into the room from the floor, blaring an unholy screeching noise. Both Izuku and the kitsune practically jumped out of their seats at the sudden intrusion. It was a very clunky and old-fashioned phone, flapping lopsidedly in place with 3 feathery wings and a curly wire cord dangling from it like a tail. With each consecutive rattle the horrific tone grew louder and the phone Kai prodded at Izuku. Is something wrong? All Might asked, both of the adults having glanced over at Izuku in concern. Shut that thing up. The kitsune snarled in a decidedly feminine voice. Nope. Izuku said. I just need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. He hopped off the bed and fled the room, Kai swooping after him. Recovery Girl let him go with a reminder to be careful of his cast, and then he quickly found the closest bathroom and locked himself in a stall. Kai bobbed in after him and let out the loudest ring. Wincing, he gently grabbed the yokai and held it up to his ear, hoping that was what it wanted. Hello. Izuku. R.I.P. eardrums. You're alive. Dad? Izuku yelped. Wow. I saw the news on the attack across time zones in America, somehow, but considering Hisashi was using a yokai to make a transoceanic phone call, Izuku should not be surprised. And I was worried. Are you okay? Yeah, just a little shaken. Good. I'll be there as soon as I can. What? Izuku was met with what was probably supposed to be the click of a receiver, but sounded more like a weird grunt. Kai squirmed out of his grip and promptly fell through the floor. He waited a second or two before realizing it probably meant to do that and wasn't coming back. Hisashi was returning to Japan? For how long? Someone entered the bathroom and he quickly cut off his thoughts. He exited the stall to wash his hands before returning to the nurse's office. Izuku didn't fully enter, instead asking if he could get his phone and call his mom, which was granted. As he settled back into his corner of the office, waiting for her to pick up, he quietly regarded the kitsune. She glanced at him impassively, still sitting rigidly on the ground near All Might. The question he'd wondered about her months ago drifted back into his mind. Just who are you? Naomasa Tsukachi had known All Might for a very, very long time. They're more than close colleagues, they're friends. And everyone knew it, so he practically had first dibs on any All Might-related incident. Naomasa was one of the first out the door when news of the USJ attack came in. He supervised the aftermath, but most of his attention was drawn to Toshinori, who he spotted in his civilian form being snuck into a car by Cementos along with one of the students. It was, perhaps, a sign of Toshinori's recklessness that Naomasa was more exasperated than surprised that his friend had apparently been forced to transform, most likely in front of a student as well. The detective turned away from the assembled students to look at the hulking creature that had been detained and led away by the other police. From what he'd gathered, this Nomu had displayed multiple quirks. That alone was enough to stir dread up in him, but there was something else about it that rubbed him wrong. Something repulsive. He wasn't the only one unnerved by its presence. A few officers and students glanced at it with expressions different than just fear. But now was not the time to muse on it. He needed to have words with Toshinori. At the nurse's office, Naomasa got a clear idea of just how badly his friend had been hurt by the villains. He was practically swaddled in bandages and resigned to bed rest instead of smuggling himself into the investigation immediately, which spoke of a whole new level of exhaustion. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as bad as when he'd first gotten his career-debilitating injury, but that didn't mean Naomasa wasn't ready to rip Toshinori a new one about being more careful the moment he could talk to him alone. And that time was now still in Recovery Girl's office, with the nurse herself present, but the student had joined his friends to wait for the onslaught of worried parents that would soon be or had already arrived here at UA. Ah, Naomasa, Toshinori greeted boisterously as the detective stepped inside. Before you say anything, I think I found a successor. Naomasa blinked. Now is hardly the time for that. He couldn't say he wasn't intrigued, though. After One for All had failed to manifest in Mirio Togata and they theorized that the quirk had rejected the boy as a host, Toshinori had gotten impressively picky about who he would choose as successor. He'd expected that trend to continue even after Toshinori started teaching at UA. You've said nothing about this to me. Recovery Girl spluttered. I just wanted to delay the scolding, Toshinori admitted, like a child. It is true, though. Tell me about them later, Naomasa said, before proceeding to deliver on his promised lecture. He stopped when Toshinori started to zone out. The poor man probably already went through this with Recovery Girl. Now, about the Nomu, does it really have multiple quirks? Toshinori hesitated, his face darkening. Yes. So that means he's still alive. The mood plummeted at that, but it was a fact that needed to be addressed. Most likely. Toshinori heaved a sigh. I thought it was over. I thought One for All had fulfilled its purpose. I found someone who could be my successor, but can I really pass this responsibility off to a child? Naomasa looked away. It's not safe for a child to be on the front lines. But and maybe it's selfish of me to say this, it's not safe for you either. One for All is not at its fullest potential in you anymore. You're getting weaker. He paused. Do you want my opinion? Aren't you already giving it? Toshinori remarked dryly. He quailed under the look Naomasa gave him. I would greatly appreciate it. Pick a successor, Naomasa said bluntly. And focus on them. If One for All doesn't reject them like it did Togata, you should focus all of your attention on training them until they're able to handle the responsibility. I don't want you or this child fighting all for one. He plowed through Toshinori's protests. He's making moves and you're at your weakest. Your successor won't be ready immediately either. Trust your friends. There's an entire network of capable pro-heroes who can help with this fight. Ideally, your successor won't be a part of this war until they're of age and you'll still be alive. Besides, there's always the possibility that One for All won't manifest in this one as well. The sooner you find the right person the better. Toshinori looked thoughtful. He glanced at Recovery Girl, who was staying carefully neutral. Don't look at me, the heroine griped. You're a big boy. Think for yourself. All right, Toshinori conceded. I can't guarantee I'll stay out of the action, but I'll try. And I'll approach the boy about One for All soon. Which one are they anyways? Naomasa asked. I'll be performing a few official interviews now that parents and guardians are here. I'd like to meet them for myself. His friend opened his mouth. It's Midoriya, isn't it? Recovery Girl said. His friend closed his mouth. Predictable, she huffed. Just because he jumped in all reckless, got himself injured, a boy after your own heart. Toshinori smiled sheepishly. Naomasa laughed. Well, I'm off then. As he closed the door, and don't forget to talk to Sir Knight. The number one hero groaned, putting his head in his hands. Naomasa filed into the room Nedzu provided for the interviews, followed closely by the Midoriyas. After they took their seats, he settled down with his notepad. By default, his quirk was active, but for witness interviews he wasn't expecting it catch anything important. Hello Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku, Naomasa started, nodding at each of them. I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Thank you for agreeing to this interview. I'll be addressing Izuku for most if not all of these questions since I would like his account of the events at USJ. Is that okay with both of you? Yes, the younger Midoriya said, his mother sniffling into a handkerchief as she agreed. Good. So to start things off, when did you first notice something was wrong? Right before the attack, actually, Izuku said. Yes, apparently the lights had, I got this weird feeling, and then the lights flickered and the portal opened up. Feeling? Naomasa blinked. And I was talking to Tokoyami earlier and apparently. Dark Shadow felt it too, Izuku rambled on. It was pretty scary, feeling that and then suddenly being attacked by villains. Do you often get strange feelings? Would it have anything to do with your quirk? Not this kind of weird. And no, I don't think it's related to my quirk. I have telekinesis. He looked at Mrs. Midoriya, who was unfazed and still decimating the second box of tissues that had been given to her since she arrived on campus. It wasn't like Izuku was lying, so Naomasa let it go. Maybe it had something to do with the aura the Nomu gave off. He'd have to see what Tokoyami had to say. And once the portal opened, what happened? The villains came out right away. Aizawa-sensei went down to fight them and 13 stayed with us. We tried to leave, but one of the villains blocked the exit, the purple fog one with the portal quirk, he elaborated. Kirishima and Kaken. Kaken? Sorry. Bakugu, they both attacked the villain but didn't do damage. Then the villain used his quirk on all of us, and I ended up in the conflagration zone. There were a few villains in there, and I ran into 3 right at the start. 2 of them primarily used weapons, so I managed to disarm them and actually knock them all out. I might want more details on that later, Naomasa said, if only for the purpose of hearing how this scraggly boy defeated 3 villains, then went and acted so calmly reciting the tale afterwards. Continue. Then I went into one of the buildings before any of the other villains could see me. Other villains? Yeah, another group came around a corner. So I went through the building to get to a different street and searched for the exit. There was a villain with some sort of earth-based transformation quirk guarding it, so I rushed her and knocked her out with the club I had. Club? One of the villains in the first trio had a club, which I used, Izuku said by way of explanation. Naomasa said, nodding like another person hadn't just been added to the boys' casualty list. I didn't hurt her too bad, did I? I hit all of them pretty hard. Izuku worried aloud. Do you know? I'll see if I can find out. So after you knocked her out you left the zone? Yeah. I saw Ojiro and Azui in the flood zone, and then Aizawa-sensei and the villains at the plaza. So I went there. Directly to the fight, when you could have tried to sneak past it to 13's group? He flushed in embarrassment. Yes. I wanted to help. I was mostly planning on tripping them up to help out Aizawa-sensei. Anyways, I did that when I had the chance, but it was mostly Aizawa-sensei and the blue-haired villain with the hands all over him fighting. That villain had some sort of destructive disintegrating 5-point contact quirk. He also commanded the Nomu, which hurt Aizawa-sensei a lot, and here the kid was showing more concern for his teacher than he had for himself during the entire interview. Tashinori, you sure know how to pick them. So after Aizawa-sensei was hurt, the warp villain came and called the hand guy Tamura Shigaraki, and the hand guy called the warp villain Kurogiri. Kurogiri told him about Ida escaping, and then warped away to find a student for him to kill. Aizawa-sensei tried to stop him, but that didn't work out. And Kurogiri left. Izuku hesitated here. Is this when you took control of Eraserhead's capture weapon? Naomasa asked, hoping to prompt the boy into continuing. What? I talked to a few of your classmates before you, Naomasa said, intrigued at the boy's confusion. One of them mentioned seeing the capture weapon moving on its own. The capture weapon did start moving without Aizawa's input, Izuku said carefully, looking bewildered. You think that was me? You have a telekinesis quirk and were nearby, Naomasa pointed out. But his voice was weak. The capture weapon is way too big and heavy, and I wasn't even looking at it most of the time it was flying around. Those were probably all conditions for the effectiveness of his quirk. You just witnessed your teacher brutally attacked and you felt under threat as well. It's not unheard of for quirks to accomplish things they typically can't under extreme stress. Additionally, capture weapons like Aizawa's are particularly sensitive to telekinetic energy, which is how they move in the air almost independently sometimes. So your theory is that I did that. With my telekinesis. That is most likely what happened, yes. That does make sense. And I guess, you could say I was responsible for the capture weapon moving like that. Even though Izuku was making a strange face, he wasn't lying. Naomasa prodded him forward. So, the capture weapon started moving once Kurogiri left. It attacked Shigaraki and then sort of led the Nomu on a goose chase. I took advantage of the distraction and left my hiding spot. I was up by the fountain to see if I could help Aizawa-sensei. I tried to treat him, but Shigaraki sent the Nomu after me and it broke my arm. Then All Might arrived. Mrs. Midoriya had burst into tears all over again when Izuku mentioned breaking his arm, and Naomasa wondered how a woman so prone to crying hadn't done this back when Izuku was talking about the Conflagration Zone villains. Well, Naomasa said upon registering that Izuku looked a little worn out. All Might can fill me in on the rest. If you want, you can give me some more details on those 4 Conflagration Zone villains you fought so that I can find out what happened to them. Otherwise you're free to go. If I think of any more questions I'll contact you later. Both Midoriyas heaved sighs of relief. Izuku gave what probably qualified as a professional level analysis when he described each of the quirks of the 4 villains he fought, and then the 2 left the room they'd been sequestered in. Naomasa followed them all the way back to the remaining students and families, singling out the Tokoyamis. As they headed back to the temporary interview room, Naomasa mused on the boy who might be the next holder of One for All. It wasn't uncommon for even victims to lie during an interview, with little fibs to justify any decisions they make even if those decisions were completely innocent in the moment. Usually it came in the form of their emotions. They tried to at least not come off as cowards, no matter how understandably they acted. Even being a teenage boy, Naomasa was pleased to note that Izuku Midoriya didn't lie once. After his phone call with his mother filled with partially nonsensical worried babble on her end that only toned down after many reassurances, and the news that Hisashi was coming home, Izuku decided to go to One's classroom, where he knew the rest of the class was milling around waiting for worried family members, picking up stuff they'd left there, or just hanging out. Not a second after he'd left Recovery Girl's office for the last time that day did a very familiar yokai wind itself around his free arm. Oi, kid, Kutsuhimo hissed as it slithered around his neck, settling on him like it often did on Aizawa. Kutsuhimo! Izuku spluttered. Why are you? I can't find the man with the eye bags and greasy hair, the yokai whined. Which, of course that was why. Not because it wanted to have a friendly talk with Izuku, no, because it wanted something from him. Izuku rolled his eyes and started walking. Why'd you have to stay so close to the skeleton man's pet? She's so mean. Kutsuhimo, Izuku started, a thought dawning on him. Have you known about the kitsune since the start of the school year? Hard not to notice when her ward's on the place all the adult humans gather keep waking me from my beauty sleep, it grumbled. A statement that prompted a very vivid flashback to that day just last week. though it felt like longer. Izuku had been looking for All Might in the teacher's lounge. Looking back, apparently he'd found him, and it hadn't been Nedzu who was hiding their magic but the kitsune who must have been inside the actual room. Why didn't you mention? Izuku started, before remembering that even if Kutsahimo had bothered, it was both rarely awake and never away from Aizawa when it crossed paths with him. Never mind. Glancing at the yokai again, it was only then Izuku noticed how spotless the capture weapon's fabric was. Wait, you can repair your host? He'd assumed the yokai couldn't use its magic like that after being unable to repair that ridiculous scarf Izuku had accidentally torn up. Of course. I'm a yokai, aren't I? Kutsahimo huffed. Then why did I have to find a new host for you back at Dagobah? Couldn't you have just fixed your scarf then, before just attacking me? I couldn't. You used your magic on me. But I didn't? Not until Kutsahimo tried suffocating him, at least. Yes, you did. The yokai insisted petulantly. Izuku gave up. The yokai had probably been looking for an excuse to leave that scarf and saddled it dead on him. Izuku didn't blame it, he was no fashion expert, but that scarf had definitely been some form of distasteful. In the silence he kept walking. The first person he encountered in the halls other than the occasional lingering business or support class student was Tokoyami, who was exiting a flight of stairs with some sort of drink Izuku assumed came from the cafeteria. The bird-headed boy gave Izuku a subdued nod, with perhaps some relief at seeing he was healing up, whereas Dark Shadow popped out with an exuberant greeting. Who's that? The sentient quirk asked, peering closely at where Kutsahimo's eyes glared out of the capture weapon. Have they always been in there? Hello. Oh right, I never introduced you, Izuku realized, talking over Kutsahimo's snobbish reply. This is Kutsahimo, a type of yokai known as an Itenmomin. I guess because you're never out during class you never noticed. Kutsahimo was actually helping me out back when I met you guys, before I founded a host. A host? Our teacher's weapon? Tokoyami asked with a raised brow. It was a weird coincidence, he admitted. But it did come in handy for the USJ. On that topic, I wish to know, were there magical beings involved in the attack? Dark Shadow sensed magic, and even I felt a dark presence. Izuku nearly shivered at the reminder, but explained the necromancy as best he could. He also hesitated telling his friend about the kitsune because ultimately that could lead to the reveal of All Might's secret, which wasn't his to spill. So although he did warn Tokoyami of her existence, Izuku was vague about the topic other than that she had been present at USJ and was probably not malevolent. Learning that kitsune exist and one was on campus was understandably shocking to Tokoyami, given their nearly all-powerful reputation in mythology, but Izuku had hardly finished informing them about her before they'd arrived at Class 1A and were rather enthusiastically greeted by Uraraka, Ida, and the others. There were a few adults in the room, he noticed as he assured everyone he was fine. A member of the police, a pair Izuku assumed were Ojiro's parents, and present Mike. Mike-sensei. Izuku called upon, seeing the voice hero supervising the room. Can you, he sheepishly lifted Eraserhead's capture weapon up in offering. Get this back to Aizawa-sensei? Sure thing, little listener. Present Mike readily agreed. After taking the scarf, a baffled expression crossed his teacher's face and he searched through the folds like he was examining it for something. Where did all the blood go? Izuku's face screwed up in panic. Izuku, honey, came the heaven-sent voice of Izuku Midoriya. His mother burst into the room wielding a box of tissues and hovered carefully around him. I came as fast as I could. Now tasked with calming his mother down, Izuku found himself distracted until the policeman who tried to talk to All Might earlier approached and requested they do an interview while they were still on campus. Once that nerve-wracking experience was over, the Midoriyas found themselves at home waiting for Hisashi's arrival. They weren't sure how long he would take since it was entirely possible he would procure a magical favor to get him there sooner, but by dinner time it was clear he had probably taken a plane and wouldn't be in Japan until past midnight. Even though he would have all day off of school tomorrow to spend with his father, Izuku went to bed reluctantly, and was out within moments. Morning came with a distinct clatter of supplies from the kitchen, the smell of food accompanied by the low murmur of voices. Izuku practically leapt out of bed when he heard his father's laughter and tumbled out the door. Dad! He yelled brightly. Hisashi grinned up at him from his seat with a ready greeting, the table the only barrier preventing Izuku from glomping him then and there. Which was probably for the best, considering he still had to be careful with his arm. He settled for a wave of greeting as Inko dragged him into one of the opposite seats and set plates of food down in front of them. Looks like you woke up just in time, she teased as she sat down herself. I made your favorite. Izuku blinked at the katsudon set in front of him. For breakfast? Well, he wasn't complaining. Until he looked across to Hisashi's plate. Dad, he started in horror. What are you doing? Do that katsudon. Hisashi looked up from the bottle of ketchup he was viciously squeezing over his food. The label was in English. Oh, just adding some sauce. Everything really does taste better with ketchup. Oh, you do not have taste buds. Nothing else could explain why Izuku's own blood relation could commit such a crime towards perfectly good Katsudon. Sweetheart, I can't see the Katsudon anymore, Inko commented dryly while Izuku was short-circuiting. Ah, I suppose that's enough. He put the probably illegally smuggled bottle down and actually started eating the monstrosity that sat on his plate. So kiddo, you weren't hurt too badly, were you? I know you're healing up from that arm, but nothing else happened, right? You weren't too shook up. Izuku let himself be distracted for a moment by the fact that Hisashi wasn't even using his mouth to speak, since it was preoccupied with eating. He often forgot about the fact that the bodies of yokai sort of didn't exist, and for the ones that like drastic shape-shifting, their consciousness and voice were the most consistent things about them. It was interesting, really voices could only change if the yokai had the technical biological know-how of how physical bodies produce voices in order to supplement their shape-shifting abilities. This wasn't the case for most if not all yokai, since they didn't need organs or bones in the first place. Unlike Izuku, who had to research carefully before shape-shifting any part of his body. Well, I guess that answers that, Hisashi chuckled. Izuku flushed and scooped some katsudon into his mouth to stop the mumbling. Well actually, at the USJ there were necromancy puppets. Hisashi promptly spat out his meal. It was already a little crispy from being in his mouth, an effect Izuku had only seen before on pencils that his father often chewed on while in thought. Necromancy? Inko echoed shakily. As in zombies? Izuku, please explain, Hisashi asked. He nodded and began. After he'd filled his father in on most of what had happened at the USJ, Izuku once more hesitated on the topic of the kitsune. Hisashi wasn't really human, and certainly was no danger to tell All Might's secret to, but he would feel bad telling him about that detail when he hadn't told Tokoyami. Then again, Tokoyami was his classmate who would be faced with All Might at school often, so any difference in his behavior towards All Might would have been noticed, part of the reason Izuku hadn't told him. His father was good with secrets for obvious reasons and wouldn't interact with Izuku's teachers much if at all. He decided to at least breach the subject, since he had a certain motivation for telling Hisashi other than informing him about the attack. Dad, you can turn invisible to humans, right? Hisashi blinked at the non-sequitur. It's more like letting go of my physical form, but same difference. Well, there's this yokai that was at the USJ that I want to talk to, but she's always following around this human. I don't think I'll get a chance to talk to her without looking like a weirdo. She attached to them or something? Hisashi asked with intrigue. I mean, possibly? Unlikely, though. How's that? Well, she's a kitsune. Hisashi slapped his hands on the table. Say what? He didn't wait for an answer, eyes suddenly sparkling as he vaulted to his feet. Hisashi! Inko reprimanded as cutlery went flying. A kitsune? Oh, I just have to meet her. Where is she? Izuku had a brief flashback to that time when he'd asked his dad why he'd never seen some of the more well-known mythological creatures, stuff like Eastern dragons or kappa. He'd understood why foreign ones were so rare, but not why yokai that should be powerful and common because of the sheer amount of familiarity with them due to popular culture. In short, the answer had been that popular culture had been exactly what made them more rare. There was belief and knowledge in the yokai, yes, but humans believed in them specifically as fictional beings or characters in stories. It was a paradoxical effect. Kitsune, some of the most popular and powerful Japanese yokai, had been believed straight out of existence. Or so his father had theorized. No wonder Hisashi was so shocked and excited. Izuku said. Yue? She's following around All Might. I don't know if he's on campus right now though. A cloud of feathers burst into existence, originating from his father. Izuku spluttered as some landed in his katsudon, while Inko startled slightly, probably only aware that Hisashi had blinked out of existence rather than outright ditched his human form for the amalgamation of birds that made up a Hou-ou. Izuku had a mere second to process Hisashi's colorful peacock-like phoenix form before his father dove out the nearest window, presumably to go to Yue. Dad! He yelped, getting up and running to the window. That man! Inko huffed indignantly. Did he leave already? Yeah, Izuku replied in exasperation, staring as his father's glimmering form swiftly disappeared. Secretly though, he thought to himself, that will never stop being cool. His mother tutayed, then went back to her meal. Hisashi came back a little over 30 minutes later. He sat back in his seat almost somberly, picking at the katsudon ketchup soup. Izuku was a little confused at the mood change, but addressed him before his mother could tell him off. Well, did she talk to you? His father made a face. I really tried, but... He cast his head down in shame. She told me to F off. But, like, with the actual swear word. The kitsune told you to F off, Izuku repeated blankly. How did she resist my charm? Hisashi wailed dramatically, only to get whacked by an irate Inko. Oh, not like that. All Might's kitsune uses swear words, Izuku said. Associating swearing with All Might just plain felt wrong. His father sighed, oblivious to Izuku's plight. Sorry about that. I guess I didn't even ask what you wanted to know anyways, but I thought I'd at least get a name out of her. Izuku recovered himself. I would have been happy with just that, honestly. I didn't mean to hijack your visit just to make use of your powers. Well, I'll admit I didn't come here only to check up on you. I have a few things I wanted to talk with you about in person. Knowing there's a necromancer mixed up with those villains is just further incentive for this. This? Izuku echoed in confusion. Hisashi grinned. My decision to teach you that fireball spell you've been begging for since your 7th birthday, of course. There was a moment of silence. Izuku exploded. Finally, oh my gosh. Yes. Inside voice, dear, Inko said, looking more than a little concerned at the prospect of her son gaining the power to set things on fire. More so than a set of matches allowed, at least. I figured since you were being taught at UA, you would be getting the collateral damage know-how to be earned the responsibility. I was planning to wait until your birthday, but then those villains attacked and, well, I didn't want to wait any longer. The only problem is that we need somewhere to practice. Izuku was literally vibrating from excitement. I know exactly the place. That night, after paying an afternoon visit to Recovery Girl to get the cast on his arm off and agreeing to be careful, before using magic to finish the healing up the instant he was out from under her suspicious gaze, they arrived at that very place. Wow, this is… Hisashi was at a loss for words as they stood by the entrance to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Kind of a dump. Perfect, right? Izuku's eyes roved over the familiar heaps of trash. There was a fire over the weekend, but it looks like it didn't do much damage. But I don't sense any yokai left here, so it really must have been a yokai or quirk that caused it. Extra burn damage wouldn't be noticed, and people are even less likely to wander around here because it's been labeled a fire hazard. It's a few weeks before the cleanup is due to start as well. Is that so? His father hummed, and they began the trek into the maze of garbage. Well, this lesson is a quick one. Sort of has to be. I need to leave for America tomorrow evening. Already? Izuku cried in surprise. He'd hoped it would be closer to a week. There's always stuff to do over there. I've told you about how messy it gets with all those magical cultures, Hisashi huffed, sounding just as annoyed at this as his son. Not to mention my human job and… I'm sorry, Izuku. Even though, well, I just can't stay as long as either of us would like. Even though what? His father paused and shifted uneasily. Dad. He exhaled heavily. I'm a Hou-ou, Hisashi started. Izuku fidgeted impatiently as he waited for his point to be made. And Hou-ou are omens. I don't know exactly how it works. Magic has always been annoying like that. But I know I can't stay in a place where something big is going to happen. Something bad. And Izuku, he lowered his voice. All of my instincts have been telling me to avoid Japan. For a few years now, but it's nearly unbearable now. And I don't want you or Inko to get mixed up in whatever is going to happen. But there isn't anything I can do about it. The League of Villains, the mysterious necromancer, Izuku could see all too clearly how that could turn nasty. He'd never seen his father look so worried, and all of a sudden his knees were weak at the idea of some looming catastrophe. But then he scrounged up the courage to speak. You're doing something about it now, aren't you? You're teaching me to protect myself. Hey, his dad laughed. You're right. Did you think about taking us with you to America? Izuku hardly wanted to leave Japan and UA, nor leave his new friends to possibly be victim to whatever was coming, but if it made his dad feel better it might just be worth it. Inko doesn't want to leave. I've already talked with her about it. She has her own reasons, but in the end, we've both noticed how happy you've been at you, even just a week in. And we don't want to take that away from you. I trust you to take care of yourself. Oh. Izuku's eyes felt hot. I do expect you to keep me informed, though, Hisashi suddenly perked up. But regular phones are too unreliable for me. You met that cute little phone yokai I sent to you, right? I'll tell you how to use it. Okay. He less than discreetly rubbed something out of his eyes. Call it by holding your arm out like this. Hisashi pulled Izuku's arm perpendicular to the ground, hand flat. Then snap your fingers and whistle. The instant Izuku did so, a buzzing static filled the air. With a popping noise, Fonkai teleported into existence beside him. There's the little guy. Hisashi waved at Fonkai cheerily. Thanks for coming. I'm just showing my son how to call you. The telephone yokai blared the sound of a buzzer in response, but otherwise just flapped in place. Addressing Izuku again, Hisashi continued. It's good to use when you don't have a phone. Just tell it a phone number or the person you want to call and it'll contact them right away. The reverse works too, which is how I called you yesterday. If the person you're contacting doesn't have a phone on them, tell this yokai their name and it'll teleport to them as long as you have a phone yourself for it to connect to so you can talk to them. I'm taking care of the payment, so that's all. Oh, you can go now, his father added to Fonkai, which proceeded to drop into the ground. Got it, Izuku? He nodded. Let's get started on that spell then. It's pretty simple. Start with gathering your magic together into a ball shape. It might help to visualize this by cupping your hands close together, which also lets you estimate the amount of heat you'll be generating. No, don't touch your hands together, just pretend you're holding a basketball or something. Izuku flushed and corrected himself. A good chunk of his magic was sitting between his hands, but it wasn't doing anything else even when he compressed it a little tighter. Hisashi was squinting at the heat mirage effect it was giving the air. Looks like you've got enough there. Okay, point it at the sand somewhere, it might accidentally go off for these next steps. Quickly, Izuku did so. Use some your magic telekinetically to trap the rest inside an orb shape, like a shell. That'll keep the fire you're generating contained until you're ready to throw it. Now, rub the magic inside together quickly to start heating the air up. This is all just using my telekinesis, Izuku noted, as he felt it working. A tiny flame sprang to life, and he barely stopped himself from flinching when it suddenly grew to the size of the telekinetic shield he'd made. Nice job, Hisashi complimented. Aside from this, the other technique for making fire is to transform some air into combustible gas or any explosive substance and give it some magical friction, but that's less predictable. Okay, now we're going to fire it. Since you're using your hands to help you, just turn them outwards and shove while releasing the magic shell, and keep in mind it will go in a straight line. If you were throwing it into the sky, it would fizzle out after a bit from all the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku pushed the fireball out of his grip. The flames roared as they left their telekinetic bubble, shooting a few meters away and spraying sand onto all the junk near their point of impact. Izuku didn't even mind the sand showering into his hair as he let out a whoop of victory and a fist pump. Hisashi spat out some grit and smiled. That was a great first try. You don't need to use your body, though, so you should practice here as much as you can. And of course, be careful. Unlike natural yokai fireballs, the fire generated by this spell is physical and, well, flammable. Izuku paused in his celebration. They're different. Oh right, I never told you the difference. You wouldn't tell me anything about fireballs in case I snuck off to try them, Izuku pointed out, unimpressed. Well now you know? His father gave a sheepish shrug. Natural yokai fire like my fireballs can impact physical objects but tend not to ignite anything that's not magical on fire. I think the fire can spread from those objects if it lasts long enough, though. Oh, that's interesting. It did explain why Dagobah Beach had been nearly untouched by the fire even though all the yokai had cleared out for the time being. Izuku huffed and ran a hand through his hair to shake out some of the sand. I'm glad you decided to teach me this, anyways. Thanks, Dad. Hisashi grinned. You're welcome. Now, want to practice some more while we're here? Of course. Izuku was sorely disappointed that he had school the next day, since that meant he only had the morning to spend with Hisashi, but on the other hand he had sort of been hoarding his father from Inko, so he really shouldn't complain. Breakfast was filled with mostly mundane conversation, not in the sense that it was boring, but in the sense that it wasn't magic-oriented, and Izuku put off leaving the house until he needed to sprint to make it to school on time once he'd finally said goodbye to his father. Class 1A greeted each other with a sort of relief, even though almost all of them had already seen that everyone was mostly okay after the USJ attack. The only ones that didn't seem to share the subtle camaraderie were Kaken and Todoroki, and that was because, well, Kaken and Todoroki himself was impossible to read. And everybody was surprised when Aizawa walked through the door like he hadn't just been smashed against the floor by something strong enough to go toe-to-toe with All Might 2 days ago. Amidst his classmates' protests at Aizawa's presence while injured, Izuku was secretly gratified to see that there were far less bandages on his teacher's head than on his arms. The fight isn't over yet, Aizawa said over the complaints, which promptly set off worse alarm bells. These were quickly subdued. The sports festival begins in 2 weeks. Until Gyro asked about the safety of such a public event. Their teacher replied tiredly, apparently they think that holding it will prove the efficiency of our crisis management system. Security will also be stronger than usual. Overall, the sports festival is too important to cancel just from one attempt. Students like you need it to show off your skills. This, of course, led the conversation into discussing the exact purpose of the sports festival. Everyone's so into it, Izuku noted when it was still going even as classes were released for lunch. You're not? Ida stood up enthusiastically. We have enrolled to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up. Midoriya, don't you feel the same? Of course. Although, Izuku was definitely looking forward to the sports festival over the potential publicity of it. It wouldn't do to draw too much attention to himself while he was a student, because that might circumvent his purpose for becoming an underground hero when he graduated. Speaking of fired up, Uraraka absolutely dominated the class in terms of her declaration to fight at the festival. Startled by the intensity of her determination, it occurred to him to ask her about her reasons for wanting to become a hero as he, along with Ida and Tokoyami, followed her out of class. Uraraka looked away in embarrassment as she revealed her reasons for wanting to become a hero, which were surprising, unusual, and heartwarming all at the same time. After they'd reassured her that she wasn't being as selfish as she thought she might be, she turned her attention to Tokoyami. Now you're the only one left. Me. The quiet teenager blinked at being put on the spot. What do you mean? Why do you want to be a hero? Tell us. Before Tokoyami could reply, a familiar boisterous voice interrupted them. Young Midoriya. Everyone startled as All Might appeared out of nowhere. Izuku had noticed the Oni Kitsune was present, but hadn't had any reason to think her host might be approaching them. Would you mind coming with me for lunch? What was this about? Izuku had already agreed to keep quiet about All Might's condition, and technically hadn't broken that promise, even if Hisashi had to have noticed the person the Kitsune followed around very much did not look like All Might. Was this unrelated? Oh no, what if something was wrong with Izuku's schoolwork? Well, Ida was nodding for him to go, so there was only one way to find out. Izuku scrambled after his teacher, biting his tongue to keep his queries in check as All Might sequestered them into his office. As soon as the door closed, the hero deflated into his skinnier form. Izuku hopped out of the way as the Kitsune sprang out. She seemed to be more cross than when he'd last seen her, but at least this time she was acknowledging his presence. Even if it was by sending scathing glares his way. Had his father annoyed her to this point, or was this merely the same level of irritation that had led to her telling Hisashi to beat it? He couldn't help but be a little put off by the fact that her only two registered emotions so far were indifferent, or perhaps haughty, would be more accurate, and irritated. I hope I'm not taking up too much of your time, All Might started, catching Izuku's attention. But this is rather important, and has a little to do with this alternate form of mine. So it was about that? I already told you I have diminished use of my quirk because of my injury. I and my colleagues in the know expect that my condition will only worsen over time, and it's become more pressing of a problem to ensure that my inevitable retirement will not be abrupt. There are other factors I will touch on in a moment, but the point is I'm looking for a successor to take up my mantle. He paused to look at Izuku, who was too busy realizing everything about the implications of All Might's injury that he hadn't had the chance to back when he'd been distracted by the Kitsune to muse on why All Might would bring this up to him. All Might, for his part, continued. Izuku Midoriya, despite the fact that I am the #1 hero and by all appearances was handling the situation, you did not hesitate to leap to my defense against two villains. I would like to train you to be my successor. Izuku had to rewind the conversation in his head a few seconds to make sure he'd heard that right. He opened his mouth, but All Might cut him off. It's not like he would have known what to say anyways. There's more I must tell you, however, before you make a decision, and he continued, this time talking about his power itself. What is this? Izuku was frozen as All Might's words roll over him. A transferable quirk? Even though that hinted at possible reasons for why All Might didn't know he had a yokai attached to him, it made even less sense regarding what the Kitsune's motives could be. All Might prattled on. Izuku wasn't paying attention, his eyes on the quirk in question. During his speech she had stood to attention, directing her seemingly permanent glare at All Might. Now her contempt was directed full-scale at Izuku, hackles raised and growling in an animalistic show of hostility. She looked like she was daring Izuku to say something. So he did. There is only one problem, All Might started to say. I'm sorry All Might, Izuku interrupted. The words spilled out of his mouth without a filter as he met the Kitsune's gaze. I don't think she wants me to be your successor. Both the Kitsune and All Might couldn't have looked more shocked even if they'd been struck by lightning. Izuku would have been morbidly pleased at getting such an emotion onto the Kitsune's face if he hadn't been slapping his hands over his mouth in horror at the slip. I'm perfectly happy with my own quirk, and I think perhaps you should find someone a little more qualified, and I'm sorry. I'll leave now, bye. He blabbered out, bolting to his feet and out the door so fast that he practically teleported. Young Midoriya. All Might called, but in his skeletal form he was no match for the panicking teen. As the door flung shut, he flopped back into his seat. She? The #1 hero echoed, floored. Out of all the members of One for All, Toshinori personally only knew one woman. The one who, as his mentor, was the most likely to still be watching over him even in death. Could she be the reason One for All rejected young Mirio as a host? Had he picked successors she didn't approve of, and twice now? Could he have meant Nana? Izuku still hadn't recovered from the jitters his blunder gave him by the time classes ended for the day, but that problem was solved when they were shocked out of him by the sudden appearance of a large crowd of students blocking One as doorway. What's going on? Uraraka cried, having been the unfortunate individual to try to exit the classroom right after Aizawa. Izuku and Ida flanked her, but they were equally surprised at the sudden group of unfamiliar teenagers awaiting them. What business do you have with Class A? Ida asked, trying to be diplomatic above the complaints of his classmates. Scouting out the enemy, Kaken said. He stalked up to the crowd without care. We survived a villain attack. They want to see what's so special about us. There's no point to it. He stood intimidatingly in the doorway, practically nose to nose with a few of the closer onlookers. Out of my way, extras. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, came a voice from deeper in the hallway, but you seem pretty arrogant. The owner shuffled to the front as he continued talking, but Izuku was distracted by how familiar he looked. From the shock of purple hair to the deep eye bags, there was no doubt that this boy was the very same one he'd rescued from the attack of some variety of sleep paralysis demon the night he'd passed Kutsuhimo onto Eraserhead. But there was something very wrong with this picture. Why did he still have eye bags? Baku eat dreams and/or nightmares, a very simple concept that meant they needed to feed from a sleeping human. That was why the Baku from that incident cared that its human was being tormented by the foreign magical creature, because it woke up its human, therefore meaning the Baku couldn't feed. Izuku killed the creature causing the problem. If a similar problem had come up, even though that was highly unlikely to happen to the same person twice, the Baku knew where and how to find Izuku, and that he could help. If the boy had sleeping problems such as insomnia, the Baku wouldn't have bothered to feed from him because there were plenty of other options. It was unlikely something like that had developed as recently as when had that happened? Sometime after the entrance exams, but before he got his acceptance letter, right? Yeah, that was a little too recent for such impressive eye bags. So either something had happened to the Baku or... He remembered all of the things Kutsuhimo had been making fun of the Baku for, like being small, not floating, not speaking. Most yokai never bother learning how to change their voices when they shapeshift. Either something had happened to the Baku, or the Baku had not been a Baku. Maybe Izuku was jumping to conclusions, but he was feeling a little paranoid after a necromancer had attacked the school. Midoriya? Someone placed a hand on his shoulder, and he whipped around to see Tokoyami tilting his head at him. The room and hallway were completely clear. You were muttering, he said after a moment. He took his hand off his shoulder. I told the others to go ahead. Are you well? Yeah, Izuku said, and maybe that was a lie. Let's go. He did not fall asleep easily that night. Izuku woke up to complete darkness. This in itself was not unusual. What was unusual was that he wasn't in his bed. But he was standing up. Izuku said into the black void, which he was quickly realizing was also what he was standing on. He could see his own pajama-clad body in perfect lighting, which was weird. He turned around, which didn't solve anything and in fact made him incredibly disoriented because it was getting harder to tell up from down by the second. A white fox melted out of the shadows. Oh, Izuku said. Oh. Mythology claimed kitsune could manifest themselves in dreams. This was apparently true. Unless this was just a regular dream, which would be a little disappointing. Hello. Boy, All Might's kitsune said with a disdainful sniff. She looked remarkably better than her waking world self, the colors of her eyes and markings vivid against her practically glowing fur, and Izuku wondered if this was what she looked like at full health. What are you playing at? Izuku blinked. What? Why did you refuse All Might's offer? She snarled. He suddenly came to the realization he might have had the wrong impression earlier. I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me not to accept. If it's important, I can take back my refusal. No. The kitsune barked harshly, making him jolt from surprise. She let them fall into an uneasy silence as he squirmed under her searching eyes. What do you want? To get to know you? Maybe to help you if you need it? The look she gave him made it clear she thought he was lying through his teeth. He threw his hands into the air. What else would I want? She scoffed. I don't make deals with those who don't reveal their motives. Take your gold digging somewhere else. What the heck? No. I'm not trying to make a deal with you. I just want to talk. She looked at him as if he were speaking a foreign language. Okay, if that's what she was convinced was going on, time to start over. Izuku straightened and bowed as deeply as he could. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he declared. Nice to meet you. The kitsune looked at him with an unreadable expression on her face. Izuku realized he was holding a hand out, and she very much did not have hands. He awkwardly turned it into a little wave. Do you, have a name I can call you by? She scrunched her nose up and shifted in place. Terasu. Nice to meet you, Terasu, he dutifully acknowledged. Let me phrase things differently. I want information on why you're following All Might. And in return, I'll help you with anything you need. Within reason. Claiming something like this felt almost dirty. No yokai had expected to have to pay him in return for his help, and all he'd wanted was to talk with her. He wasn't even sure if Terasu needed or wanted help with anything. She was just treating this situation like she couldn't trust anyone not to have ulterior motives for interacting with her, and that was what he had to offer. In contrast to Izuku, however, the kitsune seemed to relax at the proposition. She by no means lost her distrustful disposition, but she at least stopped glaring at him. You're not with him, are you? It wasn't really a question. With who? Terasu ignored him. Well, if talking to you will get you to leave me alone, wow. I made a pact with a human a couple centuries ago. That is why I follow All Might around. There was a pause. Wait, that's all you're going to say? Why did you make that pact? What about why All Might isn't even aware of magic? Why does he think you're a quirk? Were you really passed down from host to host? Is there a reason you couldn't heal that injury he has? You're a nosy one. She looked extra irritated by that last question. He put on his best pleading look. Please tell me. The kitsune rolled her eyes and looked away, then sighed and sat down before looking back at him. If you must know, the deal I made was meant to be a mutually beneficial contract between me and the human. We both had similar goals, and a common enemy. She hunched over herself, and her tale began in earnest. I was born not long before the human population started to gain the specialized magical abilities you call quirks. We didn't have any parents or other kitsune to teach us, and here, Izuku had to bite his tongue to stop from interrupting, so we learned about the world through observation and experience. We discovered humans couldn't see us despite the new outbursts of supernatural abilities. We learned that other yokai were less than friendly. We spent most of our time eavesdropping, keeping to ourselves, and playing petty tricks. I wouldn't call it lonely we had each other, after all, but that didn't dim my brother's excitement when we found a human whose quirk allowed him to see yokai. His name was Shigaraki. What? Izuku cried. Terasu was not particularly impressed at the interruption. Are you thinking of that child who attacked you and your friends? There's no doubt they're associated with each other, but they're not the same person. But in again and you'll find yourself being rather rudely awakened. He promptly shut up. We weren't wary at all. We thought he couldn't hurt us, like any other human. It wasn't like he could burn us up even if he wanted to, and for the first time in our lives our games weren't one-sided. But that week was how we found out what happens to kitsune whose Hoshi no Tama are stolen. Shigaraki took my brother's soul and wouldn't give it back. He took my brother. She suddenly stood up again, nails scraping against the non-existent ground and voluminous tails lashing as she growled the words out, and wouldn't give him back. Izuku backed up a few steps at the display of anger. He wanted to say something, anything, but had no words. What could he even say that wouldn't result in him being kicked straight out of the dream? Thankfully, Terasu calmed herself down quickly. It was hardly a few moments before she continued on, heedless of whatever face he was making. Shigaraki used my brother to steal the magic from other humans, and his power over quirks spread his influence over other humans like wildfire. I couldn't do anything about it, because it takes more than magic to take a Hoshi no Tama. I needed a physical body, which is why I sought out Shigaraki's younger brother. He didn't have any magic at first, but after Shigaraki leashed my brother he passed down his original quirk because, well, I'm not sure why. Maybe because he didn't need it anymore, maybe there was some other reason. It didn't matter to me at the time, and it doesn't matter to me now. The important thing was, Shigaraki's brother could see me and was willing to make a deal. I was young and thought I was more clever than I really was. After Shigaraki, I felt I had to make the deal airtight to make sure his brother couldn't betray me in any way. I insisted on a blood oath and together we created a list of conditions. But I didn't have any experience and screwed myself over. Quite a few actions need agreement from one or both parties in order to be carried out, and revealing magic is one of the latter. I was stupid and thought my first host would be coming back from a battle he wouldn't be. I let my oath be transferred to another host for safekeeping but refused to reveal my existence to them. The magic I left the first wasn't enough, and he died. And then I couldn't reveal myself to the second without their own permission. Izuku could definitely see what the problem was there. That last one. I couldn't completely heal All Might because the wound was magical in nature. But he's still alive because of me, the same way Shigaraki is still alive after causing that injury because he's been using my brother. Terasu couldn't quite shake out of the miserable mood that she had gradually taken on as her tale progressed, even as she narrowed her eyes once more. So does that answer your questions? Are you satisfied? It was clear she wanted him to leave her alone, but he couldn't help himself after all of that. I'm sorry, there are just a few more things I want clarification on. He winced under the weight of her silent promise of death but continued towards his grave. From what I understand, Shigaraki, Senior can use your brother to both steal and give quirks? Does that mean you can do the same for All Might? No, she responded shortly. I can't. Humans can't host multiple quirks without severe consequences. That's what was confusing Izuku. But Shigaraki Senior can? Shigaraki isn't the one hosting the quirks. Oh, was all Izuku could say to that. Because that implied that Terasu's brother was the one hosting the quirks. Human magic and yokai don't mix well, was the only other thing she said on the matter. Which said everything about why she wasn't doing the same for All Might or her previous hosts. It must be physically painful, and who knew how many quirks her brother was being forced to hold on to and use at any given moment. Izuku almost allowed the awkward silence return before he remembered the last thing he wanted addressed. Eagerly, he spoke up, Terasu, about your contract, is there anything stopping secondary parties from revealing the existence of the supernatural? She frowned as much as the face of a fox allowed her to. The contract doesn't apply to you. The closest condition would be the one that prevents the host from asking a secondary party to reveal the existence of the supernatural to someone. There isn't one stopping you from asking? No. So then, he grinned, would it help you if I told All Might for you? She stared at him blankly. Then, what's the point? He spluttered. What do you mean, what's the point? You'd get to talk to him. There are more things you can't do without his permission than just telling him about you as well, aren't there? Like using your magic more freely? Won't it help? You wouldn't be able to make him believe, and it won't help as much as you think it will. In fact, it will just make things worse. He doesn't need to know it's much harder than he thinks it is. He gaped at her. His jaw flapped uselessly for a good minute as he took her words in. They were so tired. She looked so resigned. In an instant, Izuku felt more indignant he had in a long time. He pointed a finger at her in childish accusation. You've given up. How could you? You're a kitsune. One of the last ones. Have some faith in yourself. You have hundreds of years left to exist. Are you going to waste them moping around feeling sorry for yourself? Are you really going to let your brother suffer for the rest of his life? Holy crap, he did not mean to say all of that. He would have taken it back instantly had he not felt so justified in saying it. Terasu looked just as stunned as he was at his outburst. But unlike what happened in All Might's office earlier, she reciprocated with a vengeance. I can't save him. She snarled, pitch rising to a near yell. I can't. If I could save him, he would have been free 2 centuries ago. The only way I could have failed him for so long is if it were impossible since the very beginning. It's not like you could do anything about it. At the end of it, they were both still panting for breath, staring accusingly at each other. Izuku was not someone who got angry easily. And he wasn't even really mad right now. He was just frustrated and he wanted to help so badly. It was obvious Terasu still cared about freeing her brother, but it was just as obvious she'd lost all hope. It was painful to even look at the expression on her face. It was so filled with self-loathing. Terasu, he started once he'd gathered his thoughts. Just because something takes a long time doesn't mean it's impossible. You haven't asked anyone for help, have you? I won't tell All Might for now. But since you told me all that, I owe you a little more than just leaving you alone, right? He attempted a chuckle that came out weak. I know I'm not very powerful in terms of magic, but I think I might surprise you. Can you at least let me try to help? She kept her glare up for only a few moments longer before sagging in defeat. Do whatever you want. I don't care. At that, the discussion tapered off into silence. Like the other times, it didn't last for long. Terasu? In an instant, the distrust was back. What? Your brother? Does he have a name? She startled, and then, for the first time during the conversation, she turned around and began to walk away. Izuku was immediately worried he'd finally pried too much, and she would end the dream. But then, Kiyoshi. I called him Kiyoshi. Izuku mustered up the most determined smile he could, even if she wasn't looking. We're going to free Kiyoshi, Terasu. I promise. The dreamscape dissolved without another word. A certain night not long after the UA entrance exams. Nico's blackest, bitterest coffee had a discount every Friday that Shota routinely took advantage of. Friday nights tended to get a little crazy. He needed that caffeine. After untangling himself from his capture weapon and failing to locate his target before eventually returning to the scene of the crime, Shota took a spiteful sip of his cold. Sorry, Hitoshi Shinso said. The boy wasn't apologizing for Shota's coffee. Someone else was responsible for that. I tried to catch him with my quirk, but it didn't work. That's okay, kid, one of the responding police officers said offhandedly from his place investigating an open window leading to the house's kitchen. It's not your responsibility. Hey Sarashina, he called up and around the building's corner to his coworker in Shinsu's bedroom. It looks like this window wasn't forced open with any tool. What about that one? It was opened from the inside, he wouldn't need a tool. Oh right, the officer muttered. The guy unlocked that one without touching it, Shinso offered. And then pulled it up with his hands and jumped out. He was wearing gloves, though. He'd already told Detective Tsukachi his view of the seemingly bizarre circumstances of Phoenix's latest appearance, with Shota on the sidelines, although certain details like that were obviously still occurring to him. The man in question was currently talking to the kid's foster parents at the front of the house, and Shinso had wandered to the edge of the police's investigation while casting furtive looks at Shota. It was hard to tell with that dead gaze of his, but the underground hero thought the boy might be a fan. He also knew Hitoshi Shinso was one of the many hopefuls who had taken UA's entrance exams. Shota typically didn't pay attention to the contestants, but he vaguely recalled Shinso hadn't used any discernible quirk the few times he'd shown up on screen. Hey kid, he started with blunt curiosity, what's your quirk? Shinso tensed. Shota eyed him, about to point out that he didn't have to answer, but then the boy said, brainwashing. Why didn't it work on Phoenix? Phoenix? Shinso echoed in confusion. Shota raised an expectant eyebrow. It's triggered by the target responding to me. And he didn't. Shota hummed in thought but didn't have a chance to say anything else. Tsukachi and the Guardians approached and Shinso swiftly left for his caretakers when Tsukachi indicated he wanted to talk to Shota. The hero and detective walked out to the street, lingering by the parked police cars. What are you thinking? Tsukachi asked. You'll have to be more specific. He took another sip of his coffee, because caffeine was caffeine and he still had the rest of his patrol after this was wrapped up to get to. Your thoughts on Phoenix? There was a barely restrained obviously in there. It's looking more likely that he has a telekinesis quirk. The kitchen window is the most obvious giveaway a hallucination quirk like you were thinking can't do that. Tsukachi nodded. Shinsu's foster mother says the window was definitely locked. It could be a memory-altering quirk, but it's unlikely. Telekinesis is the simplest answer, although he must have very few restrictions if he could keep your capture weapon moving long after he disappeared. Or some sort of locomotive quirk, Shota mused. Such as commanding an object to carry out a movement or action, which probably wouldn't have a distance limitation after the effect was applied. At least, not a short one. That would be pretty unique, Tsukachi said. I'll have to keep it in mind. Of course, assuming we're right and his quirk hasn't in any way been affecting the reliability of the witness statements, that means he's a vigilante. I thought that was decided when someone had the bright idea to give him a fond nickname, Shota deadpanned. Tsukachi's mouth twitched into a smile. Those guys would name each other's children if they had the chance. They were tossing out bets last sports festival about what hero names some of the contestants would come up with. This caught the attention of Officer Sarashina, who huffed indignantly as she approached her vehicle. I would never make bets within hearing distance of my superior officer. Or in the station even. But you would make bets, Tsukachi said as she swiped Shota's cup of coffee off the car's hood. Stop leaving your coffee on my car, she told Tsukachi. Well, I'm all done here, Shota interjected. I need to finish my patrol. I'll come by for an update on Monday. We can discuss the implications of Phoenix's quirk then. The detective nodded and waved him away. Shota really did need to continue on, but it was worrying that Phoenix might be a vigilante. Because then he would need to be a vigilante against something like the presence of invisible forces reported by many of the witnesses that Phoenix seemed able to see or at least sense. The theory practically reeked of the possible vigilante fighting against a villain who was the cause of the forces. The whole thing was fairly small scale and not much of a priority amongst Shota's other cases, but lack of clarity on what exactly was going on in each incident was frustrating and kept it on his mind. Shota sighed and shook his head. Well, he shouldn't ruminate on it too long or he'd be distracted during patrol. Better to put it aside for now. As he left he noticed Sarashina spitting out his coffee in disgust and smirked. After that Monday, the next time Shota encountered Tsukachi was an hour after waking up with both his arms in casts and recovery girl by his side. The ensuing interrogation had apparently been why he was lucky enough not to suffer the excessive exuberance of a certain blonde coworker right away, which was soon evidenced by Hizashi's swift appearance after the detective had left the room. Shutada, his friend cried, marching in with snacks piled atop the weaponizable scarf bundled in his arms. He plopped down at Shota's side, tossed the capture weapon and packaged food unceremoniously on the hospital bed, and began drinking from a juice box without offering the underground hero any of his haul. You are terrible, Shota stated. Doctor's orders. Recovery girl was just in here. I can eat. Hizashi peered over his sunglasses with a frown. He took an obnoxiously loud slurp of his drink. Nope. Consider it motivation for taking it easy however long you're supposed to this time. Bribery. See. You get it. Not good enough. The sports festival is in 2 weeks. I'll be out by Friday. Keep telling yourself that, Hizashi said, but he looked uncertain as he no doubt recalled the countless other times Shota had made good on his promise. What do you even need to do for the sports festival? Let a sub take over for a few days. All Might's the one training them. I don't trust substitutes. I'm considering one of the students for an internship. Hizashi looked baffled, but then his expression cleared. Oh, Midoriya? Midoriya? Shota blinked. No, someone else. Why did you think I meant Midoriya? You know, his friend gestured vaguely, 'cause of the capture weapon thing. Shota's face apparently betrayed his confusion, because Hizashi explained. During the attack, after you got knocked out, apparently the kid used your scarf to distract the villains for a while. Nothing too exciting, except he apparently didn't realize he was doing it. How do you know this? Tsukachi had, apparently, not bothered to mention it to Shota. Eavesdropping, Hizashi replied nonchalantly. On what, Midoriya's witness statement? No, the students. Like that's any better, Shota grumbled. Who was it you actually had in mind? Hitoshi Shinso. Oh. The voice hero snapped his fingers. That kid with the fantastic purple hair. Shota snorted. They bickered on for a while longer before Hisashi was dragged away for something and Shota was left to plan his escape in peace. And also, reconsider his plans for internship week. He'd wanted to approach Shinso about what the kid planned to do for the sports festival, given the nature of his quirk and his desire to be a hero meant he would likely become an underground hero, which meant the publicity of the sports festival wouldn't be desirable for his future career. Students were allowed to abstain from the tournament, so he wanted to make sure Shinso had considered that option and in fact offer an internship as a chance to prove himself to Shota and earn personal recommendations to other underground heroes for future events like the work studies. On the other hand, Izuku Midoriya had a telekinesis quirk. A sense of justice strong enough to lead him to attend a hero school. Green hair. Shota wasn't an idiot. He knew Midoriya matched some of what they knew about Phoenix. It wasn't very likely he was, after all, directing that sense of justice into his future career, and that meant he didn't have the distrust of the system most vigilantes did. And green hair only popped up in a few of Phoenix's descriptions over the dozen or so reports they have of him, even if the only other colors were less conspicuously black or brown. Not to mention that although the more reliable reports were only in the past year and a half, there were incidents suspected to be linked to him going back 4 years. 10 or 11 was a young age to be a vigilante. Not that it wasn't possible, nor was it guaranteed Phoenix really had been active for 4 years. It was all just improbable. Something about the fact that Midoriya used his telekinesis on Shota's capture weapon, though. Well, the boy wanted to be an underground hero. Offering an internship would be a good excuse to observe him. But he would rather not leave Shinso to his own devices. What to do? Shota thought about it throughout the school day on Friday, his presence during which was much to Hisashi's ire, and came to a decision over the weekend. After school on Monday found him ambling out of the teacher's lounge to meet with both boys in classroom 1A. Shota! Hisashi yelled. Where are you going? I thought you were going to eat out with me and Nemuri? I told you already, I'll meet you by the gate in half an hour. I have an appointment. That said, he promptly kicked the door shut in the voice hero's face and nearly ran into All Might as he turned around. Sorry. All Might said hastily, looking like a lot was on his mind. He was in his civilian form and looked substantially better than when Shota had seen him on Friday. The number 1 hero then had been pale as a ghost, and had somehow gotten paler when Nemuri had commented as such. Well, it wasn't any of Shota's business. He moved out of the way without a second thought and continued to his student's classroom. By the time he arrived, most of the class had cleared out and Shinso was already there, lingering inside the doorway while seemingly trying to ignore Midoriya's curious gaze from his seat. Because, of course, neither student had any idea what this meeting was about, nor why the other was there. Shota moved to stand at the front of the classroom. This meeting is about the sports festival, he said flatly. You both want to be underground heroes. So what are your plans? Both boys blinked and glanced at each other briefly. They looked reluctant to speak with the audience of a stranger, so it was little surprise Midoriya was the one to speak first, as one of Shota's actual students. I don't really have a plan. I want to try it out, since all my friends are going. He shrugged, flushing. And I do want to increase my chances for an internship. Shinso, however reluctantly, nodded his head at the last comment. I'm going to participate, he said, and win. However much of a deal is being made about the first years this year, it'll go away by the time I graduate. I can secure interest by winning this year's contest and the general public will forget about me if I abstain from the second and third year tournaments. You can do it that way. Or you can do it my way. Your way. My way, Shota repeated. By taking the deal I'm about to make to you. Both the boys looked at him in surprise. I want both of you to attend the sports festival. I want you to pass the first round. Slowly, his lips curled up into a smile. I want you to get 5th place in the second round. Whoever does this gets an internship with me. If you do well, I'll put a word in for you with other underground heroes. Whereas Midoriya looked ecstatic, Shinso seemed torn. What is it? Shota addressed the purple-haired teen. You want us to purposefully lose the second round? There was a deep frown on his face. Yes. Shota was mildly impressed the boy knew off the top of his head the typical schematics for progression through the festival's second round. Is there a problem with that? Is it about what you were saying to Class A on Friday? Midoriya piped up suddenly, startling both Shota and Shinso. I wasn't really paying attention, Shinso donned a vaguely offended expression at this, but you were challenging us, right? So you don't want to back down from that challenge. What's it to you? Shinso scowled. Midoriya sank into his chair in a surrendering manner. Nothing. Shota rolled his eyes. Are you done? Kid, it doesn't matter. I've told you my requirements. Know your priorities and make your decision based off those. And caring too much about what other people think you won't get anywhere. He paused, then nodded at both of them. I've told you everything you need to know, so you can leave now. Shinso stared at him for a moment, then gave him a curt nod and walked out of the room briskly. Midoriya jolted as if waking up and scrambled to do the same, giving Shota a cheery wave and some words of gratitude for the offer as he went. It was obvious that he was going to try for it. It remained to be seen what Shinso would choose to do, and Shota suspected he wouldn't find out until the sports festival. Well, it wasn't like he hadn't been expecting some uncertainty. After all, he'd already determined when coming up with the offer that if he couldn't decide who was interning with him, he'd let the candidates decide for him. Excuse me. Izuku called as he left classroom 1A, hastening to catch up to the Gen Ed students striding down the empty hallway. The boy tensed and glared over his shoulder at him, but Izuku was getting a lot of practice ignoring such efforts these days. He pulled up next to the teenager with a nervous smile on his face. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Shinso, was the curt reply. He didn't say anything else but gave off the same distrustful aura as Terasu had during the dream a few nights ago. Izuku briefly pondered trying to make some conversation in order to get to know him better, especially since he wanted to figure out the whole Bakunabaku thing, but it was obvious Shinso didn't want to talk to him. Well, there was plenty of time later. Assuming no creature was stalking Shinso and trying to kill him again. Good luck. Izuku said as unawkwardly as possible, and forced himself to split off from Shinso's path before he could devolve into a fit of calculations regarding the chances of Shinso still being plagued by a yokai. He didn't look back at the other student as he left, instead focusing on what magic he could sense in the building. The smaller one of Kutsahimo was long gone, both from the distance Izuku had gained from the classroom and from Aizawa leaving the opposite way of the two boys after their meeting. And what a meeting that had been. He definitely never expected to be offered an internship like that, and there was no way he was going to pass up the chance, although he felt guilty that he might end up taking the same opportunity from Shinso. All Might was still in the building, around the teacher's lounge, with Terasu's magic back at full strength, or at least back to the partially hidden strength she kept her signature at. School today had been interesting to say the least. He wasn't sure, but Izuku thought he was having an easier time discerning where Terasu was despite her magic's large radius. It was possibly a side effect of her invading his mind, and a welcome one at that. Since Izuku had been avoiding All Might all day. It had started that morning before class, when Izuku noticed that All Might was on campus. It was very unusual for a Monday since All Might taught classes only on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and if he was at school on other days it was usually in the afternoon. Izuku had wanted to see Terasu, though, so it felt like good luck. It was not good luck. It was the opposite of good luck. All Might had been actively looking for him, skulking in the background in skeletal form trying to catch his attention, because as the hero himself had told Izuku when he pulled him aside that morning, had something to talk to him about, regarding something Izuku had said when he left their meeting on Friday. Given that Izuku had then very vividly recalled both that he'd alluded to Terasu during that meeting and that he had promised not to reveal her to All Might, he had never lied so blatantly in his life because you must be imagining things. While chuckling maniacally and avoiding eye contact totally convinced All Might to drop the matter. Good job, Izuku. You slip up one time. So yeah, All Might was probably going to be stalking him for the foreseeable future. Not that he was one to talk. On the way home Izuku made a detour to the closest suitable store and bought a loaf of bread. Then he bribed the minas that like to perch on their balcony into spying on Shinso's home for 2 weeks. You know, just in case Shinso really was still being haunted. Don't ask how he managed to find the house again, just know that the experience resulted in him nearly getting caught and finding out Koda could talk to animals, both occurrences which may or may not be related. Tuesday he survived class with All Might and during lunch he asked Tokoyami to train for the festival with him, only not inviting Uraraka and Ida because he wanted to help Tokoyami do some very illegal quirk training at Dagoba Beach. Free of yokai and with Izuku now armed with the fireball spell, that place would be perfect for Dark Shadow. Their other friends found them before he could finish explaining, so he tried to convey the illegal stuff with just his eyes, and Tokoyami at least picked up the agree, darn it portion of his telepathic gaze and nodded along. And then Uraraka asked, "Hey, you're into the occult, right? Do you have an Ouija board?" And Izuku coughed up his water. "I do," Tokoyami replied calmly. Izuku wasn't sure if she'd been addressing just him or both of them. "That's cool. I was thinking of bringing cards or something, since lunch is so long, but I think an Ouija game would be much neater. Can you bring it tomorrow? Would it not be more responsible to do our homework during lunch?" Ida tried, to no avail. "Unfortunately, I cannot. My aunt is currently borrowing it. I will have it on Friday if that will suffice." Curse his altruism. "I can bring mine," Izuku offered tentatively. "Great." She accepted without a hint of surprise, which, maybe it was sort of obvious he shared that certain interest with Tokoyami even when cutting off most supernatural-related conversations whenever the other two were around. And thus, the next day Izuku came to school with his homemade Sakiki wood Ouija board that had been collecting dust under his bed ever since its close encounter with Kakin in the first year of middle school. They returned to classroom 1A early during lunch and clustered around Izuku's desk, messing around with the board quietly as to not disturb Todoroki eating from a bento at his own desk. After a short while, Izuku began glancing at the door because it felt like Terasu might be near. Sure enough, he managed to catch All Might doing it. Double take at the classroom as he passed, a certain kitsune's tails sweeping along the ground as she continued without her host. The number 1 hero left quickly with a spooked look on his face. Izuku wasn't sure whether to be worried about that, since he wasn't sure what exactly All Might thought he meant with his slip-up on Friday, but he just knew it had something to do with the Ouija board. He shoved it out of his mind. It was Uraraka's turn, and the hands holding the planchette were slowly moving towards the word, yes, in response to something Tokoyami had asked. So far Ida's only contribution had been to sit there holding the wood with a stubborn expression on his face, and the same thing happened the instant Uraraka relinquished her turn to him. You're no fun, Uraraka pouted, just as Izuku prodded the planchette and Ida's hands over to hello. Finally! She cried. Ida frowned down at his hands in bafflement for a second, then jumped to the most logical and correct conclusion, Midoriya. It is improper to use your quirk during break. I have no idea what you're talking about, Izuku lied unashamedly, and then Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Azui walked in. They kept playing until just before Kaken arrived, because Ida wanted to review his notes and the rest took that as a sign to disperse even with a decent amount of time left before class resumed. After school, Izuku informed Tokoyami of Dagoba Beach's location and arranged for them to meet the next night for training. So Wednesday was some more Ouija board, and then illegal activities for the greater good at Dagoba, and Thursday Izuku came to school with a deck of cards in addition to the Ouija game and found that half of their class had done something similar. Most had brought homemade meals as well, so they didn't even have to leave the classroom for lunch. Me and Ida want to try shogi, Uraraka said, pointing at where there was indeed a game of shogi sitting on Ojiro's desk. Yaoyorozu and Ojiro were currently playing. They'll be done soon. Izuku had no idea how they planned to fit 2 games of shogi into their 45-minute lunch break, so he just nodded and dragged Tokoyami out the door to find somewhere quieter than the unexpectedly crowded classroom. Todoroki followed them, looking very disgruntled that his favorite spot for lunch had been invaded, and left in some random direction clutching his bento tightly. Izuku and Tokoyami went opposite of him to avoid annoying him further and came across All Might down one of the hallways. Where might you be going, young men? Skeleton All Might asked hesitantly. In what was clearly a slide of genius, Izuku paused and made eye contact saying, just looking for a book I lost. The Mythology of Amaterasu? Unfortunately I have not seen that anywhere, All Might replied, looking startled Izuku was even talking to him. Okay. Izuku jogged away, promptly avoiding him again. Tokoyami tilted his head as they continued. Were you trying to accomplish something? He looked over his shoulder. Well, it didn't work. I was trying to get someone to follow me. The fox in question wasn't even looking at him. They ended up at some benches outside their classroom building with nearly 20 minutes left, where it was thankfully not windy enough to blow away the cards. Izuku had no idea if Dark Shadow was allowed to be out, but the quirk wanted to play so he didn't say anything. The 3 of them got through 2 rounds, and then to his surprise he felt Terasu again. He paused in his dealing, and Tokoyami and Dark Shadow followed suit as he looked for her. The kitsune stalked up to them sporting her default mood. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the fact she'd bothered to come. It didn't hurt that this confirmed that his conversation with her had been more than just a dream as well. I thought I told you to leave me alone, Terasu stated flatly. That doesn't mean you have to leave me alone. Izuku replied cheerily. You came here of your own accord. I did not, she frowned. You called me here. What do you mean? You said my name. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Did I? Are you talking about when I was looking for that book earlier? That was just a coincidence. But since you're here, you're welcome to stay. Me, Tokoyami, and Dark Shadow were just about to start another round of cards. Want to join us? Dark Shadow glanced between them with greedy curiosity, as if he thought an entertaining fight was about to break out. Tokoyami maintained a straight face throughout the one-sided conversation he was hearing. Izuku internally prayed for his life even as he tried to persuade the kitsune into agreeing. There was a tense silence. Terasu scoffed and walked away. Izuku sagged in disappointment. He really wanted to see her doing something other than brood. It couldn't be healthy to be on alert at All Might side 24. She left, Dark Shadow said mournfully. Who was that? Tokoyami asked. Oh, that was the kitsune I told you about. Her name is Terasu and she, hangs around the school for personal reasons. He exhaled and added as an aside, she's not very friendly, but at least she's talking to me now. Tokoyami hummed in thought. Dark Shadow rubbed his claws together in stereotypical villain fashion. I hope she comes back, she looks fun to play with. You sound like a serial killer, Tokoyami said in exasperation. Potential serial killer or not, Izuku laid out another round of cards and they kept playing. Friday, Before class, Izawa raised an eyebrow at the needlessly intense tournament of rock paper scissors 89% of the class was participating in, although their teacher had walked in late enough to only witness the final battle between Sato and Kaminari. Jiru lost 10 lollipops to the bet she made that Kaminari would lose, but both of them were smart enough to wait until lunch before making the shady-looking exchange. Izuku wasn't sure what bet Kaminari had lost, but Jiru ended up with all of his pencils for her troubles. Aoyama generously lent him a bright green glitter gel pen before the next class, even though Izuku could have sworn he only had pink and yellow ones. Izuku and Tokoyami kept up a training schedule of roughly every other night. The few times over the next week that he visited the cafeteria, Izuku tried to keep an eye out for Shinso and was foiled by the Gen Ed students' persistent elusiveness. Wednesday of that week, Terasu sniffed in distaste at their terrible shogi skills and ended up decimating Tokoyami in the shortest amount of moves Izuku had ever seen before she sauntered away with the reminder that class would begin in the next 51 seconds. Thursday she returned and did the same thing to Izuku, but on Friday Azui and Kaken were using the board in the classroom and she didn't show up. For those 2 weeks, according to the Minus Spies, Shinso wasn't haunted by any yokai, baku or otherwise. Saturday, instead of a half day, was the sports festival. Are you going to watch it? Izuku stuffed his deck of cards into his backpack, right next to the extra money his mother had handed him earlier for if he wanted something from the festival's vendors. His phone was wedged between his ear and shoulder as he double-checked that he'd packed everything. Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'll even be live-streaming it, Hisashi replied. Live-streaming? It's just a competition, I'm not even going to make it to the third round. Not for the first time, Izuku wondered if his father ever slept. Hisashi had never graced the question with a proper answer. That'll just make the first 2 rounds more interesting, won't it? Izuku, you're going to be late. Got to go, Dad, sorry. Hey, don't worry. You'll be fine. Knock him out. Figuratively, Izuku said, even though with UA you never knew. Bye. Goodbye. His father said before tacking on, oh, and don't do anything reckless. I won't. This is perfectly safe, Izuku thought to himself in the middle of the first round of the sports festival as he dug out an explosive and placed it carefully onto a pile of other explosives. He stood back and proudly surveyed the pile of smoke geyser bombs he planned to use to blast himself to victory. Not reckless at all. Midori, I'll make sure to visit your grave every week. Uraraka called as she passed by. Despite her joking tone, she looked queasy at Izuku's very visible plan. Or maybe that was just from excessive use of her quirk. A couple other students had noticed what he was doing, but so far none seemed to want to try the idea out for themselves. Which fair. And all the more lucky for him. You'd better bring flowers. He yelled back at her. He readied the metal panel he had scavenged from one of the robots earlier in the race. Here goes nothing. He dropped onto the pile with a metal sheet and a thin telekinetic shield as his only intermediaries, and the ensuing blast caused even present Mike to cry out in surprise. Before he knew it, he was soaring above the heads of the competing students. The entire race course seemed to have paused in awe beneath him, even Todoroki and Kaken at the front, who had been in vehement competition with each other ever since Todoroki challenged Kaken that morning. Is this what it feels like to fly? Izuku wondered, admittedly a bit dramatically, but this was a dramatic moment, so give him some slack. He got first place. Not exactly what he'd been aiming for, but that didn't matter. The real precision would be during the second event. Wow, that was awesome, Uraraka said as she jogged up to his side. The students who had reached the end milled around as they waited for the stragglers to trickle in. To nobody's surprise, most of Class 1A and 1B were already finished. Ida joined their little huddle momentarily, lamenting his own placing in the race, but Tokoyami was off talking to Koda. I didn't think that would actually work the way you wanted it to. Everyone that passed me looked like they expected to hear of my tragic demise by the end of the race, he acknowledged. But it was actually really fun. Too bad I'd probably get arrested if I tried anything like that at home. You would most definitely get arrested, Ida huffed. But it was quite impressive. Thank you. We'll make a daredevil out of you yet, Uraraka told Ida, who spluttered in denial. The crowd fell silent as the last students trickled in and Midnight took to the stage to explain the next competition, the cavalry battle. Teams of 2 to 4, point value based off of your score in the previous event. Izuku was worth 1,000,000 points. Wait, what? In an instant, the stadium was filled with bloodlust as every head turned towards Izuku. He chuckled nervously. It's fine. I can just get rid of my headband early on and then someone else will have to deal with it. I'm trying to avoid first place after all. The attention was still a heavy weight in the background, though, even when everyone scattered to find teammates. Don't worry, Midori, I'll join your team. Uraraka offered as Ida split off. No, I need to get 5th place, so if you want to move on to the next round you should probably find someone else, he told her. She blinked. You mean you're stopping at this event? Yeah, I'll explain when we get a break. She looked reluctant, But she did wish him luck and went asking other teams if she could join. Like most of the students who had made it past the first event, she was really taking the tournament seriously. Now, who would work with someone that was trying to lose? There was one obvious choice, Shinso, but while a two-person team was allowed, Izuku doubted that would be very efficient since their bodies were somewhat similar in build. Could either of them even carry the other for an extended PRD of time? They should aim for at least one other member. But he was getting ahead of himself. First he should get Shinso on board. And unsurprisingly, the first thing the purple-haired teenager said when he found and asked him to make a team with him was, "Why should I help you? We're competing against each other." Izuku already had a rebuttal prepared. "Are we? Aizawa-sensei didn't say we couldn't both in turn with him." Shinso opened his mouth, then closed it. He turned to face Izuku completely with a considerably less hostile, albeit still harsh, face. "And what would you have to contribute?" "Well," Izuku grinned. "My telekinesis happens to be perfect for this event." He pointed at his own shoes, and proceeded to untie his shoelaces as Shinso watched. "With lightweight objects like those headbands, my range is pretty far too. So long as I can see them, it'll be easy peasy." There was a long moment where Shinso considered him in silence, then the Gen Ed student gave a short nod. "Fine. We have a deal. I'll get us a third member." "What do you mean, get?" Shinso walked away without listening to the rest of his sentence. Izuku dithered, wondering if he should follow the other boy, but he returned soon enough with Ojiro in tow. A very blank-eyed Ojiro. Izuku didn't resist the urge to wave a hand in front of his classmate's face and frowned when there was no reaction. "Did you use a quirk on him?" "So what if I did?" Shinso stared at Izuku in challenge. For some reason, he felt like he was about to tread on very thin ice by protesting. He did so anyways. "That's not. I know Ojiro wants to do his best at the festival. Is this a mind control quirk? You should let him go. I'll find someone who'll team up with us willingly." "Who would do that?" Shinso sneered. "It's easier this way." Izuku ignored the animosity. "I'll be right back. If I find someone, will you let Ojiro go?" He snorted. "Sure. Whatever." They had 10 minutes left. Izuku needed to find somebody quick. He didn't know anybody outside of Class 1A, but he had noted how competitive Class 1B had been earlier both before and during the obstacle course race. Somebody from the support or Gen Ed course would be his best bet. He sidled up to a group of loosely clustered students, only a few of whom he recognized as Class 1B students. When the group noticed him, they collectively frowned and looked at each other like they were wondering what he was doing. He opened with a very succinct invitation, "Hey, do any of you mind joining a team that's trying to lose?" They all glanced at each other again. "Yes," one girl from the back said bluntly. A stocky boy with russet hair and coarse, furry bare paws for hands raised an arm into the air. "Never mind, I guess this guy wants to help you," the girl amended. "It depends," the boy said. "I just want to know why you're trying to lose." Izuku explained the internship offer quickly. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? That's very interesting. I'm actually working on an essay about the marketing of underground heroes, so I suppose I'll help you too." He blinked. "Are you a business course student?" Because he'd almost forgotten those existed. "No, none of the business course students are participating," the boy reminded Izuku as he gestured at a trio of students in the stands who were furiously writing in notebooks. "I'm in Gen Ed. I might transfer over, but I'm not really sure yet." "Well, nice to meet you. I'm Jun Komine." Izuku nodded. "Izuku Midoriya. Let's go. I don't know how much time we have left, and Ojiro needs to find a team as well." "Ojiro?" Komine echoed as Izuku dragged him through the crowd. "Our backup member." Not exactly the time to explain that particular situation. Speaking of which, "Hey Shinso, you can let Ojiro go now." The purple-haired teenager snapped his head in Izuku's direction and eyed the newcomer. "You're really joining the team?" he asked. "My name is Jun Komine." "I'm Shinso." He looked off to the side and Ojiro jolted in place, a hand automatically raising to his head. "What's your quirk?" he asked while Izuku shooed a very confused Ojiro away with 5 minutes left and the hope he would find a team to join. "Perfect memory." Izuku perked up. "Oh, that'll be helpful. Mine's telekinesis." "Brainwashing," Shinso tacked on, looking less than pleased to do so. Komine didn't notice, merely nodding. "So your bare paws are vestigial?" Izuku wondered, still stuck on Komine's quirk before he caught himself. "Ah, well, we should probably strategize. Who's going to be the rider?" "You," Shinso said decisively, and a bit quicker than Izuku had been expecting. "You said you need to see objects to move them and you'll have the best view there. And you don't look too heavy. I'll be the front of the horse and Komine can serve as the rear. First thing we do is lose the 10 million points." "Sounds good to me," Komine said, with Izuku nodding along. "Let's do this." The instant the cavalry battle began, they lost the 1,000,000 points. The three of them blinked as Siro reeled it in with his tape gleefully. I know we meant for that to happen, but for some reason I feel really embarrassed, Komine commented. That was probably because of how easily the boy had taken them by surprise. Shinso didn't say anything, but Izuku could feel his venomous look at Kaken's group, which found themselves under assault by everyone aiming for the instant win. A few more reserved teams skirted the edges of the battleground, looking to scuffle with each other. Without any points, everyone had immediately lost interest in Izuku's group. At least now they think we're not a threat? He suggested brightly. Are we going to wait before taking any headbands? Shinso asked. That would preserve our energy. We would also have a better idea of who will be placing in the top 4. Komine, do you know everyone's points? The only problem with waiting to collect points was that their group had pretty poor mobility. They wouldn't be able to swoop into the middle of battles between teams like Todoroki's and Kaken's and get away easily. Izuku's telekinesis would help with that, but there was also the entirely different matter of keeping track of who had what headbands at all times in order to calculate what headbands they would need to place 5th. If there was ever a time to pray to the 7 lucky gods, it would be now. There are 12 headbands at play. There's the 1,000,000 points, of course, but also ones worth 90, 305, 460, 725, 685, 635, 455, 325, 245, and 2 worth 190. Wonderful, Shinso deadpanned. Izuku shared the sentiment. But the worst-case scenario would have been if everyone had made 2-person teams and they ended up with 21 headbands to keep track of. If everyone keeps their original headbands, the points that would land 5th place would be, Izuku blanked. So many numbers. 460, Komine supplied. But obviously that's not going to happen. Team Bakugo already had the 1,000,000, which meant whatever number was after 460 would be the current 5th place. Komine, try to keep an eye on the teams and scoreboard. I guess the scoreboard takes priority, since it's easier to get everyone's information at once. While they had been lingering in place, a few other headbands had already swapped teams. Teams Bakugo and Todoroki were duking it out in a stalemate on the opposite end of the arena. A few teams were hovering around there hoping to sneak a grab at the 1,000,000, and the rest were scattered. Their own team had no idea where to even start. We have 25 minutes to go, so should we start moving with 15 or 10 left? 15. Just in case. Right? Izuku nodded. Okay. They idled, and Izuku soon found that nothing was more awkward than standing still in the middle of a battlefield. Maybe we should at least pretend to be doing something? They were getting a few suspicious looks already. Fine. After shuffling around and not doing much more than observing everyone's quirks until the halfway mark, Team Midoriya made a few passes at some of the lower points in order to get a decent base amount that could easily be lost without affecting their placement too much, and eventually snagged one of the 190-point headbands from Team Tokoyami after a vicious tug-of-war between Izuku's telekinesis and Koda's birds. It was a struggle to lose Tokoyami's pursuit after that, but an advantage of their small 3-man team was that they managed to sneak through another team's skirmish to escape. When there were 3 minutes left, their next target was the 305-point headband. A few teams had multiple headbands at this point, which meant 305 alone was 6th place. The team who had it, however, was currently in 3rd with 630 points because they also had the 325 headband. Taking 305 would move Team Azui below Team Midoriya, push Team Minoma into 3rd, and Izuku double-checked the scores. Yep, Team Tokoyami would end up 4th and his own team would be perfectly within 5th. The problem was obvious when they got Team Azui in their sights. I can't see the headband, Izuku hissed. Below him, Shinso cursed. Komine peered around them to look at the way Shoji sheltered Azui with only a small crack between his webbed arms for her tongue to shoot through. Oh right, you need to see it to use your telekinesis. Basically. Shinso twisted to look at Izuku. Are you sure you can't do it without a visual? I can try, but I don't want to accidentally yank an eyeball out. His teammates blanched. You can do that? Komine whispered even as Shinso turned back around. Whatever. I'll do it. How? Hey Kakashi. The purple-haired teenager yelled. Do you wear that mask because you're ugly underneath, or do you just get tired of your own pit odor? Shoji crinkled his brows into a frown as he noticed them. What? Put your arms down, Shinso commanded, and the hero student staggered to a stop and unfurled the limbs in question. Azui blinked owlishly at her sudden reveal, the 2 headbands displayed clearly atop her head. Oh right, thanks, Izuku said, and pulled the one marked 305 straight into his hands. He pulled it over his head and checked the scoreboard once more. They were neatly slotted into 5th place and the timer blared. Everyone paused. The scoreboard flickered as a last-second change was registered. Team Bakugo and Team Todoroki switched places, landing Team Todoroki in 1st and Bakugo in 2nd. Nobody else was affected. They were still in 5th place. Yes. He totally didn't cry. The students were released for lunch immediately after the third event was announced. Shinso left the field swiftly, ignoring Izuku's shouted invitation for him to join him during the break. Komine accepted, though, and as Izuku sat down with Uraraka and Tokoyami in the cafeteria, he soon found out it was mostly for the purpose of interrogating him on the deal he and Shinso had made with Aizawa. Ida ate with Yaoyorozu, but he joined the trio as they left the cafeteria to head back to the stadium, Komine splitting off shortly beforehand to share his spoils with some students who looked like they were in the business course. Izuku was looking forward to the recreational games, since he wouldn't be occupied trying to prepare for the upcoming tournament. During the actual tournament, well, he'd had the foresight to bring a fresh journal with him today. Since he didn't know any of Class 1B's quirks, it was about time he rectified that lack of information. The break passed in a blur, full of simple yet fun games. Then when the tournament started, it was time to find a spot in the bleachers and arm himself with his journal and writing utensils. When they didn't have matches coming up, Uraraka and Ida sat on either side of him. During a break late in the tournament, right after Ida returned to his seat with a defeated expression in the aftermath of Todoroki winning their match, Izuku stood up and declared he was going to fetch them snacks from the concession stands. He overruled their token protests and departed, determined to try and cheer his friend up with a way to any teenager's heart: junk food. Although Ida might appreciate something a little healthier, he mused as he made his way down the corridors. Izuku was distracted from his thoughts when he felt magic around the corner. It seemed about average strength. With all these people, it was unlikely to be hostile, or it would have made a disturbance by now, so Izuku deduced it was inhabiting someone's family heirloom, a watch he bet, and had been brought to the stadium that way. Curious to see if his guess was right, he continued onwards. Oh! He yelped, immediately regretting his decision when he bumped into two people. He backed away and quickly bowed with a muttered apology to the first, the tall, intimidating hero Endeavor, and was more subtle as he also angled it to the other person nearby. A yokai in the form of a woman with a serpent's tail instead of legs, wearing a horned demon mask to conceal her face, and practically hanging off of Endeavor's arm as she leaned on his body with familiarity. As Endeavor grunted in reply to Izuku, the yokai tipped her head politely. "No worries, little one," she rasped, and returned her face to where it practically nuzzled against Endeavor. He suppressed a grimace at how touchy the yokai was being with the number 2 hero. She must be interested in seducing the man, which was thankfully unlikely to come into fruition due to the hero's unawareness. Izuku was just glad she was wearing a kimono. He'd seen a few too many NDE, or partially so, human-like yokai trying to catch their infatuation's attention. Endeavor and his attachment forged onwards, already ignoring him. Izuku glanced at them before deciding there was no danger and returned to his seat in the bleachers once he'd picked out snacks he thought Uraraka and Ida would like. Since there were still a few minutes left before the next match, he pulled out his phone to see if he could find any yokai matching the snake woman's description. As he did, somebody else's phone buzzed nearby. Ida shuffled out of his seat, revealing his was the culprit as he checked the caller ID and left the stands to answer the call. Izuku returned his gaze to his phone. Just as he pulled up his internet browser, there was a soft ping as a notification popped up from his Hero News app. The part of the headline that fit onto his screen read, "The hero killer strikes again. Ingenium." Ingenium? Izuku, alarmed, clicked on the pop-up instantly. That's Ida's brother. He didn't notice the start of Todoroki and Bakugo's match as he scanned the information in the article rapidly. The second he was finished, he turned to look at Ida's chair, which was, of course, empty. Ida was probably receiving the news of his brother's paralysis at that very moment. "What is it?" Uraraka asked, poking at him to get his attention. Izuku turned back around and showed her the article helplessly. He had no idea what Ida might be feeling. So he asked, "What do we do?" She stood out of her chair and put her snacks down, clutching a fist to her heart. "We go find him, of course." But they didn't find him. Soon enough it was announced that Ida had withdrawn from his match with Tokoyami, landing the bird-headed team third place in the tournament by default. Todoroki got second, to Endeavor's ire, judging by how he not so discreetly stormed out of the bleachers, and Bakugo was first, scowling throughout the entire award ceremony and even rejecting All Might's attempt to give him the medal. The worried and supportive texts he and Uraraka and Tokoyami, once he was informed of the situation, sent Ida were left unanswered. And since it was the weekend, none of them would see him again until Monday. Before they went home, they agreed not to spam his phone anymore, hoping some time unbothered would help, and went their separate ways. It left Izuku simultaneously frustrated at himself and feeling useless. Give him a monster to fight any day. When it came to emotionally supporting a friend, it looked like all he could do was try his best. But would his best be good enough? Izuku shuffled impatiently at the street corner, hiding from the downpour of rain under his black umbrella. It was a quiet morning aside from the storms pattering against the concrete, and the sidewalks were empty aside from the stray pedestrian and the two yokai, an Amafuri Kozo and a Tofu Kozo, who had gotten into a spat not far from Izuku, their enraged movements more than once threatening to splash him as they trampled through puddles. The Tofu Kozo had just thrown its piece of tofu with weaponized force at its opponent when both yokai suddenly abandoned their scuffle. The reason why was a surprising sight. Ida, decked in a yellow raincoat, blasted his way down the sidewalk and came to a stop, jogging in place next to Izuku, also waiting for the traffic light to change. "Aida!" the green-haired boy exclaimed in surprise. His friend was looking far more chipper than he thought he would be, considering what had happened to his brother. But Izuku knew better than to assume that just because he looked fine that everything was well. Ida had never responded to their texts and calls after all. "Good morning, Midoriya," Ida greeted, hand raised in a sort of salute. Good morning? Better hurry, we're running late." Maybe by Ida's standards, although that wasn't exactly what was on Izuku's mind as his friend rushed off again. Seeing that the walk sign had lit up, Izuku followed, trying to catch up, but finding that even without using his quirk, Ida was a veritable machine who outpaced him easily. He saw him again as he entered class, in the process of waving off Uraraka's worried interrogation. Izuku tried to help her tag team him, but Ida deflected their concerns with surprising ease. Homeroom began, and they were forced to leave the matter at rest. Displayed on the chalkboard were the whole class's names with corresponding numbers. Todoroki's was up top, followed by Kaken, Tokoyami, and so on. It wasn't hard to guess what they represented, and Aizawa confirmed Izuku's thoughts within moments of beginning the class as he pointed out they were the number of internship offers each student had gotten. Internship forms were handed out, along with lists of the agencies guaranteed to accept an intern, and Izuku wasn't surprised to see the number of offers were drastically low for those who didn't make it past the second round in the sports festival. Aside from the application form and internship lists, Izuku had received one other handout, a plain white envelope containing a piece of paper with scribbled out instructions on how to fill out the internship form in order to apprentice under Eraserhead. His teacher's gaze had been expressionless when he handed it to Izuku, but the boy held no such restraints. He grinned and silently pumped his fist in the air. Once everything was handed out, Aizawa tersely informed them to turn their forms in by the end of the week, and then a familiar hero popped her head into the classroom. "Midnight Sensei?" The surprised cries of the class rose up. Honestly, Izuku hadn't expected to see her so soon after the sports festival. "She's here to help you choose your hero names," was the condensed explanation. So homeroom that day was particularly interesting, especially with names like "Can't Stop Twinkling" flying around. For his part, Izuku was starting to sweat as his friends came up with great names like Uravity and Tsukuyomi. "What can I choose?" He internally panicked, marker hovering his whiteboard. "Phoenix is sort of taken, and Hou-ou is too close." And he winced as he recalled the numerous cheesy, all-might-inspired names he had come up with in his toddlerhood. Those ones are definitely out of the question. The closest thing he had to a nickname was Deku, wasn't it? Izuku glanced over at Kaken, pondering it. Uraraka had said the word sounded like Dikire. It would be sort of ironic, wouldn't it, to turn that insult into a positive thing? Almost spiteful. He drew his gaze away from his old friend. That wouldn't work either. In some mythologies, names had power. That wasn't particularly the case for yokai, but the fact remained the same that Deku had a taint to it. Izuku didn't want to recycle it into something better, he wanted something fresh. Something more him. He turned and looked at his new friends. Wait a second. He did have an actual nickname now. And that realization came just in time, for Midnight was calling his name to check to see if he was ready yet. Yes. He quickly jotted down the word and held his whiteboard close to his chest as he darted to the podium. He presented it, hoping it was good enough. "From now on, my hero name is Midori." There was a pause, and he suspected the class was trying to decide if he was another person just settling for using his own name like Todoroki and Ida had done. "Why didn't you do Lord Midori?" Dark Shadow sprang out from under Tokoyami's shirt with a pout on his face, startling the class. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami and Izuku hissed in exasperated unison. "I think it's great." Uraraka interrupted, a devilish smile on her face, no doubt because it was her nickname he was using. The rest of the class generally agreed, bobbing their heads and teasing him about fitting the name very well. In the end, the only one of the class who failed to come up with a suitable name was Kaken. Lunchtime was spent, for once, in the cafeteria. Ida ate with their group, although he barely spoke up at all, even though their main topic of discussion was what hero agencies they would choose for their internship. Izuku, who had told his friends in their group chat about his deal with Aizawa over the weekend after having forgotten to do so the day of the sports festival, was congratulated at actually having the invitation in hand. The mention actually made him think of Shinso for a moment, and he glanced around the cafeteria to see where the purple-haired teenager might be. He had to muffle a laugh when he glimpsed the Gen Ed student quailing under the enthusiastic force of Komine armed with pen, notebook, and business course friends as he tried to eat his lunch. How unexpected! The pensive words drew his attention back to his own table. Tokoyami had been the speaker. Izuku resumed eating as he listened. What is it? Uraraka asked. One of my offers, it's from Hawks. Izuku spat out his food in dignity. What? Take it. Hawks is the number 3 hero. You could learn so much. He has one of the best ratios of rescue to combat missions after All Might, and his words stumbled over themselves as he tried to express his elation. There was a slight quirk to Tokoyami's beak. Apparently I will be interning with Hawks next week. Izuku smacked his hands over his mouth as he flushed in embarrassment, but it quickly faded into victory. He bet he could learn some things secondhand from Tokoyami as well. Internships were going to be so awesome. What about you, Ida? Izuku tried. Are you going to intern at your brother's agency? Probably not the best question. His friend frowned, seemingly ignorant of the implication as he pored over his list of offers. I have not yet decided. He did not say anything further. All right, just ask us if you need help choosing. Izuku offered. I will. Uraraka took up the conversation from there, and the day passed without much fanfare. Internships would start next week, but the students were given plenty of time to make their decisions. Izuku didn't need all that time. He headed straight to the teacher's lounge to turn in his acceptance of Eraserhead's offer. All Might intercepted him. Young Midoriya, might I have a moment? He was in his natural form, Terasu at his side yelling some rather unsavory words at someone inside the teacher's lounge. Judging by the returning insults, either she or Kutsuhimo had done something to provoke the other. Izuku did his best to tune them out. Sure. All Might didn't lead him far, to a fairly deserted hallway. Terasu abandoned her argument with Aizawa's resident Itmomin to follow them and seemed to enjoy the quiet. She at least did not quite have her permanent scowl adorned. I was wondering if perhaps the symbol of peace fidgeted with something in his pocket, almost nervously. He finally pulled out a letter, very similar to the one Aizawa had given Izuku. You can't be serious. All Might coughed into his free hand. About what you said, that someone didn't want you to be my successor or, I suspect, inherit my quirk? You still impressed me, and I would be honored if you would intern with me, and maybe, tell me more about her? Izuku Midoriya.exe has stopped working. Rebooting. First things first. Sorry. I've already decided who I'm interning with, so, best remove that temptation. He'd earned Aizawa's internship offer, and All Might was the most spotlight-y of spotlight heroes. Not exactly the style of heroics he wanted to develop habits for. No matter how much Hisashi would be drooling in jealousy at the mere thought of spending a week learning from All Might. Izuku might have been drooling some at the thought, too, hence the removing temptation bit. Now, for the part he'd seen coming and still didn't know how to deal with. And what do you mean by her? I won't tell anyone, I promise, All Might hastily assured, only looking a little put out that his offer had been rejected. I know it must be hard, seeing things no one else can see. Oh no. Izuku was right. He'd already broken his promise to Terasu and now she was never going to trust him. But I just need to know, is Nana here right now? Izuku blanked. The kitsune twitched. Who? Oh, has she not told you her name? Or maybe, can ghosts not speak? Ghosts? Hold on. She's a woman, black hair in a spiky ponytail, most likely in a purple hero costume with a white cape. She's the one who didn't want you to be my successor, correct? Terasu slapped a paw over her eyes in a very human-like gesture of disbelief. Is that what this idiot's been thinking? She muttered to nobody in particular. Izuku put the pieces together enough to say, no. I what? No, she's not, I can't see ghosts, he finally said, even if that wasn't technically true. I haven't met whoever Nana was. And I can't tell you who doesn't want me to be your successor. I'm sorry. All Might, for a few seconds, looked as if he felt very foolish. Then his embarrassment became alarm. You're not in any danger, are you? What? No. This was a mess. Nobody's blackmailing me or anything. This secret is just a promise. It doesn't hurt anybody. I'll tell you as soon as I get permission, okay? Terasu almost looked impressed that he was sticking to his word, but when he actually looked over at her she had a neutral expression. All Might simply looked confused. Please. Finally, the hero relented. Alright, I believe you. You can go now. He clearly needed to think things over. Izuku would let him for now, he had an Eraserhead to catch. He rushed off, hoping Aizawa was still in the teacher's lounge. Today was his lucky day. Not only had he not broken his promise to a powerful entity very capable of snapping him like a twig, he also didn't have to wait until tomorrow to turn in his paperwork. He didn't cross paths with Shinso as he did so, but he had the rest of the week to talk to him about internships before they began, so it was no big loss. Things were looking up. Izuku examined the piece of paper bearing barely legible directions once more, flitting his eyes up to the building in front of him as if it would magically morph into, say, a nondescript office building fitting for an underground hero agency. The storefront's curly display font letters remained steadfast. Nico Nico, Cat Cafe. Allergies need not apply. Maybe this was just their meeting spot? Perhaps Aizawa would guide them to the hero agency, if he was even associated with one. This internship was more like an apprenticeship, after all. Or maybe he's going to out you as a vigilante. The pessimistic voice of his anxiety sang in the back of his head. He shook the idea off like a champ though, because it would be more logical to merely get Izuku arrested if his identity had been discovered, and Aizawa was all about logic. The fact their meeting spot was at the same cat cafe Izuku had staked out before was just a coincidence. Enter, Shinso. The pair of boys blinked at each other. Shinso frowned at Nico Nico's door. He pointed at it, glancing at Izuku. Is this? The sort of human shrugged. If you're here too, then I guess I didn't mess up the instructions? Or we both messed them up, Shinso and the pessimistic voice of his anxiety said simultaneously. Izuku plastered on a cringeworthy grin in a futile attempt to keep the negativity at bay. Don't judge a book by its cover, someone said from behind them. The duo yelped and spun around to find Aizawa there in civilian clothing, raising a rather unimpressed eyebrow at them and sipping one of his jelly packets. It's not a good trait for a hero to have. Why yes sir? Izuku said, restraining himself from performing a salute. Shinso merely crossed his arms and gave the teacher a curt nod like he was pretending he hadn't been just as startled as Izuku. This is the place, Aizawa continued gruffly. Save your questions for a few minutes. You're smart enough to understand, anyways. With that, the underground hero proceeded into the cafe. As the boys hastily followed, a growing suspicion nagged at Izuku. The store had glass display windows, so Izuku already knew what the inside of the cafe looked like. A few of the cats lounging in the morning sunlight on the decorative furniture glanced up at the tinkling of the bell, but apparently were too lazy at the moment to bother getting up. There were currently no customers. Aizawa strode to the counter where a young woman with honey-gold hair, dark skin, and no obvious quirk waited idly. How can I help you? She asked cheerily. VIP session for 3, Aizawa intoned, sliding a card over the counter to her. She glanced at it and then gave it back to him. You're all set. Enjoy. Their mentor then ambled over the far wall, where a VIP lounge door laid. All of them entered, and once the door was closed behind them, Aizawa unceremoniously dethroned the chubby tabby sprawled over the rug in the center of the room in order to lift it and reveal a trapdoor. Izuku leaned over to Shinso as discreetly as possible. Are we in a spy movie? The brainwasher bit his lower lip and did not reply, but Izuku caught the way the edges of his mouth unwillingly twitched upwards. Aizawa gestured for them to go first and didn't reprimand them when they both pet the tabby cat on their way. The trapdoor led to a ladder, of course, although the rungs were flat rather than round. It was small, but roomy enough for adults without any relevant disability to go down comfortably, and it didn't take long before they reached the floor. Instantly a musty smell hit his nose. Faint footsteps and voices echoed through the metal floor, the rustling of paper almost making the area up ahead sound like an office building. There was a bark of feminine laughter, and then Aizawa joined them below. Welcome to the underground haunt, Oken, their mentor informed them. Yes, of course both of you would recognize that name, he sighed, putting a hand up to stop there, or rather, Izuku's, visible fanboying before it could bombard him. You're here for present heroics, not past vigilantism. If you want to interrogate someone over this place's history, do it later. And not to me. They trod through the echoing corridor as they tried to tone down their awe in the wake of Aizawa's relaxed gait. The chamber the path opened up into was spacious but cluttered with the byproducts of a very lived-in workspace. Cheap plastic chairs were strewn in seemingly random positions across the room, many with overflowing filing cabinets or briefcases or even support gear piled on and around them, with very few empty or being used as actual seats at a desk. There were a total of 5 different computers, all of them different models and makes, and one in particular looked like it might have been from before the dawn of quirks yet still somehow chugging along. In contrast to the large amounts of organized clutter, because there was, in fact, carefully maintained floor space if not table space, there were only 3 people in the room other than the newcomers. A man and a woman in civilian clothing were seated at desks, the former fiddling with some sort of excursions as he conversed with a mint-haired costumed pro and the latter nearly hidden in the far corner as she shuffled through a mountain of paperwork. The mint-haired pro, a woman Izuku recognized as the Smile Hero, Ms. Joke, greeted the incoming trio with a broad grin. Zawa. Fancy meeting you here, she trilled. What's with that frown? Why are you here? It didn't even sound like a question. Don't get your scarf in a knot now, dearest. I just had to get a look at your new apprentices. 2 in one go, who'd have thought? True to her words, Ms. Joke turned to examine Izuku and Shinso, ignoring Aizawa as he muttered, interns. They are not my apprentices. The woman in the corner snorted in amusement, then tried to cover it up with a cough when Aizawa turned his scarlet glare onto her. Ignore her, she doesn't belong here, he told them as an aside. Since you've made it this far, you can officially count this internship as started. First things first are the rules. In here you can use your real or hero names, it doesn't matter. In and out of costume on the streets you use the respective names. You're both under my direct supervision. My word is law. You can ignore everybody else unless for some reason I am incapacitated or unavailable, in which case you defer to Yasutomi first, the woman in back raised a hand in acknowledgement, and Maryuta second. The man shot them finger guns from where he had returned to chatting with Ms. Joke. He continued, the Oaken Haunt is not an official agency, but it is a point of contact for several underground heroes. This is the hub. There are multiple exits from here into city maintenance tunnels. The dorms you'll be staying in are down that hallway. He gestured to one on the right side of the hub's chamber, which also contains medical facilities and the combat room. Your Wi-Fi will work a lot slower down here because of our security measures. If you have a problem with that, you can use Nico's Wi-Fi. Same thing if a vigilante shows up, go back up the ladder or into your dorm room. Huh. Maryuta piped up as Ms. Joke went off to bother Yasutomi. The haunt is neutral grounds. Vigilantes on our safe list are allowed to crash here for a night or two, get medical attention, and so on without threat of their identity being revealed. None of them like to be bothered, though, and some of them can be real testy. His face darkened as if thinking of a specific individual. Anyways, we try to stay out of their way unless we're their underground contact. That's the gist of it. Izuku had always suspected underground heroes had dealings with vigilantes, but he had no idea they had a safe haven system like this. What qualified a vigilante for the safe list? How many vigilantes used this haunt, and was that the difference between an underground agency and a haunt? The neutrality? What he said, Aizawa mumbled. Go pick out your rooms and get settled, then change into your hero outfits and find me in the combat room. We'll be warming up for tonight's activities with some martial arts training. Tonight's activities? Izuku mouthed curiously, but Shinso was already lugging his own backpack to the other hallway. The phoenix-blooded boy hurried to follow. The martial arts training was quirkless hand-to-hand combat, and despite Izuku having the self-defense basics drilled into him solidly, Shinso still practically pounded him into the ground through sheer scrappiness and the marginally larger amount of muscle he bore. Neither of them were any match for Aizawa, though, and that evening found them both with sore muscles as they slurped cheap ramen over a cleaned-out spot on the floor of the hub. Although Yasutomi was typing furiously away at a computer, Maryuta had disappeared a while ago. Aizawa was thumbing through a box of files with an idle expression, slurping one of his jelly pouches that he was seemingly addicted to. Kutsahimo seemed to have woken up. Yellow eyes peered from the folds of their teacher's scarf, watching Izuku and Shinso with a bored expression. A faint ding from an unseen clock whose clicking was going to drive Izuku crazy by the end of the week caused Aizawa to look up from his paperwork. 5 minutes. Civilian clothes, phones only. Meet me in the cafe. He slid the file he was reading back into places and slinked into the ladder's hallway. Izuku nearly choked on his noodles as he tried to get them down faster. Thankfully, he was almost finished, so he wasn't far behind Shinso, who had simply abandoned his food, as they returned to their rooms to change out of their combat gear. He did end up reaching the ladder first, but it took both of them to open the trapdoor because that large tabby cat had been laying on top of it and the rug, refusing to budge. Izuku took a second to straighten the rug back over the door and plop the tabby onto it before following Shinso into the cafe, which was empty aside from their teacher, the cats, and the cashier. Only 20 seconds early, Aizawa grumbled. Well, you're here now. Tonight's activity starts the instant one of you steps outside the door. Call it whatever you want, but it's essentially large-scale hide-and-seek. The hider gets a 5-minute head start before the seeker can step outside this building. No entering buildings, no causing disturbances among civilians. Fire escapes and rooftops are allowed, but make sure not to leave the district. You are allowed to move freely at all times, and once the 5 minutes are up, the seeker has an hour to knowingly get within 5 feet of you. I'll send a text when that time is up if the hider is not found within that time limit. Our rendezvous point is outside the police station on Lotus Street. He paused, adjusting his scarf. If you come across any illegal activities, text me your location and maintain a distance. Only engage in self-defense or the defense of others. Any questions? Just one, are we allowed to use our quirks? Aizawa glanced over to Izuku. For the exercise, only so long as you don't use them on citizens or to harm each other. In self-defense, absolutely. Understood. The boys nodded earnestly. Whichever of you wants to be the hider first, just step out the door and I'll start the timer. I'll be observing from a distance. Izuku looked to Shinso to see what he thought, but his peer was already moving towards the door. He blinked, but didn't protest and waited patiently as Shinso left and Aizawa started the timer. His teacher drew the shades down over the windows and stepped in front of the door so Izuku couldn't watch where Shinso went. Although he'd asked the question, he wasn't entirely sure what use his telekinesis would be in this exercise, at least as the seeker. Sure, he could use it the way he usually does to hasten himself, maybe get onto roofs easier, and hold Shinso in place in order to get within the 5 feet of him, but in terms of actually locating Shinso? He'd probably need the full hour. 5 minutes are over, Aizawa said, and Izuku forced himself out the door. Ruminating on tactics was all well and good, but he couldn't waste any time looking for Shinso. With the boy constantly on the move, on streets, Izuku had a feeling he knew better than himself Shinso did live in this district. After all, in a large area to cover, he would have his work cut out for him. Right, left, or straight ahead? Would Shinso take to the roofs immediately or stick to the alleyways? It was still bright enough out that groups of people walked the streets, so would he try to blend in with the crowds? Aizawa exited the shop behind him, strolling off to the left. It seemed like an arbitrary direction, but he didn't so much as glance back at Izuku despite having claimed he would be watching them. He briefly considered that Aizawa was heading the way Shinso went, but dismissed that notion. The pro-hero wouldn't make things that easy for Izuku. If he knew what direction Shinso took, he would track him down when Izuku wasn't looking. So, directions. Shinso's hair was distinctive enough that Izuku felt he could pick him out of a crowd even with how diverse people's appearances had gotten after the rise of quirks, so he was most likely in the alleys or on the rooftops. Izuku crossed the street to a brick building with a fire escape on it. The alleys would be more familiar to Shinso, and the rooftops were practically one open space in comparison to the maze of backstreets and paths. Whichever one Shinso had chosen, Izuku had a better chance on the roofs. He would be able to scan the tops of the buildings and the alleys below, with the most mobility possible and least chance for civilian encounters. He tromped his way up the fire escape and scoured the horizon when he reached the top. There were a few buildings higher than he was, but he didn't think they had any fire escapes or ladders on them, so he disregarded them for the moment. He couldn't see any human figures standing or crouching, so he trotted to the edge of the building and looked into the alley below. Garbage bins and clotheslines. Would Shinso try to hide in a garbage bin? No, an internship exercise wasn't worth the smell, not to mention if a civilian saw him doing something so suspicious it would definitely count as a disturbance. And even if he were to hide anywhere, it wouldn't be in one of the closest alleys to their starting point. Izuku continued to hop the rooftops, peering around and below him as he went, also keeping an ear open for any suspicious noises. After a full 20 minutes he grew frustrated with his lack of progress. Even with only a 5-minute head start, at this point Shinso could be anywhere in the district, constantly moving. Izuku would have to strike gold to even find a hint of where he went. This was no villain rampaging the streets or yokai screeching its head off. It wasn't even a stakeout or an informed tracking mission where you perhaps had a tracker on the suspect or their phone or vehicle or even just a list of frequented locales. Izuku had nothing but a visual, an entire district, and a time limit. He huffed and turned away from the alley he was inspecting, instead leaning over the low wall of the building he was on to the busy street. Light glistened off the pavement as cars rolled past. Not a single person visible had purple hair. He hadn't expected anything to change, really. Except by that hardware store. Was that Maryuta? Izuku had only seen the man from the oaken haunt a few times as he and Shinso settled in, so he hadn't recognized him at first, but the flax-haired man yawning as he leaned against the walls of the hardware store wore the same bright orange gloves Maryuta had worn as he fiddled with support gear in the hub. And Maryuta hadn't been in the haunt when they'd left for Aizawa's activity. Izuku hesitated. Maybe. The next building over had a ladder that he climbed down, and then he made his way over to the hardware store. Maryuta looked up at him with a sly smile as he approached. Izuku paused in front of him, unsure what to say. His teacher's colleague seemed to take pity on him, however, and spoke first. "You've only just now found me? Well, I suppose Eraserhead does like to throw people in the deep end. If he wants you to figure it out on your own, that's his problem. I'll just keep things simple." Maryuta paused, tilting his head and bringing his arms up in a helpless shrug. "What can I help you with?" There was an odd undertone to his last sentence. Like he was putting on a performance. But Izuku started with what would help him the most. "Do you know where Shinso is?" "You'll have to be more specific," Maryuta replied, but didn't elaborate. It clicked. Maryuta was performing, playing the role of a civilian, or perhaps more accurately an informant. Izuku revised his question quickly. "I'm looking for a high school-aged boy with wild purple hair and matching eyes. He's tall and fair-skinned, no visible quirk. Last seen wearing, a light gray jacket, khaki pants, and a black t-shirt." "Sorry," Maryuta replied, instantly crushing his hopes. "I haven't seen him at all." "Well, there goes that possibility. But I'll keep an eye out." Here, Izuku took the offered device with surprise. It was a simple black buzzer, a label declaring, "2," taped onto it. "I'll buzz that if I spot him." "Oh, thank you." Izuku gave a shallow bow. So that's how things were. And one more thing, the undergrounder added before Izuku could leave. If you see me around, feel free to come chat. What? The puzzle Maruda's comment had presented Izuku turned out to be fairly simple. For 5 blocks away, Maruda sat on a bench, typing away at a phone. Is your quirk teleportation? Izuku asked curiously, walking up to him. I'm your second one then. Need anything? Izuku rattled off Shinsu's description automatically. He passed by 5 minutes ago, went into that alley, Maruda pointed. I'll contact you if I see him again. Izuku put the buzzer labeled 5 into his pocket and barely stayed a second to thank the man, excited as he was to finally have a decent lead. He did, of course, note the street as location 5 in his mind, as well as Maruda's quirk. The ability to create clones is so cool. Izuku found Shinso with 7 minutes left, climbing down a fire escape. He was on the rooftops at the time, and intercepted the boy with a rather risky leap to the metal platform just in front of him. But it got him within 5 feet, and Shinso disgruntledly accepted his hand to help him stand up after he'd accidentally knocked him over during his landing. Izuku texted Aizawa to let him know they were on their way back, then the pair navigated to Lotus Street. Just so you know, Izuku told Shinso as they approached the police station, Maruda's hanging around a couple spots. You can use him as an informant. Shinso gave him an odd look. Why would you tell me that? As opposed to making him figure it out himself? Because I know to avoid being seen by him. Both Maruda and Aizawa awaited them a few meters away from the police station. Izuku was told to return the 4 buzzers he'd collected, numbers 1, 2, 4 and 5, and then Shinso was temporarily banished into the police station as Izuku's 5 minutes began. Izuku went backwards, rounding the block at a sedate pace and sticking to the shadows of the buildings while starting to count the seconds. The sky was darker and the civilians scarcer, so it was easier than he'd expected to pick out Maruda showing off some gadgets to a pair of teenagers. He looked away and didn't bother worrying about being spotted. He was headed behind a different building and then going up. If it were a little darker, he would have decided on the alleys instead, since those had the potential for more nooks and crannies to hide in, but Izuku didn't want to draw attention from civilians, and even as flat as most of the roofs where there were ways to hide off of the street. He could shelter himself next to one of the low walls most of the buildings had, but that would greatly limit his visibility. It was possible Shinso would leap onto the roof from one of the other 3 sides and spot him immediately, and Izuku was more likely to accidentally fling himself off the roof than safely run away before he could get within 5 feet. And while some of the rooftops had air conditioning units or other structures, those had been among the first places Izuku checked and would likely be places Shinso checked as well. But Izuku did have a decent knowledge of where the district ended in this direction. If he stayed on the roofs as long as possible before Shinsu's timer was up, he might be able to reach the edge or close to it. When Izuku played Hunter, he had stayed away from the invisible dividing lines by about half a block, just in case. Now he was hoping to get out of Shinsu's primary search areas and leave no clues as to which direction he had went, so when he finally searched the edges he wouldn't know where to even start. Okay, the 5 minutes should be up pretty soon. He checked the streets below to make sure Maruda wasn't around, then made his way down and continued onwards. Luckily, in this light his hair looked like a much more discreet black than green, so even if Shinso caught up to him from the rooftops he might not notice him just by glancing down at the streets from above. And there, that block was just barely still in the district. As long as he stayed within it he wouldn't be outside of the approved zone. So he went to the furthest building that had a bench anywhere near it, a bus stop in this case, and sat down to wait. If he'd had a hood, he would have pulled it over his hair, but at least his civilian clothes were pretty inconspicuous in and of themselves despite Shinso knowing what he was wearing. He did pull out his phone to check the time, and almost put it away before thinking better of it, and instead held it like he was reading something off of it, since most teenagers busy themselves with their phones while waiting for anything, Izuku included. He scrolled through it idly for a few minutes until his paranoia got the better of him. He'd been careful not to move his head too much, but it was nerve-wracking having no idea if Shinso was in the area or not, so he switched to the camera app and put it in reverse so he could at least see the rooftops behind him. Not the best angle, especially with the presence of the bus stops sheltering plastic, but the more movement Izuku made the more likely he would draw attention. Civilians would assume he was playing a game on the phone if he tilted it every which way, but any attention from Shinso could result in recognition and capture. Time ticked by, past the halfway mark. Izuku grew increasingly more nervous, since his schoolmate would soon catch on that he's staying in one place due to the lack of information Maruda could provide, and that would lead to more in-depth scrutiny and even strategized patrolling. If only Izuku could apply his magic more efficiently in tracking or detecting. He could have crafted a talisman or sigil to track Shinso if he was aware of the exercises beforehand, but he wanted to be able to pass such an ability off as part of his telekinesis, so he would need to approach the problem as if he only had his telekinesis at his disposal. Not to mention that talismans and sigils would have to be placed on the object or person they were affecting. He could send out a pulse of telekinesis as in, cast his detection spell, but he wouldn't be able to tell anything apart, so that idea was completely useless. His phone vibrated and he habitually glanced down at it. Aizawa-sensei, time's up. Well yeah, Izuku's 5 minutes of a head started ended forever wait. Sorry what? He looked around as if he'd missed somebody sneaking up on him. Shinso was nowhere in sight. His phone's clock stated the exact time the round would be over. His strategy actually worked? Apparently so. Aizawa, Shinso and Maruta awaited him when he returned to the police station, and then their teacher was brusquely giving both of them efficiency tips for urban tracking and camouflage and comparing that to their individual performances. Both boys nodded along eagerly, all seemed well, and then Aizawa made them do the exercise for 2 more hours. Izuku was so tired by the time it ended that when they returned to Oaken Haunt, he conked out in bed before he could change into more comfortable clothes. Breakfast was at 9 a.m. the next day, and quirkless combat lessons began at 10. Then a lunch break of an hour followed by quirk improvement training until well into the afternoon. Yasutomi and Maruta jointly bombarded them with tech demos, such as popular equipment and the typical digital systems they would be working with, until everything finally calmed down at 4 p.m. The urban exercise would start again at 6 p.m. Izuku followed Shinso up the ladder to relax in the cafe with the cats and message his friends. Tokoyami plus loyal burb minion. Tokoyami, why? Izuku? Tokoyami. Picture of Hawk's sidekicks craning their heads up to a dot in the sky. Tokoyami. Picture of Hawks handing a criminal to the police, a distance away from the camera holder and his sidekicks catching their breath. Tokoyami. Picture probably taken by dark shadow of Tokoyami wildly flailing his feet and a terrified expression on his face as he is carried in the air by Hawks. Tokoyami, help. Izuku. Tokoyami, my lord. Do not worry, everything's fine. Fumi's just joking around. Tokoyami. Tokoyami, all is well. Izuku, Tokoyami. Izuku, you okay? Izuku. If you die you better come haunt me or SMTG. This is Akiko's chat now. Uravity, Ida, Izuku, Tokoyami. Uravity, check out the bentos the kiosk sells. I get complimentaries, wink with tongue sticking out picture of a bento box, the food inside painstakingly cut and arranged into 3 all. Izuku, Ashkakifia. Izuku, Chibi All Mites? They're so cute. Uravity, picture of the same bento box. One of the All Mites is missing its head and another has visible bite marks where its arm should be. Izuku, whys don't show me that, how could you? Uravity, om nom nom. Izuku, embarrassed face. Uravity, well hey Ida, what did you eat for lunch? Any snack stations, plans for dinner? Just TXT back when you have time. Uravity, Mito send me more cute cat pictures or you'll regret it. Izuku did his best to muffle his laughter as he aimed his phone once again at the cafe's current residents. There was a gorgeous heterochromatic Turkish Angora practically posing for him at the top of a cat tree that he hadn't gotten pictures of earlier because it had claimed Shinsu's lap, so he took judicious photos of it. The humor faded, though, as he sent the pictures and noted Ida hadn't replied to any of their texts the past few days aside from some simple yes or no answers. Like he'd been drenched in cold water, a flood of somberness hit him. Izuku couldn't stop thinking back to the look in his friend's eyes at the train station when they parted ways for their internships. It was something he was very familiar with. A cold gaze that wished for retribution and cared nothing about what it had to tear to shreds to satisfy that desire, even if that something was itself. He'd never, ever seen a human wear that expression. Ida was in Hosu, the same city the hero killer. Stain had permanently injured his older brother that he looked up to so much. It was a deliberate choice on Ida's part and said a lot about his classmates' current mindset. And here Izuku was, laughing with Tokoyami and Uraraka, distracting himself with the exhilaration of Aizawa's tough but rewarding internship. Almost 2 days in and he'd been focusing more on making Shinso his friend than making progress in helping the one he already had. Stop relying on Uraraka to prod his shell, he told himself. You're his friend too. Tenya Ida. Izuku, hey, are you doing okay? Izuku, I just want to reiterate what we told you at the station. We're your friends and we're here for you. I know why you chose Hosu for your internship and… Izuku, well, I trust you. I just want you to take care of yourself. Take care of yourself first before anything else. Anger, rage, worry, grief, whatever you're feeling, your well-being comes first, not your emotions. Please keep that in mind. Tenya Ida is typing. Tenya Ida, I'm fine. Izuku, you don't have to be. The next text Ida sent wasn't that day, or even the next morning. It was sent Wednesday evening, as a train carrying an underground pro-hero and 2 of his students raced towards Hosu City. It was sent right before a little brother ignored instructions in order to avenge his personal hero. It was sent as a promise. Tenya Ida, yes. I do. And I will be soon. Izuku reluctantly ended his Nico interlude to head back down and change clothes again. This time he pocketed the beanie his mom had stuffed into his backpack as a precaution. It would help hide his hair, and as long as Shinso didn't know he had it, would also help break up Izuku's known appearance. When they met in the cafe, it was evident Shinsu'd had a similar idea, since he now wore a hoodie. Aizawa waited for one of them to volunteer, Izuku, this time, and then started the timer. The rules were exactly the same. Maruta was helping out again, although he refused to help Izuku hide with the reasonable excuse that he was meant to portray a normal law-abiding citizen rather than a neutral lookout. Maybe that varied from clone to clone, but Izuku had decided not to risk it from then on. The rounds seemed to irrationally move both more quickly and slowly than those the day before. First, because he'd gotten used to the way the exercise worked, and second, because during the 4 rounds, not a single time did either of the boys get captured, resulting in pretty much a solid 4 hours of the exercise. There was one moment where Shinso had almost caught Izuku, but the timer ran out before he could get close enough. Izuku was a little disappointed he hadn't managed to catch Shinso at all, but it did make sense. Now that they were both used to the game, the hiders had a clear advantage due to the large area of space that needed to be covered, and for half the time it was dark enough out that they both had trouble seeing. But when they met up with Aizawa for the last time, he made it clear that there was no winning or losing the game, and it was a measure of their methods and strategies for both seeking and hiding. Izuku had seen their teacher on the rooftops once, watching him as he was seeking out Shinso, but Aizawa was clearly a master of stealth when he wanted to be because he didn't see him again after that. "Are we doing this every night?" Shinso asked as they walked a few buildings away from the police station to the maintenance tunnel linked to Okanhaunt. "Not tomorrow," Aizawa said. "But Thursday and Friday, yes. It won't be exactly the same either," he added ominously. "What's happening tomorrow?" "Field trip. There's no Spotlight Hero agency in this sector, but you're going to need to know what it's like when undergrounders and spotlighters cooperate on a case. There's an active case going on in Hou-ou which I'm sure you two have heard about that will be perfect for understanding police involvement as well. You'll both be under strict instructions during the outing, so make sure you're listening when I tell you the rules tomorrow." "Alright," Izuku stammered as Shinso nodded his head. They would be in Hou-ou? Apparently there weren't many concerns over Stain and the internships colliding considering Ida was allowed to intern at Manuel's agency, but Izuku couldn't help but wonder why Aizawa was seemingly going out of his way to bring them to Hou-ou. Was it really just for the internship, or did he have an ulterior motive? Maybe he would check on Ida while they were there? He was a good teacher. It felt like something he would do. Manuel's agency was just as humble as the hero himself, one building nestled away amongst the others near the middle of Hou-ou for prime response times. It was professional nonetheless, and the 2 interns were made to wear guest badges so they could enter the 2nd floor. Aizawa-sensei, apparently, was recognizable enough to the employees to move freely about the building. Or maybe it was that his hero license served as a guest pass. Normally we'd ask to confiscate your phones too, but as hero students we trust you to be professional and keep them put away, one of the police officers present was telling them. Automatically Izuku's hand went to his costume's pocket. His phone had buzzed right as their train pulled into Hou-ou, and he hadn't had the chance to check it yet. "From this point on, I shouldn't see you on your phones in this building unless there's an emergency," Aizawa added. His hair rose up as he turned to side-eye his interns with a quirked glare, and Izuku hastily removed his hand before it could be spotted. So much for sneaking a peek while he had a chance. There was no getting past Aizawa's sharp eyes. Well, if it was important then he would have gotten a phone call. As the group of police and heroes walked to their designated conference room, Izuku instead asked a sidekick on his right, "Excuse me? My friend Ida happens to be interning here. I was wondering if I would have a chance to surprise him." "Maybe," she hummed. "I believe he went with Manuel to patrol 10 minutes ago. If you kids are still here when they get back, I'll make sure you can say hello." "Oh, thank you." A grin found its way onto his face. He didn't recognize her, as expected of a sidekick at a mediocrely ranked agency, but she was very nice and the frigid air misting off her skin indicated some sort of ice-related quirk. Maybe he would get a chance for a detailed description during their visit? He nearly bumped into Shinso as the group stopped in a loose circle inside of the conference room. There was a bulletin board filled with pictures of evidence and a few piles of documents and gear lay on the conference table. A particular photograph centered on the bulletin board drew Izuku's focus. It was a camera angle into an alleyway, and there was a very clear view of Stain the hero killer with swords drawn as the murderous vigilante looked at something. It was recognizable as the picture used in the news broadcasts to spread Stain's appearance to the public. Unlike the public photo, however, this one did not censor out what Stain was looking at. The bloody corpse of Stain's 3rd known kill, a pro-hero who had been in the business for barely a year. The young boy grimaced and searched for something more informative on the board. One was instantly found, a big label under the photo identifying Stain in handwritten marker. Prevstendal. Name, Kaizome Akaguro. Villain IN, X0921. Cases, merged to #78V. Izuku blinked. He thinks the name was briefly mentioned in the news, although it wasn't emphasized much since Stain hadn't been in public as his civilian self ever since his second victim, but now that he had a chance to properly look at it. Is his name really Bloodstain? Shinso took the words right out of his mouth. The meaning of the kanji of his surname were similarly ironic, containing both red and black, much like his villain costume's colors. That's so on the nose. It's like his parents wanted him to be a serial killer. Izuku choked on a laugh. The officers and sidekicks took the comment with grace and several shrugs as if to agree with the ridiculousness. The lead presenter, a tall male officer, cleared his throat and let their humor die down before starting his introductory lecture. As you can see, there will be some focus on current open cases, although the information you will be provided will only be on Stain's first few victims since this is ongoing. We'll also be reviewing a cold case, and your mentor has a few experiences of his own he plans to share with you. Please, take a seat. I'll pass out the relevant files for our first topic and we'll get started. Everyone chose a seat to shuffle into. Izuku had to be careful of Shinsu's lanky elbows as they pulled out seats simultaneously and waited for the other boy to get in his before moving to sit down in his own. Except his elbow jerked and he missed, falling onto his knees on the floor instead of his seat. Shinso blinked down at him in confusion. The nice psychic lady let out a sound partly surprised and partly amused. But while everyone looked at him in confusion, Izuku was scrambling back up to look out the window. Midoriya, what? Aizawa-sensei, he cut his teacher off without glancing away from the window. Wordlessly he then pointed out, towards the faint glow of fire and column of smoke in the distance. The patrolling heroes will handle, the lead officer started to say. All heroes, this is an emergency alert, crackled from the communication devices on the sidekicks in the room. Aizawa's phone let out an urgent series of beeps. A similar message began to play from the police officers' radios. Multiple hostiles engaged in multiple sectors. ID, NU or variant thereof. All available, please crowd control or engage threats. Respond with ETH. A string of instructions and locations continued to rattle off as everyone in the room sprang into action. The necromancy magic that had alerted Izuku grew stronger, growing fully pungent and hostile in the air with terrifying speed. The necromancer wasn't even trying to keep the heroes away from the puppets. This was an attack just to cause chaos and destruction as fast as possible. Aizawa spared a moment to stop Izuku and Shinso from darting out the door recklessly. You two are on crowd control, no arguing. Only use your quirks to fight self-defense or defense of others, and always prioritize removing yourselves and civilians from engagement. Both of you have my permission to use your quirks on civilians to expedite safe evacuation. Text status reports when you get a chance. And then he was off, flying down the stairs of the building right behind the officers and sidekicks. Izuku took a moment to rein in his anxiety and mentally thank his mentor's insistence that they wear their hero uniforms into Manuel's building, and then he was down and out the building as well. North, east, and south moving central. Izuku and Shinso jointly went the direction where the sidekicks and Aizawa did not, moving with one of the policemen to the northern sector of Hou-ou. Aside from the constant chatter from Officer Sofuku's radio, the streets were eerily quiet in the sun's dimming light. The only hints they were going in the right direction were Sofuku's guidance and the faint tremors through the asphalt. The stench of necromancy laid heavy over the city, an all-encompassing blanket smothering out Izuku's sixth sense. A tall building a block or two away groaned loudly. Then the screams began. "To Nomu," Officer Sofuku relayed from the radios. Indecipherable babble. Psychic Bungie on scene. That building about to fall has civilians inside. The streets nearby are clear. I'll guide them from outside, you two just make sure everyone's out of the building. Okay. They propelled themselves ahead of the officer, hurrying through thickening debris and then skirting the edges of the fight between Sidekick and Nomu as Bungie did their best to prevent the two bulky necromancy puppets from further damaging the slowly crumbling apartment building. Elasticity quirk. Possibly enhanced grip strength or a suction or sticky element as well, Izuku noted, and then he ducked inside the building. The hallways were mostly intact, although every superpowered blow from outside sent the cracked walls into dangerous shaking. All the doors on the first floor were open. Those residents had probably already evacuated. He'd check them more thoroughly on the way back down. Right now the top levels were most at risk. Up the stairs he barreled, giving the second floor a quick glance as he hit the landing. Two civilians, a man and woman, knocking on the doors of the hallway. At the opposite end of the hall was the fire escape door, propped open with a laundry basket full of junk. The fire escape is intact? He shot the question out. All the way to the top floor, the woman confirmed. The man ushered an old lady and a few kids with mutation quirks out of one of the doors. Then go that way, the fight is taking place in front of the main entrance. And leave as soon as you can. We're hero students, we'll get the higher floors. Wyas, thank you. With a quick nod he ascended the stairs again. Shinso split off at the third floor to help get a hysteric elderly woman out of her room, and right as Izuku reached the top floor, something heavy slammed into the building. Dust flew out of the ceiling in clouds, and Izuku lost his footing enough to send him sprawling against a wall. There was a shrill scream and the cacophony of twisting metal as some part of the building fell away. As soon as he gained his bearings, he looked up. A large crack ran through the ceiling, just barely narrow enough not to let light in. Mortar and drywall crumbled away from the fire escape's wall, and something heavy and animalistic thumped above their heads. One of the civilians bravely peered out the askew fire escape door and looked back at the growing crowd with a pale face. "The fire escape fell down," she yelled. A screech, and the presence was forcefully dragged off the roof, leaving gaping claw marks in the ceiling that Izuku had to lower debris gently from. "These stairs are still good," Izuku said after a quick double-check, and barely refrained himself from yelling out, "Hurry! That was how you started stampedes. When you get to the ground floor, don't rush out the door. We need to check to see where the fight is." As they filed towards the stairs, Izuku scoured the apartments behind them, double-checking that everyone was out, before joining them again. To his relief, despite all the visible fear, they all maintained enough composure to avoid shoving each other aside. At the bottom of the stairs, he could see Shinsu's purple hair next to a mop of gray that was probably the senior who'd needed brainwashing to calm down, and then both of them disappeared into the ground floor. The building rumbled again as Izuku squirmed through the crowd to double-check the third floor. He peeked out the emergency exit door as well, looking down into the alley to see if anyone had been injured by its fall. There were no civilians near or still on the fire escape, which had wedged itself at an angle between this building and the next one. At the end of the alley, he could see Officer Sofuku guiding the trickle of evacuees deeper into the alleyways. So the fight had moved back to the front. CSSSSKK. Whoa! He barely caught himself in time to avoid falling straight out of the building as it lurched forward, and an ear-splitting crash echoed from right behind him. He recovered and turned around so fast that debris was still spraying from the impact, battering his hero costume and tearing a thin scratch along his cheek. The pale purple necromancy puppet ped its crocodile-like head towards him, eyes rolling haphazardly in his direction. Under its spindly talons, sidekick Bungie was sweating and winded, but his extraordinarily long arms were still twisted around the Nomu's limbs and squeezing like a boa constrictor. In the stairwell, a toddler being carried by his mother had dropped his jaw wide open in an expression that would have been comical under any other circumstances. The few remaining civilians at this floor's landing stood similarly frozen. For a moment it was like time had frozen. No one dared move, lest they attract the Nomu's attention. And then, heedless of the sidekick still attached to it, the puppet threw its upper body towards Izuku, opening its jaw to loll its tongue out in a rabid fashion. The magically blooded boy reflexively leapt to press himself against the side of the hallway, only for the Nomu to fall short of its target due to Bungie's restrictive grip. Izuku didn't waste the moment, sprinting past the entangled duo and freshly fallen chunks of ceiling to place himself as a shield in front of the civilians. His movement spurred them out of their shock, and they hurried to catch up with the rest of the group. The Nomu thrashed and rolled over onto its back, its eyes finding Izuku's again even as it struggled under Bungie's grip. The boy quickly went down the stairs. The second floor was clear as well, and Shinso cleared the ground floor as Izuku hustled the civilians out, and then they were in the alleys helping Sofuku escort the large group to a safe house, one of the incomplete ones found everywhere meant for villain attacks before the funding had been cut because there weren't enough wide-scale attacks to warrant it. It wasn't much, but it would do for now. They had barely gotten the crowd settled in and moderately calmer before the police officer approached them with more directives. One of the creatures strayed from the fight. "It's over here now," he pointed out the location on their navigation. "And there's no backup coming for Bungie, so one of you should return to evacuate the streets and any other buildings in their combat zone." Split up. Izuku frowned. Honestly, he felt a little out of his depth here. The evacuation had gone as well as it could, but he doubted they would be so lucky in the future. It was comforting to have a familiar face working with him. "Not much choice," Shinso mumbled. "No backup means everyone's spread thin." He made a thoughtful noise. "Midori, you're faster than me. You should clear people out of the stray's way. If we're lucky, Bungie will secure his Nomu permanently anyways. I might end up joining you. Right, okay? No wasting any more time." He nodded at Officer Sofuku and left to locate the stray Nomu, Shinso following behind him for a little while before splitting off for Bungie's fight. Sofuku stayed to keep an eye on the safe house. Even if he hadn't had the stray's last known location marked on his phone, it wasn't hard for Izuku to notice the trail of destruction it left behind. He helped civilians harmed or frightened by its passing, directing them into the sturdiest nearby buildings and providing quick first aid. For the most part, though, the Nomu's destruction was light. The main difficulty was its high mobility. It apparently had strong climbing prowess and enhanced jumps, which explained the dents it left behind on apartment exteriors rather than the streets themselves. Izuku would have been traversing the rooftops to get a clear view of it if not for the civilians injured by the falling concrete or its sporadic attacks. Although, speaking of, there weren't any in need of help visible on this street. He'd seen the dark splotch of Nomu against the night sky just a little bit ago, nearly soaring through the air about a mile or two away. Maybe he'd be able to catch up to it now if he cut over the buildings. He wasn't supposed to engage, but he could at least prevent any more civilian injuries. A flash of light briefly sparked in the distance where he'd seen the necromancy puppet, and then, as if the universe had agreed with his plan and decided to give him further incentive, a column of bright orange fire erupted, its dull roar rolling over the distance between them like thunder. Did the Nomu do that? Okay, yes, catching up to the Nomu took priority now. He cut into an alley, scouring the sides of the buildings for a fire escape as he navigated the backstreets in the direction of the constant bursts of flame drowning out the starry sky. That side path on his right had a fire escape, then a dull gleam of silvery white, a lump of something near the other end, and a figure with red cloth dangling from the disguise on their head disappearing around the corner. His target, a pro hero. And that blood-stained armor was. Any thread of composure he'd managed to hold onto during the evening was snatched from his grip in an instant. "Ida!" he screeched, stumbling forward to kneel at his friend's side. The crimson shadow of the hero killer was instantly deprioritized as he hyper-focused on the crumpled boy at his feet. A gash on the back of the head. His armor was scuffed and pink and red from blood that pooled on the ground, but the source wasn't his neck. As far as he could tell, the most life-threatening wound was hidden by his armor. He needed to get it off to see where Stain had struck him, but it was bulky and he didn't know how it all locked together, so he forewent caution and hardened his hands into jagged talons, plunging them into the crevices of the plating and ripping it apart with all his strength. He pulled it off of Ida as soon as possible and tilted him as he searched for the injury. Ribs, left side, angled up towards the heart. Izuku didn't waste any more time, clamping his hands down on the wound and surging magic into the skin. Ida lay completely motionless underneath him. If it weren't for the pushback against his invading magic, Izuku would have feared the worst. Then he twitched. For a second Izuku smiled, certain this was proof that his healing was helping, and the next, all optimism vanished as Ida started to spasm, blood pouring out with renewed vigor under the movement and causing Izuku's hands to slip. No. He'd rushed too fast with his magic and now Ida's body was struggling to adjust to it. But he couldn't go any slower, or Ida wouldn't heal fast enough. His magic just wasn't suited for healing in this way. The best he would be able to do is hold Ida in a temporary stalemate for maybe 5 minutes before his magic wouldn't be enough to maintain the outflow. And then, with nothing stopping it, the blood loss would kill Ida. A hand found his wrist. Ida stared up at him with hazy eyes. Midoriya? He bit his tongue and stared back until his classmate's gaze dropped, staring into nothing. Okay, but maybe. He took a deep breath. Moved the hand Ida clutched to his friend's chest as the body relaxed again, resumed the trickle of healing. Held his other hand out flat, snapped his fingers, and whistled a sharp note. With a cheery pop, Phone Kai appeared. "Call Kitsune Terasu," he said bluntly. He pulled his phone out at the ready. Phone Kai dropped down into the ground. His phone rang an entire minute later, a familiar irate voice growling out of it when he answered. "Boy, remove this nuisance. Ida is dying. You value your host's happiness, right? Then follow that yokai and get your furry butt over here." He hung up. It took a moment to process what he just said and that he'd probably die via disrespected eldritch spirit very soon, but if that meant Ida would live then it was a price he was willing to pay. Phone Kai returned briefly next to him, then fled underground as Terasu's energy permeated the alley. A black void fissured the air and the kitsune emerged, completely without expression on her face. She padded towards Ida and Izuku got out of the way, reluctantly removing a delirious Ida's hand from his wrist. She touched her nose to his wound and the world flashed white. Izuku was blinking spots out of his eyes when she turned around to leave. "Izuku Midoriya. We will be having words." He didn't even care. Ida was visibly breathing now. She leapt back into the fissure. It disappeared without a sound. Phone Kai floated halfway out of the ground as if checking she was really gone, then hovered over Izuku's shoulder with curious beeps. He checked Ida's wound. He seemed stable, although she hadn't healed the wound all the way. But he had no room to complain, so instead he pulled up his phone's contacts and dialed Aizawa's number with shaking fingers to inform him of Ida's injury, its cause, and their current location. He rushed through the report, not hearing if his sensei even had a chance to respond, hung up and looked at Phone Kai. "One more thing," he told it through the blood pounding in his ears. It racked his memory desperately. "Please, call Chi Kaizome Akaguro, also known as Stain. Answer yourself for him. And play the audio I'm about to play on my phone at your highest volume possible regardless of my phone's volume." Phone Kai chimed the ding 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 of a correct answer and left, which he took meant it was going along with his scheme. Izuku pulled up YouTube and entered into the search bar. Continuous screaming. He selected the longest one he could find and muted his phone, just in time for phone Kai to connect. Pressed play. Let's see Stain get away from the police this time. And then the past 3 minutes caught up to him. A surge of dizziness hit him and he happily lowered himself to the disgusting ground that he could honestly care less about. You, he muttered aloud, only partially addressing a now completely unconscious Ida, are going to be in so much trouble. It wasn't the sidekick Bunji nor Officer Safuku nor Aizawa who were first to reach Izuku, but that wasn't a surprise. Everyone was spread out all over Hosu, so no one stayed in the same general area for very long. What was surprising was that the medic that trotted into the alleyway was being escorted by a very familiar young and scarred face. Todoroki? Izuku spluttered incredulously. What are you doing here? Endeavor's agency was decidedly not in Hosu. The other boy gazed down at Ida with an indecipherable expression. If you mean Hosu, Endeavor was hunting the hero killer. If you mean in this alley. I did mean Hosu, Izuku muttered. We were simply the closest to your location. He was cut off by the medic, who had been treating Ida, standing up and walking swiftly over to the pro-hero in the corner that he had completely forgotten about. Oh, are they? Dead. A shiver crawled from shoulder to shoulder at the curt declaration. Izuku had seen the pro-hero breathing when he first came across Ida, which was why he had taken his attention off of them so quickly. They'd been alive, with less blood on them than Ida, so he hadn't even thought to check on them. When had they died? While he was healing Ida? Or in the interim between Terasu stabilizing him and the medic arriving the PRD in which he could have at least walked over and tried to help while he waited? Not that he felt like he could walk at the moment. His knees seemed locked into their position pressed against his chest. A full-body exhaustion settled just under his skin as he watched the medic return and prod Ida gently awake to answer some pain-related questions. Todoroki scanned the sky, and then outside the alley for a few moments before looking at Izuku again. His stoic expression didn't falter and he held out a hand in an offer to help the green-haired boy stand. He took it, sliding up along the wall as his support and settling there awkwardly, quivering knees partially bent and with his body pressed against the concrete. Lean on me, Todoroki suggested, unimpressed. An ambulance will be here soon for you both. Izuku didn't want to be standing up at all, but yeah, he should probably at least move out of the way. So he let himself be manhandled into hanging off of the shoulder of Todoroki's fireside, which was pleasantly warm. Okay, I just need a moment though. Can still help out. Young man, the medic began in the tone of a disappointed parent, you're clearly too tired to be in the field. You have quirk exhaustion at the very least. You're done for the night. They started stitching one of Ida's wounds, which Izuku watched in morbid fascination. He couldn't think of a defense other than, I don't have a quirk therefore I don't have quirk exhaustion, so he remained silent. Are you hurt anywhere? Todoroki asked while they waited on the street edge. Just this, he indicated the scratch on his cheek that he only remembered due to the itchiness of the dried blood. Maybe bruises too, so not really any injuries. How are the fights going? He could hear faint chatter emitting from what he assumed was an earpiece or radio on Todoroki. And now he could hear the siren of the ambulance on its way. 2 Nomu subdued. Reinforcements from the other districts arrived 10 minutes ago. His classmate tilted his head. A few are retreating through portals. Endeavor is in pursuit of the hero killer. Okay. It was, technically, good news, but with the necromancy still an invisible fog on the edges of his peripheral vision, Izuku didn't feel comfortable saying things were quieting down just yet. Flashing lights rendered the street white for a moment before Izuku's eyes adjusted. The ambulance rolled to a stop in front of them, the paramedics working with practiced ease to pull Ida carefully onto a gurney. The bluish-costumed hero manual popped up from seemingly nowhere as this happened, acknowledging the conscious hero students with a nod before conferring with the original on-site medic regarding Ida's condition. He faltered when he looked further down the alley, where the other pro's body lay. Then grimly continued. Any injuries? One of the other paramedics came up to Izuku and Todoroki. Nothing urgent. Do I need to come with you? Before the paramedic could even answer, the one Todoroki had escorted piped up from their conversation with manual with a resounding, yes. Quirk exhaustion. Izuku coughed awkwardly. All right. No need to yell. He shuffled on his legs, testing their compliance. I can help you into the ambulance, Todoroki said. No, I'm fine. He stepped out of his classmate's hold. See? The ground swooped out from under his feet. For a second, Izuku thought, well, that's embarrassing. So much for not falling over. And then he realized he hadn't fallen over. Because the ground was only getting farther and farther away, Todoroki's startled expression was morphing into a narrow-eyed glare in slow motion. A large winged shadow cast itself upon the road, and 2 sets of thick knives had burrowed into each of his shoulders. A spear of ice shot up, clipping the Nomu in one of its wings, but the undead creature flapped onwards, swaying him back and forth wildly as more pillars sprung up in chase of them. Izuku tried to twist his torso to loosen himself before they could get too high, but the Nomu's talons only pierced him deeper as they tightened in response. Kicking his legs made him dizzy from the excessive swinging, and he nearly got bludgeoned by one of Todoroki's ice pillars anyways. The ice pillars started falling short once they ascended past the rooftops. Much as Todoroki had raced to keep up with the Nomu, the physical attacks weren't having much effect. They were about to possibly get out of range too, unless Todoroki wanted to risk hurting Izuku with a larger attack. Is he giving up? There wasn't any more ice coming. Todoroki was just Izuku instinctively flinched when bright searing flames burst into existence, barreling towards them like a flamethrower. But he needn't have worried. The fire was aimed at the Nomu's right wing, engulfing only the edge of it and enticing out an enraged screech from the monster, only some of the heat of the attack reaching Izuku himself. The Nomu banked a sharp right, beginning to lose height but still a fair distance away from Todoroki and losing sight of him between buildings. In a whirlwind movement it toppled onto a rooftop, both of them rolling together roughly as it held Izuku until the impact of the cement tore them apart. Despite his aching muscles, the pseudo-yokai boy scrambled to put distance between himself and the necromancy puppet, not eager to earn more wounds like the ones gouged into his shoulders. He glanced back at the Nomu, crouched down in preparation to dodge. Two bulbous eyes rolled in its head. The crumpled Nomu twitched, both wings splayed out, the one Todoroki had hit marked by a hand-sized charred hole in the membrane. Izuku knows those wings. That burn was enough to ground the Nomu, but even though this one didn't have a regeneration quirk it should still be able to move. So why wasn't it moving? He knows those wings. The quirk fire hadn't burned away the necromancy magic, it would have had to burn the whole Nomu for that. But Izuku nearly laughed in relief. The Nomu must have been driven off course enough by Todoroki that it left the range of the necromancer, or whoever had its strings. The thread of connection was too thin to actually control the Nomu, so it would be dormant until the puppet master was close enough again. Aren't those wings? Okay, so he should just wait for Todoroki to catch up. Hopefully the puppet master was more focused on the other Nomu, and wouldn't get in range of this one. Because Izuku couldn't really use any useful amounts of magic right now, courtesy of his healing attempts on Ida. Oh crap, spiders. Wait, what? The Nomu. The Nomu was barfing up spiders. You have got to be kidding me. Some would say there is nothing more horrifying in the world than watching a spider you've stepped on keep walking. Izuku had two saving graces. He was far from arachnophobic and their resurrections were expected. A necromancy puppet just vomited them up. It stood to reason these spiders, too, were the results of necromancy. It seemed that, much like Izuku's telekinesis, smaller undead could be controlled from farther distances than larger ones. He did wonder in the moments between trying to grind his assailants to dust and shaking them off as they skittered up his pant legs if the spiders were being actively controlled or were simply operating on a command that had triggered once the Nomu left range. They spread over the rooftop like a flood but converging back towards Izuku so that there were always two creepy crawlies there to replace the one he'd brushed off, until it was faster to just stumble backwards than defend himself. He got dangerously close to the edge of the building before ice swathed over the stone, encasing a thick crowd of them in like fossils and delivering its user onto the roof. Todoroki! Izuku shrieked, hastily running towards his classmate as the untouched spiders, the ones that were already on him, decided that under his shirt was the perfect place to torment him from. Save me! His savior slapped him in the face, but that was okay because the withdrawing hand had a spider crumpled on it. Unfortunately, the precarious balance Izuku had maintained was now disturbed and he slipped on the icy floor, flopping onto his back while flailing akin to a distressed turtle. Meanwhile, Todoroki cheated his way into remaining standing by gluing his feet to the ground with ice even while the arachnid on his hand twitched back to figurative life and joined a few other strays in decorating his clothes. Well, so much for his savior. Izuku was all by his pitiful self on the floor shaking zombie spiders out of his sleeves. This one too please, he said, dangling one such squirming spider from his fingers and offering when Todoroki turned one of his own into a chunk of ice. The other boy obliging made another arachnid popsicle. Thank you. Gosh, was he tired. All the adrenaline had worn off, again, and the spiders had lost their shock value. They weren't even biting them or anything, just being little terrors. That said, Izuku didn't let any remain on him long. They had to have some purpose other than making people itchy. A purpose it looked like he wouldn't be finding out today, he mused as Todoroki froze the last spider solid. Honestly, Izuku would have preferred him burn them all to crisps, but apart from earlier, when Todoroki had attacked the Nomu, his classmate was still only using his ice half. Did I get them all? Todoroki asked, surveying his work. I think so. They patted themselves down just in case before conceding Todoroki must have frozen all of them. The necromancy puppet was still inert, And Todoroki must have decided that was the end of his job, as he radioed in the location and helped Izuku up. His classmates sighed. We should get down to ground level so the paramedics can treat your shoulders. You too. Todoroki had some blood trickling down his clothes from some injury under them, although it didn't seem serious. Probably just scrapes and cuts from earlier in the night that had been aggravated during the Nomu chase. The building they were on only had a ladder down, which wouldn't be very kind to his shoulders, so instead Todoroki ended up freezing and then busting off the padlock on the roof's door, and from there they took the stairs. The building was either already evacuated or recently abandoned, so they didn't have to explain their intrusion nor the Nomu on the roof to any inhabitants, and they eventually were met with a fresh ambulance on ground level. Welcome, fellow prisoners. What might you be in here for? Todoroki blinked from where he sat politely on a cot. He frowned at the speaker of the conspiratorial whisper in oblivious confusion. This is the hospital. Whoa, Shinso. Izuku couldn't hold back his awe, as evidenced by his jaw dropping at the sight before him. What happened to your face? Half of his fellow intern's face was hidden behind the bag of ice he held to one eyebrow. The edges of a big fat welt pressed the eye shut and hinted at a shade of purple quite unlike that of his hair. The emo UA student mumbled something. Could you repeat that please? I said. Shinso grumbled. A toaster happened. A toaster? He didn't elaborate. It's not as bad as it looks. One of the nurses used a pain-killing quirk on me, so I can't even feel it. But what happened to your shoulders? Izuku had been forced into a hospital bed with no shirt and a mass of bandages looking like shoulder pads plastered on the injuries in question. Compared to him and Shinso, Todoroki looked virtually unharmed. And Izuku felt silly being the only one not allowed to wear a shirt. A Nomu tried to fly off with me. Had some huge claws, so... It did fly off with you, Todoroki pointed out. I meant, like, it tried to kidnap me or something. Through flying. Which you prevented, so thank you. You're welcome. Sounds like you had quite the adventure, Shinso mused. I'm sure it wasn't as interesting as your toaster encounter. Nice try, but the full story will never see the light of day. Someone knocked thrice on the door to their hospital room. Come in. All the hospital staff gave barely a tap or two before walking in, so who was this going to be? Of course. A policeman that Izuku recognized as the one who'd been in charge of the stain presentation that evening, and a man with a dog's head dressed in sharp clothing walked in. The latter was the first to speak. He cleared his throat with a noise that sounded suspiciously like a woof before he spoke. Hero students, I am the chief of police in this district, Kenji Tsuragami. It is to my understanding that Midoriya here came upon young Ida's encounter with the villain Stain. Seeing as Ida is still in surgery, we thought we might ask some questions from you. He nodded towards Izuku. Yeah. Sure. He's still in surgery? I hope it goes okay. First of all, please detail what happened from your point of view. Izuku complied, watching as the other police officer jotted down the occasional note or two on a paper pad, and the chief nodded along to his story. The young half-human was straightforward with his experience, but naturally had to leave out that he healed Ida with his quirk, instead limiting the explanation to holding in the blood and trying to keep the wounds closed. So you barely got a glimpse of the hero killer, the chief mused. So you couldn't have gotten a clue to what his quirk is. And there was no one else in the alley besides you, Ida, native, and temporarily the hero killer? No sir, Izuku confirmed with a shake of the head. The two police seemed weirdly troubled. Had he said something wrong? Is there a reason you think there might have been anyone else? Oh, Teresa had been there, and Fonkai as well, but he hadn't even considered them when answering the question. Not like he could explain them either, so Izuku didn't let this proof of his disjointed recollection show on his face. The two police glanced at each other again, and the one who Izuku wasn't sure he ever learned the name of told him, we're not certain. But I think you'll be glad to know that Stain was apprehended not long after your encounter. Wait, really? Izuku almost slapped a hand over his pocket, where his phone hid. Was the video still playing? Was Fonkai hovering beside Stain in a cramped jail cell with the fine opera of screaming echoing off the walls? He chomped down on his tongue to stop a laugh from escaping. That's good. The officer nodded, mouth twitching up into a smile and gaze far away like he was recalling a fond memory, before sobering into a more professional expression. We don't need anything further from you, but another officer will come by to talk all of your statements regarding tonight's events. Your sensei is also on his way. He then addressed Todoroki. Endeavor informed us he will pick you up in an hour. If he comes before our officer, we'll simply call you to take your statement. With that, the pair left the room. It's because Native is dead, Shinso suddenly stated, startling Izuku. Huh. That must be why they think there was someone else. It doesn't fit Stain's pattern that Native died. How dash? There was a handout. I managed to read that much before the alarms went off, Shinso explained. The hero killer's first victim in an area is always killed. The next two are merely paralyzed. Todoroki nodded in agreement. They believe it has to do with his true hero beliefs. So the first is a warning, Izuku realized, and the next two are punished, but still alive to suffer and potentially change their ways, but never able to serve as heroes again? Your classmate, he wasn't a target, so however Stain decided to deal with him was probably made on the spot, and the police would have attributed it to that. But something is off about native dying. Shinso sighed, and he rested the hand holding the ice on the blanket of his hospital bed. Maybe Aizawa-sensei could give us some insight. I hope so. Izuku grimaced as a possibility occurred to him. The internships won't be affected by all this, right? Why would Shinsu's gaze soured. The USJ. In unison, the two slouched in despair. It lasted all of 2 seconds. Want to distract ourselves with funny cat videos? Heck yeah. On the computer screen of Chief Kenji Tsuragami. Stain case file. 11 items within. Edited 05-29 folder, reports, 5 items within. Hou-ou incident reports. Intake report, Stain X0921. Stain activity during Hou-ou Nomu assault R0921-19. Pro Hero Native, Homicide, R0921-18. Pro Hero Ingenium, Jibich, R0921-17. Pro Hero Octopunch, Homicide, R0921-16. Loading intake report, Stain X0921. Intake report, Stain X0921. Reporting Officer, D. Sufoku. Date, May 28, 2236. In, X0921. Aliases, Stain, Stendhal, Kaizome Akaguro. Status, detained, pending incarceration. Details, apprehension of villain X0921. Stain occurred in the aftermath of the Hou-ou Nomu assault, C. R0921-19. At 10:12 p.m. 2 civilians reported loud, terrified screaming that did not cease. Officers G. Sufoku, myself, and K. Abe responded to the complaint with Psychic Soul on call due to the possibility of a rogue Nomu. Upon arrival, we were able to locate the offending noise, which in fact originated from the personal space of Stain. When we identified Stain, we requested Psychic Soul's backup and stood by to observe the situation. The best we could discern, someone's quirk had sent an invisible entity to follow Stain and produce an uproar with a loop of screaming. The source of the noise moved whenever Stain attempted to grab or slice with his sword at it, hence why we believe it is an entity rather than just sound. Note, Stain was also unable to see this entity he was attacking based on auditory signals. Sidekick Soul arrived at 10:32 p.m. with Sidekick Grimoire and both successfully apprehended Stain relatively easily since he was exhausted and unable to hide due to the unidentified entity's persistence in following him. Throughout processing, the noise of screaming continued until approximately 10 minutes after detainment in cell. It was at this point an observing officer U. Iguchi noted that the screaming was abruptly replaced by an audio advertisement for Relay Insurance Company, which played for 29 seconds before cutting out. Unable to get a hold of a RIC representative at this time, we'll try again during work hours. Report history. May 29, 2236. 12:40 a.m. Eraserhead commented on request 01. Notes. To hope for that is a fool's errand. 12:37 a.m. Manual, request 01 approved. Access granted view only, PII redacted. Notes, please keep this office updated. We can only hope there wasn't another vigilante to keep track of in this mess. 12:11 a.m. Eraserhead, access granted view only, PII redacted. Folder, Phoenix V076. 12:11 a.m. Eraserhead replied to comment, I thought, on request 01. I thought so too. Sending details. 12:09 a.m. Manual, commented on request 01. I thought your involvement with this case was through your interns? May 28, 2236. 11:58 p.m. Eraserhead, request 01 for access. Basis term match, invisible entity. 11:50 p.m. GSFUK updated, details. 11:08 p.m. GSFUK updated, reporting officer, date, IN, aliases, status. 11:02 p.m. GSFUK created new report, intake report, Stain X092. Correspondence log, June 4, 2236. From Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. To Sizawa at ua.edu. Subject, forward X0921 update. Eraserhead, I sent this to your Hero Public Safety Commission email 3 days ago. Forwarding now in case it was sent to spam. Again, please respond at your earliest convenience. Thanks. Chief Kenji Tsuragami, Hou-ou Police Department. Begin forwarded message. From Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. To Eraserhead at hpsc.pro.gov. Subject, X0921 update. Eraserhead, it has come to my attention that your forensics regarding the vigilante Phoenix's possible involvement in Stain's detainment have finished processing. Could I trouble you for what conclusions can be drawn from them? Please respond at your earliest convenience. Thank you. Chief Kenji Tsuragami, Hou-ou Police Department. From Shizawa at ua.edu. To Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. Subject, forward x0921 update. Chief Tsuragami, my apologies, I do not check my official pro inbox consistently. I'll attach the forensics results to an email from my underground account so that you may have that as a reference. In regards to the conclusion, yes, it was determined that Phoenix was present during the Hou-ou city assault. Therefore, I'll also send over the relevant information in order to link the cases. From Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. To Shizawa at ua.edu. Subject, forward x0921 update. I have received the information, thank you. However, could you clarify that I am interpreting this correctly? Is this report truly indicating that the cause of the noises accosting Stain was not a quirk nor a machine? From Shizawa at ua.edu. To Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. Subject, that is accurate. It is considered a quirk unable to be detected by other quirks. My own quirk does not affect it. The forensics quirk could only detect the absence of a quirk. This is the evidence that heavily suggests Phoenix's involvement, as they are the only known person to have a quirk with such a quality. From Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. To Shizawa at ua.edu. Subject, update. The details regarding Phoenix's quirk do not correlate. How can all these effects be part of the same quirk? List hashtag 92871 effects.png. From Shizawa at ua.edu. To Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. Subject, Phoenix's quirk. They might not be. Forensics_nomu.pdf. From Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. To Shizawa at ua.edu. Subject, Phoenix's quirk. I see. Would you mind coming into the office to discuss this further? From Shizawa at ua.edu. To Kate Tsuragami at hpd.gov. Subject, Phoenix's quirk. It might be wise to coordinate with the other officials involved in these cases as well. I'll see what I can schedule. End of correspondence. Bonus. Much to Izuku and Shinsu's disappointment, when Aizawa-sensei came to pick them up from the hospital, he informed them that internships had been cancelled. To their teacher's credit, however, he seemed as peeved about it as them. They returned to the Oaken haunt for a few hours well into the day after the assault on Hou-ou to pack up their stuff and take a nap before Aizawa drove them to UA, where some of their classmates and even 1B students were gathering in the cafeteria. Principal Nedzu stood near the front of the room, conversing with Midnight and Snipe, while a few other teachers could be spotted keeping an eye on everyone. Izuku found himself gravitating, no pun intended, towards Uraraka and Tokoyami, who were sitting at a table alone and picking at the food on their plates. To his initial surprise, he realized Shinso was trailing after him, but upon reflection it only made sense. Shinso wasn't even a hero student yet. Izuku was basically the only person in this room he was familiar with. Hey Midori! Uraraka's bright smile contrasted with the nervous energy in the cafeteria. Dark Shadow, popping up from under Tokoyami's hero outfit, matched her energy with an exuberant greeting of his own. Izuku waved at them and sat down next to Tokoyami without so much as glancing at the cafeteria line. He wasn't feeling very hungry right now, even though he hadn't eaten anything since the hospital food in the early hours of that day. Shinso hovered. Izuku yanked him onto the bench to sit next to him. Are you guys okay? The brunette asked in concern. I heard about what happened. Do you know how Ida's doing? Izuku shook his head. All I know is that he's out of surgery and stable. Aizawa-sensei told me to ask him again after Nedzu's announcements. All four of them glanced at the principal, who was still occupied coordinating with the school staff. Aizawa had left already, probably to follow up with the police on the Hou-ou incident. Uraraka sighed. It could be a few more hours until the rest of the interns get here. Nothing we can do but wait, Izuku said with a shrug. Or, Dark Shadow drawled, revealing something within his claws with a flourish. We could play Go Fish. Izuku stared. Wait, that's where my Gold Edition All Might playing card set went? Nedzu's announcements went as expected. Internships were cancelled due to UA student involvement during the Hou-ou incident. Parents or guardians would be picking students up, and if there was no one available to do so, the student in question was permitted to stay in UA temporarily. School would resume at the normal date it would be had internships not been interrupted. Yes, Tenya Ida was injured during the attack, and no, Nedzu couldn't give any more details about that. Please ask Aizawa or Ida's family if you are a concerned friend. Izuku saw All Might in skeletal form lurking in one of the cafeteria doors during the announcements. Terasu sat in the hallway, eyes cold and drilling into the half-yokai boy. He looked away. Whatever she wanted to say could wait. When Nedzu finished up, Izuku sought out Aizawa. His teacher had, fortunately, returned and was found talking to present Mike. The underground hero shooed his co-worker away when Izuku approached them, apparently already aware what the boy was there to ask. He was injured badly, Aizawa said in response. You'll have to ask him for the details. You have his phone number, don't you? He's lucid now. If he wants to reply, he'll reply. What I can tell you is that with his injuries it will be a long recovery. It will be a few weeks before he can come back to classes. All right, thank you, Izuku said, and left his teacher alone. He returned to the cafeteria, where he spotted a head of dark green hair pulled into a bun searching the room. Elsewhere, the same hallway as earlier, a kitsune still as a statue remained with her attention on him, despite her human being no longer in sight. Izuku hesitated. I'll talk to her Monday, he decided, and waved to catch his mom's attention. He didn't want to be scolded right now for practically blackmailing Terasu into healing Ida. He just wanted to go home. There you are, Izuku. Inko swept him up in a hug before he could even notice her approach. You need to stop worrying me like this. Sorry. He peered over her shoulder. The fox had vanished. But I can't make any promises. He slept that night. And when he slept, he dreamed. A black void. How silly of him to forget. Terasu wasn't going to wait until Monday. Boy. Izuku flinched as the kitsune's white visage manifested in the darkness. Terasu. I am sorry. She stalked towards him. As you should be. You made a hasty decision. You asked for something you didn't know the price of. Izuku slowly lowered himself to the ground, sitting so that he could meet the fox eye to eye. Her tone struck him as unusual. It wasn't harsh, or angry or bitter. You're not being very grumpy today. It was tired. Her voice was tired. Her face, contemplative. Yet she still managed to level him with a look of utter disdain at the implication that she was usually grumpy. He raised his hands in surrender. Name your price. I'll work something out. You're lucky. The price has already been paid. A surge of relief went through him. Really? What was it? Did Dad? Your sire was not involved, she cut him off. Healing demands an immediate price. What you asked of me needed energy, and I had a limited amount of time to find one to draw from. The implication hung in the air. Izuku knew she wouldn't have been able to use his because he'd used up basically all of his magic. Ida was the one dying. So he gasped, did you have to use all mights? Dead silence. No, you blithering buffoon. Terasu spat, dispelling all tension. He's dead on his feet with that injury of his. There's no spare life in him to heal with. Wait, then Hou-ou. Izuku felt something cold sink into his bones. Oh. Who else, but the only other person in the alley at the time. The pro-hero native, who died when statistics said he shouldn't have. But wouldn't your contract have included no killing? He grasped it. The first did not have such a strict moral code as Toshinori, Terasu said. And besides, it is well within the rules to harm one human to save another. This is important for you to know. I do not desire to be called upon in such a manner again. I owe you nothing. I only saved that boy's life because of the possible impact of his death on my host. But there will not always be a convenient target to draw energy from, and I will not use my own nor Toshinori's strength for this purpose. Do not inform me of such a situation again. Find another way. Izuku could choke on his guilt. It was his fault native was dead? Not just because he was too late or neglectful in his focus on Ida, but because he'd actively traded one life for another? Terasu turned away. He couldn't let her leave yet. Wait. He sprang to his feet, darting his hand out towards the kitsune. Please, you have to help. She greeted his approach with snapping teeth and a dog-like bark. You dare still demand. Wrong move. He caught himself, reined in the guilt and desperation, and forced himself back to the ground. With a deep inhale, he arranged his limbs into the size of positioning and bowed from it as best he could. And my apologies. It's just, your healing technique is so much more potent than mine. I can't always reach people in time, but my healing works so poorly on anyone other than myself. Would you be willing to teach me? I'll do a contract. That way we both benefit. She eyed him. That contemplative expression had returned to her furry face, and he tried not to hold his breath as he peeked up at her. And then minusculely, her eyes softened. Cease your bowing, child. I think we can come to an agreement. Really? His eyes sparkled. Thank you so much, Terasu-sensei. What the? Don't call me that or I might just change my mind. Yes, Terasu-sama. You're doing that on purpose, you little brat. I'm not. What's so wrong with calling you honorifics? The kitsune nipped at his heels. He rocketed up with a yelp. Human titles are meaningless to a yokai. I have given you a name to call me, you are only permitted use that. Alright, I will. Ugh. The void brightened, white light drowning out Terasu's spiritual body as Izuku found himself closer to waking. Find me on Monday, we will go over the terms then. Got it? Izuku tried to say, but the dream had already ended. The rest of the week passed. Ida finally replied to their bombardment of well wishes but claimed he wasn't feeling up to visitors, instead asking if they could keep him updated on their classes. A video was uploaded by one of Stain's fans, dissecting every hero he killed, pointing out their flaws, and overall preaching Stain's values to the world. Monday came with the video a topic of gossip, but the announcement of the time left until final exams quickly replaced it in importance to the students of UA. Izuku snuck away from his friend group at lunch so he could talk to Terasu in private. Where's All Might? The green-haired boy wondered aloud when he found the kitsune alone by the patch of forest within school grounds. He's not over here anywhere, is he? He didn't usually see Terasu so far from the main buildings without her human. In the teacher's lounge. I have enough protections on that room that he won't get into any trouble while we negotiate, hopefully, she explained, the same way a long-suffering mother would in regards to an accident-prone child. Izuku realized, with a flash of hidden embarrassment, that he was so familiar with that tone only because it came so often from Inko. He coughed. Okay, so I've got about half an hour. Do you know what you would like the terms to be? Yes, the fox said, but let us formulate a draft so that both our portions are clear. Of course. He rummaged in his backpack for a pen and notebook only to notice Terasu rolling open a scroll that hadn't been there a second ago with one paw, a brush and inkwell sitting neatly in the grass beside her. Where did those come from? The white kitsune looked him dead in the eyes. Magic. Okay. What should be written down first? Your gains. You desire for me to teach you healing magic, correct? For the purposes of a bloodbound contract, we must make the requirements more specific. For example, she looked down at the scroll, and the brush dipped itself into the inkwell before beginning to write her following words down on the scroll. Let this be an exchange of services, property, or other compensation as agreed upon in the following contract. On the part of the kitsune Terasu, any knowledge of healing magic shall be imparted unto the yokai-born Midoriya Izuku. She paused, letting the brush settle back into the inkwell. This is too broad, it does not specify in what manner the knowledge may be imparted, and any knowledge itself is loose terminology. We must also define healing magic, and a method of evaluating whether or not you have successfully learned what I have taught. But if we're too specific, won't that risk something like your own contract with All Might? That is why we must be very careful with our language. All possibilities must be accounted for. Izuku shook his head. It's impossible to predict everything that could happen. And I don't think teaching and learning are really worthy of heavy restrictions. Maybe we can do a punishment system instead, so the oath only compels us to pay for breaking the contract rather than breaking it in the first place? Like, let's say one of the terms is that you must teach me one lesson of at least 60 minutes length a week. If this condition is not met, the punishment might be something like completing the minimum required time at a later point or adding it onto the time of another session. That way, you can cut the lesson short if necessary, but you'll be compelled to make up for it later. Now you're making it more complicated, Terasu complained. Says Miss, we must account for all possibilities, Izuku muttered without thinking. Then he caught a glimpse of the kitsune's peeved face. I mean, fair point. We need to keep it simple and concise. So, how about this? The fox telekinetically picked up her brush again and proceeded to write several paragraphs of legal jargon. That's not simple or concise. She furrowed her brows and surveyed her work. Please, by all means, propose to me a contract that meets your standard of simple and concise. Izuku unrolled the scroll so he had room to write on, and plucked the brush loaded with ink from the air. With the neatest handwriting he'd ever written in, he put his idea onto the parchment. Let this be an exchange of services, property, or other compensation as agreed upon in the following contract. Once the partners of contract have signed and sealed their agreement, they will be compelled to execute their parts of the contract to the best of their ability and convenience. Exceptions shall be made at any time so long as there is no ill will towards the partner, and must be reported and resolved with the partner as soon as convenient. Should the exception remain unresolved for the length of 5 days, this contract shall be rendered void. On the part of Kitsune Terasu, magical means of healing must be taught to Midoriya Izuku. On the part of Midoriya Izuku, he paused. Wait, what did you want me to do? Terasu tried to lean over to look at his writing, but he blocked her peeking with his hands. She rolled her eyes but informed him, I wish for you to aid me with freeing my brother. I already said I would do that? It must be vowed, she insisted. Talking is just noise. Words have many definitions. A contract is fate. Sure, he said, and finished the last sentence. On the part of Midoriya Izuku, help will be given in the freeing of Kitsune Kiyoshi. There, is that okay? Terasu pulled the paper to her and practically stuck her nose to it as she scrutinized his proposal. Her eyes darted from top to bottom once, twice, 3 times. Then she looked at him. It's terrible. Why are the terms so loose? Why is nothing defined? Izuku wondered, if she had been human, if Terasu would be an aspiring lawyer. He kept this thought to himself. It's impossible to make it perfect. Really, I wouldn't bother making it a contract at all if you didn't require one. Why? She wrinkled her nose into an expression of confusion. How would you rely on me to fulfill my end of the deal if there's no restriction or punishment? He shrugged, a sad smile tugging at his mouth. I don't need a magic blood oath to force someone to keep their word. I trust you to do what you promised to do. That's all. Trust? I'm not your friend. I don't think friendship and trust have to be a package deal. But, putting that aside, I need to head back for class now. Maybe you can look the proposal over some more and meet me here again tomorrow? She didn't say anything in reply and didn't look like she wanted to, so he decided not to linger anymore and headed back to class. The next day, rather quietly, Terasu came up to him and agreed to the deal. Just like that. It left Izuku surprised enough that he visibly stumbled when she decided that the middle of hero basic training was the perfect time to announce such a decision, and his face failed to avoid Ishido's fist. He spent the rest of that class holding a bag of ice, courtesy of Yaoyorozu, because he didn't want to leave class just to make Recovery Girl fix up a bruise and some swelling to his cheek and waving off the pink-skinned girl's apologies. When the bell signaled the start of lunch, he rushed to the woods to meet Terasu and sign the agreement per her instructions. Their first session, they decided, would be tonight in the dreamscape so they could go over what techniques he currently used and knew about. For any practical teaching, he would have to sneak onto campus on days when All Might stayed late so that Terasu could feel safer leaving him to meet the yokai-blooded boy in the flesh. Lesson 1. Basics. Let's start off simple. Describe how you heal yourself, the fox instructed from within the dream. I channel my magic through my body to accelerate the natural healing process. She nodded. A manipulation of the physical self. So when you heal other humans, you do so in the same way? You apply your magic directly to their flesh and blood. I guess so, yeah. The reason why their bodies resist this is because they are only attuned to their own spirit. The way I heal others is by fueling their spirit, which in turn boosts the physical repair. This method works from the core, outwards, and burns away most scarring and fever that comes from typical human healing processes. But depending on the severity of the wound, her tone turned grave. There may still be repercussions to the body. She shook her head. In any case, if you can learn to give energy to someone's magical core, it will be far more efficient than the method you currently know. There are spells that fall under the category of healing which utilize one's own magic even less, but that is because they use certain items and rituals to replace that energy. They are more useful for old scars and illnesses due to their time commitment. That makes sense. Izuku wasn't sure that spells would be particularly useful to him. Then, since his focus was on rescue, he felt he would be best at getting people out of dangerous situations rather than the recovery afterwards. So for now I'd like to prioritize this more efficient healing method. I've never messed with someone else's magic before, but I've also never tried. We shall see if it is something that comes naturally, or if you must dedicate study to it. Perhaps you can practice with that human friend of yours, the classmate with feathers. I suppose I can try. Okay. He decided on asking Tokoyami when he got a chance. Are we meeting at lunch again tomorrow? Yes. Bring your friend if he's available, that way I can observe your attempt. Agreeing to this, Izuku bade the kitsune farewell and waited for the dream to fade away. I don't know what this will feel like, Izuku warned Tokoyami, who sat with him in the outskirts of the campus forest. Dark Shadow was out, a manic grin on his face as he tried to make conversation with Terasu, who was visibly regretting her own presence here but stuck to her word valiantly, or maybe it fell within the constraints of the loose contract they'd made, and she couldn't simply roll her eyes and leave without asking first. Especially since you don't have any injuries to heal. I can fix that. Dark Shadow volunteered, only to suffer the boy's hasty yells of rejection. It would only be a little scratch, I would never hurt Fumi. Let's not draw any blood today, Izuku said with more than a hint of exasperation. Or cause pain. This method of healing can be painful, Terasu commented unhelpfully. How nice of you to wait until now to mention. What did she say? Fumikage asked. Terasu spoke over him, painful for the patient, I mean. Or at the very least uncomfortable. That's not any better. Izuku pinched his nose. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow was relaying the kitsune's words to Tokoyami. Ah, the raven-headed teenager said. I see. It's the unfortunate irony of needing to cause harm in order to stop it. Short-term pain, long-term gain. Dark Shadow chortled. Can we stop talking about hurting people? Izuku muttered, and, although it took a good 5 minutes, they did eventually get Dark Shadow to settle down. Are you ready now? I am, Fumikage said. Izuku nodded and reached out, hovering a hand over his friend's outstretched arm and prodding it cautiously with his magic. He could sense Tokoyami's magic this close. With Dark Shadow being a fairly strong entity of belief magic, it was hard not to, but he couldn't touch it. Anything his telekinesis touched felt simply like the physical world. He hummed and withdrew. You didn't feel anything, did you? A faint tingling. Fumikage shrugged. Like someone was brushing their fingers over my arm. That's just your physical body though. Izuku scowled to himself. My telekinesis feels like that to anyone. He reached out again. Here, I'll touch you physically this time. Tokoyami let him, watching quietly. Terasu's observance was hawk-sharp, but she voiced no thoughts or concerns. Izuku rested his hand on Tokoyami's forearm. His magic crawled over skin. He could feel the outline of Fumicage's entire body, if he tried, but that wasn't deep enough. He dipped his telekinesis cautiously under a layer of skin, but the magic of his friend floated untouched. He was grasping muscle and bone, not magic, so he withdrew quickly. Tokoyami shook his arm out like it had fallen asleep. Sorry, Izuku said, and left it at that. He hadn't pulled or pushed, so he knew he hadn't hurt his friend. His telekinesis could be considered tingly or itchy, though. Maybe, he eyed Dark Shadow with some consideration. The quirk was a construct of pure belief magic, so he might be able to make contact that way. No, Terasu shook her head. That won't work either. I've seen enough, I can tell you what's wrong. Izuku perked up. You can? Is it fixable? The fox's expression was thoughtful. Most likely. It has to do with how you are channeling your magic. You already know you must focus on your patient's magical core rather than their body. But I see now that you're using your magic through your own body as well. Yes. Izuku considered her words for a moment. I think I have to. I'm mostly human, my magic is embedded in my body. Could you describe your heritage to me? Terasu asked. Izuku blinked at the digression. My heritage? I mean, it's nothing special. Mom is a human. She would probably be considered a commoner if this were an older era in history. Dad is a Hou-ou. I think maybe he might qualify as a noble? Maybe. Not. He looked pointedly at Dark Shadow, so noble that his son would have a title of my lord. The quirk grinned innocently. Why? You said you are mostly human, Terasu explained, but really, you are only half human. In terms of heritage, Izuku said. But not inheritance. It's like how many traits one gets from each parent. I have more traits from my mother than from my father. More humanity than yokai-ness. Is that truly so? Terasu mused. I will admit I have never met anyone of mixed yokai and human heritage. To my knowledge, it was uncommon in even when yokai activity was in its height. Not rare, but certainly undocumented from a research standpoint. In all the stories I have heard, children born of yokai and human love might at first appear human if they appear human at all, but eventually turn out to have very little humanity at all. And I've heard plenty where they're humans with a few yokai powers, Izuku countered reasonably. Not every case is going to be the same. How yokai I am doesn't matter aside from yokai not enough to what? Separate my magic from my body. That is only possible if your soul leaves your body. Fortunately, as a kitsune I have some experience with that. If I just... Izuku leaned away as Terasu began to reach a tail towards him. Hold on. Can we think things through before punting souls out of bodies, please? Indeed, Fumikage remarked dryly from where he'd been sitting, forgotten with only a wildly entertained Dark Shadow as company. We only have a few minutes left of our lunch break. I believe our teachers would prefer all souls to be in their proper vessels when classes resume. Izuku yelped. Time to go. Sorry Terasu, let's talk tonight? Yes, let's, she agreed, and sat back to watch as they sprinted to the main buildings. I will ask you some questions, Terasu said, and hopefully the nature of your answers will reveal the likelihood of you having the ability to detach your soul from your physical form. If it does not seem likely, I hope you will still follow my instruction and try during our waking meetings, because without this ability I fear you will be unsatisfied with what I can teach you about healing. Don't worry, I'll do my best. And I'd never blame you for my own lack of talent, Izuku assured her. She gave him an odd look, as many people seemed to give him. Then she proceeded with her questions. To start with, have you ever astral projected? Definitely not. If he had, he'd be a lot more confident about removing himself from his body. But he couldn't blame her for starting with the most obvious indicators. No strange dreams? Sleepwalking, perhaps? Izuku gestured at the dreamscape. This is the only thing I've experienced. Alright, do you know what your appearance was when you were birthed? Izuku thought back, trying to recall if any mention about his appearance was made during Inko's stories about his birth. I think I had feathers on my head? That's promising. Your natural human form doesn't have feathers, so that could have been a lapse in your physical self while you were still stabilizing on the mortal plane. Sure. 1 point in favor of soul eating? I'm a natural shapeshifter, though. It's very physical, like, dependent on my body structure and stuff. That doesn't discredit the notion. It's so physical because you channel it through your body like the rest of your magic, she said. Only 2 questions left. Fire away. Do you need to breathe? Izuku blinked at her very slowly. Yes. Have you tested this? He blushed. Yes. It had, admittedly, not been the smartest decision his 7-year-old self had ever made. But it happened and was very informative, and it would never be spoken of again, thank you. I see. But being half human, it does make sense that your body needs such functions to perform properly. Last question, when your body is injured, do you feel pain? I have a pretty high pain tolerance, but wounds do hurt. Terasu tilted her head in interest. A high pain tolerance? Have you experienced pain so much that you've grown numb to it? No, it's from the magic? Or the adrenaline? A lot of the time I don't notice I'm hurt until I actually see the wound, and then I can feel the pain, but it's not as high as I'm told it should be, especially for more serious injuries. Terasu was giving him a look. Is something wrong? You're ridiculous, she said with all the politeness of a wrecking ball. Excuse me? I misspoke, she twitched her ears. What I mean is you're oblivious. Are you saying you most often experience pain when you receive visual confirmation of an injury on your body? Izuku felt like he should know where she was going with this, but he wasn't quite connecting the dots yet. Yes. Or when I feel an impact striking with enough force to cause injury. It's a defense mechanism, Terasu said. Your soul slips slightly out of your body when you enter combat, so that when you receive an injury it does not slow you down. But you are human, and when you see the injury, you believe you should be in pain. This is either grounding you enough that your soul is returning fully to your body, or more likely, what little human magic you have is simulating the pain you think you should be feeling. Izuku gaped. Are you telling me? Yes, you have a strong potential to learn to leave your body at will. That I could turn my pain on and off this whole time? They blinked at each other. Yes, that too, the kitsune acknowledged. But you don't have that will part down yet. Izuku hung his head in mourning. All those times I stubbed my toes. The dream was cut off with a hint of humor before he could even finish the sentence. Knowing he could do it and actually doing it were two different stories. Izuku didn't have enough concentration to fall into meditation, Terasu's suggested practicing method, during school lunches, so he ended up sneaking onto school grounds after hours so that Terasu could guide him through the process. He also refused to let her punt his soul out of his body, because that wouldn't be teaching him how to do it himself at all. Despite the lack of strenuous physical activity involved in these training sessions, even just forcing himself to focus for hours on end ate into hours he could be using for sleep, which in turn slowly began impacting his energy levels during the day. He stopped pursuing yokai attacks whenever he could to try and compensate, but the fact of the matter was that final exams were coming up, so school classes had tripled in difficulty. 2 weeks before exams, Izuku was exhausted enough that people decided to stage an intervention. Several people and several interventions. On the same day. Morning. Izuku, honey, Inko said, putting a plate of well-balanced breakfast down on the table and forcing him to sit and eat it before he could leave for school. Is there something you'd like to tell me? And don't make me call your father, young man. Midday. Midori. Uraraka cried dramatically, flinging her arms around him in a body-trapping hug. You're eating lunch with us today, no excuses. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow nodded sagely in agreement, flanking him on each side to corral him into the cafeteria. Ida, weary and oddly distant from his hard work catching up to class, had a hint of his usual passion back as he led the charge. All of them steamrolled Izuku's protests, with Uraraka the loudest of them all. My word is law. Midnight. Child, Terasu greeted him, immediately followed by, I think we should pause our lessons for a short while. You too. Izuku was stunned. This was the most concern Terasu had ever shown towards him, and it was over something as inconsequential as sleep? Had somebody put her up to this? Maybe Tokoyami and Dark Shadow? Come on, I've done it a couple times now. I even healed Tokoyami's bruise earlier today. I'm just training consistency and potency now. I'm aware, the kitsune said. Was it his imagination, or was that glint in her eyes hiding pride? But work must be balanced with rest. That is how efficiency is achieved. And I don't imagine you will be very happy if you neglect your human schooling so much that you fall behind. I won't fall behind, he insisted. I have to get this right. I don't want it to happen again. The death of that pro-hero? He winced at the way his brain automatically translated her question to your sacrifice of one person for another. Yeah, that. It couldn't be avoided if you wanted Ida to live, Terasu spoke frankly. You were uninformed as well. I could have warned you of the price. I wanted them both to live. That's not always possible. I know. That's why I'm learning as much as I can as soon as I can, to make it more possible. You can increase your chances as much as you like, Terasu said. But what are you going to do when you come across something impossible? Nothing's impossible. Let me rephrase. In that alleyway, let's suppose I had told you what the price was. What would your decision have been? Izuku fell silent, watching the fireflies buzz by idly. He wouldn't have asked her to proceed as she'd planned to. He would have probably risked waiting for medical aid, but no, Ida would have certainly died if he hadn't been healed with those next few minutes. So, I would have asked you to take the energy needed to save Ida from me, not Native. That would have killed you. Maybe. But I would rather risk my own death than Ida's or Native's. Are you suicidal? Terasu barked out, shockingly loud in the silence of the night. Of course not. He shot back. He would never do that to Mom, to Dad, all his wonderful friends that he's made at UA. The longer he lived, the more people he could help. Yet in that same vein he would also like his family and friends and even strangers to live, because they all had reasons to live too. So when he had a choice, when he was the only one able to choose to take a risk, he would always risk himself. He took a breath and told all this to Terasu. The kitsune laughed in his face. You're just like All Might, kid, she declared. Now go the hell to sleep. But, didn't you hear me? Go home. We'll pick up our lessons again after the exams. Izuku let out a breath that was half a laugh, half a sigh. Good night, Terasu. Good night, child. Izuku passed the practical final exams by what felt like the skin of his teeth. Even with the rejuvenating help of a better sleeping schedule, the yokai-blooded boy was still a bit exhausted from all the in-school training leading up to the exams, and distracted by his desire to continue the healing lessons. When the final exams were only revealed to be student-teacher fights on the day they were to take them and that Izuku was paired with Bakugo against All Might, Izuku almost wanted to run away and hide right then and there. But that is pretty much what he did in the end. Bakugo refused to work with him, so no matter how many times Izuku attempted to sneak the HNDCFFS onto All Might, their lack of coordination combined with All Might's awareness of his surroundings meant he was foiled at each try. They only passed because Izuku changed tactics and ran, passing under the designated gate with seconds to spare. That hadn't made Bakugo happy at all. But, well, Izuku didn't actually care what his former childhood friend thought. He wasn't sure when the last time he did care even was. What he did care about was the rather unexpected guest who had evened out their class numbers for the final exam pairings. Shinso had joined them for the debriefing, and when he was paired up with Siro against Midnight, their victory was quite impressive considering the purple-haired teenager fought quirkless because of Midnight's quirk forcing him to hold his breath. Congratulations, Aizawa dryly remarked to Shinso, in Izuku's earshot, once all the results were in. You are officially part of Class 1A now. Everyone, his voice raised higher just so the rest of the class could hear. Shinso is now your classmate. Also, what I said earlier was a logical ruse. Everyone, regardless of if they pass the exam or not, will be participating in summer training camp. The latter announcement was met with a raucous whooping, although a few people other than just Izuku and his friends cheered for Shinso as well. Despite his dissatisfaction with his performance in the exam, Izuku was at least proud of his score on the written exam. With all the positivity radiating from his classmates, he went home with a bright smile on his face and a plan to join the rest of the class on their mall supply trip. When Izuku arrived at Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall, he was surprised to see how many of his classmates were already gathered near the entrance. Only a few people were missing: Kaminari and Sato, who were expected to join, and Bakugo and Ida, who had both decided not to come, so their absence was expected. It did look like Yaoyorozu, surprisingly, had managed to convince Todoroki to come after all, because there he was in the background with his usual placid expression, not actively talking to anyone. Izuku trotted up to Uraraka and Tokoyami, who had accepted Shinso into their fold and were letting Dark Shadow torment the poor former Gen Ed student with questions. Hey guys, he interrupted the quirk, have your list sorted out? It looks like we'll be heading in soon. Hiya. Uraraka chirped. Actually, Momo wants us to split into groups and grab supplies in bulk. Divide and conquer, Fumikage shrugged. We are consolidating our list so she can assign areas to groups. I see, I'll go give mine to her then, Izuku replied, and with a quick friendly wave to Shinso left to do so. As he gave Yaoyorozu a copy of his list, Kaminari and Sato arrived and were told to do the same. Izuku joined his group of 4 to wait until their vice rep was ready to assign tasks, and then the large gathering of teenagers entered the mall and split off like they were soldiers on a mission. Izuku ended up with just Uraraka as they sought enough flashlights for everyone, while Tokoyami and Shinso departed to look for water-purifying pellets, something Yaoyorozu had suggested because of the possibility of a survival training exercise. Since they had so many people, the items on the list were spread out enough that they also had a good half hour to wander around on their own once they bought their items, sometimes bumping into their other classmates' groups along the way. It was kind of fun. Izuku had never gone shopping with anyone other than Inko, and having a friend that was attracted to window displays like a moth to a lamp meant he found himself in stores he might not have otherwise entered. Like this cosmetics store heavily supplied with perfumes. He happily sniffed the first few fragrances Uraraka pointed out, but then the mingling scents filling the air started to get stifling and he excused himself for a moment. He left the shop with his hair smelling like strawberries, his left wrist of sugar cookies, and his whole shirt peachier than when he'd started the day. On second thought, he wanted to try and wash off some of this perfume. He popped his head back into the store for a second, spotting Uraraka looking at something with Aoyama right next to her, and made sure they knew he was headed to the bathrooms. Then he left in search of said bathrooms, following the signs to the slightly emptier hallways of the mall. To his surprise, he turned one corner to the sight of Shinso staring down Todoroki, practically cornering the boy behind one of the mall's support pillars. The purple-haired teenager's body was stiff and rigid, hands clenched and tone low but scathing. Todoroki stood indifferent, enduring the thinly veiled accusations Izuku could hear being leveled at him with eyes full of sour, almost amused curiosity. Okay, time to cut this conversation short, Izuku decided, even if he hadn't the slightest clue what had brewed the storm roiling between the two boys aside from Shinso's known bitterness towards those privileged with heroic quirks. Shinso, he called, opting to address his friend first. How far have you gotten on your list? The lavender-haired boy hushed. Midoriya, he acknowledged after a second, not quite dragging his attention off of Todoroki. The other 1A boy's stoic body language clearly irked him, and he seemed torn between pressing for a response or returning to the original purpose of the mall trip. I'm almost finished. What do you have left on your list? Izuku prodded, trying to subtly wedge himself in the scarce space between the two surly teenagers. Are you almost done too, Todoroki? I am done, the split-powered son of Endeavor replied. He turned his back to them and left. I'm not, Shinso growled, and stalked after the hero student. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Why couldn't everybody just get along? He couldn't let this continue. The summer training camp would be a disaster if Shinso and Todoroki demonstrated an inability to tolerate each other. It could jeopardize Shinso assimilating into one. He took a quick breath, accidentally getting another strong whiff of the various perfumes on his body, and stepped out from behind the pillar to follow the two boys. He probably should have looked before he leapt though, because he immediately bounced off the pudgy body of a man who barely reached his height. He automatically reached out to steady the stranger. I am so sorry. Izuku stared. This wasn't a stranger. Dr. Tsubasa? The spitting image of his childhood doctor adjusted his thick bronze glasses and blinked at Izuku through them a concerning number of times before quirking his bushy mustache into a surprised smile. He exclaimed in a faintly recognizable voice, "It's you, boy." They stared at each other. The doctor cleared his throat. I do recognize you, but I don't quite recall. Izuku Midoriya, sir. He put a hand to his head at the whiplash of running into an old acquaintance while he was in the middle of trying to juggle the relationships of his new ones. Also, the perfume was not helping. Excuse me, I need to, he attempted to slide past the doctor. Wait 1 second, please. A hand clamping onto his wrist delayed his escape. Izuku brushed off the irritation at the man's grabbiness before he looked back at him. Dr. Tsubasa's smile became a tooth-displaying grin, wide enough to remind the yokai-blooded boy of the Cheshire Cat from the tale of Alice in Wonderland. Sharp enough to match, too. Izuku's instincts reared. A polite smile masked his face. Yes, sir? Like the flip of a switch, the doctor relaxed, letting go of Izuku's arm. He hemmed and hawed nervously. I am terribly sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I simply have been quite lost, returning to this area after so long. I was wondering if perhaps you knew if any of my former acquaintances were still here and free to show me around. Your mother, for example? My mother, Izuku echoed blankly. Do you think she would agree to meet me for a spot of tea? Izuku tilted his head and looked at Dr. Tsubasa. Observed the glinting of his flat human teeth, the way his eyes squinted through his glasses. Felt more than saw the predatory nature hidden under layers of clothing and flesh, a body fitting poorly. Recalled the intonations and pitch of his voice, familiar in a way that didn't belong to a childhood memory but rather to carefully measured words from almost a year ago. You're not Dr. Tsubasa, he realized out loud. The yokai did not miss a beat. Whatever do you mean? You, his confusion turned wary. The yokai sensed it and scrambled to recover its advantage. I don't mean you any harm. Yes, you do. He knew it with absolute certainty. Was bold enough to say it, in the safety of a public space in the daylight. Because you're the dead cat. The yokai's human body ceased all movement. It did not breathe. If it had a heart, it was still too, for it never pumped blood in the first place. The Bakeneku, but you're not a Bakeneku at all. You were the Baku who wasn't a Baku. You, his voice sped up breathlessly. The Oni, the foreign demon thing. Not shapes, but maybe summons? Dagoba Beach was on fire the same night the janitor messed up their cedar leaf ward. You're a sorcerer. You've been following me. Why who? He clamped a hand over his mouth. How do you know who my childhood doctor is? He already knew the answer. He wasn't seated fully in his own body, straining so much to look past the glamour of the yokai's disguise. But it wasn't a shifted form so much as it was a body prettied up to seem alive. A corpse, the putrid stench of necromancy releasing from the smothering magic the yokai hid it under, because when your target knows that it's there, it's not worth keeping hidden. Tsubasa. A Nomu with wings. A cat, a Bakeneku, a shape-shifting sorcerer. Summons. Fire. Predator. Necromancer. You're Dr. Tsubasa's cat, Izuku said. A wish sprung up in his heart. A wish that this was a dream. You became a Nikomata. And you devoured Tsubasa and his grandson. The Nikomata in its dead owner's skin continued to smile, not a hint of denial in its expression. I did, it admitted like it was proud of the deed. But I paid dearly for it. Now you will too. And an emptiness swirling with galaxies began to open beneath Izuku's feet. How had this happened right under his nose? Izuku had played with Dr. Tsubasa's cat before, when it was still a mortal creature. He remembered it as a skittish one, hard to coax out from under furniture with treats or toys, but one that loved cuddles nonetheless. It hadn't been abused, or so he'd thought. But maybe that was from the lenses of a toddler determined to see the best in the world, or maybe it had even been Tsubasa the grandchild's influence on the pet, positive to Dr. Tsubasa's presumable negative. Hisashi had never met Dr. Tsubasa before, much less his cat. Inko was only human. But Izuku had played with the cat once, maybe twice, before Tsubasa and his grandfather moved away. It wasn't his fault he didn't notice, no matter how much it felt like it was. This was a logic he could understand, even if he couldn't internalize it just yet. He was a little busy being very stunned right now, after all. So stunned he just stood there like an idiot while a villain's portal opened beneath him. This trick might have even worked on him had he not been visiting this mall with just about an entire class of hero students. Thick pink muscle wound around his midriff and reeled him towards its owner. Someone else shouted, two figures leaping past him towards the human-skinned Nikomata. Dr. Tsubasa's former pet looked past the students. It smiled wryly at Izuku, like it had come across a slight inconvenience, and shrugged. A finger twitched, the growing portal changed course, and two teenagers cratered the ground the yokai had just been standing on. The commotion and billowing dust from Kirishima's and Ojiro's impacts drew startled shrieks from the crowd of civilians occupying the surrounding area. Rapid steps and blue uniforms announced the interest of mall security. Dust stung Izuku's wide eyes. Midoriya, Tsuyu asked once her tongue was back in her mouth. Are you all right? Yes, he immediately said. No. Don't worry, she said. I think he's gone. Also, why do you taste like peaches? Hopefully that was a rhetorical question, because Izuku could not for the life of him remember why he tasted like peaches. He could barely remember what he was doing at the mall as it was. All he could remember, the only thing his brain could focus on, was the brief encounter that had just happened. It Dr. Tsubasa no. He's dead. They're both dead. Midoriya? Who's dead? He scrubbed his face with a hand. What was he doing again? He needed to talk to somebody about this. About the necromancer. But wait, he couldn't. That was magic. He couldn't discuss magic with pro-heroes. But the League of Villains was a pro-hero concern. Terrace, and Dad, and Mom, and Tokoyami. Those were the only people he could tell about this, right? None of them were here. But hadn't Fumikage been here? Where did he go? Toko went with Shinso, remember? Oh, that was Uraraka. And wasn't she wrong? He saw Shinso just a little bit ago, and Tokoyami wasn't there. Okay, so maybe I don't know where he is right now. But I'm here. Do you think you can breathe with me for a few minutes? He's already breathing fine, somebody whispered. Well, I don't know what else to do. Uraraka whispered back harshly. My lord. A rambunctious voice called. Oh my, that doesn't look safe. That was all the warning he received before somebody shoved him fully back into his body. He could feel a warm hand sitting lightly on his shoulder, smell the silly perfume in his hair and clothes. Dark shadow hovered close to his face, clawed hands gripping him in place on either side. There. The quirk declared. All better now. He patted him on the head and withdrew back to Tokoyami, who approached slowly, then stopped and sat down in front of Izuku. There were other 1A students close by, and they all seemed to decide unanimously to sit down as well. It took a moment for the yokai-blooded boy to realize he himself was already on the ground, Uraraka next to him with her hand lowering from his shoulder to rest on his knee. It wasn't silent. The police had, at some point, been called and were talking to Kirishima on the outskirts of the group. Izuku could see Ojiro, Aim, Tsuyu, and of course Uraraka and Tokoyami all sitting down with him. Shinso stood off to one side and he spotted Kaminari, Sato, Siro, and Shoji rushing towards them in the distance. Izuku met Uraraka's eyes. She looked at him seriously, lacking her usual pep. He smiled at her and she smiled back. Do you feel present now? Fumikage asked. I guess, Izuku said quietly. It sounded like it was scary, Uraraka said. Yeah. I was scared. He was still scared. And he didn't know what he was supposed to do now, which was even scarier. Everyone exchanged glances. The police are going to want to talk to you, Ojiro said. That might have to wait, he replied, and couldn't think of the words to explain why, so he stopped there. Nobody pushed. Not even the police, when Detective Tsukachi was told by Izuku's sudden gaggle of bodyguards. They'll want a statement before the summer training camp, Tokoyami mentioned to him later, while the finally reassembled 1A group waited with a few policemen for their parents to come pick them up. Izuku shrugged noncommittally. Of course. The police probably didn't need to worry about getting his statement before camp, because somehow the Nikomata had found Izuku in this mall crowded with humans. And Izuku could sense that it was looking for him on purpose. And if Izuku couldn't get rid of whatever tracker was on him before summer training camp began the day after tomorrow, he would need to find a way to avoid going to training camp at all. Saturday night. After spending an hour or two searching his clothes and body for any trackers man-made or magical and coming up with nothing, Izuku turned his attention to scouring their apartment, diligently picking through the nooks and crannies and his own belongings for anything suspicious, but still not finding a shred of foul play. But just because he couldn't find a tracker didn't mean there weren't any. An electronic one wouldn't be blocked by the wards, and although the same was true for certain curses, Izuku would have sensed if such a spell had been laid on him. Could a weak yokai be concealing itself somewhere on his person? That was the only thing he could think of. After all, he'd adjusted the wards to let Kutsahimo through and never reset them. A yokai hitching a ride on him might be able to slip through that loophole. And if it was so weak that he couldn't discern it from his own magic, that would explain why he couldn't find it by himself. So, he could call up Terasu to see if she would be able to find a yokai on him, but that would require them to meet up in person. Izuku couldn't leave his mom alone in the apartment in case the Nikomata found a way inside. He couldn't take her with him, because then he wouldn't be able to find a discreet way to find and meet Terasu. Similarly, Kutsahimo was leashed to Aizawa-sensei's scarf. He could try Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, maybe they would be able to search with their human magic. But what about their availability? He had a 2 p.m. interview at the police station on Sunday, agreed to under the insistence of the police that they get some sort of statement from him while his memory was fresh. Izuku was regretting that already even just an hour would eat into the time he had to remove the tracker, and if Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were only available during that time. No, he should stop making plans around it and just send a quick text to ask them to meet. Well, he couldn't help himself. One backup plan would be fine. He could ask Dad. They're simple. But should he really make Hisashi rush back to Japan overnight? Just to remove a tracker so that he could attend the training camp? It would be kind of selfish of him, wouldn't it? That was Tokoyami texting back. He was available to come to Izuku in the morning. Figured. Time to cross his fingers. If Tokoyami could find the tracker, Izuku wouldn't have to think of another option. Sunday morning. My deepest apologies, Fumikage said solemnly. I had hoped we would be of aid. I'm useless. Dark Shadow bawled. Woe is me. It's, Izuku grimaced. Not your guy's fault. Thank you for trying. If you need anything else, I am always willing to help. That was all this time, but I'll keep you in mind. I've got to go now, so have a good day. Of course, you as well. Sunday afternoon. A familiar detective greeted Izuku and his mother when they entered the conference room in the Mizutofu police station. Thank you both for coming here today. Detective Tsukachi welcomed them. Please make yourselves comfortable. As you already know, we're investigating the incident at Kiyoshi, and as the apparent target as well as the primary witness, it would be very helpful if you could describe what happened from your point of view. Izuku nodded. Before we begin, I would like you to be aware that this room is under video surveillance, which will remain on during this meeting for record-keeping purposes. Is that all right with you? Yes. Thank you. Now, I'm going to state today's date and time, as well as that of the incident, and then I'll begin asking questions, Tsukachi told them, and after Izuku nodded proceeded to do so. To start us off, I've heard that the last 3 students you interacted with before the incident happened were Achiko Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama in the Starlight Perfume and Body Shop, and then Shudo Todoroki and Shinso Hitoshi in the passageway close to the bathroom's hallway. Is this accurate? Yeah. And for this outing, you and your friends split into groups, and then further for efficiency's sake? Everyone had agreed to at least stay in pairs. It wasn't a hard rule, but yeah, we didn't want anyone getting lost or losing track of time. Indeed. And is it correct to say you left the perfume shop without a companion because you intended to go to the bathroom, which was relatively close, and no other reason? Izuku blinked. Yes, it is. Tsukachi caught on to his slight confusion. I just wanted to know whether or not you'd seen anything suspicious and decided to investigate without worrying your friends. Oh, I see. No, I didn't notice anything at that time. Thank you for the confirmation. So you headed to the bathrooms and encountered Todoroki and Shinso in a partially concealed area along the way. Did anything else stand out to you? No, the mall was pretty busy. I saw them isolated, so I headed over to talk to them, but he decided not to get too deep into the tense relationship the two seemed to be developing. They didn't really seem very happy and left quickly, so I decided to follow them. That's when I ran into Dr. Ugh, that guy. The detective perked up like a dog presented with a bone at Izuku's slip of the tongue. You called him Dr. Is there a reason for that? Yeah. So what happened was I recognized him as my childhood doctor, Dr. Tsubasa, who moved away many years ago. But he wasn't. I'm sorry, could you elaborate? The person I bumped into at Kiyoshi. They looked like my childhood doctor, but they weren't him. They were impersonating Dr. Tsubasa. Tsukachi remained silent as if waiting for him to continue, but Izuku wasn't eager to replay the entire incident, even if he did feel guilty for being so difficult for the poor detective. Eventually, the man cleared his throat and picked up the conversation. So, was it to your knowledge at the time you bumped into them that this person was Dr. Tsubasa? Yes. He looked exactly like what I remembered. His glasses and his mustache were pretty unique. And I didn't realize he wasn't himself at first. So you bumped into someone you identified as Dr. Tsubasa? In a partially concealed but still public and fairly busy area. What happened next? We addressed each other and I tried to continue past him so I wouldn't lose track of Todoroki and Shinso, but he grabbed my wrist to get me to stay. When he let go, since he clearly wanted to talk, out of politeness I didn't immediately leave. We talked a bit, and Izuku fought to stop from cringing. How was he going to explain how he realized the Nikomata wasn't Dr. Tsubasa? He'd already pulled the weird-feeling card on Detective Tsukachi before, he didn't want to use it again. It just sounded so fake, and it wasn't even true this time because of the yokai's concealment. Maybe he could get away with being vague about it? I grew suspicious of his identity and confronted him about it. He admitted he wasn't the doctor, and then the portal opened underneath me. Thankfully, the detective either didn't notice or let the vagueness slide. Do you think the villain was targeting you in particular? But if he said, they would ask why. They might even put him under police protection, for whatever length of time he'll be home this following week and maybe beyond that. And he couldn't answer those questions or have any sort of surveillance on him when he needed to be investigating. And since he couldn't say yes, Izuku said, no. I think it was a coincidence. I'm the one who called him Dr. Tsubasa. He asked me to remind him of my name. I think at best, he knows I'm a UA student. Detective Tsukachi tilted his head slowly, like something was confusing him. Are you sure? He asked. You encountered this villain in the shape of an old acquaintance of yours who you haven't had contact with long enough that most things out of character wouldn't raise suspicion. Also, it is entirely possible he also saw Todoroki and Shinso as they left the area you were in and instead chose to get close to you instead. Izuku paused. He couldn't leave any implication that he was targeted. I see your point, but the mall was busy. He might have only noticed me because I was more isolated. His quirk could have an additional aspect besides the apparent shapeshifting that led him to transform in Dr. Tsubasa. For all I know, he could have looked like somebody else until I physically ran into him, as I only got a good look at him after the fact. There's just no reason for me out of the rest of the class to have been targeted. He was using an opportunity. Tsukachi didn't immediately reply. Izuku tried not to let it show how sour the blatant lies tasted on his tongue. Finally, the detective said, I understand. That is a very logical deduction. I'll keep it in mind. Are there any other details you can think of that might help us? For example, what behavior or clues led you to doubt the doctor's identity? The way he was acting was what Izuku decided to go with. It made me think he wasn't truly Dr. Tsubasa. He was acting out of character for the doctor? Yeah. Not in conversation at first, but more so body language. Not that Izuku was going to specify this, he couldn't actually recall Dr. Tsubasa's body language, and it would be odd to say he did either way, since it had been so long. Alright, is there anything else? No. Tsukachi nodded, rising from his seat slowly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. You may proceed with your day. We might contact you for a follow-up, but I'm aware you have a camp this week, so if we do it will be after that. Farewell. Inko and Izuku bade the detective goodbye. They walked out the door. Izuku could feel the detective watching them carefully as they left, but he pushed it out of mind. He hadn't managed to find the tracker in time and had decided not to contact Hisashi when there was still time, so now he had to focus on one thing, how he was going to avoid summer training camp. Sunday evening. I'll break a limb. No. Dark shadow screeched on Tokoyami's end of the phone. Bad Izuku. Please do not, Fumikage said more calmly. Why not? Izuku frowned. I've figured out how to turn off my pain enough. And if I break it now, outside of school hours, I'll be taken to a hospital so recovery girl won't be able to heal me up fast enough to justify allowing me to participate. He paused, thinking it through some more. It'll have to be a leg. The less mobility I have, the better reason I have to stay home. My lord. The video of Tokoyami's side of the phone call was a blur, mostly showing dark purple streaks of color as Dark Shadow held the phone in both claws and shook it violently. Nobody is allowed to break bones but me. You don't have bones? I didn't say it was my bones I would be breaking. Dark Shadow, you left a loophole, Fumikage began to point out, just as Izuku tried to take advantage of it. Okay, so do you want to break my bones? No. A long, strangled shriek of despair accompanied the quirk's response to his question. Izuku wasn't sure if it was Tokoyami or Dark Shadow making the noise. There are many paths one could take to solve a problem. Fumikage finally spoke after whoever it was recovered. Surely you could just decline to participate. I wish, the yokai-blooded boy huffed, but I turned in my signed permission slip on Friday and I've been pretty obvious about wanting to go. I don't want to draw too much attention by suddenly changing my mind and staying home when I don't have any good reason to. And I'm pretty sure Aizawa-sensei made the trip mandatory, since it's a training unit. I need an emergency to get out of it. And you have no way to stop yourself from being tracked, and no way to ward the location the camp will be occurring in? No, it's too complicated of a setup, it takes a while to complete, it has to be immobile so I won't be able to protect the bus, and it can only be so big. He wrinkled his nose. There's no other option. I have to break my leg. Bang. Everyone on both sides of the video call practically leapt into the air at the loud noise. Izuku looked around wildly, searching for a threat, dreading the thought that the Nikomata had found a way inside his house. His eyes landed on a scenario far worse. His bedroom door had been flung open so hard it slammed into the wall. An imposing shadow with gleaming eyes seemed to fill the entryway despite its short stature. Izuku dear, Izuku Midoriya said in the sickeningly sweet tone of a disappointed mother. Did you just say something about purposefully breaking your own leg? Monday morning. Izuku did not break his leg. Instead, UA's receptionist received a call from Izuku Midoriya at 7:12 a.m. informing him that Izuku would be unable to attend school today because he had, in terribly unfortunate timing, caught a case of strep throat. It was confirmed to be his mother who called, and Izuku had a perfect attendance record, so the Midoriyas were not required to provide documented proof of his illness. Because of the security measures put in place for the summer training camp, even when he recovered in a few days he would not be allowed to be driven to the location to join the other UA students, and other staff was unavailable for any placeholder lessons on campus during the week, so Izuku was granted the full week off with no harm to his attendance record. And that, his mother said, dusting off her hands as she ended her phone call, is how you safely skip school. For the next 3 days I expect you to avoid so much as a phone call with anyone who interacts with UA. You can't fake a sore throat. Thanks, Mom, Izuku said. Really, you're a lifesaver. She rolled her eyes at him and swatted him lightly on the shoulder with her free hand. More like a leg saver. You're going to give me a heart attack one day, I swear. Love you too. Love you most. Inko replied automatically, making him pout at the skipped, love you more. Now, just what are you going to do with your ill-gotten week of freedom? I guess I'll keep looking for the tracker. And if you can't find it before classes start again? Izuku sighed. Then, I have no idea. Izuku's father agreed to catch a plane for a quick visit. Since the need to rush had for the moment passed, he would be home Wednesday afternoon. Terasu had contacted Izuku in another dream and generously agreed to an in-person visit to conduct a search with her expertise. Izuku at this point was still holding out hope either Hisashi or Terasu would find the tracker, since they were both more knowledgeable in spells and curses than him, but there was a niggling suspicion that he wouldn't figure out how the tracker was concealed until it was too late. But he had to wait until Wednesday. That was the earliest Terasu could meet him, and then Dad would get home and try if the Kitsune's attempt was fruitless. So he waited. 2 days seemed like a short amount of time, but when one was stewing in their own anxiety it really dragged out the hours. Izuku couldn't text any of his friends. They'd had to leave their phones at home before they left for the training camp. He also didn't feel safe leaving his mom alone in the house when there was nobody available to protect her. Not that Inko couldn't normally protect herself, but if a supernatural threat managed to breach their wards it would definitely be too powerful for a single human to counter. He even felt that leaving for his meeting on Wednesday would be a risk, since Hisashi wouldn't be in the immediate area, but Izuku could bribe a few birds to alert him of any attacks and Terasu would be with him to make sure he couldn't be delayed by a divide-and-conquer tactic to keep him from going home to help her, so it would have to do. It still didn't feel like enough. Izuku felt like he would throw up as he left to sneak onto UA's campus. Just a little longer and Dad would be back, just a little longer and Terasu would be here. I'm here. Speaking of the Kitsune. Izuku settled his fidgeting fingers and greeted the yokai with a smile. Terasu, thank you for doing this. The fox spirit shook her head and didn't respond directly, instead trotting up to him in a businesslike manner. I will cast several spells to identify anything of concern. These will be more thorough than any unfocused searching you may have tried, but they will also be unpleasant. Shall we proceed? I'm ready, he nodded. Terasu was correct in that the spells would be uncomfortable, but Izuku thought maybe she understated it a little. One after the other with little pause between, each wave of magic felt like somebody was trying to rake his individual cells out of place. It wasn't painful but he was definitely glad when it stopped after a few minutes. Well? He asked when Terasu announced she was finished. Did you find anything? No. You're clean. Are you sure? Absolutely, positively. Yes, she interrupted. I'm sure. There is no tracking spell on your person or belongings. She stared at the pile of his stuff he'd brought, almost looking impressed at the sheer amount that he'd pulled from his backpack. There are no electronic trackers either. If you had a tracker on you, it is gone. At first, relief. Izuku was relieved he didn't have to worry about the tracker anymore. But that still begged the question of how the Nikomata found him inside the packed mall. Had it just been coincidence? Had the Nikomata been tailing him into the mall that day, like it had followed him for their previous encounters? All of those had been in the evening or night, hadn't they? The Oni, the Baku, Dagoba Beach. Those were all in the Nikomata's comfort zone. The Oni had targeted Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Izuku had been guided into the conflict after it was already underway. He'd been an afterthought. The Nikomata knew about him, but he hadn't been the priority. The Baku and Goblin event was probably targeted. Izuku had been out and about consistently chasing after Eraserhead, so if the Nikomata had been in the area, it could have planned ahead to summon the paralysis demon. Goblin thing in a house along his route and then shapeshift to an appropriate yokai to fit the story. The attempt was one of opportunity and convenience. Dagoba, well, the fire at Dagoba reeked of impulse. The Nikomata knew he'd hung out at the beach often, as was clear from it coming personally to retrieve him for the Oni incident, and made a sloppy attempt on his life by torching the garbage dump at the time he was usually there. Izuku wasn't sure if this was before or after the malevolent yokai presumably paid a visit to their apartment, resulting in the disturbed flower pots and rug, but if it was after, it might have been done in a fit of rage because it hadn't managed to breach the house wards. But then there was silence. The next move Izuku could link to the Nikomata was the Nomu's fascination with his presence at Hosu. A stronger attempt, but once more Izuku was a secondary target compared to the large scale of the attack on Hosu as a whole. What had changed? Why had the Nikomata gotten so bold that it went after him in the midst of daylight, surrounded by people? The League of Villains. The Nikomata was working with or for Shigaraki, not just for Shigaraki Tamura, but probably directly for his senior, the man who enslaved Kiyoshi. Izuku had to keep in mind the connection there. The Nikomata knew he existed, therefore Shigaraki Sr. knew he existed. Terasu had never had yokai help before. Did Shigaraki know Izuku was aiding her, or did he simply want to remove any major obstacles? And he was getting more persistent in it because they had to be planning another attack. The training camp. The Nikomata had been tasked with keeping Izuku out of the picture. So they didn't want him at the training camp? But they still needed to know where the training camp was so they could attack it. But they weren't tracking him. There was a tracker. It wasn't on Izuku. It wasn't on Uraraka or Tokoyami. He'd separated from them in the mall. It was on Todoroki or Shinso. Was it something he could have noticed? Was one of them being targeted too? Izuku began shoveling his possessions back into his bag. Terasu, do you know where the training camp is being held? I did, she said. But they changed it at the last minute. Not even All Might knows where Class 1A is right now. The yokai-blooded boy bit back a curse. Why the extra secrecy? They were tight-lipped on it enough. Had the mall incident made them change their minds and limit the knowledgeable teachers even more? It was day 3 of the summer camp. They had to have some way to communicate with Principal Nedzu in case of an emergency, but what if that method of contact had been disabled? They could be under attack this very moment and Izuku would have no idea. They could have already been attacked, injured, or kidnapped, or even killed and he wouldn't have a clue. He had to find them. Terasu's battered white fur flooded his vision. Yellow eyes pierced his soul. Go, she told him. He had to go home. Izuku entered their apartment like a whirlwind, dumping a majority of the stuff in his backpack onto the floor of his room and double-checking that he had his emergency yokai supplies. Footsteps slapped the floor, preceding his parents' baffled faces in his doorway. Dad! He spoke hastily. Good, you're home. I need your help. Get ready to fly. He snapped a hand out and summoned Phone Kai, who popped into view in just the right place to cause Hisashi to falter in entering the room. Phone Kai, he greeted, scrambling to grab his phone. I need you to be Tokoyami Fumicage's phone for me, okay? The trusty little yokai beeped affirmatively and left. Izuku dialed in the number, waiting as it rung and hoping he wouldn't be a dangerous distraction to his friend. Izuku, what's wrong? Hisashi hovered over him. I just got off the plane. Not a plane I need you to fly. Dad caught his meaning immediately this time. What's happening? The phone connected. A few garbled noises came through. I'll explain in a second, he assured the Hou-ou, and turned his attention to his phone. Fumicage. Dark Shadow. Can either of you hear me? There we are, Tokoyami's voice came through. My apologies. We are in the midst of sharpening our battle prowess. I was assigned to reign in control of Dark Shadow within a cave, but we are now wrapping the exercises up. I have a few moments before Aizawa-sensei calls for my return. Is something the matter? The whole training camp is in danger. The League of Villains have a puppet on Todoroki. They know exactly where you are. I don't know when they plan to attack, but I need to know where the training camp is so you can stand a chance. The pause. I'm afraid I am unaware of the precise location, but we are at a facility owned by the Wild Pussycats, deep within a forest on the mountains. Class 1B is here as well as Vlad-sensei and the Pussycats themselves. Are you certain the League will attack with so many pro-heroes on standby? I have no idea. But they'll have the element of surprise, and there won't be emergency services like there were in Hosu. If they have enough villains, they might be able to overpower the pros. It'll be just like the USJ. Except All Might is not close enough to save us, Tokoyami whispered. Izuku grimaced. We need to pull the alarm. If the villains don't attack today, it'll at least cancel the trip and get everyone back to civilization where I can remove the tracker, and the League will have to make new plans. And if they do attack today before I can get there, we can at least make sure you're ready for them. How do I pull the alarm? Fumikage asked. Izuku thought about it. They couldn't pull the ominous feeling card again because that would discredit Fumi in the best-case scenario that the League didn't attack, and cast him under suspicion if he predicted their arrival again. It might also not be enough to prompt caution. So if not Tokoyami, you don't. Izuku turned, meeting eyes with his father. I do. A yellow-eyed Mina tapped against the window of Yue's Principle Nedzu. A crinkled letter was clutched in its beak. A father and son pored over the internet's treasure trove of information about the superhero group known as the Wild Pussycats. They narrowed their location of interest down to a single address. A raven-headed teenager watched as his teacher was handed the main cabin's landline phone. When his expression darkened and he glanced up at his students, the boy knew the message had been sent. As the crow flew, or in this case, the Hou-ou, the summer camp was little over an hour away. Izuku estimated for whatever pro-heroes Nedzu had on call, it would be at least 3 hours at their fastest. Hisashi soared at a slower pace than usual, but Izuku knew that was because he was unaccustomed to bearing a passenger. Even for a supernatural entity, it had to be uncomfortable. Izuku certainly wasn't making it easy, clutching a patch of blue feathers tightly in his hand and leaning awkwardly against the wind to maintain balance while simultaneously trying to read the GPS on his phone. The little T to the L left. He stuttered out against the inertia even as Hisashi started to turn that way. I know, his father said. I feel malaise. We're almost there. So the villains were going to attack, then. Or rather, Izuku amended as they dipped below the clouds in the darkening evening, they were attacking. Blue fire illuminated the forest. Down. Izuku yelled. Down now. Dad obeyed instantly, or maybe a descent had already been his intent. They hit the ground outside the forest so fast it was almost a crash landing, and Izuku jumped off his father's true form gracelessly. He paused for a bare moment, observing the fire eating up the woods, before spotting a spot not yet ablaze and plowed into the untouched undergrowth. Almost immediately he felt sweat bead at his hairline from the heat of the blaze. I'll head east, he told the empty spot where his father should be. He paused. Spun around frantically. Dad! A bobbing patch of white hair past the tree trunks soothed his alarm. Hisashi was still there, he just hadn't followed his son. Izuku rushed back to see what the problem was. His father was back in his mortal guise. Dad, what's wrong? The Hou-ou paced at the forest's edge, the worried expression on his human face clearing when Izuku returned to his line of sight. Izuku! He called. I can't, he trailed off, then gestured helplessly at the azure fire ravaging the forest. The realization slammed into Izuku all at once. The fire was obviously a quirk fire. Hisashi couldn't come into the forest without risking burning up. His dad's human form had also taken on a concerningly green complexion, like he was nauseous. Were his Hou-ou instincts protesting his very presence here? The bare few Izuku had certainly were. Dad, tears sprung into Izuku's eyes. This was way too much. How was Izuku supposed to tackle this? The League of Villains, Tamura Shigaraki, the Nikomata, they were all waiting, teeth bared and claws ready to tear into Izuku's friends, and there was a giant fire on top of who knows what else in that forest to help them do that. Every yokai Izuku fought and won against granted him a small bit of pride different than his own desire to save lives. It was pride that here he was, battling supernatural threats in his own way. Hisashi kept the balance between the mythologies in America. Izuku kept the balance between yokai and humans in Japan. Compared to Dad, what Izuku did was small, tiny. This was big. And Izuku had been working his way up towards it, sure, but he was ready to help Dad with something big. He wasn't ready for something big on his own. Without Dad. Warm hands settled on his shoulders. Hisashi leaned down to look him in the eyes. Hey, I'm not leaving, I'll just stay out here, okay? You'll do fine. Don't focus on the bad guys, focus on saving lives, you know? Izuku managed a trembling nod. Can I hug you? Dad gaped at him. Of course you can. Without a moment's thought, his father enveloped him in his arms and Izuku soaked up the contact, returning it tightly. He pressed his face into his father's shoulder, feeling fluffy feathers through the glamour of a body. How do you know it's gonna be okay? He mumbled. The omen of the Hou-ou. Hisashi scoffed light-heartedly. Hou-ou are signs of good fortune. When ill fortune is imminent, my instincts have always encouraged me to leave. But you have Hou-ou blood in you too. Why have you always stayed while I'm driven away? I'm more human than echoes of a conversation with Terasu resurfaced in his memory. Then yokai. Are you sure? There was a smile in Dad's voice. An arm loosened so a hand could reach up to ruffle his hair. Because I actually think it might have something more to do with belief. I believed that as a sign of peace, my departure was a warning of misfortune. That is what the legends say, after all. But who says the legends are right? What if instead of the Hou-ou hiding itself away from conflict, the conflict hid itself away from the Hou-ou? Dad pulled gently away from the hug and Izuku reluctantly let him, still sniffling. Human or not, there are two Hou-ou right here, right now. I don't think a bad omen stands a chance against that. Izuku wiped a sleeve under his nose, the other hand reaching for the mask clipped to his belt. I don't think I can win this, Dad. His voice predictably wobbled. Hisashi shrugged. It isn't about winning. It's about saving. So go save your friends, Aizu. Izuku closed his eyes, exhaling carefully. All right. I will. He slipped his mask over his face and opened them again, meeting Hisashi's gaze through it. I love you, Dad. His father winked. Love you too. And the boy turned and plunged into the burning forest. Monday morning. Again. A subtle twist of movement, hiding the pinky under the finger next to it. This was a habit Naomasa had long established so that when conversations were visually recorded, he would not forget which statements had triggered his quirk. This was often punctuated by marks in his note-taking, but he hadn't wanted Midoriya Izuku to catch on to the intensity with which he paid attention to his words. Do you think the villain was targeting you in particular? No. I think it was a coincidence. There was. The finger hid, but not that Naomasa had forgotten what young Midoriya had lied about, considering its importance. But knowing he had lied about such a relevant detail led to the detective reviewing the footage as soon as he could, picking apart the UA students' words for possible loopholes. So, was it to your knowledge at the time you bumped into them that this person was Dr. Tsubasa? Yes. We talked a bit, and I grew suspicious of his identity and confronted him about it. But what had caused the suspicion? The way he was acting. It made me think he wasn't truly Dr. Tsubasa. He was acting out of character. For the doctor? Yeah. But perhaps that wasn't accurate to say. Naomasa's quirk only alerted him when it detected a lie. It did not, technically, alert him to truths. If someone phrased their words the right way, if in fact they kept certain things in mind while they spoke, what might leave their mouth might be neither lie nor truth. Midoriya Izuku had not had contact with Dr. Tsubasa since his childhood. This was a fact supported by documentation and records from the quirk doctor's old practice and also the missing persons reports for both him and his grandson in a different locality, news of which might not have ever reached Izuku's neighborhood. Yet Midoriya had confidently said Dr. Tsubasa acted out of character for himself. Or rather, he had implied as such after Naomasa's question. But that might not have been the question the boy was responding to. If the question had been rephrased as, he was acting out of character for how you thought he should have been acting based on what you knew of him, then Midoriya Izuku's simple response of, would not be a lie. The thing that caused suspicion would have to have been a detail Midoriya would assume to stay the same after nearly a decade. A detail as simple as acting out of character, for a doctor, or for a grandfather. And while this particular detail might not turn out to be relevant, the fact that Midoriya might have the inclination to sidestep the truth in his own mind meant Naomasa would be pulling up the footage from their last interview as well. After he was done dissecting the lies Midoriya had told in this one. No. I think it was a coincidence. A lie, supplemented by two non-lies, I'm the one who called him Dr. Tsubasa. He asked me to remind him of my name. And another false statement, I think at best, he knows I'm a UA student. And in response to Naomasa's points about the villain using the appearance of a not well-known acquaintance, and possibly passing by his friends in favor of him. I see your point, but the mall was busy. Fact. He might have only noticed me because I was more isolated. His quirk could have an additional aspect besides the apparent shapeshifting that led him to transform into Dr. Tsubasa, conjecture, a non-lie, theoretical. For all I know, he could have looked like somebody else until I physically ran into him, a lie, as I only got a good look at him after the fact, and a truth. There's just no reason for me out of the rest of the class to have been targeted. But he was using an opportunity. Not a lie. Here was what Naomasa could solidly deduce about Midoriya Izuku based off of the statements he made in this interview. 1. He had at first genuinely thought the villain was Dr. Tsubasa. 2. The villain's interaction with him made him suspicious of their identity and he ceased his belief that they were the same individuals. 3. Midoriya knew of a reason for the villain to target him in particular. That last one had been clear enough from the start that Naomasa authorized undercover surveillance of the Midoriya's movements, in case the villain or the League itself tried again before Izuku left for summer camp. They took position earlier this morning, although it was still pretty early in the morning. The question was, what was the reason for the villain's targeting of Midoriya? And why did Midoriya Izuku try to hide it instead of seeking protection from the police or pro-heroes? Naomasa sighed, pausing the replaying video and pushing his laptop gently aside to make some room. From a cardboard box he'd set on the floor of his office earlier, containing files Eraserhead had suggested looking into regarding a supposedly separate matter, he pulled out a folder that was looking less and less separate from his current topic of study. Eraserhead had shared a suspicion with him. As more and more evidence piled up, Naomasa found that the two most prominent factors opposing that suspicion, age and enrollment at UA, were losing their weight. Telekinesis, dark hair, young voice and stature, a slightly higher encounter rate in the Mizutafu neighborhood, present at Hosu. Evidence pointing towards some sort of connection with the League of Villains. All of these facts applied to both Midoriya Izuku and the vigilante, Phoenix. Naomasa tapped at his phone, the way he'd been doing for the past half hour. There was still time. Should he recommend to UA to remove Izuku from the summer camp trip? Would that be beneficial at all? Was the connection to the League an alliance, rivalry, something entirely different? The phone buzzed under his fingertips. It took Naomasa a moment to realize that the flashing of Aizawa Shoda across the screen was not from him calling the underground hero, but instead the other way around. He answered. "You've reached Tsukachi." "Detective," Eraserhead's dry voice came across the line. "I thought you should know. Midoriya Inko just called her son in sick." Naomasa froze. The very decision he had been pondering, happening now? He's not attending the training camp? "No. I recommend Plan B." "So that's the way it is?" "I don't know yet. But I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'll also update the surveillance team." "Acknowledged. Class 1A will be at the same location as 1B. I'll inform Nedzu." With quick goodbyes, the two ended their conversation. Their caution turned out to not be enough. Wednesday afternoon. Again. A call from Principal Nedzu. There had been a tip. The location of classes 1A and 1B had been compromised. An attack was imminent. A call to the officers surveilling the Midoriya's apartment building, requesting a confirmation of Midoriya Izuku's location. A call back from the officers surveilling the Midoriya's apartment building. Midoriya Hisashi was seen entering the building. When they went to check in person upon Naomasa's request, he and Midoriya Izuku were found to be gone from the premises. Roughly an hour later, a stat-icky message left on Naomasa's phone from an unknown number. Eraserhead's voice. "He's here." That day at the USJ felt like it took place an eternity ago, but already echoes of the conflagration zone could be found in just these first few moments alone in the blaze. But the fire in the forest was worse. Everything was flammable here, not just the trees and bushes but also the plant litter that coated the ground. There was no open area, like the streets of the USJ's faux city had provided, and that applied not just to ground level but also to above. Branches dropped randomly as fire severed their joints and he could hear the sound of a particularly large tree dropping somewhere out of sight. With all the smoke and haze, Izuku couldn't see more than a meter or so ahead of himself. He proceeded forwards anyways, slowly leaving the bright presence of his father behind. He began running, pulling his mask all the way over his face despite it not helping the visibility situation. He was going to at least try to get out of this with some plausible deniability for totally normal quirk teenager Midoriya Izuku. Plus, it did have other uses. It kept most of the smoke from reaching his lungs, and of course protected his face. He couldn't hear noises of fighting over the roar of the blaze. He didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. He wished he could call Tokoyami and make sure he and Dark Shadow were alright, but it would be too risky to summon Fonkai with all this fire. The little yokai might get hurt. A lot of people might get hurt. Izuku needed to find everyone, get them all to safety, but the chances that the supervillains had pulled another divide-and-conquer maneuver were unfortunately very high. But maybe it didn't work? If the pros had time to prepare, they would have gathered everyone into just 1 or 2 refuges that had the best defensive capabilities. Possibly the Pussycats facility would suffice, but Izuku also wouldn't be surprised if there was a bunker underground or hidden in a cave, to take full advantage of this being their home turf. In any case, Izuku wouldn't be able to help his classmates just by running around like a headless chicken. He couldn't track them, but he could definitely locate some of the necromancy puppets. It also had the bonus possibility of drawing the puppets towards him instead of the heroes in training. He paused briefly in a spot where there was no immediate danger of getting set on fire and cast the detection spell. It swept through the trees within the space of an instant. A necromancy spell tangled with multiple quirks indicated one Nomu to the west. Another one in the northwest only had one quirk. Maybe that mist villain? Two minor yokai presences in the same general area, along with Dark Shadow's unique human magic. One of those yokai had to be Kutsahimo, and the other should be the spider puppet, its presence so small he couldn't even feel the death magic on it. Eraserhead, Todoroki, and Tokoyami were all together. There was a good chance the rest of the UA students were there too. Izuku was pretty sure that was where the main cabin of the Wild Pussycats was. But there were only 3 necromancy puppets? And the spider one wasn't meant for combat. It seemed as though the Nikomata's hand, paw, in this attack was very light. The League must be using more villains in contrast to their exclusively Nomu attack in Hosu. Which meant either specific abilities were needed, or an ability to strategize was being prioritized, or possibly both. A portal opened up near him, not even a whisper of noise indicating its presence. But Izuku had been prepared for this possibility when he cast the spell. He'd already placed himself exactly where he needed to be to observe his surroundings and catch the mist villain off guard. Kurogiri's dark, wavering body and metal collar that Bakugo had once used against him solidified into existence. Izuku couldn't make out his eyes from this angle, but he could still see the motion of the Nomu's head moving from side to side, scouring the area. 2 seconds after the villain manifested himself, a flaming branch and a teenager dropped right onto his head. It was pretty epic. But it didn't work quite like Izuku had hoped. Instead of Izuku's weight burying the tree branch into the ground with Kurogiri's collar thing trapped between the prongs, the ground was tough enough to splinter the branch apart. Izuku tumbled off one side with only scorched clothes to show for it, and the mist villain swayed back to his feet, flaming tree branch comically still stuck in his intangible body. Kurogiri's yellow eyes sent Izuku a death glare. Without him moving, a small portal opened up and cut the tree branch in half, dislodging it from the collar. "Are you done playing games?" Kurogiri asked mildly. Izuku didn't dignify the villain banter with a reply. He held his hands out in front of him. The mist villain's smoke circled him tauntingly. The necromancy puppet continued, "Do you really think your psychokinetic magic can keep me at bay?" If there was one thing Izuku had noticed about Kurogiri, it was that he sure liked to talk. If there was another, it was that the dark purple mist of his body had completely shied away from the flames on the tree branch. Magic meet fire. The outcome was usually the same. He let the fireball spell erupt from between his hands. The great ball of heat flew forward in a relentless, unstoppable path, taking Kurogiri along with it. "No," Izuku finally replied, "but my pyrokinetic magic certainly will." Then he turned tail and ran. Midoriya Hisashi did not do idle. In his near century of existence, the Hou-ou had touched his talon to all 7 of the world's continents, hundreds of countries and islands, both inhabited and not, and kept himself busy every second of the way. The closest he had ever gotten to being settled down was his time spent with Inko, and then Izuku. For the first time in his life he spent years in one place. But it wasn't that he suffered wanderlust. When his yokai instincts urged him to leave wherever he was, he simply had never had cause to stay. His wife and child were, of course, the exception. And so in the past decade and a half, even when he moved on to satiate his nature, he often found himself returning to a quaint little apartment in Mizutofu, Japan. He did not often have business in this area. The faint miasma of ill intent wove its tendrils through this forest his son had guided them to, trying to prod him away. But for once it wasn't misfortune keeping Hisashi at bay but rather the simple threat of quirk-ignited flames. But he couldn't just wait. Even if Hisashi couldn't enter this area of the forest, surely not all of it was ablaze. He refused to pace uselessly at this tree line while his son risked his own human life. He could figure out something. There was so much smoke in the air now, even taking flight did not provide Hisashi a better view of the ravaged woods. He swiveled in place, trying to listen for anything of relevance. The roaring of flames drowned most of everything out, so he glided towards the mountain, where they had not reached. Maybe some of the fleeing birds had perched to rest there, and he could gain some insight to what had happened. Except, as he approached the rocky slope, his attention was caught by a blot of pale blue among the grays and purples of the night. Had one of Izuku's classmates escaped the forest and taken refuge on the mountain's outcroppings? No, Hisashi amended as he got closer. The figure was still in danger. There was a hulking shape of someone looming over them, and as the Hou-ou swiftly dove towards the pair, he realized that the smaller figure was a child. Not a teenager, not one of Izuku's classmates, but a child. Around 10 years of age if he had to guess. A child cowering under an arm and fist, throbbing with exposed muscles that were pulled back in preparation of a punch. Hisashi outstretched his talons and dropped. He reached the little boy in an instant, curled his claws over his shoulders in a secure grip, and flapped his wings once to propel them away. The villain's punch landed in the dirt of the ledge not a second later, sending a spray of dirt and rocks into the air. Hisashi plopped his new charge onto the ground and shielded him with one wing. With the other, he swept the cloud of dust away. By the time the clogged air cleared, he had a human-shaped hand to straighten the kid's cute spiked hat with. "Are you all right, kiddo?" he asked the quivering child. "Who are you?" The boy glared defiantly up at him despite the tears in his eyes. The villain in front of them shook his hand out lazily, tilting his head at Hisashi. "I don't recognize you, you aren't on the list either." His eyes glinted. One of them was fake, with a nasty scar running across that side of the face. The Hou-ou tensed as the villain's skin split apart to allow more mutated muscles through. They bulged so big that they began covering up his face and upper body, with some growing from his legs as well. "Are you going to be any fun?" The villain darted towards them so fast he was almost invisible. Hisashi barely dragged them both out of the way in time. "Pesky quirks," the Hou-ou thought to himself. "It's a strength enhancer, but it applies to speed as well. If I fly us away, he could jump after us. Even if we escape, that leaves him free to turn his attention to other targets, anyone still in the forest. What can I do to incapacitate him? Not much." Hisashi wasn't a fighter. The purpose of a Hou-ou was to serve as an omen, so the only natural weapon he had was his ability to produce fireballs, which were more effective on other yokai than on physical things. He had talons and a beak, yes, but they were dull and not shaped to rend flesh. Okay, so maybe Hisashi couldn't hurt this guy directly. But if there was one thing he'd learned in his decades of existence, it was that it wasn't just magic or quirks that could have devastating effects. Sometimes all it took was adding a little gravity to the situation. The villain charged again like a rampaging bull. Hisashi flitted himself and the boy aside once more, but this time he didn't give the muscle-encased man a chance to breathe when he impacted the cliff. The Hou-ou shifted quickly, digging his talons into the villain's limbs. The villain struggled in his grip, muscles winding around the yokai's claws like they were trying to absorb them into the flesh. But that only worked to Hisashi's advantage. He rose up, effortlessly taking the villain who was spitting curses to no end with him to soar over the forest. After a moment's thought, he hovered over one of the flaming sections of forest. Even if the fall somehow didn't at least knock him out, the blaze would surely finish him off. At this point the villain was squeezing Hisashi's scaled legs with a savage look in his eyes. He could obviously read his intent, but even though there was a glint of fear in his soul eye, the villain was overtaken by bloodlust. There was no pleading, no regret for his actions, no hint of remorse for trying to kill a little boy. Hisashi felt no pity for the human. Without a second thought, he relaxed his grip on the mortal plane and went fully intangible. The villain dropped like a rock. Hisashi spared him no more attention, only watching long enough to see the trees crumple under the human's impact before returning to the mountainside to make sure no other villains had come across the child. Now no longer concentrating on maintaining his presence in reality, the kid was oblivious to Hisashi's approach. The Hou-ou landed a short distance away and manifested his human shape, hoping not to scare him too much. The boy still flinched at his sudden appearance. "Stay away." "It's okay, you're safe now," Hisashi said, crouching to meet the kid's eyes. "What's your name?" Instead of answering, the young boy did what any stressed-out child with an attitude would do when confronted with a sharp-toothed stranger. He balled up his little fists and kicked Hisashi right between the legs. Maybe he donned a little bit too realistic of a human shape for this encounter because he was felled instantly. Izuku was halfway to where he'd sensed Dark Shadow with his initial spell when someone crashed through the trees to his left, emitting a hoarse and unfamiliar yell. They hit the ground with a heavy impact that shook the earth and created a whoosh of air that fed into the fires nearby. The teenager narrowly avoided the dangerous bursting effect by ducking behind a tree. Then there was silence. Without thinking beyond the fact that it could be one of the pros or one of the heavier students, Izuku turned to investigate. A tree creaked dangerously on his right. He edged away from it, around the impact crater, trying to determine if he should get close and heal whoever it was. If it was a villain, hopefully the fall had disabled them and Izuku could move on. Actually, why had they fallen? He glanced up. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything through the hovering smoke. He supposed it was more likely they had been thrown by a strength quirk rather than dropped. The groaning person in the ground was less of a person and more of a bundle of something red and sinewy curled up into a massive ball shape. Was that muscle? Izuku racked his brain. It was an awfully recognizable quirk. He was certain he'd seen something like that on the news once. Somebody who'd fought pro-heroes and killed them. The muscles abruptly withdrew, the person inside them emerging with an aimless wild glint in their eyes, while one was metal and immediately punching a nearby tree with a roar. "That be a studi." Muscular howled. The villain hunkered over himself, staggering upright as if drunk. One of his legs was ugly with bruises and bones sticking out, with the other not looking much better, but all the villain did was send muscle crawling over them like a makeshift crutch. Izuku was acutely aware that he was a little too close to the villain for comfort. He hadn't been noticed yet, but he was in the man's peripheral vision. If he even twitched, he might draw attention. Fight or flee? He wasn't sure if Muscular could actually walk on those legs. The muscles could just be keeping him upright. If that was the case, then he could leave the villain alone and focus on the more mobile threats. But if it wasn't, would Izuku even be able to do anything to a strength-type quirk? It might be most efficient to just let the villain be lost in the woods. After a fall like that, the man would have no idea which way to go to get back to the action. Actually, that sounded like a good idea. The more he preserved his magic, the more he would have if someone needed major healing, or if someone was in active danger. Izuku looked at the tree that had caught his attention earlier. It was leaning, the trunk slowly being eaten by fire. With a single firm shove of his telekinesis, he sent it tumbling to the ground. Muscular whipped around in the tree's direction. The yokai-blooded boy slipped away. Something grabbed his ankle in a crushing grip. "How cute," Muscular said. His beefy hand tightened around Izuku's leg. He had sprawled across the ground to reach him without leaving the crater and leered up at the boy with a manic grin. "Did you really think I didn't see you? You're hiding behind that mask, huh? You like being sneaky? It doesn't matter. I know you're on the kill list." Izuku reached a hand into his pocket. The villain chuckled. "Come on, what's with the silent treatment? Don't you feel the pain? Or do I need to rip your leg off entirely to get you started?" Izuku plunged his dagger into the man's meaty flesh. Muscular growled, but his grip didn't relent. Bracing himself on the ground with his other hand, the villain heaved the boy over his head and threw him to the opposite side of the crater. Izuku softened his landing with telekinesis and tried to haul himself up, only to realize Muscular had never released his ankle. The man had a dagger stuck in his wrist and would not let go. What the heck? The villain started dragging him into the crater, reaching his muscle-bound free hand out for the other ankle. Izuku resisted, pulling himself in the opposite direction. It didn't stop him from being dragged. "They think fast. He can't move on those legs, you just need to escape. And you need to do it before that other hand catches you." He really hadn't wanted to do this. With a quick tug of magic, Muscular's metal eye was yanked out. Small bits of flesh came with, but not much blood. The area was already heavily scarred over. "You little," the villain started. His hand changed direction towards his own face. Crap. It wasn't enough. So, swallowing down his own GG reflex, Izuku ripped the real eye out. "F" did the trick. His ankle was released and Muscular reared back, howling in agony as both his hands flew to his face to staunch the sudden gush of blood. Izuku scrambled far away, very quickly, so that if the villain lashed out he wouldn't be able to get him. Then he stood up, careful to keep weight off the ankle that had been grabbed. He might have slipped out of his own flesh enough to avoid feeling any pain, but that didn't mean he couldn't take precautions to avoid making whatever break his ankle had suffered permanently damaging. With one last glance at the flailing villain and the body part discarded amongst the ashes on the ground, Izuku rushed away. The closer he got to his friend's potential location, the less fire there was. Occasionally he would spot a shadowy figure lurking in one of the safe patches, but every time he got close enough to observe them he would find a villain, not a hero. Some of them were waiting in place, shuffling impatiently. The others seemed to be heading the same direction as him. Izuku hoped this meant the villain's first plan was to scatter the heroes and hero hopefuls, because that would also mean such a plan had failed. It wasn't exactly better that they were converging, but if they were off balance from the failure in the slightest, it could lend the heroes an advantage. It was when Izuku spotted the Pussycat's facility through the thinning trees that, instead of him coming across a shadowy figure, the shadowy figures came across him. Fortunately for all of them, they weren't villains. "What are you doing here?" Izuku jumped, biting back a curse. The words were quiet, which made sense considering he could see a few villains surrounding the facility not too far away, and originated from a certain scowling purple-haired boy. He opened his mouth to reply, only to snap it shut when he remembered what Shinsu's quirk was. He wondered if Shinsu was at the training camp because the teachers were trying to integrate him into hero classes. The other unexpected presence, Tokoyami, stepped forward to put a hand on Shinsu's shoulder. "It's all right. He's on our side." "The Gen-Ed former Gen-Ed?" Student shrugged out from under the touch. "Just because he's a vigilante doesn't mean he's on our side." Tokoyami stared. "I wasn't aware. Phoenix was a known vigilante." Shinsu didn't reply. The two students squinted at each other in confusion, suspicion, or possibly both. Dark shadows sprang into existence between them, causing them to emit muffled yells. "Oh boy, am I glad to see you," the sentient quirk said in the most conspicuous whisper ever. "Dark shadow," both emo boys scolded him. The only sign the quirk had heard them was the drastic lowering of his volume. "Dark shadow reporting for duty, sir." He gave an entirely earnest salute. "I counted 6 villains surrounding the cabin. Class 1A and 1B, with the exception of ourselves, are with Vlad-sensei and Mandalay fortified inside. The rest of the Pussycats and Aizawa-sensei are guarding the outside." "That is very useful information, thanks Dark Shadow," Izuku told the quirk. In the background, Shinsu hissed something about not giving information out so easily, but he was largely ignored. "If that's the strategy, why are you guys out here?" Mandalay's nephew, Kota, did not return from his outing after she called for him, Fumikage said. We believe he is hiding in the mountains. Shinso knows where his hideout is, so we are going to ensure he is safe. The heroes don't know you're doing this, do they? Both boys wilted sheepishly. Dark Shadow, however, nodded his head with unapologetic pride. We snuck out. Okay, well, it's gonna be a big distraction to the heroes if they think a villain managed to steal you two out from under them, Izuku said, thinking aloud. Ragdoll can tell if someone under her quirk is hurt, right? Did she say anything about Kota? She can track him, and said he is fine, but the villains aren't letting any of the pros leave the area. We only managed to leave because the groups were distracting each other. Seriously, Shinso cut in, why are you trusting this guy so quickly? He has to be with the villains, otherwise how would he even know to come here? Izuku and Fumikage paused, glancing at each other awkwardly. There were several ways they could explain it, but one was awfully incriminating towards Tokoyami and another was basically revealing the existence of magic. Izuku wanted to get out of this without admitting that Tokoyami was in cahoots with a vigilante. He trusts me for the same reason I'm surprised you're so wary of me, the magic-born boy settled on. I saved both your lives. I'm not with the League of Villains in any way, shape or form, but I can't tell you how I knew to come here. Trade secret. Also, hold on 1 second please. He turned away from them and pulled his phone out to quickly dial his father. Had Hisashi even grabbed his phone before they left the house? He wasn't sure, but there was always phone kai if the need arose. The call connected a few seconds before Izuku would have been sent to voicemail. Izuku, is everything alright? For the most part. The heroes and villains are at a standstill at the Pussycats facility. The pros have gathered everyone into one place of defense, Izuku informed him, but apparently there's a kid up in the mountains. Oh, you mean Kota? Don't worry, he's safe. We're hanging out at his secret cave right now. Izuku blinked. That was easy. That's good. Can you please keep an eye on him? It's too risky to bring him back to the cabin right now, he might get caught in the crossfire. Copy that, son. Was there anything else? No, that's all, thank you. Then stay safe. Love you, bye. Izuku returned the farewell and hung up. Kota's safe, my friend already found him. We should sneak you two back into the facility. If we're lucky, the pros will be able to hold off the villains long enough for backup to get here. Shinso eyed him doubtfully. How long is that supposed to take? Izuku checked the time on the phone and cringed. At the earliest, another hour and a half. Like the universe had decided to drive the point home, several new villains chose that moment to join their companions in the clearing around the Pussycats' cabin. In response, golem creatures rose up from the earth, standing in preparation to defend the building. Pixie Bob's work. The pro was a splotch of color on the facility's roof. Izuku thought he could see the mostly hidden form of Aizawa-sensei next to her. The other heroes were probably defending the other sides of the building. The villains won't wait that long, Shinso said. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. They're going to engage any minute now. I encountered one earlier that mentioned a kill list. I don't know if that's their only goal, but they might decide to just topple the building on everyone if they have the quirks to do it. As the other boys took this in, there was a flash of purple and a familiar sensation. The portal Nomu, Kurogyri, had warped into the clearing. Izuku cursed. Although his fireball had clearly incapacitated him for some time, it hadn't been enough. We need to thin their ranks or they'll overwhelm the heroes, Izuku decided. He peered closer at the spread-out villains, trying to spot any notable quirks. One in front, scar-ridden, was pacing back and forth predatorily. Every time he tried to light up a hand with blue fire, Aizawa-sensei was dousing the quirk. That was the one Izuku wanted to take out of the equation the most, because then Kutsuhimo would be more free to act, but the villain was in plain sight. There would be no luring that one away to deal with secretly. Kurogyri warped out of sight for a second. Izuku scrambled to place his new location. The intelligent Nomu turned up at the far edge of the clearing, near the back of the facility. If Izuku squinted, he thought he could see someone else over there. Which one do we start with? Shinso asked. He was still visibly wary of Izuku, but at least he seemed willing to work with him. The vigilante pointed at the pair he had been observing. Back there. I think Kurogyri is planning something with that villain. We might be able to catch them by surprise, if Kurogyri warps away. Not wasting another second now that his decision had been made, Izuku started moving. Dark shadow slipped back into Tokoyami's clothes before the two other students began following him. They slowly navigated the fringes of the woods, doing their best to be aware of the tensions between the heroes and villains so they would know if a fight was about to break out or if they'd been spotted. As soon as Izuku could make out more of the villain's outfit, a dark, plain uniform paired with a creepy green helmet and gas mask, Kurogyri warped away. The remaining villain toyed with some sort of large capsule behind their back. But on the roof of the cabin, pro-hero Tiger crouched, obviously ready to leap at the slightest wrong move. Is that gas? Shinso questioned. Inside the capsule was a pale cloud of something. With the villain's gas mask, Izuku wouldn't be surprised if Shinso was right. They're planning on gassing out the students? He hissed. Tokoyami looked at him with alarm. That, a loud, slow clap interrupted him. Is correct. It was right behind them. All three of them turned, but it was too late. The villain had waited until he was within touching distance before revealing his presence. With a single tap from the outstretched finger of the masked man in a top hat, Izuku was forced to see Shinso disappear in the blink of an eye, replaced by a blue marble. Oh, the villain said, holding up the marble like it was a prize. But it looks like we needn't bother with the non-lethal route. Our two desired captures decided to make things easy for us. His other hand darted out, forcing Izuku and Tokoyami to leap backwards to avoid it. Shadow sprung out, eyes narrowed and body a tad larger than Izuku was used to. Let him go! The quirk howled. The villain dipped his head forward. A grin peeked out from under the mask. Make me! Izuku didn't waste any time. The unnamed villain had gotten too close, but that was a double-edged sword. The yokai-blooded boy plucked the marble that had been Shinso out of the villain's fingers before the fist could fully clench and hide the ball from view. It flew into his own waiting hands and he scrambled backwards. Dark Shadow had lunged forward at the villain's taunt, but thankfully Tokoyami was quick enough to pull themselves away before contact could be made. Neither of them knew how the criminal's quirk worked. It was touch-activated, but would it work on Dark Shadow? Would touching the sentient quirk turn just him or both him and Tokoyami into a marble? Shinsu's marble was inert in his gloved palm. How could they turn him back, or release him? Would breaking the marble hurt the person inside? Could it even be broken? Neat trick, the villain said. How many can you do at once? Izuku scowled at him, trying to split his attention between the villain's casual pose and the rapidly growing Dark Shadow. Tokoyami was taking increasingly further steps away, clutching his stomach where his quirk was connected, obviously wrestling for control against the outrage-fueled creature. How do we change him back? Izuku demanded. He stood firm where he was, confident he could dodge if the villain went for him and not getting far enough away that the man would be tempted to escape with his own quirk's knowledge. You don't. I do, the villain said with a mock-innocent shrug. They had no way of knowing if that was true or not. There could be a time limit or alternative method to remove the quirk's effect. The villain obviously had no intention of doing what they asked, so the most reliable method would simply be to capture him. That way, Aizawa-sensei could use his quirk to erase the villains, and if that didn't work then the proper authorities would still have the chance to interrogate him. There were one or two quirks floating around in the ranks of heroes and police that could extract information like that. Something shook the earth. Izuku glanced in its direction, towards the besieged Pussycats facility, and saw blue fire light up the area. Villains and heroes alike were springing into action. The standoff had been broken. The villains must have attempted to gas the inside of the building. He didn't have time to see if their attempt was successful or not. Dark Shadow's claws dug into the dirt beside him as the quirk swelled monstrously, a rattling hiss coming from its throat and drowning out Tokoyami's strangled yell. The marble villain merely tilted his head like he was amused. Izuku knew a straight-out attack from Dark Shadow might just end with the quirk and its user reduced to the same state as Shinso. He slipped the marble that was Shinso into his zippered pocket just in the nick of time. Both villain and enraged quirk darted towards each other. Izuku prioritized the villain. Since his telekinesis would be far less effective on Dark Shadow, he yanked them out of reach of Dark Shadow, pinning the man briefly to a tree. Dark Shadow's beak tore into the ground the man had formerly occupied. The quirk whipped its head back up to search for its target. Dark Shadow! Izuku yelled. He stumbled to get between it and the villain. He kept a palm up, facing the paralyzed villain, as a physical reminder to keep his magic focus there. It's okay, Shinsu's safe. Tokoyami is safe. You can't touch this guy, or he might do the same thing to you and Tokoyami. We need him alive to free Shinso. Izuku wasn't willing to risk the chance the villain's death would leave Shinso a marble ball forever. Dark Shadow's eyes flamed with hate. It screeched a long, loud note that pierced the green-haired boy's eardrums. Dark Shadow, please, he could hear Tokoyami shout hoarsely through the deep purple energy that enshrouded him. The quirk struck. Izuku instinctively ducked as the quirk flew over his head, only to realize it was ignoring him to try to reach the villain. He hurriedly shoved the villain to the ground while simultaneously pushing upwards with his telekinesis to deflect the sentient quirk. Dark Shadow cleaved the tree behind the villain instantly, just barely missing contact with the villain himself. The trunk crashed to the ground. Izuku pulled, dragging a spluttering villain along with him farther away from the facility's clearing as he tried to gain some distance from Dark Shadow. There was no time to be careful. He was holding the villain's whole body with his magic. There would be some trouble breathing that he would have to deal with once he safely separated the villain and Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Actually, the fastest way to resolve this situation would be to... Well, he'd already resorted to pulling out eyeballs today. Making a few threats wouldn't hurt anybody if they just did what he wanted. As soon as he found suitable cover, Izuku loosened his telekinetic hold on the villain enough for him to start taking big, desperate gasps of air. Oops. He let him breathe in peace only a few seconds before proceeding with business because he could hear dark shadows rampaging getting closer. You, he pointed at the villain and pulled out the marble from his pocket, are going to undo whatever you did to Shinso right now. Like I said earlier, the villain wheezed, make me. Izuku tightened the magic until he could visibly see the villain wince. As you can see, you're clearly at a disadvantage. I don't even have to touch you to make you squirm. Fix it. The man scoffed. Like a hero would. Izuku clenched his teeth and crushed the villain's left ankle. The villain howled and made to clutch at the wound. Izuku let him have that mobility, but remained ready to pin him in place again. You're crazy, the literal supervillain said. I'm in a hurry, Izuku corrected. Stressed the hell out was also an acceptable description. Well, do I need to make it symmetrical? No, the man choked out, and with the snap of his fingers the marble in Izuku's hand shimmered. He dropped it as it transformed back into the purple-haired teenager, who fell to the ground with a heavy thump. What? Shinso leapt to his feet. What happened? He glanced around wildly and took a few steps away from the villain and Izuku both. This villain, Izuku started. Something stole his voice away. The world faded, a sort of tingly sensation tickled his nerves. His muscle relaxed involuntarily. His magic, the only thing he could still perceive clearly, wavered and tried to settle back into his body. Itching, horrid pain shot up from his own shattered ankle, and the world clicked back into place. The villain was still huddled on the ground, holding his broken foot. Shinso stared at the yokai-blooded boy with wide eyes. He'd used his quirk on him. We need to calm Dark Shadow down, Izuku told the potential hero student. There was no time for accusation. Shinso had probably just acted on reflex. Do you think your quirk can do that? Shinso shrugged after a few silent seconds. Might as well try. Let's go. Fumikage was still conscious and aware, so all they needed to do was get close enough for the bird-headed boy to hear their explanation of their plan. It was, thankfully, a quick resolution. Shinso shouted a question, Tokoyami answered, and then Dark Shadow receded. As Fumikage dropped to the ground, Shinso and Izuku rushed to help him back up. It was strange. Izuku had always associated Dark Shadow and Tokoyami together as, even during classes when the quirk was supposed to be inactive, he would often poke his head out to make witty comments or do something as innocuous as retrieve a pencil someone had dropped. But now it was just Tokoyami and the sentient quirk's absence was glaringly obvious. He'll recover, Fumikage muttered when Izuku asked. Exhaustion has ensnared us in its grasp. What has befallen the villain? Broken ankle. It should keep him down for a while. Now we need to. Izuku trailed off, unsure. He peered through the trees as he thought out the next possible courses of action. They'd gotten pretty far away from the facility, but he could still see flashes of color of the chaos that had erupted over there. Tokoyami wasn't in fighting shape and he doubted any villain would be responding to Shinso amidst the fighting, regardless of whether or not they knew of his quirk. Should he tell the two boys to take cover and wait? Was anywhere really safe? How much longer would it be until reinforcements arrived? Too long. The villains were going to try to wrap the attack up as fast as they could to avoid that risk. At this point, the attack had been going on for at least half an hour, excluding however long before Izuku arrived it had been. They were likely going to make a big push, if they hadn't already, to achieve one of their goals. In fact, that big push was probably the gas attack on the facility. As for their goals, based on what Izuku had heard the villains say so far, they had to kill and capture. Phoenix was on the kill list. Tokoyami and Shinso were on the capture list. Izuku didn't know if everyone else was also on the kill list, or if maybe most of them were on a capture if possible list, which would make sense for all for one to have if he desired to steal certain quirks. But the way the compressed villain had talked, it sounded like Tokoyami and Shinso were high priority in terms of capturing instead of killing. We need to what? Shinso asked. Take out Kurogiri, Izuku decided. He's their escape route. If he's gone, they won't have the confidence that they'll be able to escape before reinforcements get here, so they'll pull out earlier than they planned. The teleportation ability is troublesome for the pros, too, since it can take them by surprise far easier and even cut limbs or even whole bodies apart if they make a single wrong move. He looked between his two classmates. We need to draw him away from the main battle if we have any hope of taking him out. Tokoyami, I know Dark Shadow is asleep, but that just means you'll have to be really careful. I need you to be the bait. Shinso, this villain likes to monologue. I'm counting on you to snag him with your quirk. What are the limitations of that, by the way? Can you make him go to sleep? Only for a few seconds, and when they wake up my quirk would have to be reapplied, Shinso told him. Any sort of impact or pain might remove the brainwashing effect too. Can you make him speak? No, the other boy scowled. I'm working on it. Izuku shrugged. It is what it is. I'm trying to figure out how to make sure the villain's no Kurogiri is out of commission as soon as possible. And also how to actually keep him out of commission. He took a fireball to the face earlier and apparently that was just a temporary setback. The etherealness of his body sounds to be quite troublesome, Tokoyami mused. Shinso, meanwhile, was muttering fireball to himself like it was a foreign word. Izuku nodded. Fire hurts him, but I don't think I can apply it to him in a concentrated enough way that it would take him out. At least, not without burning myself in the process. Blunt force to the head won't work when the head is made of mist. I think the most physical part of him is where that collar covers his neck or torso or whatever that spot is, and you don't knock people out by breaking their bones. Well, with the pain, sure, but... He broke off into a muttering tangent. Could you strangle him? Tokoyami suggested in such a dark shadow way that Izuku did a double take to make sure the quirk hadn't woken up already. We have no idea how his body functions, it might just be a waste of time to try to do that. Kurogiri was a Nomu, did he even need to breathe if he was already a corpse? That's right, in all this chaos Izuku had forgotten how deep the yokai aspect of this ran. Kurogiri wasn't a quirked human, he couldn't be taken down by human means. But fire wasn't the only mystical way to do this. Just the only way that wasn't completely theoretical on Izuku's part. He still had enough juice to pull this off. The Hou-ou's son clapped his hands together brightly. Change of plan. Tokoyami, it's too risky to use you as bait, you might attract the attention of more than just Kurogiri. I'll get him over here instead. Shinso, still try and use your quirk on him please. Actually, you know what? He paused and pulled his knife out. He scrubbed at the dried blood half-heartedly before giving up and handing it to Shinso, who took it with a look of disgust. Then he handed Tokoyami his box of sakiki matches. What else did I put in here again? A full salt shaker, 2 energy bars, and a drawstring bag of herbs that each individually worked on a specific type of yokai or mythical creature. Basically the only things that had been in reach when he hurried out the door earlier. Tokoyami the energy bars, Shinso the bag of herbs, and kept the salt shaker. Then he reached down and pulled his extra iron dagger out of his shoe and handed it to Tokoyami. What am I supposed to do with this? Shinso asked, holding up the bag of miscellaneous plant matter incredulously. He seemed perfectly fine with the dagger now that he'd gotten over the fact that it was a little bit used. Don't worry about, the yokai-blooded boy told him. Just don't touch or eat any of them, some of them are poisonous. Excuse me? Tokoyami, let's have you hide way over here. Izuku walked over and indicated the spot in question. I don't want you showing your face if you can help it. Shinso, do you have any voice mimicking abilities? I don't know if Kurogiri knows what your voice sounds like. He's almost guaranteed to know what your quirk is, though, so I'd like you to hide over here. He indicated a different position, closer to where he would be performing his spell. I can change my voice, Shinso replied, but I need time to practice if I'm going to mimic specific voices. Alright, just alter it then, that's fine. Izuku waited for his friends to get in position. Something rumbled in the direction of the large fight going on. He winced. Are you two ready? I'm going to try to catch his attention. They voiced their affirmations and Izuku settled his magic into place. For the second time that night, he cast the detection spell knowing it would lure Kurogiri right to him. There were no new yokai presences in the area. That was good, he still only had Kurogiri, the spider, and a single unknown Nomu to worry about. The spell faded, and then Kurogiri appeared. The necromancy puppet manifested like a void sking in light, wavering edges forming around its being as it swirled into existence far enough from the spot the spell was cast to make it clear he well remembered the tactic Izuku used last time. No sooner had the villain's yellow eyes appeared did Izuku step out from behind the tree he had ducked behind. They locked gazes, and a dozen portals of varying sizes sprung into existence in the air. Some were partially obscured behind trees, some hovered above, some were awfully close to Izuku himself. He froze, tense. Interesting, Kurogiri spoke first. His misty form shriveled up, and then Izuku was leaping away from one of the closer portals as it grew and took Kurogiri's shape. The villain loomed over him while scanning the forest with his narrowed eyes. What is your plan this time? Wouldn't you like to know? The villain scoffed audibly, partially turning towards the new voice. He sagged, purple flames almost completely stilling. All of the supporting portals snapped shut. Izuku couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief at how smoothly their initial move had gone. Nice job, Shinso, he commended. Feeling confident from the swift success, he boldly stepped up to the necromancy puppet to investigate it. The core of its physical body was obviously covered by the metal armor, but if he could remove that and burn up the flesh it should be enough to destroy Kurogiri. But before that he took the salt shaker out from his pocket and crouched down. What are you doing? Izuku glanced up to where Shinso leaned against a moss-ridden boulder. Just a precaution. Might not even work, we'll see. When he was satisfied with his salt circle he stood back up. Izuku tugged away his gloves and molded his hands into claws, toughening them with some magic. Then he reached towards Kurogiri and gripped the collar carefully. He had to be quick, before the villain could snap out of the brainwashing. Izuku wasn't sure if necromancy puppets could feel pain, but if they could, then removing the armor was certain to at least pinch Kurogiri. He would have to split his focus between keeping Kurogiri in place and preparing a fireball. That's right. Shinso was watching. What would the hero student say to the sight of a vigilante seeming to burn a living person to a crisp? Maybe Izuku should warn. His breath hitched in alarm. He just looked towards Shinso to talk. Shinso, who stood rigidly with his hands up, with a knife drawing a bead of blood from his throat. Kurogiri must have snuck her through one of the portals as reinforcements. The girl villain, holding the knife, was grinning with all her teeth. Her eyes were half-lidded with pleasure beneath strands of her tied-up blonde hair. "Oh," she sang. "Wouldn't you rather play with me?" She was going to kill Shinso if Izuku didn't step away from Kurogiri. That much was clear. She was going to try to kill him, at least. He dropped his hands from the still immobile Kurogiri and obliged the implicated request. The hand holding the knife was in plain view, and wouldn't be hard at all to yank away from Shinso. It was pressed into his throat, sure, but Izuku was confident he could move it at the right angle to spare the insomniac any more shed blood. But the girl was also wearing a strange contraption like a backpack with tubes jutting out of it, one of which snaked along her other arm that was holding Shinso across the torso. There was something clutched in her fingers there, at the UA student's ribs, hidden by her large sleeves. Was it another knife? Something else? Izuku could move both objects or even just both of the girl's hands simultaneously, but if she felt and resisted the telekinesis, his finesse would drop considerably. Did he want to risk that? Shinso was still holding Kurogiri's brainwashing strong despite the situation he had found himself in. Izuku didn't know if the brainwashing was something Shinso had to focus to maintain, something that would break if Shinso himself got hurt, and if Kurogiri got loose he had no idea if they would be able to take the necromancy puppet down. The girl watched him with that silent smile. Her posture was loose and relaxed as he took a careful step in her and Shinso's direction. "So," Izuku ventured to say, "what kind of game were you thinking of?" The blonde giggled. The purple-haired teenager in her grip glared at Izuku when the slight movement jostled the knife at his throat. The speck of blood ran down the blade and wet the girl's fingers. "My favorite one, of course." Then she tightened her grip on Shinso, and the boy let out a loud curse and started struggling. "Shinso!" Izuku tugged the knife away instantly, grimacing as a thin red line was left in its wake. The blonde villain laughed and tumbled to the ground on top of the flailing student. "Why did you?" The girl untangled herself and leapt away from the approaching yokai-blooded boy. She staggered gleefully to her feet. The object in her left hand, a needle-tipped syringe thing, was filled to its brim with red liquid. Izuku snapped his eyes to Shinso, who was still spitting and cursing up a storm. The boy had a hand clutched to his side where a small splotch of blood showed through his clothes. The girl lunged. Izuku tripped backwards, fending off the outstretched knife with a quick telekinetic deflection. He landed hard on a pile of roots and leaves and had to roll over to avoid the jab of the needle. The villain girl was fast and sharp, and enjoying this way too much for any sane person's comfort. Then he saw black voids forming and knew things had gotten much, much worse. Izuku pulled himself to his feet and dodged the girl. He used his magic to tug hard on Shinso's clothes, apologizing silently for the rough handling, but managing to drag the teenager away from where a portal was forming in the ground. He reached out intangibly for the patch of ground he had attempted to salt, now empty of its inhabitant, and ripped up the surface layer. A chunk of salt-mixed dirt now in his figurative grip, he shoved it straight into another portal trying to form in front of them. He sidestepped them just in case, but thank every higher power watching, the black spluttered purple, sparking and fizzling away. 1 point to widespread superstitions, Izuku thought giddily, 0 points to undead spirits. If he'd had any inkling that would actually work, he would have brought more than just a shaker's worth of salt. He'd used the whole thing to make the circle as unbroken as possible, but that part of the idea was a bust. Only direct contact worked, it seemed. He reveled in a short feeling of victory before he caught movement in his peripheral vision. He turned, shoving an increasingly irate Shinso out of range, just in time to meet the obsessive blonde villain's knife with his throat. The knife sliced raggedly through, crimson trailing through the air behind it. That wasn't supposed to happen. It hurt. It hurt a lot. He should, but no, he couldn't turn the pain off there. He needed to be in his body to fix it. Izuku saw Shinso yelling in the background as he flung his clawed hand up to the wound, trying futilely to stop the flow of blood. He wobbled backwards, dropped to his knees, choked. His vision fogged as his soul tried to get away from the pain anyways, but his mind sharpened. He called up his magic to heal the wound. It tingled, starting to stitch together, and then he realized that the villain girl was no longer near him. Instead, she was slashing out at Shinso, who barely managed to back out of the way. But his eyes were glued on Izuku. He tripped backwards. She darted forwards. Izuku pulled. The knife wrenched itself out of her hand and flew out of sight. The girl gasped, whirling around in shock. "Ooh, you're still alive?" He coughed, hot blood making its way to his tongue. Underneath his hand, the partially closed wound burned. Purplish black. He instinctively flinched away from the color while jeering for more salt-mixed dirt. But it was Dark Shadow, not Kurogiri, and the sentient quirk was livid. It shot forward with the force of a rocket, barreling into the blonde villain beak first. "Izuku!" Tokoyami spoke, hushed, hands coming to rest on the green-haired boy's shoulders. The hands moved, fumbling with the hood and mask. "Where are you hurt?" "Not up there," Izuku wanted to say. The thought was wry. He didn't feel the pain anymore. Was he even still in his body? He felt hot and cold at the same time. Purplish black. Not Dark Shadow. Grab the salt. Don't let it swallow fumigage. He stands, gets in its way. The portal envelopes him first. Then it shatters around him, and the world is different. Kurogiri was gone. The forest was gone. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, the villain girl, Shinso all gone. Izuku turned around. No portals. No way back to the fight. The room is medium-sized, enclosed, gaslit lighting bouncing off wooden furniture and flooring. A familiar figure with a sharp-toothed grin stood, eyebrow raised beneath their glasses. Nearly invisible strings hung from their fingertips. "How serendipitous," the Nicomedan corpse said. "I was hoping that if Sensei's rats couldn't do it, I would get to rip you apart myself. It's just a little disappointing the rest of you didn't come, too. I was looking forward to tasting human blood again." Izuku could feel his entire self waver. He forced his eyes down to look at his clawed hands. His talons, fully formed, feathers sprouting at the edges. There was no skin in sight. Just feathers and scales, crawling up his arms, fluctuating in shape the more he took the sight in. The longer he stared, the more he realized his mask was gone. His pain was gone. His human body, too, was gone. Something heavy was in the air. A massive energy loomed unseen above the building, crushing in its lazy intensity. "Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic." Izuku panicked. What was he supposed to do? What could he do like this? His spirit, soul, whatever, was definitely not supposed to be separated from his body like this. Had he died? Was he a true, full yokai now? He needed to get away from the Nikomata. But every movement Izuku made, the corpse mirrored, following. Izuku could see the way the Nikomata's true self bubbled under the human skin, translucent white and orange and black fur rippling like an aura around the body. Twin bicolored tails twirled behind him. Giant claws flexed on padded fingers. And the strings. Izuku knew where those strings went. Screw running away, wasn't Kurogiri still in the woods with Shinso and Tokoyami? At this very second, the Nomu could be catching them with its portals, teleporting them to this hideout or maybe even a different one. Wherever this room was, it was under the veil of an inexplicably powerful yokai, one whose vastness could easily cover a whole city. He was in All for One's territory now. He had to make sure neither of his classmates ended up here. Izuku doubted the human, if Shigaraki Sr. could even still be called that, could even sense other yokai's presence inside of his own miasma. Still, that was why he had all these minions to take care of things for him. He was probably waiting for the Nikomata to bring his prey to him. Izuku wasn't going to let that happen. "Dr. Tsubasa, no." The Nikomata surged forward. Izuku dodged left, scrabbling his talons over a chair. It wasn't just his hands, but his feet and legs too, bowed like an animal's and tearing up wood beneath them. He tripped and flopped against the floor on the other side of the chair. The impact was a mere phantom sensation. It felt like when he grasped objects with his telekinesis. He was his telekinesis right now, wasn't he? He was an extension of himself, pure magic and spirit, unstable in shape without his human body to bridle the energy. If he attacked the Nikomata right now, he would be able to hurt its actual body, and in return, any wound inflicted on this form would affect his magic. Injury would have unpredictable effects. Izuku braced himself. The Nikomata pounced again. Instead of dodging, he met the creature halfway, talon to claw. As the pain bit into his hands, he twisted them and yanked. The Nikomata let out an ear-bleeding caterwaul. Izuku stumbled away, both from the noise and because the strands he'd gripped had been snapped. The threads dangling from his trembling talons dissolved into nothingness. He looked back to the malevolent yokai. He'd pulled hard enough that Nikomata's cat paws were partially outside of the corpse. But they looked to be in better shape than his own talons, which had been shredded by them in the brief exchange of claws. It hurt almost as much as the knife in his throat had. But it was worth it. The necromancy spell was unraveled. "You little cockroach," the Nikomata hissed. "Smarter than you look. Do you know how much trouble I'll get into for that?" Like Izuku cared. It was the Nikomata's own fault for starting a fight with such a delicate spell attached to its claws. This time he didn't wait for the sorcerer to make the first move. Izuku rushed forwards. His talons were wispy echoes of themselves, but his whole body was a weapon right now. He felt himself morph away from humanoid more than he'd already been, head and face streamlining into a hooked beak that snagged the exposed paws and kept moving. He passed through Dr. Tsubasa's body, taking the Nikomata howling and spitting with him, until two tails whipped his face and he had to release his grip. Both spirits tumbled. The corpse fell lifelessly to the floor. Izuku righted himself, standing up on four crane-like legs and additionally balanced by a long train of tail feathers. One half of his sight was blurry where a stream of energy dissipated from his face. Both his hands, front talons, had similar symptoms from their wounds, but he could at least still stand on them. The Nikomata didn't look much better with its missing chunks of fur and broken whiskers. As menacing as it was, Izuku guessed that as a sorcerer the yokai didn't see much direct combat. This was good for him, because Izuku was terribly inexperienced in his own yokai form as it was. The Nikomata growled. It arched its back and bristled its fur much like a normal cat would, except unlike a normal cat it was as big as a large dog and had a blue fireball growing between its twirling tails. Cheater, Izuku thought indignantly. The spirit fire was less likely to set the whole place on fire than Izuku's own spell was. And in this body, or rather, lack of, he was especially vulnerable to magical flame. He darted under a table and flipped it over as cover just in time to block the small fireball sent flying at him. As soon as he heard the impact he leapt over the table and skidded in front of the Nikomata, taking a page out of the cat's book and whipping it with the momentum of his newfound tail. The yokai was flung into the wall, slamming it with such force a nearby cabinet with an old television perched on top was rattled. The Nikomata scowled up at him, briefly stunned. His front talons were useless, but if Izuku tore into the yokai with his beak or hind talons that might be enough for a finishing blow. He prowled towards the necromancer. A spell rippled through the room. It wasn't an offensive spell. He recognized this spell, or at least its type. He'd been using it often after all. This time the Nikomata was the one who had cast it. A locator spell. Izuku knew it was too late, but he slashed his beak towards the Nikomata anyways. Static crackled, and the television turned on. The cat yokai scrambled to flee, yelling, "The Hou-ou!" Izuku's beak plunged through the feline spirit from shoulder to belly. A horrific shriek rent the air and the Nikomata collapsed. The yokai burst apart into a million flakes of magic. Something in the atmosphere shifted. Izuku froze. He could feel all for one's gaze pinned onto him, from wherever the human actually was. Now his only option was to— "There you are," echoed through the TV speakers. "Run." There was nothing about this morning that had heralded such a calamitous night, but to expect misfortune to be predictable was a folly Fumikage had never had the naivety to commit. It is often at the moment that adversity strikes that one has the most opportunity to parry it, not before, nor after. After all, even the best laid plans. Fumikage wasn't in the mood to be waxing poetic, anyways. The training camp had been attacked. Thanks to the forewarning, his teachers and fellow students had been prepared enough to hold down a barricade, but then there was the issue of Koda. So he and Shinso had snuck away against orders, and then because of the turmoil that happened after that, Dark Shadow was incensed. It took everything Fumikage had to keep his quirk at a normal size in the night's darkness, even when Dark Shadow was already exhausted. He didn't want them to become a liability and drag Shinso's attention away from defending himself. While Dark Shadow fended off the crazed girl villain, Kurogiri's portals were still a hindrance. Izuku was dying. His friend had slumped over suddenly. At the same time Kurogiri's portal had fizzled out a few feet away from scooping Fumikage into it. The portals hadn't tried again after that, going after Shinso instead. His new classmate was doing an admirable job of evading them. Fumikage's whole body shook. He was so tired. Both hands were clamped around the wound he'd located on Izuku's throat. It was clear the half-yokai boy had tried to heal it, but blood still seeped through his fingers. It was bad. Izuku was barely breathing. He must have gone unconscious, or else he would still at least be trying to heal himself or help them out with his telekinetic magic. "Wake up." Fumikage pleaded silently. "You need to finish healing yourself." Dark Shadow crowed in victory. Fumikage glanced up. The knife girl was crumpled in a bloody heap on the forest floor. Shinso panted heavily nearby a bundle of bushes in the opposite direction. He had a hand clamped where a small patch of blood soaked through his clothes. Kurogiri was nowhere in sight. "Where did he go?" Fumikage asked. He scoured the area warily. Not even a hint of any portals forming, much less the main body with the bit of metal armor. Echoes of the fighting at the cabin were the only other signs of conflict. Shinso shrugged wordlessly. Dark Shadow observed the remaining villain's still body with a glint in his red eyes. Fumikage inhaled a steady breath, trying to center himself and suppress the rage emanating from his own quirk. "Dark Shadow. Leave her." The quirk returned to him silently. Shinso slowly trudged over. "Is he still alive?" the purple-haired boy asked. His tone was impressed and morbidly curious with only a small amount of actual concern. There was no personal attachment. But of course, Izuku's vigilante mask was still on. For now, Fumikage replied. Despite his best efforts, the tremble in his body had made its way into his voice as well. Dark shadow hovered uncertainly over Izuku's torso. His eyes were fading back to yellow. What do we do? What do we do? Just keep putting pressure on the wound, I guess, Shinso said. It wouldn't be enough. There was so much blood. What else could he do? Fumikage wasn't magical, not the way Izuku was. He couldn't just cast a spell and wish it all away. Dark Shadow was as magical as Fumikage got. And the only thing he could do with Dark Shadow was tear things apart. Izuku, you and Uraraka once asked me why I wanted to become a hero. I'll be honest, at the time, even if I'd had the chance to answer, I wouldn't have known what to say. I had a lot of reasons. I still do. I want to learn to control Dark Shadow properly. I want to be seen as cool and mysterious. I want to accomplish something inspiring. I want to protect people, the way Dark Shadow has always protected me. I want to save lives. Why can't I at least save yours? Fumi. Dark Shadow swelled in distress, his shadowy feathers puffed up and bristling. Fumikage. I'm sorry. I don't know how to help. Don't cry. Fumikage couldn't reply. Sarah. The sound of a twig snapping underfoot. One hand flew to the spare dagger Izuku had lent him. The other remained firmly in place on his friend's wound. Fumicage's gaze moved to the newcomer. It wasn't a villain. It was Ida. The bespectacled boy approached them swiftly, with a grim face. Who's that? Are they hurt? It's a vigilante, Phoenix, Shinso said. Ida paused, expression shuddering into something unreadable. Throat injury. He's going to bleed out any moment now. Fumikage tensed. Stain the hero killer had been considered a vigilante, hadn't he? What was going through Ida's head right now? Why haven't you taken off his mask yet, then? Ida asked. If he's a vigilante, and unconscious? Do you already know his identity? Shinso blinked, as if just now realizing that was a possible course of action. And Fumikage couldn't help himself. The hand with the knife moved protectively over Izuku's mask in response to the sudden interest. Don't you dare, he growled. He's going to die anyways. His identity doesn't matter. Ida hesitated. Then he said, it's not like that. He saved my life, back in Hosu. I'd like to repay the favor. Shinso furrowed his eyebrows. Hosu? Never mind that. His throat is torn open. What could you possibly do to fix that? Their classmate leveled them with a serious look. He raised an arm stiffly, snapped his fingers and whistled. A faint popping noise reached Fumicage's ears. Dark Shadow's excitement pulsed through their bond. Phone Kai. His quirk greeted. So your name is Phone Kai? Ida asked. His hand curled gently over air, bringing the unseen yokai closer to his face. I do not know how this works, so forgive me if I am overstepping. But please call Kitsune Terasu. Izuku Midoriya needs her. Toshinori Yagi had a bad feeling about this. He'd been nervous enough sitting the training camp out, but now that the location had been changed he didn't even know where his students were. If something were to happen. If something happens, I want you to stay here, Nedzu told him point blank. Toshinori wasn't a fool, well, he'll admit he has his moments, but the point was, he already had an inkling of why UA's principal would ask such a thing of him. But that didn't stop him from feeling like he had to push back against it. Principal Nedzu. I can't just sit back and do nothing if my students are in danger. The last check-in went as planned, Nedzu said, punctuating his calm demeanor with a sip of tea. They are not in danger. And if they are put in danger, there is a long list of esteemed heroes ready and waiting to drop everything to help. That's not even accounting for the ones already present at the training camp. We can't have you rushing into another ambush, All Might. But if you could at least tell me the location. What did I just say? The other heroes will take care of any problems. The stoat-like creature gave Toshinori a long look inside. If it helps ease your worries, I can assure you we have gone to the utmost lengths to keep anyone from discovering the location of the training camp. Only a select few people are aware of it, and all communication regarding it was coded and by word of mouth. All the participants, both students and teachers, went through screening for both technological and quirk-related tracking methods. Honestly, if I were to detail every way we have ensured the security of this trip, I'm afraid I would bore you to death. Obviously, we have still prepared for the worst-case scenarios, but rest assured that the possibility of it is so minuscule that even I hesitate to give it a 0.5% chance of occurring. That did make Toshinori feel a little bit better. He settled deeper into his chair. Thank you. He'd been spending a lot of time in Nedzu's office this week, primarily because of his anxiety over the training camp. The principal was a good listener. But he did have another source of worry that he hadn't brought up yet, and he wasn't sure he was going to. It sounded silly and paranoid in his own brain. But it stemmed from the fact that, apparently, Izuku Midoriya was not attending training camp. The boy, or rather, the boy's mother had given a perfectly reasonable excuse. Midoriya had developed strep over the weekend. Due to the high security constraints, even once the boy was no longer contagious and felt up to coming, it simply wasn't possible for him to attend the summer camp. Toshinori probably wouldn't have thought twice about it if he hadn't had Midoriya on the back of his mind ever since he first had the idea of asking the boy to be his successor, and the subsequent interactions that came about from that. What promise had Midoriya made that kept him from being his successor, even before Toshinori had approached him with the request? Could it really be a benign situation if he was keeping a secret from a pro-hero, or was Toshinori being paranoid and it was just something personal he had no business in knowing? Maybe it was something as innocent as his mother having him promise not to pursue spotlight heroism. Toshinori knew the boy was aiming for underground or rescue heroism, so that would track. But what if it wasn't innocent? Midoriya had promised he wasn't in any danger, but like with the rest of his students, Toshinori couldn't help but worry. Nedzu made a curious sound and looked up from his tea. Toshinori, only noticing the background noise because of the principal's attention to it, followed suit. There was a bird pecking the window. It had a wad of paper in its beak. Toshinori leapt to his feet. His body protested the sudden movement, but he staggered forward faster than Nedzu could put down his cup. He yanked open the window. Yagi, Nedzu scolded. The bird fluttered to the table, dropped its cargo, and darted right back out the window. Koda, Toshinori said by way of explanation. His quirk controls animals. Did he? Nedzu shook his head. His quirk doesn't have that much range. You could have just let an enemy in. Oh well, no matter. The principal wasted no time picking up the presumed letter and unraveling it. Let's see. The number one hero watched with bated breath. Within seconds, Nedzu placed the paper back on the table and hopped off his stool without a word, beelining for the office phone. Toshinori snatched the message up as the principal dialed. He knew instinctively what the letter was going to say, but he looked at it anyways. It was handwritten, with rushed and jagged lettering. Short and to the point. The League of Villains has the location of the Wild Pussycats facility where the summer training camp is being held. There was no other information provided. It was just barely specific enough not to be a bluff. Nedzu was already rapidly speaking to whoever was on the other side of the phone, probably Aizawa or Vlad judging by the conversation. Toshinori squeezed the letter tightly, then caught himself and loosened his grip. He slipped the paper into his pocket. Then he pulled out his phone and walked away from Nedzu's turn back. The Wild Pussycats? He looked it up. The nearest facility with the type of isolation needed for the security of the summer camp was nearly 5 hours away by vehicle, and he estimated a solid 3 in his bulked-up form. But if he pushed himself, maybe? All might. He paused halfway out the door. Nedzu was dialing another number on the phone, but his beady eyes stared into Toshinori's own. Like Toshinori could ever not try to help. I'll be careful, he promised, and didn't look back as he stepped out the door. He called one for all up as he sprinted to the nearest exit and made it to the streets off campus in record time. But like he said earlier, he wasn't a fool. His limit was 3 hours right now, and he'd be useless if he made it there only to be rendered powerless upon arrival, which would doubtlessly happen if he pushed himself. He leapt to the Mizudafu police department, deflated, and intercepted Naomasa. Although his friend was busy coordinating, having already heard the news from Nedzu, he spared a few moments to arrange a police escort for Toshinori most of the way to the facility. Once they were halfway there, Toshinori would bulk up and leap the rest of the way. That way he could save some of his energy for a potential fight. So there he was, sitting with his power deactivated in the back seat of a police cruiser, roughly 2 hours into the drive and white-knuckled in his anxiety when his phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket to check the ID, hoping for maybe an update from Nedzu or Naomasa. But there was no proper name displayed, just random characters. Now is not the time for a spam call, he thought irately. He forcefully hung up the call and stuffed his phone away. There were 3 seconds of blissful silence. Then it rang again. But right as he heard the ringtone start up, the tune suddenly flickered and distorted, and then it became the emergency alarm tone reserved for hero alerts. That was not how emergency alerts worked. They pop up as texts alerting heroes to ongoing villain or disaster situations. They did not come in as phone calls with jumbled, glitched-out caller ID. But Toshinori couldn't stop his ingrained habit to try to open up the alert, and his fingers did that by clicking the answer button on the highly suspicious phone call. Faint white noise trickled through the speaker. The person on the line took an audible breath. Kitsune Terasu. This is Tenya Ida. The situation is urgent. I request your immediate aid. Midoriya is gravely injured. Young Ida? Toshinori held back a cough in surprise. What the who in the world was Kitsune Terasu? Whose phone was Ida? No, that didn't matter. The question that mattered was, young Midoriya is injured. What is he doing at the training camp? What's going on over there? The heroes are on their way, but anything you can tell me will help. The pause. Oh snap. Came a voice Toshinori thought might be Dark Shadows. Somebody please tell me what's going on, a muffled voice asked almost simultaneously. Was that young Shinso? Give me that. Dark Shadow? Said, and with a startled yelp from Ida the quirk's voice suddenly became much louder. Yes, absolutely sure you will. My lord is dying. Get over here right now. We'll make something up. Toshinori had no idea what was happening, but he was growing more alarmed by the second. With a quick gesture he had his escort pull over and he stumbled out of the car. Looked like he'd be pushing himself more than he'd already planned to. Young Dark Shadow, please, I don't understand. Something flat and black blinked into existence in front of him. Between one blink and the next, it was just the air wavering from the heat of the pavement. But that was a portal, wasn't it? Even if it didn't quite look like one of Kurogiri's, Toshinori knew he had just seen a portal. The hair on the back of his neck raised and he tried to transform. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. He couldn't use one for all? What? Then came the last straw on the thread of his sanity. Oh, to hell with it. With a hard shove to his back, he found himself somewhere else entirely. Terasu had to admit young Ida had done an admirable job of concealing his newfound clear-sightedness. It eased her sense of pride to realize, looking back on classes and other crossings of paths with him in the aftermath of Hosu, that the human hadn't overtly changed his behavior around the few supernatural residents of UA. That didn't stop her from remaining a bit disgruntled that she hadn't at least considered what possible repercussions there would be for a human on the verge of death to be exposed to two different yokai's healing magics, but the damage was done. And she supposed if she had considered it before granting that pesky boy's desperate plea, her contract would have tightened its hold on her and she wouldn't have been able to save Ida Tenya's life in the first place. Neither party of this contract may knowingly expose the existence of magic to an outside party not already aware of the supernatural without the approval of both parties of this contract. By Inari, why had she been such a fool? Reciprocity was the basis of strong, binding contracts, so she couldn't have avoided including herself in the secrecy clause, but it could have been far more specific than the existence of magic. All she had really needed was to make sure the first and his successors couldn't impart any knowledge that could hurt her. There had been so many more options. She'd been hasty and heavy-handed and blind to all of them. What she wasn't now blind to, though, was the irony that if she'd had a little more trust in the first she wouldn't even be in this mess. Get over here right now, the raven-like sentient quirk howled at her. She was trying. The oath was taunting her on repeat in her mind. Neither party of this contract may knowingly expose. Shut up, she told it. Out loud she continued her attempt to explain, all might will notice if he can't transform, and I can't bring him with me, that would be knowingly exposing. We'll make something up. The contract's weight lifted from her shoulders. So that was enough of a loophole? A promise of covering up the magic with a different explanation? She'd take what she could get. Terasu dove into the dreamscape. Based on the panic on the other end of Toshinori's phone, Izuku was so injured he was unconscious, hence Ida being the caller. But as she searched for the half-yokai brat's dreams, she found the connection missing. So he's not unconscious after all? He always had to make things harder for her, didn't he? Who else was in the area that she could make a portal to? She'd met all of 1A, but a quick check revealed none of them were unconscious either. Maybe. Her black void faded away. Open, endless blue sky unfurled around her, a wild gale buffeting her fur. Really? She couldn't help but scold the dream's inhabitant. You're sleeping at a time like this? The Itenmomin scrunched its fabric into a scowl. What are you doing here? Get out. Gladly, she said, and used the connection to tear open a portal. I don't understand, Toshinori was saying as she returned to her body. Her host flinched and pulled at their bond in the way she knew meant he was trying to transform. She didn't oblige the pull, it would have collapsed the portal. Now, to leave him behind or take him with her? The answer was obvious. Couldn't make up excuses for what was happening if he wasn't there to make excuses to. Leaving him to stew in his thoughts, especially given what conclusions he'd come to last time she'd done that, was to nobody's benefit. Oh, to hell with it, she sighed, and tossed the number 1 hero in. Toshinori yelped as he fell through. She followed him right behind. Someone cursed in surprise, and she landed on all fours with a sweeping gaze to assess where the portal had opened. It was at the edge of a clearing housing a building she assumed was the Wild Pussycats facility. Various humans were dotted around, some she recognized as heroes, others as villains, and some students were sprinkled in for good measure. It seemed like the biggest fights were wrapping up and the villains were attempting to flee. But all that was taking place some distance away, right here, Toshinori had fallen straight onto a human who had been unfortunate enough to be walking directly underneath her portal as they went through. That was Aizawa Shoda. It made sense, considering she had used Kutsahimo's dreams as her anchor. The Itenmomin was now flopping the loose end of the pro-hero's capture weapon around in a vain attempt to escape from Toshinori's accidental squishing. "Look at what you did," the yokai complained. "You woke me up." Terasu took another look at the chaotic scenery. The capture weapon itself looked a little singed and torn as she got a clearer view of it from Aizawa and Toshinori untangling themselves. She asked with honest confusion, "How are you not already awake?" "I was taking a power nap." "Whatever. Do you know where Midoriya and his friends are?" "Don't ask me. The greasy hair man is the one trying to chase them down." "Hasn't he done that yet?" The Itenmomin made a noise like it was blowing raspberries at her, then closed its eyes, effectively disappearing into the folds of the scarf. "All might." Aizawa, whom Terasu assumed was the greasy hair man in question, stared at her host for a moment with pure bafflement across his face. "Did you leap all the you-know-what? No, I don't have time for this. If you used up your transformation, go hide somewhere you won't be a liability." With those short words, Eraserhead finished brushing himself off and sprinted into the woods. Toshinori stared after him blankly. "Follow him." Terasu bade, hesitant to leave him so close to where villains still were. Amazingly he did. At least they were on the same page. But like this he couldn't keep up with the younger pro-hero. She huffed and jumped into his body. Toshinori stumbled at the sudden transformation but managed to right himself with experienced ease. Wordlessly he trailed behind Aizawa. In barely a few minutes they came across exactly the right group of students. "There you are," Aizawa started to say. "I am here." Toshinori blew past him, skidding. To a stop next to Ida. The bespectacled boy was the only one standing up. His face was pale and sweaty, and he held that obnoxious racket-making yokai in a stiff grip by his side. Tokoyami Fumikage crouched over a prone, masked body on the ground with Dark Shadow hovering anxiously. Shinso Hitoshi rested against a tree nearby with a hand over a presumed wound. An unfamiliar girl with blonde hair in twin buns was unconscious in the dirt a fair distance away, but given the lack of concern the boys had for her, she was probably a villain rather than a student from 1B. "Where is young Midoriya? How can I help?" Tokoyami hesitated. All three boys simultaneously glanced at Eraserhead. Terasu hopped out of Toshinori, sending him wobbling backwards. Steam billowed in the air from the transformation. "Get that mask off him, quick," she told Dark Shadow. She hadn't seen it much before, so she hadn't realized how many layers of enchantment were on the darn thing. It would sting her if she got too close, and from what she could sense the life-threatening injury was in that range. She needed to do this quickly before the mist cleared up. And distract Eraserhead. "Got it." Dark Shadow yanked the mask off. Tokoyami jerked away from his quirk's sudden movement. "Dark Shadow." Terasu pushed the raven-headed boy's hands off the wound with her muzzle. She scraped at the nearby souls, searching for what energy would be safe to take, because Midoriya would probably be annoyingly inconsolable if he was the direct cause of someone else dying. Fittingly, Ida had plenty, and it seemed Midoriya had healed the deepest parts of the wound on his own, so she didn't need to draw from multiple sources to finish off the restoration. It was small injury, just in an unfortunate location. Ida swayed at the drain. That phone yokai managed to squirm out of his grasp with a displeased chime, but didn't flutter off. She pulled away. "Put it back on." "He's healed." Dark Shadow swooped back in to replace the mask, just in time for the last of the fog to clear up. Aizawa was stomping towards them, heedless of Toshinori's half-hearted attempts to hold him back. "Don't bother," the teacher growled. "I know that's Midoriya." "Well, you tried." "Who?" Dark Shadow said. "Never heard of him." "You don't know any Izuku, do you, Fumi?" Tokoyami face-bombed. "Midoriya isn't here," Ida said calmly, a perfectly confused expression on his face. "And this vigilante just saved our lives. Sensei, maybe you should handle that villain over there. She's been unconscious some time now, she might wake up at any second." Aizawa treated both of them with a stare that read, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Lacking any sort of discretion, Dark Shadow chose that moment to whisper to Terasu, "If he's healed, why isn't he waking up?" Eraserhead's eyes snapped red. Dark Shadow flickered out of existence with a cut-off exclamation. "Who's there?" the pro-hero demanded towards Terasu. "Show yourself." There was a tense silence. It was risky to do anything under Aizawa's attention like this. But she needed to figure out what happened to Midoriya to understand why he wasn't waking up, and to do that she needed to talk with these boys. Young Ida is right. Toshinori. Of all the times for his obliviousness to make itself useful. Her host continued despite the glare Aizawa had now turned on him. "They're not going anywhere. We should tie up that villain before she can escape or endanger the students once again." "None of us will move, I promise," Ida said, to Aizawa's doubtful look. A bit bold to say that on her behalf, especially when he out of the three boys had the ability to confirm with her first, but Terasu didn't particularly care when it was doing its job of diverting Eraserhead's attention. "Fine," Aizawa said, "don't try to pull anything." I'll be keeping my eyes on you. He strode away to the villain. Immediately, dark shadow popped back out. Ida knelt to look Terasu in the eyes. Is he really healed? Has he been like this since before you called me? She asked instead of answering. Ida glanced at Midoriya's unconscious body. Yes. If he'd been unconscious the whole time, why hadn't she been able to access his dreams? She peered at the half-yokai more closely, examining the mask in particular. Did one of those spells repel dreamwalking, perhaps? It wasn't an uncommon protection charm, but that didn't explain why he wasn't waking up. She pawed at his wrist, pulling up the sleeve enough to make contact with the skin. He was breathing shallowly and had a pulse. She had fully healed the cut in his neck and even replenished his blood. Sure, he wouldn't be feeling great, but he should have enough energy to stir. Hold on. Where the hell was his soul? She leapt to her feet and looked around wildly, like that would reveal something she hadn't noticed before. His magical core was still there, which is how she healed him, but most of his magic and his sense of self, the soul, were completely absent. Whoa, what's up? Dark Shadow cried. She whirled on him. Did you see him leave his body? If she didn't know any better, she'd say the shadowy quirk paled at that question. What? Like, completely? No, but he collapsed while I was fighting that pokey villain girl, so maybe it happened then. So you didn't see where he went? She stated. I didn't, Dark Shadow wrung his claws. Fumi, my lord isn't in his body at all. We don't know where he is. She could in fact see Tokoyami actually pale. The portal, the boy said hoarsely. Portal? That portal villain, Kurogyri, was here. He was making portals, but then he just stopped. Haven't seen him since. But one of the portals was right in front of me and it shattered. Right when Izuku went unconscious. So that's what happened. Midoriya was gallivanting outside of his own body like an idiot and got himself scooped up by a villain's portal. To make matters worse, Terasu had a feeling she knew where that portal had led. Midoriya Izuku, she thought. You really do just love to make my life harder, don't you? Hello, little one. The voice he assumed was all for one greeted him calmly, the only fluctuation to it being the fizzing of electronic transmittal. I've heard quite a bit about you. No, thank you. Izuku was not sticking around for the villain monologue. He dove for one of the walls and bounced right off. That felt like some sort of warding. He tested all the other walls, the floor and even the ceiling. No luck. The door was locked and even though the lock was on this side it refused to budge. Izuku wasn't sure he would be able to pass through it even if it were wide open, no. In Joy's complaining, you see, all for one was saying. The television screen was pure static, giving no hint as to what expressions he might be making. Izuku wasn't even sure of what the villain looked like. The most Terasu had mentioned before was that he had been injured enough in his last fight with All Might that even Kitsune possession wouldn't be able to cover up the damage, and also certain things about what to keep an eye on during a confrontation. The point was, Izuku couldn't picture his face. But Shigaraki Sr. wasn't trying in the slightest to suppress his power, so Izuku had no doubt he would recognize the villain on sight from that alone. Despite that, it still saddens me greatly to say farewell to such an asset. So, Izuku couldn't leave this room and there was a supervillain rambling in one ear. All for one wasn't in the room with him, and he doubted the human could just manifest through the television if he hadn't done so already. Could any yokai get into this room other than through portals? He was tempted to summon Fonkai to test it out, but the last thing he wanted was to accidentally trap the little guy here with him. All for one droned on. He had barely any energy left. Maybe just enough for a fireball spell, but then what? He'd be risking burning himself up before opening enough of a hole in the room to escape. He could destroy the television, forcing Shigaraki Sr. to either come himself or send someone to retrieve the currently bodiless half-yokai if he wanted to keep up this. What was this, a recruitment pitch? Izuku doubted that would give him a chance at escape the way he wanted it to. He was on the kill list. All for one obviously didn't have enough interest in him to put much more effort than he already was into keeping him alive. Listening to what the villain was saying right now, Izuku could deduce this much. All for one wanted him out of the way, and dead was the fastest way to accomplish that. Izuku had just killed what was probably Shigaraki's only or at least most prominent magical subordinate, aside from Terasu's brother, so All for one was amenable to getting him out of the way by hiring him instead. If by hiring one meant, sell me your soul and I'll let you live. All for one was smart. It would be a magically binding deal. If Izuku did anything other than agree, he would be a sitting duck in this room just waiting for someone to come along and finish what the Nikomata started. Did All for one have anyone else that knew about the yokai side of things? Or who could even see Izuku? The Noma could, but those were just all corpses now. Surely the villain's eggs hadn't all been in the same basket when it came to the Nikomata. And if they had been, that still left All for one with two options when it came to eliminating Izuku. Sending a regular minion to set the room on fire with a Sakaki would match or coming to end Izuku personally. Neither possibility was appealing. He still had no idea what was going on at the training camp. Was everyone alive? Was his body alive? Was the League of Villains making more moves while Izuku hesitated? He didn't have enough information. I can sense you're still not convinced, All for One said, because of course he would. Perhaps now that you're paying more attention I can make things clearer for you. I know your name, Midoriya Izuku. I know where you live. And I know that, magical as your father may be, your mother is completely and utterly human. If you refuse this deal, you won't be the only Midoriya to die tonight. This was usually about when someone would relent to the demands in order to save the hostage. After all, things changed drastically when it was no longer just your life on the line, but that of someone you care about. Izuku, who was alone and battered and tired of trying to weigh how likely one choice over another would erase him permanently or lead him to being beholden to hurt other people, and who already yanked out an eye or two and committed a teeny bit of torture on someone else and already dragged one parent into this whole mess anyways, found his spitefulness skyrocket through the roof. I think you'll find that Midoriya Inko, he spat, can take care of herself. With that, he dug his wounded talons into the television sides. With a heave of squealing metal, the ancient electronic device crashed into the wooden floor. He watched the screen go dark after it shattered with much satisfaction. Now, he could wait for his promised execution, or he turned his eyes from the broken TV to the lights in the room. More specifically, the gas lights. Or he could commit a little bit of non-magical arson. Easy choice, for once.